valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton, having completed her training as a nurse, is about to resign her position in the Tyler Sanitarium in Springfield when she stumbles upon a plot to force Jack Baker, pilot for Interstate Airlines, to fly a stolen Aircat plane. Ann has recognized the two crooks, Vic Morgan and Joe Tolliver, as being the same two men that were carrying a small, yet exceedingly valuable black bag on board the same flight that brought her back to the hospital. After they have managed to enter the hospital, apparently with inside help, they chloroformed Jack Baker and left with the intention of returning for the unconscious pilot. Ann has been warned by the head of the sanitarium, Dr. John Tyler, not to interfere with the men. From this, she suspects that Dr. Tyler is the mysterious doc that seems to be the head of the plot. But disregarding the warning of Tyler, Ann foils the plot, for the time being at least, by utilizing oxygen to wash out the effects of the chloroform. Then she and Jack Baker learn the identity of Joe Tolliver, and from this are led to believe that the stolen Aircat plane is being kept at a private airport on the old Green estate. Picking up Jack's co-pilot, Pete, they go to the Green place, where they find the Aircat already warmed up and ready for flight. Jack and Dan manage to gain access to the cabin of the ship just as a car recognized as that of Dr. Tyler comes into the driveway. Jack makes a quick takeoff in the dark and intends to head for the Springfield airport when Ann hears something in the darkness of the cabin. Will it prove to be the faithful co-pilot, Pete, or have the gangsters set a trap for Ann and Jack? Listen.
That wasn't the light switch, Jack. Where is it?
I don't know much more about this ship than you do, Ann. Tony wasn't much to lend it out. Try over on that side.
Yes, that was. Jack!
I thought so.
Didn't expect to find us here, did you, Baker? And that scream of yours couldn't have expressed your amazement any clearer, beautiful.
All right. I suppose that I'll find a Tommy gun on my back now, together with a complete set of instructions on how to fly to Miami. Is that it?
Gee, Vic, he ought to be a mind reader, oughtn't he?
Not bad at it at all. All except the Tommy gun. We don't happen to have one.
I still think we ought to have one. They make me feel more at home.
Joey, I've always said that all you need is a new set of brains. No, children, the use of a Tommy gun would place our little adventure tonight under the head of something we just won't mention, but would have the government down on our necks.
Then what do you call this?
Never mind, Ann. I think we'll just call it a very lucky recovery of Tony Johnson's Aircat and the arrest of two very naughty little criminals, just as soon as I can get this ship down at Roberts Field.
A nice law-abiding thought, Baker. But you forget that we have a modern invention. They call it a telephone. Maybe you've heard of it, huh?
All right, go on. But we're getting nearer the airport.
That's fine. We seem to have plenty of connections at the airport. Steve managed to get the ship away without much trouble, didn't he? Well, it seems that Doc has...
Doc! You mean Dr. Tyler?
No one Doc is as good as another, so far as names are concerned, gorgeous. Well, Doc phoned the airport, and there's a couple of our own boys that will be just tickled to death to meet you when we land. Outside of that, Maybe the police would like to find out that Pilot Jack Baker stole the Aircat, and Joe and I brought it back. Do you like that story?
But everyone knows that Jack didn't. Why you held him captive?
Ah, they don't know it, beautiful. All they know is that Baker walked out of the Tyler Sanitarium okayed by the doctor. We've taken care of the record, so they'll show that.
You boys think of everything, don't you? But we're headed for the Springfield airport, and I think I'll be able to take care of things when we land.
Listen, mister, by the time we get there, things are going to be so hot on account of that new ship of interstates being gone from the hangar that nobody will notice what's happening to
Joe,
you.
you fool. Can't you keep your trap shut?
The new ship of interstates. But they can't. They couldn't have had the nerve to take that ship right out of the hangar.
No? Well, seeing the cat's out of the bag anyhow, I might as well tell you that it's gone. What did you think Steve had to leave this Aircat for anyway? So you might just as well make up... Hey, what are you trying to do?
I didn't do anything. But that just means that if you want to land anywhere in one piece, you're going to sit down and sit still. This Aircat is a speed ship. And it doesn't take much to throw it off balance, so stay put.
But, Jack, what did he mean about Interstate's new ship? Does he mean a new ship that your line bought?
They didn't buy this one, Ann. They've been building that ship for the last 3 months. It's just about the latest thing in air transportation. It was just finished yesterday.
And it hasn't even been tested yet. Which shows you just how good our information is on what goes on at the airport. Well, think it over, Baker. You work for the line. You disappear from the hospital. A new ship is missing. 2 of them, in fact. Now, how about flying to Miami?
Jack, you can't do it. You have to take this ship back to the airport and turn these hoodlums over to the police. I don't know how, but you must.
I still wish I had a gun. Wouldn't be so hard to talk turkey to this guy.
I'll have to think this over. But in the meantime, remember what I said about sitting still. Better keep that safety belt fastened, too.
Just don't take too long with your thinking. And while you're doing it, you might turn on the radio. You might run into something interesting.
Might pick up a detective story, huh? That's the interstate frequency there.
Roberts Field of all flights. Be on lookout for new low-wing 4-motor ships stolen from hangar at Springfield. License number ends...
Hey, turn off that place. I marked your place on the dial.
Did you get that number?
Don't need it. I know that ship. Listen.
Ship believed to have been stolen by Jack Baker, formerly pilot of Interstate Airlines. All flights be on lookout.
Jack! They said that you...
Satisfied now, Baker? I told you the doc knew how to use the telephone. Now turn that dial to that mark.
Okay. I still say that you fellows just think of everything. Even... Well, for the love of Mike.
What's the matter, Jack?
We're just a little southeast of Springfield, and there's a radio
But aren't
beam.
there radio beams just about everywhere?
There's no beam between Springfield and the southeast, not at that frequency.
You'll learn, Baker. As you say, we think of just about everything. That beam you're on there will take you right into Miami. You could just keep on it. So make up your mind.
Okay, fella. You win. But maybe I'll think of something you boys have overlooked.
Not a chance. We think of everything. Now cut out the seesawing and get on that beam. And let's get going. And no funny stuff either. Remember, it's 2 to 1.
Yeah, and don't you forget that it's easy to overbalance this ship. And I might get an idea.
And while you're getting that idea, get this one. If we crash, Gorgeous there crashes with us. Think that over, wise guy.
I wish you'd hurry up and make up your mind. I'm sleepy.
Just start counting sheep, Joe. As far as you can count. I think Baker's made up his mind. I'm a little sleepy myself. Now remember what I said, Baker, about no funny stuff. And step on it.
Jack, do you think they can hear us back there?
Not with that motor turning over like that. Why?
Well, just what are you going to do? Can't you get back to the Springfield airport?
I think I could, Ann. But I've got a sort of an idea that I might be able to get that interstate plane back by just playing along with these two fellows. Anyhow, that Doc they talk about. You don't suppose that could be Doc Tyler, do you?
Oh, I don't honestly know, Jack. Everything seems to point to him. And yet, well, somehow it just doesn't seem possible.
Well, that doesn't make any difference anyway right now. What I mean is that this Doc has fixed it up so that I'd have a tough time getting straightened out if I did go back to Roberts Field now. And by the time we got it all straightened out, that interstate ship would be thousands of miles away.
Then what are you going to do?
Just follow this beam right into Miami, or wherever it leads. The big ship, as I figure it, will be along pretty shortly afterward.
Oh, but they wouldn't have nerve enough to take a stolen ship right into the regular airport, would they?
Oh, hardly. But I figured that if this outfit is big enough to have their own radio system, they'll have their own airport. And that's the spot they'll take the interstate experimental ship. And I want to be there when it lands.
But can't you radio the Springfield airport and tell
I
them?
wish I could. But this Aircat doesn't happen to have a transmitter. Just a receiver. If Pete only happened to get away. Say, there's a chance. If Pete happened to stay in hiding until that transport ship was brought over to the Green Estate...
But why would they take it over there?
They'd have to take it somewhere to gas it up. The tanks were practically empty. That means it'll be nearly morning before they can get her filled up with hand pumps. And that'll mean we'll be in Miami way ahead of them. If I can just kick this Aircat hard enough. This may be dangerous. Are you with me, Ann?
Looks like there's nothing else for me to do. There doesn't seem to be a parachute handy.
You're a swell person, Ann.
Where are we now, Jack?
If I've got my bearings right, we're over the northern edge of Florida right now. It'll be dawn in a little while. We should be seeing water.
Do you hear something, Jack? It sounds like another...
Say, what's wrong with the motor? You're not trying to... Say, that sounds like another plane.
It is another ship. It seems to be behind us and a little above.
Probably an airliner. Where are we, anyhow?
Just over Florida. And that's no airliner, it's a single motor.
But where is it? I can't see his lights anywhere.
They ought to be showing up all right. Boy, that fellow's really moving.
Hey, what's the matter? We landing?
Nah, just another plane. Go on back to sleep.
There he is, Jack. Right over there. And there's not a light on it.
I see him now. Looks like he's trailing us the way he's hanging on.
Gee, Vic, you don't suppose it could be the police, do you?
Police don't run without lights. Go on back to sleep.
Jack! He's right over us, and he's heading down.
Say, looks like he's trying to dive right into us. Can't help but see us. Watch it, I'm going to dive. He crashed right into us if I hadn't dived and side-slipped. I wonder what he's...
Say, Vic, you don't suppose that it could be the Bull Struthers outfit? They got an airplane now, you know.
Bull Struthers got a plane?
Yeah. Doc said he heard he was on the trail of this little bag, and to watch out that Bull didn't follow us.
That guy's trying to force us down. He's going to dive at us again.
Baker, you've got to do something.
If I only had a Tommy gun, what I'd do to
Hang
that-
on, all of you. We're diving and diving fast. Just pray that we pull out with the wings on, that's all.
Two planes screaming through the darkness toward the ground. Will Jack be able to level off in time to prevent a tragedy? And who is this mysterious stranger that is so intent on forcing the Aircat to the ground? Apparently for possession of that precious little black bag that has had such a sinister effect on the lives of Ann Burton and Jack Baker. The answers will mean more excitement, more thrills when you tune in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Burton and Jack Baker en route to Cape St. Roque in South America in the stolen Stratosphere ship with the two diamond smugglers Vic and Joe sight a castaway on a small island off the coast near the equator. Sighting the airplane, the castaway evidently faints and falls near the fire that he has built to attract the attention of a rescue ship. But in attempting to land the huge ship on the small island, Jack finds that the landing gear is firmly stuck by the pitch that has adhered to the wheels when they became mired in the asphalt lake on Trinidad. A fast power dive and pullout has failed to shake the gear loose, and the flames of the signal fire are creeping closer to the unconscious victim. Telling his three passengers to fasten their safety belts, Jack plans one more attempt to release the gear. Will Jack's attempt be successful, or will his landing on the isle be too late to save the marooned man from the crackling flames? We hear the frantic whine of the motors as they draw the huge ship toward the water.
Hey, what are you trying to do now, Baker? Crack this ship up?
Never mind, Morgan. Nothing will happen if this works.
Gee, it looks like we're going into a loop.
That's exactly what we're going to do, Joe. At least part of a loop.
A fine time you picked to pull stunts on a ship like this. Tell the cut it off and leave that guy down there. Somebody will pick him up.
You think before those flames get to him? Better take another look, Morgan.
I wonder how close they are. Jack, where's the island? I can't see anything down there but the sky.
She's right. Say,
It's all right, Ann. Just look up. You'll probably see the ocean and the island, too.
Up? But Jack, why, at least it looks like it's up.
What's the idea, Baker? Turn the ship right side up. The blood's all rushing to my head. My ears are ringing already.
You'll get used to it in a few minutes. I hate to have to do this, Ann, but it looks like it's our only chance to get that gear loose.
Baker, if you don't mind, I'd like to know just what's the idea of flying upside down like this. Just so you can get a better look at Robinson Crusoe down there? That sun is blistering my face.
That's exactly the idea, Morgan. Asphalt has the happy faculty of getting very soft and heat. Underneath the ship, the stuff that was on the landing gear was in the shade. The pitch got cool and hard. Nothing on earth could jar that gear loose. But a few minutes exposed to that equatorial sun up on top, as they are now, we should be able to kick that gear down in a few minutes.
Jack, do you think the sun will get warm enough to make it let go?
Gosh, Miss Burton, ain't you never lost one of your shoes on an asphalt pavement in the summertime? Boy, those things get plenty sore.
That's right, Joe. How do you feel, Ann?
Just a little dizzy, that's all, but I guess I can stand it for a little while longer.
Well, the sooner we get this thing turned right side up, the better. This strap is about to cut me in two, and my head feels like it was in a vice.
Yeah, but just think how that poor guy down there is going to feel if we don't get that gear jarred loose. See there? He's not moving any, and that smoke is nearly to him.
Of course, the heat or the sudden pain might bring him back to consciousness. At least long enough for him to roll away from that piece of timber, but then
we can't take a chance on it. Now, see here, Joe. I'm going to shove this stick forward and climb in a minute.
Shove it forward and climb.
That's right, Ann. You see, upside down like this, the controls are reversed. Well, now, Joe, when I get enough altitude, I'm going to do a barrel roll and then go into another short dive. When I pull out, I want you to have that strap unfastened and be on that gear crank. Then, just as I level off, you give her all you've got.
You mean like we tried before?
That's it. We'll make centrifugal force help with this thing. If that asphalt is soft enough, that gear should go down this time. Now, you got that?
I got it, Jack.
Well, let's try and get it over with. My head feels like a balloon.
We won't have to go up very far. Now keep the ship reversed so we can have the benefit of the sun on that gear.
But you'll have to hurry, Jack. From here, it seems the flames are almost reaching that poor fellow.
Well, this ought to be it. Now, here we go. Be ready to let go that strap and grab that gear crank.
Got it, Jack? Ready?
Now, all you got, Joe.
Jack, it don't seem like it's going to. It did. The gear's going down.
Okay, Joe, keep on cranking.
It's clear out now.
Got a line fast, so watch it and hang on.
Anything better than hanging upside down like that?
Jack, you'll hit the water.
Just want to barely miss it. There, that's got it. Pull up as close to him as we can before we stop. Keep an eye on him. He might come to suddenly and run right into one of our propellers.
Not a chance. But that guy's out cold. Hey, maybe.
He's not dead. He was pretty lively a few minutes ago. He'd been all right if we left him alone.
We don't do things like that, Morgan, even in the smuggling game. How's that, Ann? Close enough?
I think so.
Okay. Joe, you jump out there and pull him away from that fire.
Okay, Jack.
I'll go too, Jack. Maybe there's something I can do to help.
I wouldn't be surprised, Ann. Your training as a nurse is going to come in handy right now. Go ahead. We'll be right after you.
Well, Baker, I suppose that is your good little deed for the day, huh? We might as well be running a local freight that stops at all stations. The way you land every time you take an ocean.
Morgan, let's get this thing settled right here. You made me a deal to come into this business as a pilot.
Yeah. But I didn't say anything about you running the works. What are you trying to do? Go for time or something?
Since we left Florida, we've made 2 stops, and both of them were plenty important.
Okay. The one in Trinidad we made because your girlfriend dropped her powder box and we thought it was a fire.
You mean you thought it was a fire, remember?
Okay, so I thought it was. Well, that was all right. That stop was important. But this one, I was taking a swell chance of cracking up just because some guy we don't know anything about is all by himself on this island.
Which is just as imperative. That man is in need of help. From here, there isn't a bit of land in sight anywhere. And for all we know, he might have been there for weeks. So I landed.
After I said not to. Baker, after this, when I tell you not to land this ship, you're not to land. You get that?
Listen, just as long as we're on the ground, Morgan, you can run the show. But once we climb into the ship, I'm the pilot, and I'll handle it as I see fit.
Well, maybe the doc will have something to say about that. He's the one that gives the orders, you know.
I think that even the doc will agree with me. He can give the orders where he wants me to fly, but it's up to me to say what goes on aboard this ship while we're flying there. Now, let's see how Ann and Joe are making out with our friend out there.
They're working on him, it looks like.
Ann took that emergency kit. Guess they must be trying to bring him, too. Yeah, Ann is holding the smelling salts up to his nose.
Smelling salts? Looks like a handkerchief to me.
Just another point you seem to be a little hazy on, Morgan. She's probably broken an amyl nitrate ampule in that handkerchief. If that doesn't bring him out of it...
Let's get back to the subject. Supposing I don't like the way you handle this ship.
That, my friend, is entirely up to you. But you must remember this. You asked me into this smuggling deal. You made the entire proposition. If you want to call it all off, well, here you are.
You mean if you can't give the orders, you'll quit, huh?
I mean, if I can't fly this ship the way it should be flown, you and your pal Joe are left with a ship on your hands.
Maybe Joe and me can find a way to make it unpleasant for you. In case you get an idea like that. If you get what I mean.
I think that I fully understand just what you mean. And carrying out those ways will simply leave you a long way from home and no pilot.
Maybe I could learn to fly this crate myself. You haven't thought of that, have you?
Yes, Morgan, that is entirely possible. And with the entire Atlantic Ocean to fall into, you might be lucky enough to be picked up by a government revenue cutter, whose captain will no doubt be quite inquisitive about the home port, the destination, and incidentally, your clearance papers. Ever thought of that?
Okay, Baker, you win. That is until we get to St. Roque. It might be that we could change pilots there.
Morgan, the pilots that can handle a ship like this can be counted on the fingers of one hand. And Uncle Sam knows every one of them. Sending for anyone like that would be giving your name and address to the Treasury Department. So we might just as well get together now. I fly this ship for your outfit on the basis we mapped out. You and Joe are the hired hands as long as we're in the air. Is that clear?
Okay, that'll do for now. But maybe it'll change after a while. But what about Gorgeous? I suppose you're going to kick about sending her home in a tramp steamer.
Nope, there'll be no kick on that score, Morgan. I have no desire to take along any extra weight crossing the Atlantic. And Africa is hardly the place for a girl. And about her sending a message. Well, a message like that wouldn't do me any good either, would it?
I guess not. I'm glad we're together on that. Okay, you run the show in the air. I'll hand it on the ground. Maybe that's the best way anyway.
I thought you'd get the idea, Morgan.
Sure, Baker. I'm not so dumb. It might be that we make a pretty good combination at that. So there's no use quarreling over who's going to run the thing. And who knows? Maybe after a while... Well, we'll not say anything to Joe about this, see? But maybe we can work things out so the dock won't get such a big cut. After all, we're doing all the work and taking all the risks.
I think I see what you mean. We might remember that, as you say, all the doc has to do is to sit back in Springfield and run his sanitarium while we have to...
Run his what? Who said anything about a sanitarium? What do you mean?
I thought you meant Doc Tyler. That's the doc, isn't it?
I get it. Now, look here, Baker. It's one thing for us to get together on some sort of a working basis, and it's quite another for you to get snoopy, see? So suppose you don't worry your head about the dock. You'll find out plenty soon enough.
Okay, Morgan. I was just thinking, that's all. Maybe we better climb out and see how Ann and Joe are making out with the stranger.
Yeah, start getting away from here. Man, it's hot.
Doesn't seem to be out of it yet. Must be something radically wrong with the fellow.
Looks like he might be some sort of a foreigner from here. How's he doing, Joe?
He seems to be coming out of it a little.
He'll be all right in a little while. He doesn't seem to be injured. If we could just get him into some shade. This sun is terribly hot.
We could carry him over onto the wing of the ship. Give me a hand here, Vic. I think the three of us can manage him.
He's a foreigner, all right. Well, dressed for a fisherman.
He's no fisherman or anything like that. You can tell by looking at him.
All right, let's carry him over there to the ship. You get my jacket out of the cabin, will you, Ann?
Right.
We can make a pillow for his head. Now, steady, fellas. Don't want to hurt him.
How about this, Jack?
This ought to be all right. That jacket under his head. That's it, Ann. Now, easy. There. Oh, what seems to ail him, Ann?
Heat, I think, and probably thirst. I'll give him another whiff of this amyl nitrate. There. He seems to be coming out of it. He opened his eyes.
Steady, old boy. You'll be all right. Steady now.
What's he saying?
He wants water. Now, Vic, hop into the cabin and bring us a cup of water, quick.
We mustn't give him too much at first. That would be as bad as none at all.
Okay. We'll give him just enough to straighten him out.
Another hour, and I'm afraid it would have been too late in this terrible heat. There now. We'll have our for you in just a minute.
So, Mr. Know-It-All, Baker, a fine pilot you turned out to be.
What do you mean, Morgan? Let's have that water and we'll...
What water? Listen, wise guy. When you so brilliantly turned our ship upside down, you drained all 3 tanks of water into the cabin. There's not a drop of water on this ship.
A stranger dying of thirst, and not a drop of water aboard the plane. Surely our friends will not attempt to allay his thirst with seawater, whose deadly content of salt has spelled doom for so many thirst-crazed victims. But the life of the maroon stranger hangs by but a slender thread, and every minute is precious. Can they find a few drops of the life-giving fluid in time, or has their gallant effort to save his life been in vain? For the answer, we must wait until the next thrill-laden episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Landing on a small island off the coast of South America in the vicinity of the equator to investigate a distress signal, Jack Baker and Ann Burton with the two smugglers, Vic and Joe, find a lone castaway, already unconscious with thirst and exposure to the terrific heat. To their dismay, they find that their tanks have been drained and there is not a drop of water at hand outside of seawater to ease the stranger's suffering. They are about to attempt a flight to the nearest possible landing place when Vic notices fish in the water and calls Jack's attention to the number of carp. At the mention of carp, Jack immediately sends Joe for a bucket of water from the sea, apparently with the intention of offering it to the stranger. As we find them, Joe is just returning to the ship carrying the bucket of water from the beach.
Pour this cupful, Joe. That's it.
Jack, you must be mad. That seawater will only drive this man crazy. You mustn't give it to him.
All I do is measure that there was carp swimming around in the water, and all of a sudden...
That's just it, Morgan. When you mentioned carp, I knew right then that we had all the water we wanted. It isn't salt water at all. It couldn't be.
Hey, that's right. I ought to have known that. Carp are freshwater fish. But how come they can live in this ocean water, huh?
Well, maybe you've made a mistake, Jack. Maybe they aren't carp, or perhaps some kind of carp that can live in salt water, because we know that this is the Atlantic Ocean.
That's the funny part of it. It's not the Atlantic Ocean at all. At least this water around here isn't a part of the ocean.
Then what is it? Maybe a big spring of some sort that you know about?
No, Joe, it's simply this. We're in the mouth of the Amazon River, and the water for probably 100 miles out from land is fresh water, you see?
But if it's the mouth of the river, why didn't we see the banks of the river before we landed?
Not at all hard to figure out when you remember that the mouth of the Amazon is something like 200 miles across.
200 miles? Boy, some creek.
And now that I think of it, the water is a little murky. Something that ocean water usually isn't, eh?
All right. Well, let's see if we can get some of this water down this fellow's throat. Just a little at a time.
Here's a spoon, Jack. We'll try that first. You'll just hold his head up. There. There, that's it. Now.
He's swallowing a little of it.
Better watch his hands, Joe. He may be just a little delirious when he comes to. You'll want a lot of water in a hurry. Another one, Ann?
Yes, I think so. Just giving him a spoonful at a time won't do him any harm.
I wonder if that water's any good, eh? I'm kind of dry myself.
The natives all along the river for a couple of thousand miles drink it, so it can't be so very bad.
Listen, you hear something? Like a plane?
That's no plane that I've ever heard before, but it's some kind of a motor.
Over there, Jack, toward the west. Isn't that a small boat?
Just what it is. An outboard motorboat. I wonder if it could be...
Here, pour me a little of that, will you, Joe? That's enough. Not bad. Hey, what's that noise?
I think, Morgan, that's the boat that's been making daily visits to our friend here. See? Way over there? They haven't seen the ship yet, I guess.
What boat are you guys talking about?
Morgan and I found the marks of a boat on the other side of that dune. It's been here 4 times, and all was at high tide. I figured out that whoever it was made a daily trip out here to talk to this chap and offered to take him off if he gave in to some kind of a request.
Isn't that sort of making a lot of wild guesses, Jack, without much foundation?
Nope, gorgeous. I think your boyfriend hit it pretty close this time. And that boat coming in over there seems to bear out his story.
But they wouldn't be coming here if they know we're here, would they?
Try another spoonful, Ann. No, I don't think they would, Joe. But that dune is between them and the ship. They just haven't spotted us yet. Or maybe they've confused us with a pile of driftwood that our friend here must have piled up.
But, Jack, suppose they're armed. We may be in danger.
Hey, Joe, Haven't we a pair of glasses in there?
Yeah, I never thought. I'll get 'em.
I don't think they'll land at all today if they spot this ship, because they have no idea of who we are.
Hand them here, Joe. Maybe we can find out who these fellows are. There's two of them. And they're dressed like deckhands. Sweaters. White caps. Well, they were white once. And they seem to be watching the mainland. Not paying much attention to where they're going.
They evidently think they're going to find this fellow by himself, as usual.
Yeah. Just a glance now and then. You'd think they'd see us by this time.
No, senor. I will not tell you where it is.
He's coming, too. I think I have another one of those amyl nitrate capsules I'll give him. Yeah, this ought to bring him around.
Those fellows happened to land here before they noticed us. We had to in for a scrap.
Gosh, maybe this is my lucky day. I need something like this to sort of limber me up after all this airplane riding I've been doing.
There's a name of some kind on the front of that boat.
No. You cannot make me go back with you. I tell you what you ask is impossible. For hundreds of years it has been the secret of the Cardozas. I will die first.
Take it easy, old-timer. You're among friends. Have a little sip of this water.
What? But you must torture me once again. Go. I beg of you, let me die here, but do not torture me.
Looks kind of like the story was okay, Jack. Somebody has been giving this guy to work. Wait till they land and I get my hands on him.
Well, you're not going to get a chance, Joey. They've spotted us. They're turning around. Yeah, I can make out the name now. Rita.
Look at them go, and I never got a chance at him.
They're sure skipping that boat over the swells. Well, we don't have to worry about them.
I'm not so sure about that, Morgan. The mainland is not very far over there. It might be they have a bigger boat and a few friends. They may figure on bringing help.
Master.
No, not too fast. There, that's better. You're all right. We're friends.
But I do not understand, senorita. Who are you? Who are these men? Where did you come from?
Now, just relax, old fellow. There's plenty of time to get acquainted. Let's moisten that throat again. Now, here you are.
Yeah, that is so good, senor. But yes, it comes to me now. You're in that airplane, no?
That's right. You waved your sash at us, remember?
Yeah, I remember now. I think you're not going to land. It is too much for me. I faint like a schoolgirl. You'll pardon me, senorita. And you, senores, for being such a weakling.
Oh, gosh, fella. Anybody's liable to faint after they ain't had anything to eat or drink for 4 or 5 days.
I am as you say. Without food or water for days. They come to torture me by showing me water and food.
Hey, Joe. What's the matter with dragging out one of those sandwiches? Might hit the spot. Wouldn't hurt him, beautiful.
No, I don't think so, if he takes it slowly.
Okay. Have you one in a minute.
This is also unexpected. One minute I think I am dying from thirst. The next time I find myself in the hands of friends. It is almost too good to be true. Senorita Beautiful. That is your name?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm Ann Burton, and this is Jack and Vic. And Joe will be back here in a second with something for you to eat.
Senorita Anna, and Senores Juan, Vic, and you, Jose. 1,000 gracias. Thanks from me, el Senor Don Luis Antonio Cardoza.
Well, here you are, Don. Nibble on this. You'll feel better.
Oh, no. The name it is not Don. It is Louis I am called.
Okay, Louis. Handle that sandwich slow now.
Yeah, I understand. But tell me, how is it you find me?
Just happened to see you, that's all.
Louis, you don't happen to know how long it takes for the tide to go down here, do you?
But yes, Senor Juan. The tide, it rises fast here, and also it falls quickly. Though I do not know why.
I think I understand that. We're in the mouth of the Amazon. The tide backs up a lot of water, and then lets go with a rush.
Joe, you better grab a couple of buckets of that water and put it in that tank. Might be kind of handy in case something else happens.
Okay, Vic. And I'll screw the lids on, too.
Never mind about that. Just get the water.
But, senores, you cannot. That water is not fit to drink.
That's what you've been drinking, Louis, old boy.
Agua fresca? But I do not understand.
Well, it so happens that this island is in the mouth of the Amazon. And there's a stream of fresh water that runs for miles out into the Atlantic.
Fresh water? Ah, yes. I see it now. And all this time I have suffered, had I but known.
We didn't know it either at first, Senor Cardoza. Do you feel stronger now?
Yes, thank you. I think I can walk now.
Don't be too quick, Louis. Here. Now, all right. I know. Vic, take his other arm. All right, now. There you are. How's that?
Oh, the legs. They are, as you say, a little shaky. But perhaps my strength will return.
It won't take long now. How does the tide look, Joe?
Say, that thing goes down just about as fast as it comes in. Take a look, Jack. I think we'll have enough room.
I think we better have enough room. Here comes another boat. That's a bigger motor.
They return. Each day they return. Always to threaten me if I do not tell them the secret.
But surely they haven't had time to go to the mainland and back, Jack.
No, they haven't. They must have a pretty good-sized ship anchored out there somewhere.
Oh, yes, but they have, senores. It is a large yacht. The name is the Rita. It was with that they ran me down and took aboard both me and my little boat, the Rita.
The Rita? That's the one they had a little while ago. Say, they've got enough help to board a battleship. You think we can make it, Baker?
I think so, Morgan. The extra weight will hardly count, so I think we can take off.
Extra weight? But you mean that I am to go with you?
Can't leave you here, can we? Okay, so you go with us.
Oh, but senores, you know nothing of me. This is asking too much.
Never mind about that. We gotta get away from here and fast, too. Joe, you and Gorgeous up there sort of help. Baker and I'll boost them up. There. That's it.
There you are, old-timer. Those fellows must be figuring on beaching that motorboat. Come on, Vic, hop in. You aren't even shutting off. Taking it head on.
Some of those fellows might have a gun.
Maybe we can do something about that. Can't let them have a shot at our gas tanks.
But what can you do, Jack?
We'll see. Have they landed yet?
Yeah, hit that beach like a ton of brick. And boy, are they piling out.
Oh, there's something in that door. It didn't close right.
Just that sash, Louise. Open that door, little Joe. It'll float off.
No, senor, I beg of you. We must keep the sash.
Watch out. Here we go. Got that door, Joe?
Jack, those men, they're right in front of us. They'll try to...
They'll get out of there fast enough.
The sash, senor. I must not lose it. You must retrieve it.
Did they duck?
I'll say they did. They couldn't have shot us if they wanted to. Look at them tumbling back there.
I must save that sash.
Never mind, old-timer. I got it.
That is good. Once more, you have saved the secret of the Cardozas.
Once more, Jack Baker and Ann Burton are in the air. But what is the secret that Louis Cardoza wishes to keep? And who are the men who would wrest it from him? Is the sash the key to the mystery? Perhaps before they say farewell to Senor Cardoza, we shall learn more of him and the secret that nearly cost him his life. Tingling with thrills, loaded with adventure, will be the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Burton and Jack Baker, working for the Secret Service, are flying to Cape St. Roque with two members of a diamond smuggling ring, Vic and Joe, who believe that Jack has joined them in their plot to transport diamonds from Africa to America by plane. En route, they sight a castaway on a small island near the mouth of the Amazon River and rescue him from death by thirst. The stranger proves to be Luis Antonio Cardoza, who has been left on the islands by men who are evidently trying to wring from him through torture by the elements a secret of which he seems to be the sole possessor. We find them in the cabin of the huge transport ship as it roars its way along the South American coast.
How do you feel now, Senor Luis?
Much better, Senorita. A little while and I will have regained my entire strength.
Well, just how far would you say that we were from your hacienda?
Oh, that I cannot say for sure, Senor Jack. I have never been up this way from my home.
And you say there's a place we can land, eh?
Oh, but yes, Senor Vic. A large prairie, a llano, we call it, but a kilometer from my home. There also you will find a spring. Oh, how good the clear, sweet water will taste.
Boy, you said something there. Just watch what I do to that spring.
You'll probably have company, Joe. I haven't spotted that boat those fellows must have anchored. Why don't you see if you can pick up anything with those glasses, Morgan?
I've been watching those guys on that island. They're almost out of sight now.
There's a lot of little pieces of land over there.
Yeah, and it looks like some sort of a boat. Too much glare from the sun and the water to see plain. But there's smoke coming up, so I guess that's it. Was it a steamer, Louis?
Si, Senor Vic. The Raider. That was the name of their boat. It seemed to be an old steam yacht in very bad condition from the way they spoke of it.
I guess that's it, then.
Too bad we ain't got time to drop in on them while they're not home and sort of pay them back for the way they handled Louis here.
No, Senor. No, it is better we leave them alone.
Yes, we don't want to take any chances with men like that. Why, they look like a bunch of gorillas.
I see here, Louis. I don't want to pry into your private affairs any. But you haven't given us the lowdown on just why these pirates were trying to wear you down.
The lowdown? Wear me down? Oh, I see what you mean. What these men wanted, is that it?
Yeah, that's the general idea. That is, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and how does this sash fit into the picture? Looks like a piano cover to me.
Oh, well, senores, my family, the Cardozas, were one of the first Castilian families to come to Mexico. That was centuries ago. One of my ancestors belonged to the royal house and was given a grant from the king. There the Cardozas lived for many years. Then one of the sons, Jaime Cardoza, decided to visit Spain. But he was but a short distance from the coast when a hurricane struck the boat and it was wrecked. Jaime remembered nothing until he was found on the beach by a native. Then he found that he had been cast up on the coast of what must have been Honduras.
Gee, a fellow would sure have to know his geography to follow that grandfather of yours.
At that time, Senor Jose, there was no geographico of this part of the country. Well, the natives nursed Jaime back to health. He heard the tales of a wonderful land where jewels of great value might be had for the digging. At first, Jaime gave little credence to these tales, until the natives took him farther into the jungle where he found marvelous temples encrusted with the jewels themselves.
You hear that, Baker? Looks like maybe we won't have to go to Africa at all.
No? I don't think you'll find those things there anymore. Will you, Louis?
Oh, but no, senores. Those temples have long since been ransacked by many, and the jewels scattered all over the world. But their source, that was the secret upon which Jaime stumbled. There was an old road through what is now Panama into South America, and it was along this road that the Mayans and the Aztecs had brought the jewels. And it was in search of this road that my ancestor set forth, with but a handful of natives to help him cut away the tangle of centuries with which the road was overgrown.
But did he find the source of the jewels?
Yes, Senorita Anne. After many weary months of travel, Jaime came upon the place. But to return by way of the ancient road was now impossible, for his little band had been depleted until he had with him left only a single solitary native. The rest had fallen victims to the perils of the jungle. So together, they hollowed out a tree, and in that crude boat finally made their way to the coast of Brazil, with but an insignificant part of the jewels they had found.
I suppose then he took the first boat for home, eh?
No. The lure of the stones were too much for him, and he decided to settle down near the Bay of San Jose, that he might someday go back and bring forth such quantities of jewels as would make him the richest man in the world.
Imagine having a fortune like that right in your hand.
But he hidden away after all the stones he'd brought with him, hoping always to soon be able to go back to his discovery. But with such wealth at his command, it was only natural that he should meet the senorita that was to become his wife.
Didn't he ever get to go back?
But no. So great was his love for his bride that she prevailed upon him not to risk his life once more for mere wealth, which could only bring sadness. The stones he had were enough to provide him with luxury for the rest of his years. So, the law of the Cardozas was made, and to this day, that law has not been broken. That each generation shall be given the secret of the jewels, and a member of that generation shall make the trip to bring back only enough of the precious gems as he shall need.
I'd think that the natives around your home would find out about that and follow somebody into the jungle sometime.
Alas, senor, the tale of the Cardoza jewels has become almost a legend, and with each generation the trip has become more hazardous. Not from the jungle, no, but from those who would follow and wrest from my family the secret.
But I should think that would make it very dangerous for you all the time, carrying a secret like that around with you.
But we do not carry it with us at all times. The chart, senor, is carefully hidden away after the journey, and but one member of the family can know of its hiding place. It is only brought out immediately before the trip is to be made.
But then if the natives know that, why do you attempt to get the information out of you?
Because, senor, I have that chart with me.
With you? But didn't those men search you when they took you?
Of course, but they could not know what to look for. And thanks to you, I still have it.
I still can't see how they would manage to overlook anything so plain as a chart.
Because it was indeed in plain sight all of the time.
I think I get it, Louis. It's got something to do with that sash you were so worried about.
Exactly, Senor Jose. You are a man of discernment. The chart, it is woven into the fabric of the sash. It is not noticeable unless one is looking for it. But it is there, nevertheless.
No wonder you're amazed that your rumpus about leaving it behind. I don't blame you.
You would like to see it? No?
No, just hang on to it. You'll probably need it.
You don't mean, Morgan, you're passing up a chance like this?
Pass up a chance? I do not understand, senores.
Just a little joke of his, Louis. No, Baker, it might surprise you. But Dick Morgan is not tempted in the least by the story of the jewels.
Oh, you mean you do not believe in such a place, Senor Vic?
Not by a long shot, Louis. It's just this. I've heard a lot about lost temples and lost treasures and all that kind of stuff.
But I only wanted to show you the chart, not take you to the jewels. That I could not do, although I know that I owe you my life. But it is the law of the Cardozas.
No, I don't want to even see the chart, Louis. It might give me ideas. You see, jewels are sort of my line of work.
You mean perhaps you buy and sell precious stones?
He sells them. That's right.
Well, yeah. But as I said, when I hear about them like this, I just don't want anything to do with them, that's all. I'm not superstitious or anything like that, but, well, every time you hear of anyone getting in on something like that, when it's none of their business, you usually hear of a lot of bad luck after it, see? So I'm not taking any chances, that's all.
I think we've just about made that Llano, as you call it, Louis. Recognize it over there?
But yes, that is it. In only a few minutes you have made the trip that took me many hours.
Are you sure you can land there, Jack?
Oh, plenty of room. Where's that spring you were speaking about, Louis?
It is up toward the other end. You see that shimmering in the sun? That is it.
Just thought I'd land as close to it as we could. Might save a little time. Where's your hacienda from there?
Oh, it is east of here, but 2 or 3 miles. but there is no place to land. So I must make my way afoot from here.
Watch it. I'm going in. Try that gear, Joe. You don't want any more trouble with that.
Okay, Jack. All right, the gear's out.
But I'd think that after your experience, Louis, you'd be afraid to go that 2 or 3 miles on foot.
Oh, this land, Senorita, is a part of my estate. You will see that there is no danger.
Watch it. Hey, this ground is like a runway.
Oh, it is like that up to the spring. Well, senores, you're anxious to be on your way. Therefore, we must part. So, may I ask as a parting favor to me that upon your return from wherever your journey may take you, that you find time to honor my home with your presence. It is a small thing in honor for saving, or in return, I should say, for saving one's life. But between gentlemen, friendship has no price in gold.
We'll see, Louis, when we return.
I'll climb out first and give you a hand, Louis. You're not any too strong. All right, now.
I'll stretch my legs again.
Here, take one of these buckets with you, Morgan. Here's the other one, Joe. We'll fill these tanks, and we'll see that the tops are screwed on this time.
Jack, do you hear something? Sounds like thunder in the distance.
Oh, nonsense. There's not a cloud in sight, Ann. Well, Louis, sorry we can't drop in at your hacienda, but maybe we can do it on our return. And good luck with your trip.
Once more, senores, 1,000 thanks. And may someday I have the opportunity to return the favor. Only I trust the circumstances will be more happy.
Well, Louis, I gotta start bailing water from that spring. So good luck to you. And so long.
To you, Senor Jose. Adios.
Better look the ship over while you got a chance, Baker. I'll grab that other bucket. So long, Louis, and good luck to you.
Hasta la vista, Senor Vic. We will meet again.
Yeah, I hope so. Hey, do you hear that noise? It sounds like...
There is something coming. Look at that cloud of dust coming over that rise.
It sounds like horses. There must be a stampede or something.
You must have seen whatever it is. Here he comes in the dead run.
But, senores, it is only...
Get back in that ship. Here comes a stampede or something. We'll be trampled to death.
Hop in, Ann. Now, here, Louis. Give me your hand.
But, senores, I beg of you.
Never mind the talk. Get in there. You got him, Baker?
Get in, Vic. Here they come. There must be 1 million of them. From that dive.
Senores, but please.
Can't we turn the ship and make a run, Jack?
I can, Ann. It's too late. Whatever the odds are too close. We'll hit them and nose over.
They're horses. They're coming straight for the ship. We'll be wrecked.
What is this new peril that threatens the lives of our friends? Can it be a stampede of wild horses whose clattering hooves trample beneath them any obstacle they encounter? Will the huge transport prove equal to the occasion? And why is Senor Cardozas so reluctant to escape the threatened onslaught? Can it be that he has led our friends into a trap of some kind with his story of fabulous jewels? The answer is a thrill that must wait until we tune to the next gripping episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. As Ann Burton and Jack Baker fly the huge transport ship to the Brazilian Pampa near the home of Louis Cardoza, the stranger they have rescued, they hear a strange tale of the Cardoza secret. It is this secret that has caused Louis to be taken to the desert island upon which our friends found him, there to be marooned until he tells the location of the marvelous field of precious stones that have been the foundation of the Cardoza fortune for centuries. As our friends land on the Pampa to take leave of Louis, they are interrupted in their farewells by a swiftly approaching cloud of dust that reveals itself to be a number of horses that are apparently plunging heedlessly toward the ship. Will the herd swerve from its path in time to avert disaster? Or will it dash blindly into the air monster, spelling doom for the animals and perhaps serious injury or even worse to our friends? As we await the answer, we find Ann, Jack, Vic, Joe, and Louis in the cabin of the ship.
I tell you, horses ain't got any sense when they stampede like that. They'll run over anything.
Jack, they'll turn over this plane, sure. Isn't there some way we can get them?
We'd just be courting disaster to try to take off now.
But, senores, I assure you, there is no danger at all.
No danger. Listen, Louis. You might know what you're talking about, but those crazy animals aren't swerving 1 inch. They're heading us straight for this ship as if someone was driving.
But that is what I've been trying to tell you. There is someone.
Well, for the love of Mike, there's guys on them horses.
Oh, yes, he's right, Jack. They look like cowboys. You couldn't see them before because of the dust, and they're cheering. I wonder why.
Wonder no more, my beautiful senorita. It is indeed as I have said. There was no danger. Those are my gauchos.
Gauchos? They look like cowpunchers to me.
And so they are, Senor Jose. Brazilian cowboys, as you say. They saw us and have come to greet us. Wait, I must say something to them. They have seen me through the window. Amigos míos, it is good to see you once more. I will join you in but a moment. First, I must bid my friends here farewell. And a sad farewell it is, for they have indeed saved my life. And as I bid each of them adios, I want you to mark them well, or they come this way another time. And when they do, remember this. They are the friends of the Cardozas. I need say no more. You see, senores, that is why I said that I was safe once I came near my estate. For there is nothing my gauchos would not risk for me or for my friends. But I will delay you no longer. Here, Senor Jose, hand me those buckets.
I get it. We get help with the water from the spring.
Here's a couple more.
Excellent, excellent. Now, Carlos, Pedro, Enrique, Vil and Pararqui, my friends are greatly in need of water for the tanks in here. You will fetch it pronto and hand it to these senores. Adelante! It will take them but a minute or so. Therefore, I will make my audio short. My friends, it has been wonderful knowing people that will gladly stake their own lives to save a stranger. But I want you to also know that such is the courage of the Cardozas. Therefore, at any time, no matter where you are, no matter what the danger, if I or my family or my men can be of any aid, do not hesitate to let me know.
Hey, take it easy, you mug.
Here, up here, fellas. It goes in the tank.
There's just one thing, Louis, before you go. I noticed that you speak some Spanish to your men. I thought that Brazil was more Portuguese.
Oh, that is easily explained, Senor Jack. When one is, as we are, Castilians, we naturally collect about us those who speak the same language. But the message in either language, as indeed even in your own American, will reach us. Now, if you have enough water in the tanks, I will be gone.
Those men of yours are coming back with another load. That'll be about enough, Louis.
And we'll surely try to stop when we return, won't we, Jack?
I'll say we will.
That gets it, Louis. Sorry we can't make it this time, but later perhaps, huh?
Yeah, I'd like to see that hacienda, as you call it.
It will be a pleasure, gentlemen, a pleasure. Well, once more I say adios, amigos míos. And may good luck attend your mission, whatever it may be.
Adios, Senor Louis.
So long, Louis, and good luck to you.
Yeah, say you got that sash?
But yes, Senor Vic, never shall it leave me until I am once more safe in my own home.
So long, and watch your step.
As you so cleverly put it, Senor Z. So long. Hasta la vista.
Adios.
Look at them go. Boy, can they ride.
And Louis is right with them. Where did he get a horse, do you suppose?
One of them guys is riding double with another. See? But that sure don't slow him down. And here I always thought that our cowboys could ride. Them guys must be crazy.
Well, Baker, we've done our good deed for the day, which seems to be one of your failings. So let's get this ship headed around and start for St. Roque, huh?
Vic, I don't quite get you. The way you turned down a chance to find out about them stones he was telling about.
Skip it, Joe. You probably wouldn't understand. But we're going to profit by that little deal.
I thought you had something in the back of your mind, Morgan. I suppose you figure on getting your hands on that sash yourself, huh?
Surprising as it may seem to you, Baker, I'm having nothing to do with that guy's stones. Nobody has ever fooled with any of that stuff yet that didn't have a bunch of bad luck, see? And this guy's jewels come out of that heading as far as I'm concerned.
But you said that you were going to profit by knowing him.
Sure, why not? We're going to be flying over this part of the country quite a bit. That is Baker and me, huh? And you never can tell when you want a nice friendly place to land and hide out for a while.
Say, what is this? Baker and you. How about me?
You know, Joe, I've been thinking a little. It might not be a bad idea to leave you in charge of our takeoff field at St. Roque, or our landing field in Africa. You don't seem to like joining around the country in these ships anyway.
Oh, now look, Vic. I was only kidding about that. I don't want to sit around any landing field just twiddling my thumbs. What's the idea, anyhow?
I'm not sure about it yet. But as I say, I was just thinking. And by the way, beautiful, if you could sort of play your cards right, maybe Baker and me could find a place for you in this little business a little later on, see? You know, you might
When I leave this ship, Mr. Morgan, I can assure you that I'm having nothing more to do with any of you. I think I made it plain that I intended to become an air hostess, and I haven't changed my mind.
She's right, Morgan. Anne has no business in this crooked game. So let's leave her out of this from here on out. You understand?
Yeah, we got this thing split up enough ways as it is.
Okay, Baker. Have it your way. But she could still be an air hostess and make herself a nice little piece of money every now and then by just sort of keeping in touch with us.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in any of your plans.
No? Well, just think this one over. Suppose you got a job as a hostess on, say, some line between Florida and Springfield. And suppose every now and then there was an extra piece of baggage put on your ship that didn't have a passenger to go with. Who would ever think of a hostess acting as a nursemaid to a bag full of rough diamonds, huh?
Nobody would think of it. And nobody's going to think of it. Anne doesn't want any part of this business, Morgan, so let's just forget about it. Now watch yourselves. We're taking off.
And for the last time, I hope. Hey, Baker, that wasn't a bad deal at all, was it?
Better than a lot of commercial fields I've landed on.
You know, I still think that this meeting with Senor Louis is going to be as profitable in more ways than one.
First thing you know, Vic, you're going to start thinking about them jewels that Cardoza family digs out of them hills somewhere. You're going to get an idea.
I told you those things are out. Nope, I think this place is just about right, in case we get into any kind of trouble.
Isn't that the coastline down there, Jack?
Oh, that's it, all right, Anne. Say, Morgan, shouldn't we be running back into that radio beam of yours?
It'll begin coming in around here. Listen, is that it?
Sounds like it. I suppose all I have to do is to stay on it until we hit St. Roque.
That's all you do. And don't put too much emphasis on that hit business. There's a couple of nice high mountains between us and that field. Just keep that in mind, Baker.
By the time we get that far, we'll be above any mountains on this coast. Besides that,
We what?
nothing. I was just going to say that we'll have daylight all the way in, so we don't have to worry.
I sure hope you're right, Jack, because I don't like the looks of those clouds way over there. See 'em?
He's right, Jack. They're terribly heavy over there on the horizon. They look like they reach down to the water.
Well, let's shove this ship along, Baker. We want to get stuck in this storm. I've had all the tropical storms I wanted for a while.
Not much danger of that, Morgan. The air's too quiet for that, and the barometer's way up. Just a bank of clouds, I guess.
Jack, look at that gauge over there. Ain't that the left wing tank?
Yeah, but
it's empty, that's all. How about that, Baker? You think we got enough gas to get in?
well, we should have plenty, Morgan, according to the way these motors figure out. That was good gas. We seem to be using a lot more than we should at that.
So what's the answer? Another delay, I suppose, huh?
I don't think so. We'll just get a little altitude. The lowered air resistance will cut down the gas consumption a little and give us a little more clearance, just in case.
Just in case what?
Just in case those clouds are what I think they are. A fog rolling in that might sow that field at Cape St. Roque in tight.
But, Jack, what could you do if the gas is getting low?
Might make it for some commercial field and try coming in on the beam.
Oh, yeah? And have this ship picked up by the authorities the minute we land?
Well, chances are 10 to 1 that they'll know nothing about us. And even if they do, if the field isn't in too tight, we can gas up and get away before they have a chance to do anything.
Well, we better think of something to do, because them clouds are sure rolling this way. Or we're rolling to them awful fast.
I guess if we do get stuck in a fog, we could take a chance on a commercial field. Maybe that South Atlantic airmail field, huh?
You don't suppose we have a gas leak, do you, Jack?
I don't get it myself. We certainly haven't used up that much, even with the landings and the takeoffs. Let's hope we have enough to make it.
TS to VM. TS calling VM. TS calling VM. TS.
This is VM. What do you want, Springfield?
Where are you?
Just about to go into St. Roque. Might land in an hour or so. We've been delayed.
Tell them about the fog, Vic.
The fog is coming in. Gas is running low. If necessary, we'll have to make landing on beam at commercial field. Is that okay, TS?
That'll be all right if you make arrangements for quick departure. Understand that no information has been given authorities in... What? Stand by just a second, VM. What?
What's the matter, Vic? Static?
Now, somebody interrupted him. Maybe got some information.
Hope they've got a South American weather report. We're going to need one.
That's the first whiff of fog, Jack.
Boy, that was like running into a wall. You can't see a thing.
Wish Springfield would come back in. He might have something.
Hello, VM.
Okay, TS, what is it?
Aircat speed plane left Robertsfield here this morning carrying pilot Peterson, hostess Thompson, and passenger Zebulon Abercrombie.
Zebulon Abercrombie? Where are they headed?
Took large supply of gasoline and took off under sealed orders from United States Secret Service. Station 18 sighted them flying due south at high speed. Morgan, under no consideration will pilot Baker land your ship at a commercial field.
Tell them we'll have to. This fog is as thick as soup.
Listen, TS. We won't be able to land at our own field. I'll tell you our gas is low, and this fog is plenty thick.
Morgan, we have reason to believe Peterson and Abercrombie are attempting to chart our course. Under no circumstances are you to leave a clue. If necessary, you will fly due east until your gas is gone.
But boss, due east of the Atlantic Ocean, we can't. We'll be drowned.
Your orders are to leave no trace. That is all.
Due east until the gas is gone. Then leave no trace. Will Jack Baker be forced to carry out the order that Vic Morgan has received? That no clue be left that might guide the authorities along the route of the smugglers? Or will there be a lucky break in the fog that will give them an opportunity to land? We'll learn more about the fate of Anne and Jack and the two gangsters in the next thrilling episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Taking off from the South American estate of Senor Louis Cardoza, Jack Baker and Ann Burton, together with the two members of the smuggling ring, Vic and Joe, set their course for the gang's private landing field near Cape St. Roque. They have not yet reached the mountain range that lies between them and their destination when they encounter the most dreaded of all aviation hazards, fog. Seeking instructions from headquarters at Springfield, Vic learns that Zeb Abercrombie, co-pilot Peterson, and hostess Kay Thompson have taken off in the ultra-speedy Aircat plane under sealed orders and are believed to be headed south. Vic gets orders that under no circumstances is the transport ship to be landed in a commercial field, and if necessary, they must fly it to sea until the gas supply is exhausted, there to leave no trace of their projected course. But what of the three occupants of the Aircat? Perhaps a visit to the small but highly efficient speed ship will reveal many things.
Well, what do you think of that, Kay? That doc must be a nice, pleasant sort of fellow to work for.
Oh, it makes me shiver just to think of it. Imagine giving an order like that, Pete. To fly your ship until it runs out of gas and then crash it into the ocean so that it doesn't leave a trace.
Hey, Pete, that radio is sure a handy thing to eavesdrop on the other feller's conversation, ain't it? It's gonna kind of keep us wised up on whatever instructions they put out to Jack and them guys.
The only bad feature of it is that they can listen in on us, too, you know.
But, Pete, I thought it was some sort of an ultra-high something or other so that they couldn't get in on it.
It is, but then you can't keep things like that out of their hands very long after they get on as to how we're handling instructions to Jack and Ann.
Hey, I thought you said that this here airplane was one of them real fast ones. We don't seem to be splitting the wind any faster than we did coming back from Miami.
Well, Zeb, maybe you're used to traveling faster, but right now we're knocking off around 400 land miles an hour, and that's without any tailwind.
400 miles? Say, you don't mean to tell me that we've come 800 miles in the last couple of hours?
Something like that, yeah. Why?
Boy, oh boy. You know, there's an old saying to the effect that travel is a great teacher. Well, if that's a fact, a feller could get a college education up here in a day or so. Sort of a higher education, you know?
Zeb, seriously, what was that you were talking to Aunt Hattie about just before we left Springfield?
Well, I tell you, Kate, a long time ago, me and my partner George, we was sort of talking about our relations. And I don't know exactly how it was, but somewheres or another, I remember the name of Burton or Barton. And there was a little bitty tyke he used to send presents to. Little Annie, he used to call her. Well, I was just wondering, so I asked Hattie about it. Being Annie's aunt, I thought she ought to know.
And was it the same Annie?
Well, with all the hurry that Art Morrison put us to getting away from the airport, we didn't get it all straightened out.
Kay, I think Zeb here kind of hated to leave Aunt Hattie, don't you?
Yeah, now, wait a minute there, son. Now, don't get me wrong. Hattie Jackson is a smart woman, and she must have a lot of nerve, but... well, I still like to be able to pick up my hat and go when I want to, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think we do, Zeb. Pete wasn't serious anyway. Oh, but speaking of Anne, do you think there will be any chance of our picking her up before she gets on that tramp steamer, Pete?
Not a bit sure of it, Kay.
Oh, this Vic will probably keep an eye on whatever boat he puts her on until that boat is well out to sea.
And once that happens, we haven't got a chance to pick her off. Because the one thing we can't do is to set this ship down on the water.
Well, maybe we can sort of dog the boat along until it puts in someplace, an island or something like that.
No, that's the reason Vic is picking a tramp steamer. It'll be slow, maybe take a month or so to get back to the States. And won't be putting in anywhere.
That means, Pete, we just have to be there when Anne leaves that transport ship.
Well, there's one thing we could do, of course, if this airplane would do it, and that is to fill her up the first place we can and just cut across the Atlantic to Africa. Once we're there, I'd know our way into the diamond field they took away from me and George.
That'd be okay, Zeb. But it seems that's the reason the government has got us into this, to act as a sort of double check, just in case something happens to Jack. We've got to know every one of their landing fields, where they put their supplies and all that, so the ring can be cleaned up completely.
But, Pete, it seems so peculiar to me. They're depending on Jack and the new interstate transport to use to fly those diamonds across the ocean, and then they give orders to crash the ship if they have to, in order not to leave a trace of their route.
That just shows you, Kay. The transport, yes, and Jack and Vic and Joe, too. They're merely accessories to that organization. If anything happens to Jack and that ship, they can no doubt have another one on in the same route and within a week, or maybe less. But the landing fields, the supply depots, those are things that have taken a long time to work out, and keeping them a secret is well worth wrecking a ship.
No, it sounds pretty heartless, but I guess you're right about it.
You just betcha he's right about it, Kay. That Doc is a feller that makes his plans for years into the future. And anybody that interferes with them plans, well, that feller just ain't slated to live very long. A great mind, that Doc. Knows how to organize and plan for the future.
You'd sure never think so, just to see Tyler around that sanitarium of his, that he was that kind.
Pete, I still don't hold with you that Doc Tyler is the Doc that's running this shebang.
That's the way I felt about it, too, Zeb. And there's another thing, too. Doc Tyler always took such a great interest in Ann Burton. You'd think he'd figure some way to keep her out of it if he was the Doc.
Okay, you two, have it your own way. But just the same, I wouldn't tell Tyler anything I wouldn't want the Doc to know.
Oh, Pete, what is that down there? It isn't the ocean already.
Lady, that's the coast of Florida. And it's the last glimpse you'll have of the United States for quite a while.
You say that's Florida, Pete? Well, according to the map, that ain't exactly the closest way we could have come, is it?
According to a flat map, it doesn't look it. But when you make allowances for the curvatures of the Earth, it is. You see, we have to follow the natural curve for the shortest cuts. But on paper, it looks like we're taking the longest way around.
I think I get you. I've heard about that great circle route the fellers that fly across the ocean up north all take. I suppose they do that for the same reason, huh?
That's it. They just follow the curve. But see here, this doesn't solve the problem we've got in front of us. How are we going to get close to that transport without forcing them to try and crack it up?
Oh, what I don't understand, Pete, is why they're so short on gas. They'd surely know if the tanks had sprung a leak.
I don't get it at all. Unless there's some kind of dirty work going on. Don't forget about that message that was left at the Everglades airport by someone on that ship that knew the old government code. Morrison said that it couldn't have been Jack or Ann, and it's a cinch it couldn't have been Joe or Vic, so...
So you think maybe there's somebody else found a place to hide on that airplane?
Well, it doesn't seem right. But then that note must have come from somewhere, and as far as we know, no one has left that plane. And there's monkey business going on with the gas.
Well, it's all a mystery to me, Pete. What could have happened to their gas?
TS calling PM. TS calling PM. PM answering TS. Go ahead, TS. Aircat plane passed over tip of Florida a short time ago. Headed southeast, making better than 400 miles an hour.
Sure keeping tab on us, ain't they?
Can you make your own field, PM? The fog is still too thick, and we can't tell where the mountains are, so Baker says. So we're staying plenty high. How's your gas supply, PM? One tank is empty. Haven't found the trouble. Don't know how long it'll last. Remember instructions not to use commercial airport. Be sure to keep enough gas to carry your ship far enough out to sea to make obliteration complete, if that is necessary. But listen, we've got all the supplies. More supplies can be provided. No trace must be left of your route. You'll follow these instructions to the letter or take the consequences. Is that understood? I understand. Okay, TS. That's all for the present. Let me know later developments.
Pete, can you imagine that?
Well, they sure make it plain enough that Jack is to wash out that crate completely if they don't find a hole in that fog. Gosh, Gosh, what a pity they haven't got a beam to land on at that field.
Pete, listen. I heard what that Vic said about the mountains, and it appears that their field is just on the other side of them.
Yeah, but if the fog is so thick you can't see the mountains, that information isn't going to do any good.
But, Pete, don't you remember what they were talking about when they were just about finished with that experimental transport? The altimeter they were installing in it?
Say, of course I do, Kay. I wonder why Jack hasn't thought of that.
The what imeter?
The altimeter, Zeb. The instrument that tells you how high you are. Well, there's one right there, only this one is of the old type.
It works just about like a barometer, Zeb. It registers the air pressure and gives you the height above sea level that you happen to be flying.
A right handy gadget, I'd say. But supposing you happen to come across a high building or maybe a mountain in the dark.
That's just it, Zeb. With this type of altimeter, it doesn't show you how high you are above the ground or whatever's directly below you. You see, it just shows how high you are above sea level. So you might be flying 10,000 feet high, and if you happen to meet a peak that extends up, say, 12,000...
Yeah, I see. You'd just be about 2,000 feet short of being able to tell what it was you didn't get over. But what's all that got to do with Jack and Ann?
Well, that transport is equipped with one of these new sounding altimeters. It works something on the principle of the sounding devices they use to measure sea depths. You know, by measuring the length of time it takes for sound to return to the instrument.
Yeah, I've seen them things working on ships.
Jack's ship has one. It's really so sensitive, at least that is what the test showed when they tried it on another ship, that it jogged the needle when the test ship was flown over a boat on a lake. But I can't see why Jack doesn't know about it.
He's probably using the old altimeter. Oh, if there were just some way that we could get word to him on that government wavelength.
If we could. Just as long as they know we're in the air and somewhere on the trail, Vic is going to be right at that headset. So it might be just a giveaway to try it.
You say it would be dangerous as long as they know we're still on their trail, huh? But maybe they'll kind of drop their guard if they thought we was holding up Summers.
I'm not so sure they'd relax their watch even then, because they'd know that we could listen in and take to the air in a minute or so after they change their instructions.
Yeah, so they would. Well, then I reckon as how that we'll kind of have to get rough with them. If we're going to get some kind of word to Jack about that trick Altimeter, as you call it.
Oh, it might mean signing their death warrant, Zeb, if the message was picked up.
I don't reckon they're going to know anything about it. That is, nobody but Jack and Ann. You're pretty sure they'd start to let up if they saw something happen to us.
Well, naturally, Zeb. That'd mean they wouldn't have to cover their tracks, and it might give them a chance to go to some commercial field if we don't get Jack word about the new altimeter.
I see. Well, youngsters, they say there's always a first time for everything. And here's the first time that Zeb Abercrombie ever scuttled an airplane just to save a couple of other fellers. Yep, that's what we'll do. Sink here completely with all on board.
Will Zeb Abercrombie really make an attempt to wreck the Aircat plane? Or has the old fellow some clever ruse in mind in order to throw the smuggling ring off the track? And what is taking place in the huge transport ship that is flying blindly through the fog near Cape St. Roque in South America as Jack attempts to find a landing place in the face of the swiftly dropping gasoline gauge? There will be lots of thrills, lots of excitement in the next chapter of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
While Ann Burton, Jack Baker, and Vic Morgan await the return of Joe Tolliver from a nearby railhead with the supplies necessary for the transatlantic flight to Africa, Ann is carried away by natives to their village in the mountains. Jack and Vic find Ann and learn that she was taken only that she might render first aid to the chief's infant son, who was in danger of suffocation from a small button he had swallowed. Ann reveals to Jack that the button is from the cap of an interstate airline hostess. This means that it could have come from but one person, Kay Thompson, who, with co-pilot Peterson and Zeb Abercrombie, is known to be following the transport ship in a high-speed Aircat. Does the finding of the button by the child mean that the Aircat has crashed in the jungle? Or can it be they have landed safely somewhere in the nearby hills? Once more, we enter the hut of Chief Puxtell to find Jack and Ann awaiting the return of the chief.
Well, all I can say is that it sure is beyond me, Ann, where that interstate button could have come from. Unless
the Aircat has crashed? Is that what you mean, Jack?
Yeah, that's it.
If Chief Puxtell returns before Vic, we'll see if we can find out from him. If Kay and Pete did have an accident, it must have been that some of these natives found them, and the chief would certainly know about that.
That's all right. Please not let Vic know anything about this button, as he still thinks that Pete cracked up over the Caribbean.
But here comes the chief now.
Firstborn of Chief Puxtell, now sleep. Wife, happy. Chief Puxtell owe life to White Lady. Chief Puxtell and his people, now White Lady's slave. She has but two commands. Chief Puxtell can repay how for life of son.
Oh, you don't have to repay me, Chief Puxtell. It was only what anyone would have done.
Just one thing, Chief. This button, the one that lodged in your son's throat. Do you know where it came from?
Do not know. It has value for you in some way?
Well, yes, in a sort of way, Chief Puxtell. But first I want you to know this. The other man, the one we call Vic, he must not know that we have this button. It is because...
Chief Puxtell not ask reason. Enough you ask, he not know.
Anyway, this button must have come from an airplane. From almost such a bird like we come here in. You understand?
Understand. I see but one roaring bird, that in which you come out of cloud. We hear roar of wing many time when bird cross mountain, one side to other, but we see never any come down as has done yours.
How about your men, Chief Puxtell? Could it be possible they could have found a bird like that?
They would tell me. They say nothing. They not see it.
Then maybe you can tell me this. Is there near here a place flat and extending many, many paces each way where such a bird could land?
The place you describe, back in hill, almost sleep from here. But my people go near there never, for close there live Abtak tribe. They too come of Panama, but they cling to strange, horrible sacrificial customs Woe be to man that fall in their hands.
You mean then, Chief Parkstill, that if our friends have alighted in that place, they're really in danger?
Great peril. Thing worse than death. Unless they much outnumber Abtak warriors.
Jack, you don't suppose that Pete could have landed in that terrible place?
I don't think so, Anne. Remember, we haven't heard the sound of their motors. We would certainly have heard it.
Unless what, Jack?
Unless Pete was flying low on the other side of that mountain, and the sound was deflected so that we didn't get it.
Sound? You mean roar of wing, sound of huge bird?
Oh, yes. That's what I meant, Chief Parkstill.
Memory, spirit, bring it back for me now. Say you come to your camp. Rain, bird, shadow had hide even treetop.
He means the fog, Jack.
But through shadow we hear roar of wing. Later, when shadow rise, when sky clear again, once more we hear roar. Might be you, I think. Was not you then?
No, Chief Parkstill. We landed there in the fog, and we haven't been off the ground since.
Then other bird pass over us. Smaller bird than we see before.
Oh, he means smaller than the clipper ships that fly over. That still doesn't tell us how the button got here.
But it does show that Pete and Kay are somewhere around. If only they haven't landed in that awful field.
I'd rather see Pete take a chance with those people than with landing an aircat on the side of a mountain. Well, I guess I better call Morgan. We hate to hurry, Chief, but we're expecting supplies to come from Lahe. We've got to get back to the ship.
Sorry, my people take food with other things from camp. I repay you. Now I know they're yours, that you must, replace them.
Oh, thank you, Chief. Oh, Morgan, ready to go?
Yeah, just a minute. Well, Baker, Bud out there donated the spear, all right. Only thing is I have to get an okay from the chief before I can get
You have permission of Chief Huckstall.
Oh, sorry. Coming in from out there in the sunlight, I couldn't see you for a second. But that's sure all right, Chief. I just wanted this as kind of a souvenir.
White lady, tell Chief Huckstall, supplies my people take your possession. Chief Huckstall wish to make, amends. Here, my friend. This, not much, but will repay you for what my people take.
Why, what is it? I never seen anything like this before.
It looks like some sort of a shiny rock, but it's so black.
Surely, Chief, you didn't mean to give us this.
I give to him that as payment for good. To White Lady, I always be in debt.
I still don't know what it is. Is it some kind of a jewel?
Oh, it couldn't be what? Why, it's as big as a grapefruit.
That source of livelihood for my people. That black diamond.
A diamond? You don't mean this is a real diamond?
My men make journey far to interior for those stones. This diamond, largest we ever find.
But say, that thing must weigh 1,500 to 2,000 carats. Hey, a diamond like that must be worth a fortune, eh?
Morgan, you'll find that the chief has been very generous.
You accept it then?
Why, sure. Sure, thanks, Chief.
I am one yet in debt, but I keep you not more. For you tell me you expect your supplies to arrive. But till your bird take to wing, Chief Huckstall keep watch over your camp, that no harm befall you.
We hope to come back someday, Chief Foxtel. We shall hope to meet you again.
And you see that your son doesn't swallow any more buttons.
You find your way back to your camp?
I'm sure we can. Oh, but say, I nearly forgot about that stream.
Oh, you take boat you find there. One of my men return it later. Now, go. But remember, Chief Huckstall, never forget this day.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Chief Huckstall. Say goodbye to your wife for me.
Hey, I still don't get it, Baker. I always heard that coal was called black diamond. What's the idea?
That stone that you're carrying there is worth just about as much as a white diamond the same size.
Holy smoke, this thing? How come?
Jack, you can't mean that.
Yes, I mean exactly that. You see, those black diamonds are a few degrees harder than real diamonds, or white diamonds. So they use these black fellows to cut the white stones. They can also use them on diamond-pointed tools of all kinds.
I'd never heard of them before. And the size.
Oh, you don't usually find them this size. They usually find them farther south, down around Bahe. But it seems Chief Huckstall has found another source. Or are we still on the... Oh, yeah, there's our own footprints.
It's like coming up out of a well to come up that trail.
Look, Jack. Those people down there are still watching us.
You've certainly made a hit with them, man. Being friendly with those people is going to come in mighty handy, being so near our landing field.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think the river's over that way. Yes, there's the boat. Say, it looks like someone's trying to move it. A white man, and he's...
It looks like... Why, it is. It's Joe.
Joe? Say, that can't be Joe. Where's all those supplies he's supposed to bring back? Now, where's the guy?
Never mind about the questions. It's got to get him before he gets across that river. We need that boat ourselves. Joe! Oh, Joe!
Hey, Joe, it's Vic. Wait a minute.
I think he heard you. He's turning around.
Oh, Joe, here we are, over here.
Jack, what are you guys doing way out here?
Hey, he must have got the whole bunch lost. Now tell him where they are. I should have had more sense than to send him.
Gosh, but I'm sure glad to see you. Hey, where did you get that spear and that black rock? Been collecting junk?
Never mind us. Where are the supplies? Where's the guys that were going to help you bring it here? Now, where's that?
One question at a time, Vic. I got trouble.
I suppose you never found your men. And the supplies didn't get the lie, huh? And you decided to leave before they did.
Oh, gee, no, Vic, I ain't that dumb. I got 'em all right, and I hired a bunch to bring 'em through the jungles. Pack mules and everything. I even got a guy, swell fella, too, to take care of things. Expert on gas engines, too.
All right. Where are they? You didn't send them into camp alone, did you? Thought they could take everything that's loose?
No. I told 'em it was just a couple of miles more when they decided to do it.
Do what, Joe?
Well, you see, I got 10 or 11 pretty husky fellas back in Lahey. Mostly foreigners. Also, there's Hank Tuttle. He's the caretaker. I seen they was talking together all morning as we was coming along, but I didn't think anything of it. When we got to the bottom of the hill and stopped to catch our breath, one of the guys came up and told me if they didn't get cut in on a split on whatever we made, they'd take to the hills with the stuff. And with Hank, I guess.
Well, why did you tell them to bring the stuff in and talk it over with me?
I did try to get them to come. They said nothing's doing, that they would stay there for an hour, and if I wasn't back, they'd start back. I told them I'd try to make it, and they said they'd just hang on to Hank just to be sure, and if I wasn't back in an hour, they wouldn't say what was going to happen to him.
How long ago was that, Joe?
Oh, about 45 minutes or so. I guess I got lost. I finally saw this boat. I knew the field was over that way.
So we lose another 2 or 3 days, maybe, huh? Just because I didn't have enough sense to go myself instead of sending you.
Listen. What was that noise?
It was over there. I can't see a thing.
Somebody was spying on us. Some of your gang, huh?
Oh, gee, that means he'll take word back to that bunch. Thank gosh. Gee, Hank was a pretty nice sort of fella, too.
Well, we can't get back to them in time now anyhow. So might as well go into camp and hope they haven't got there.
Gosh, I bet that's what they'll do. Let's go.
What will Jack and his party find when they get back to the landing field? Have Joe's rebellious hirelings merely tried to lure him away so they may have a chance at looting the camp? Truly, the jungle is fraught with danger, and where it will strike can only be told by waiting for the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Returning from the village of Chief Poxtel, Ann Burton, Jack Baker, and Vic Morgan meet Joe Tolliver, who has been sent to the nearby railhead town of Lahe to bring another shipment of supplies needed for the transatlantic hop of the huge transport ship that Jack is piloting for Vic and Joe. Joe tells of hiring a crew to help in the transportation of the supplies over the perilous mountain trail to the secret landing field, and of the sudden declaration of the men, while still some distance from their goal, that they would go no further until they were given a portion of the profits of the racket in which they suspect that Joe has a hand. Given 1 hour in which to get word to Vic, Joe had undertaken the remainder of the journey by himself. Suspecting that there may be an attempt to raid the camp by the rebels, Jack, Ann, Vic, and Joe hurry to the landing field, and we find them now as they emerge from the jungle.
Well, Joe, doesn't seem as though your bunch of mutineers have reached here at any rate.
Well, at least they haven't done anything to the generators. That's something. Because we can always use a radio.
I guess they're not here, so maybe we'd better take out up the trail. We might be able to reach them before they take a notion that I'm not coming back.
Well, that's a good idea. But what are we going to do about Ann? The chances are that we're going to run into trouble, and I don't think she should...
Well, I don't intend to stay here. If we run into trouble, it can't be much worse than what we've been through, and anything might happen here.
I guess you're right, Gorgeous. But maybe you better get along. How many of those guys are there, Joe?
10 or 11, and most of them pretty husky, too.
You better leave that black diamond that the chief gave you here, Morgan. That's pretty expensive to be taking with you. If you want to keep that spear as a souvenir, you better leave it, too.
I'm going to put this diamond in the plane, but the spear, I'm taking with me. I think it's going to come in mighty handy.
Think I told you we was a couple of dumb guys forever starting out on this thing in the first place, without a gun of some kind. A fine chance we stand of getting that stuff away from those guys. They're plenty tough, I tell you.
Well, we can have a try at it anyway. We head out this other trail, don't we?
Yeah, just as soon as I put this chunk of rock in the plane and get the ignition key. We feel pretty silly to come back and find the ship gone.
Say, Vic, why don't you bring along some of them wrenches out of the toolkit? A wrench makes a good argument in a pinch.
Jack, do you hear something? Sounds like someone coming through the jungle. Listen.
Where? Oh, over there. It does sound like there might be... No, I don't hear it now. Must have been...
There, you can hear it again. The wind seems to carry the sound.
Gosh, Jack, she's right. There is somebody coming down that trail, and it's the one that leads to... Hey, Vic, get those wrenches over here. We'd better make it for the radio shack. That bunch of guys is sure heading this way.
What did you say, Joe?
Them guys, Vic, they're coming through the jungle. You can hear them when the wind is right. Looks like they brought the trouble right to us.
We'd better get to the radio shack, then. That'll put us between them and the plane. Come on.
You can hear them talking now. You hear?
Something funny about that. You can hear them all right, but they sure don't sound anything like that outfit. They sure made more noise than that when I was with them.
Never mind what they sounded like. Get in that shack. They're probably trying to sneak up in this place. And don't realize they're this close.
Listen, man. You get inside of the shack, and don't come out of there for any reason whatever. Lock the door from the inside, and if anything happens to us, use that radio. Don't open the door for anyone but us.
All right, Jack.
Oh, wait a minute there, Vic. We're going to stay out here. I'll try to talk them out of any rough stuff if I can, and if I can't, well...
Yeah, I know. Then we wade in with these wrenches.
I never thought I'd have to fight with a spear. But it looks like that's what it's come to. And those guys are getting closer. You hear them?
Better close that door, Ann. Those fellows may come rushing from those trees any minute now.
But, Jack, it doesn't seem right to leave you boys out there.
Never mind about us, Ann. We'll just have to do the best we can.
Hey, listen, are them guys getting closer, or are they getting farther away?
That's just the way the wind is carrying the sound. They wouldn't get this close and then beat us. Only it sounds like...
But they are. They are leaving. And it sounds like they're running.
I believe you're right, Ann.
You don't suppose they saw us and got cold feet, huh?
Them guys? Say, Vic, them guys ain't scared of anything that walks. They're tough. With just us three against 10 or 11 of them, why...
And something sure puts speed under them. You can't even hear a sound now.
Maybe you can't. But I hear someone over there. It sounds like one person.
You don't suppose they've just gone back a little way into the woods, thinking that maybe we're armed?
Hey, maybe you're right, beautiful. They don't know we don't have guns, do they?
I sure never said anything about it to them.
That's probably it. They're either sending a man to talk it over or to look us over.
Well, there he comes, right over there.
Yeah, right down the trail. He looks scared to death.
Say, that ain't one of the guys that struck on me. That's Hank. Hey, Hank, over this way.
Your friend Hank must have escaped from the mutineers, Joe.
Okay, take it easy, Hank.
Well, let me sit down a minute till I get my wind. What a day.
What happened, Hank? Where'd they go? What shoot them off? Where were the supplies? How'd you get away from them?
It wasn't them. It was those last ones. Whew. That's enough to last me for a while.
And maybe, Joe, we'd like to meet this guy. Just to make it formal-like.
Gee, I forgot, Vic. Miss Burton, this is Hank Tuttle. He's going to take care of things here. That is, if we ever get away from here. This is Vic Morgan. He gives the orders, Hank.
Hi.
And this is Jack Baker. He's the pilot.
Oh, yeah.
And now, if you got your breath, maybe you can tell us what happened.
Well, in the first place, Joe, the last I seen of your friends, they were scooting up the trail towards LaHaye, about as fast as their lace could carry 'em. Secondly, a bunch of the yellingest savage I ever heard in my life, and I've heard a lot of 'em, was what scared 'em away. Third, you'll find all the stuff right around the bend in that trail in the little clearing there, piled up just as nice as you please.
You don't mean that the party was attacked by savages, Mr. Tuttle?
No, Mom, not attacked. I'll say we were approached. Only that gang of crooks didn't want any part of those yelling heathens.
Now, wait a minute, Tuttle. Who brought the stuff this far? You didn't all by yourself, did you?
Didn't say I did I? Them savages brought it. They driv them mules right up there and unloaded them. Then away they went, mules and all. Don't reckon they were friends of yours.
I can't see how they could be.
Funny thing, too. They didn't take any notice of me at all. Just sort of motioned me to come with them. They didn't say anything I could understand until they had the stuff unloaded. Then one of them pointed this way and grunted, and I sort of got the idea. Then they left.
Jack, I think I'm beginning to understand what happened. Don't you see?
Well, it seems to me that your friend Chief Parkstel might have had a hand in this thing. Only I don't figure out how he knew about it.
Well, don't you remember the noise we heard back there while Joe was telling about what had happened? About the men wanting to hold the supplies and Mr. Tuttle if they were not allowed part of the profit? Well, I think that Chief Parkstel must have had one of his natives follow us to see that we got back all right. And the fellow heard what Joe said.
Now, wait a minute, beautiful. Those guys couldn't understand English. So how could he overhear what Joe said?
If you stop to think, Morgan, almost everything that we said in that native village seemed to be understood by those people.
Yeah, now that I recall it, I said something to them heathens a couple of times, and they acted like they knew what I was saying. But I couldn't understand a word what they were saying.
He speaks fairly good English himself, you know.
Well, that must be the answer. Now, Tuttle, suppose we get just a little of your history, huh? We're not turning this place over to strangers, you know.
He's okay, Vic. I checked up on him.
I just want to get the details. Joe tells me you, had a little run-in with the government. And you can't afford to have your whereabouts known to just everybody right now. Is that right?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'd breathe freer if the government didn't know where I was.
Okay. And suppose we get this straight. You play the game with us, and we'll play ball with you. But the first crooked move you make, the boys with the badges will pay you a call, see? And they won't ever know who they're indebted to for the tip. Is that plain?
Seems to be, Morgan. How about the pay? Like Joe said?
I told him we'd cut him in for the same that Benny was to get, Vic.
Well, that's a little high for a new man just coming into the organization.
Yeah, Vic, but Hank here can handle a radio set, too. Benny couldn't do nothing but just keep the directional beam on the air.
Hey, where'd you pick that up, Tuttle?
Maybe I'd better give you a little history, Morgan.
While he's doing that, I think I'll see if there aren't a few sandwiches left in the plane.
That's a good idea, Gorgeous. You stay here, Baker. I want you to know what this fella can do. Okay, Tuttle, go ahead.
Well, first of all, my little difficulty with the government had a little to do with, the landing imported goods in the United States without the usual formality of going through the customs.
Ah, smuggling, huh?
That's a crude word for it, yes. They took my boat. I was the skipper, and also the radio operator part of the time, because my business wasn't big enough to hire a big crew. But they never got me, so here I am. Joe told me a little about your business, so I guess we understand each other pretty thoroughly.
Okay, Tuttle. Well, there's the radio set inside there, see? You might step in there and get familiar with it. You'll find our headquarters wavelength written on the panel. Meanwhile, Baker and Joe and me will see about getting that pile of stuff over here. I'll call you in a few minutes to give us a hand.
I'll look over the thing.
You think maybe we ought to get that stuff moved over here before we get something to eat, Vic?
Yeah, we better. There won't be much to eat until we get that unpacked anyway.
Well, let's get started. Oh, find anything in the plane, Ann?
Just these few sandwiches that we had left, and not very many of them either.
Well, we'll bring back something. All we can carry anyway. Come on, Joe. Oh, you coming, Morgan?
Yeah, I guess Hank knows enough not to let Beautifully get too close to that radio set. Too bad, Baker, that you don't want her to get into this diamond business with us.
Mr. Tuttle, we have a few sandwiches here. They're not exactly fresh, but until they come back, it's all we have. Unless you want to wait for the...
Just a moment, young lady. I'm busy.
That's funny. Sounded like he said that he was...
What was it, Miss Burton?
Well, I said that we had some sandwiches, but I think we might have something, well, a little fresher when they get back with some of the food from over there.
I was sorry I didn't hear you a moment ago, but I was testing the transmitter and the receiver. And a peculiar thing, I received a message intended for someone, I have no doubt. Some D-12.
D-12?
Yes, I think it was. But the message stated that an Aircat plane had landed on the other side of the mountains and was quite safe.
The Aircat! And they're safe!
For some reason, I thought you might be interested in the message, although I am sure the others wouldn't be. So we'll say nothing to them about it. In fact, I've forgotten about it already.
A message from Pete in the Aircat speed plane, and relayed by a self-confessed smuggler. Is it possible that the doc has realized that Jack is really working for the Secret Service with the assistance of Ann, and they are insidiously weaving a web around them so they may trap themselves? But how has Hank Tuttle managed to stumble across the secret wavelength so quickly? Could it have been an accident? Whatever the answer, it means that there will be a battle of wits between the doc and Jack Baker to keep Jack's mission a secret until the location of the diamond mines is discovered and the entire route of the smuggling operations cleared up, which makes for more thrills, more adventures, and more suspense in the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Ann Burton and Jack Baker, together with the two members of the diamond smuggling ring, Vic and Joe, are at the secret landing field near Cape St. Roque in South America, having just received the necessary supplies for the transatlantic hop to Africa. As caretaker for the field, Joe has enlisted the services of one Hank Tuttle, self-styled ex-smuggler and steamship captain. Hank tests the gang's radio plant and later tells Ann that her friends Kay Thompson, Pete Peterson, and Zeb Abercrombie are safe with their Aircat speed ship in a field nearby. From this, Ann suspects that Hank may be something more than what he appears. But far to the north, Aunt Hattie and Bobby Baker are accompanying Dr. John Tyler on an errand of mercy to Luando, Africa. As we join them, they reach the first stop on their clipper flight, the island of Bermuda.
Gosh, Aunt Hattie, it's sure a long way from home to here. And you say that we're not halfway yet?
That's right, Bobby. This is just the first stop. The longest bit of water that we have to cross is from here to the Azores Islands.
Boy, meeting that other plane was sure something, wasn't it? It looked like the pilots were making a kind of a game of it. You'd never have thought that we were both going better than 200 miles an hour, would you?
Oh, it didn't seem that way. Oh, wonder what time it is. Dr. Tyler should be getting back here to the airport. We'll be flying very shortly.
I wonder where he went. Sure was in an awful hurry.
Yes, he said that he wanted to see a friend that lives here in Bermuda. And it's quite a distance from what he said.
Gosh, it couldn't be so far. Well, I bet you could go all over this place in an hour in a taxi.
Except that there aren't any taxis, Bobby. Not in Bermuda.
Why not?
Well, because I believe there are only two motor cars on the island. One's a truck that's used to haul material, and the other is the car belonging to the governor. That's why you see so many bicycles, Bobby.
Say, I was wondering about that. I never saw so many men and women riding wheels. I thought maybe they didn't have gasoline here or something like that.
No, it's just a rule that there are no motor cars on the island. And I do think it's far more picturesque with the carriages and bicycles and those fuming, smoky machines. Oh, but we haven't much more time. Do you want to go into the administration building and see if we can find a little souvenir of some kind?
Oh, sure. Only we can't get anything very big because by the time we reach those other islands and then Spain and then Africa, gee, I won't have any space to put anything. Say, that other transporter is almost as big as that ship that Jack was flying down here.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Doc. But leaving the headquarters without someone to send messages, it is dangerous, I tell you.
Yes, Hans, but it's far more dangerous to let that ship get into the interior of Luando, if what I suspect is true.
Yeah, but we should have picked another time. Look at what has happened.
You mean about landing here in Bermuda at the same time with the Clipper? Well, that's something that couldn't be helped. If I'd known the other liner would land at the same time as the Clipper, I'd have made other arrangements. It's too late now.
We must take care that the boy, little Bobby Baker, does not see me. Already he knows me. And to see me here, it would spoil everything.
Nonsense, Hans. I only saw you once.
The mind of a boy like this young Baker is keen. I'm quite sure that it was him that followed me that night at the Springfield airport. The night that I arrived from Canada. The night...
Yes, I remember. The night they made the discovery of the secret of the radio room. That was the night Peterson found the note in his car signed by Dr. Tyler.
Doc, It is such tricks that someday will give you away. You must be more careful.
Don't be afraid of your own shadow, Hans.
But to foolishly take chances. There's too much at stake. Already we have enough rough diamonds ready for cutting to keep me busy for weeks, yeah, even months. But you would take a chance, fly to Africa. And for what? Because you suspect that maybe you have made a mistake.
Hans, listen. I'm not going to Africa just because I think that, well, that Joe might not be just what we think he is. There's another reason.
Yeah?
Yes. Do you by any chance remember the name of George Ross?
George Ross? Yeah, but he's dead.
George Ross is not dead. He's very much alive.
Impossible. With my own eyes, I saw it. He was dead.
George Ross is right now in Luando. Realize what that means?
Yeah, it can mean many things.
But maybe you can see why it was necessary to make this trip. Vic Morgan is dangerous, Hans. I often suspect he'd like to start building for himself rather than for the organization.
Yeah, I see. But George Ross, he cannot be alive.
The fact remains that he is. We must reach him before Vic Morgan and Jack Baker can get to Luando. George Ross is the only man, outside of yourself, that knows I am the Doc. For Morgan to find that out, it would mean...
It would mean the end of everything. It must not be. But this boy, Bobby Baker, and his aunt, suppose he sees me here.
Don't worry about that. Outside of that radio Inspector Morrison, he's the only one that knew where our stuff was. With him out of the way...
Yeah, but Morrison, maybe he will go back to Springfield.
Morrison's tied up in a case in New York. It'll take him several weeks. By that time, everything will be taken care of. Hans and the Doc will be back in Springfield. Dr. Tyler will be there, too, as well as little Bobby Baker and his very wise aunt. They're warming up the clipper. Dr. Tyler should be returning from a trip into town. Wouldn't do for him to find his hospital janitor in Bermuda, would it, Hans?
Oh, yeah. A great surprise, yeah.
Then I'll walk with you over to the other airline. It wouldn't do for Dr. Tyler to meet the Doc either, would it?
That would be even more surprising. Yeah.
There comes a boy and his aunt from the cafe. I'd better go around this plane so they won't see us. Just keep to the right of that cabin.
Gosh, Aunt Hattie, I wish we had more time to stay here.
Well, if this were a pleasure trip, Bobby, we would.
Oh, say, they're getting the motors warmed up. Dr. Tyler better be getting back or they'll leave without him.
I don't think so, Bobby. They won't take off until they've checked their passenger list.
Oh, there he comes now. He just came through the gate over there. You know, Aunt Hattie, I'm beginning to feel ashamed that I thought for a while that he might be the Doc. Gosh, he's been so nice to us and all.
Well, it never pays to judge a person too quickly, Bobby.
Well. Think I was never going to get back, Bobby?
No, sir, but, well, I'll admit I was getting a bit nervous.
A bit indeed. Dr. Tyler, Bobby was afraid for a while that the clipper might fly away and leave you here.
Never fear about that, Bobby. They always make sure they've got every passenger aboard that's supposed to be aboard. Immigration laws and all that sort of thing. Have you had a bite to eat while you were waiting?
Yes, Bobby and I dropped into the cafe. Rather surprised me, too.
Really?
Yes, I thought we'd be about the only Americans here. But I find there are almost as many Americans as English.
Oh, yes. Bermuda is really the playground of the Atlantic. There are two countries making regular flights from both coasts. And with sealed cabin ships that can fly in the substratosphere...
Substratosphere?
Oh, yes. They fly around 20,000 feet where the air resistance is lowered. Of course, they have to use sealed supercharged cabins like that of the Interstate Experimental Ship that
Interstate Experimental Ship? How did you know about that, Dr. Tyler?
Why, well, I'd rather not say, Bobby. I really didn't mean to mention that. I understand it's been kept pretty much of a secret around Roberts Field.
Dr. Tyler?
Yes, I'm Dr. Tyler.
The Clipper flight leaves in just a few minutes. Could I have your passports, please? We'd like to check them.
Why, certainly. And here are the other two. Miss Jackson's and Robert Baker's. They're with me.
You'll just step over here to the ship for a moment. Won't be necessary if the lady and the young man come.
Excuse me, please. I suppose you're also...
Aunt Hattie, did you hear what he said about the transport ship of interstates?
Oh, I heard that. And I'm wondering just how he seemed to know so much about it.
Well, according to what Jack told me, nobody was supposed to know anything about that experimental job at all. And here he knows all about the sealed cabin and everything. Aunt Hattie, you don't suppose that maybe we've been wrong again and that he is the Doc?
Oh, to tell you the truth, Bobby, I don't know what to think.
Well, if he is the Doc, what could be his idea in having us make this trip clear across the ocean on a clipper, too?
Oh, Bobby, things have been happening so fast that I haven't been able to even have an idea. Less than a month ago, I said you'd never catch me flying around like a bird. And here I am, halfway across the ocean. Not only like a bird, but a seagull at that. And with a man who 1 minute seems to be a doctor on an errand of mercy, and the very next a double-dyed villain.
Here he comes back.
We'll just keep our eyes open, Bobby. Were the passports all right, Doctor?
Good shape. Just a mere formality.
Yeah.
Well, they're just about loaded up. We'd better be getting in. Come on.
Gosh, the ocean looks just like a sheet of glass.
Yeah, you just watch your step on that float, young man, so you don't fall into that sheet of glass.
Yes, I'd say you find it a rather wet bit of glass. We seem to be the last ones in.
Gosh, you'd never think these motors would be able to pull this big ship out of the water, would you, Aunt Hattie?
Bobby, Aunt Hattie is almost ready to believe anything. Oh, go and find your place so you don't rock the boat.
I imagine you'd have a pretty hard time rocking this boat, Miss Jackson. Uh-huh. Just about ready to cast off. They get the final word from the radio station back there at the port. It's on now, hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it. I wonder what kind of,
Attention Clipper Flight number 12. Wind south by southwest 4 knots. Visibility unlimited. Harbor cleared. You may proceed when... Council proceed clearance, Flight 12. Have a special bulletin for you. Stand by for 1 moment until we receive complete message.
Gosh, do you think maybe something has happened and we won't be able to take off?
No telling, Bobby. Just have to wait for the bulletin.
Attention Clipper Flight number 12. Attention Oceanic Flight number 28. Attention westbound Clipper Flight number 11. Bulletin from Brazilian Airways reads as follows. Unidentified transport ship, 4 motors, passed over Cape St. Roque Airport a few moments ago, flying in easterly direction at extreme high speed. Is believed to be the same ship that attempted to land at Natal, but forced to abandon attempt due to heavy fog. Also, single-motored ship of heavy horsepower flying in approximately same direction. Neither ship on regularly scheduled flight. Airport check fails to reveal point of takeoff of either ship. Any flight sighting or hearing these ships make report of exact location. That is all. You may proceed, Flight 12.
The Clipper takes off on another leg of its transatlantic flight. But did that final radio bulletin carry the story of the takeoff from South America of the transport carrying Jack Baker and the 2 gangsters? Was that single-motored ship the Aircat piloted by Pete? And yet another question looms nearer at hand. Did the mysterious Doc leave Bermuda aboard the oceanic plane in company with Hans? Or is he aboard the Clipper with Bobby and Aunt Hattie, known to them as Dr. Tyler? It is with more suspense and more anxiety we await the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
to Africa by way of the Atlantic clipper, Aunt Hattie, Bobby Baker, and Dr. Tyler land at Bermuda, where Tyler tells them he is making a short visit to a friend there. Bobby and Aunt Hattie step into a cafe just in time to miss seeing the Doc, head of the diamond smuggling ring, and his aide in crime, the scientist Hans. They leave as Bobby and Aunt Hattie return and are joined by Dr. Tyler, who once more leaves Bobby in doubt as to Tyler's honesty by referring to the interstate ship flown by Jack Baker. But the three depart on the clipper just as a radio report is received that 2 ships have just headed east across the Atlantic. We know that Bobby and Aunt Hattie are safe for the moment, so let us join Pete, Kay, and Zeb in the Aircat.
Sure is lucky, Kay, that Jack kept that carrier wave of his on the air so that headquarters could pick up the conversation. Otherwise, we never would have known just when they were taking off.
I'll say we wouldn't. But why do you suppose they tried to land back there just before they left the coast, Pete?
I never figured that one out. You got any ideas about that, Zeb?
Yep, I reckon I have, youngster. If I remember correctly, the place where he was going to try to come to roost was Natal, which is quite a little seaport.
But that still doesn't mean a thing to me, Zeb.
But don't you recollect they was going to try and send Ann back to the States on one of them little tramp steamers, one without a radio, so she couldn't send word about where she was?
I get it, Zeb. Morgan figured to land there at Natal, rush Ann to the seaport, put her on board a boat, and then beat it back to the ship. That way he'd know that the boat left with her.
Well, I can see that all right, Pete, but surely they couldn't take a chance on a boat being about ready to leave just at the time they took off.
Well, I got a hunch that Vic just radioed to that amateur in Natal to find out about a boat, just like he did about getting them supplies he wanted. You was so interested in keeping that set of yours on the high-pressure wave you talk about so much that you didn't listen to any of the other places on that dial.
I guess you're right about that, Zeb. Well, no matter what they tried to do, they failed. And that fog put a crimp in that. And I'll wager that Jack's not a bit sorry.
You contacted headquarters and told them about it, didn't you, Pete?
Oh, sure I did, Kay. But I don't know just who they'll tell about it. Aunt Hattie is somewhere out over the Atlantic with Bobby and that Dr. Tyler.
I know. You still think Dr. Tyler is the doc.
Well, sure. Why not? Ever since Tyler left the sanitarium at Springfield, Vic Morgan's been trying to raise his own radio station, and it's been as quiet as a clam with laryngitis. Doesn't that clinch it?
Not quite. I can see where he might not be the doc, and we got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sure, that's fine. But the minute he leaves, this foreigner that works for him, that Hans, he leaves too. And D12, the operator at our headquarters, says that he booked passage on the Oceanic Airways flying boat that's left just a little ahead of the Clipper.
Sure, and this here D12 also said that there was an unidentified man from Springfield took a reservation on the same boat, which might be the doc. Leastwise, it was somebody the Secret Service boys never seen before.
Don't you get to talking now, Pete, and lose that transport. This is a mighty big ocean to have to search.
Well, don't worry about that, Kay. This radio takes care of that nicely. By using that directional beam receiver, I can keep them right in line just as long as Jack keeps that frequency on the air. I guess that Joe and Vic must be sleeping or something, because he's really taking a chance.
Oh, you'd think with Ann aboard especially, those 2 gangsters would take turns sleeping. They think Jack's a new member, and, well, if I were them, I'd be sort of suspicious of him for a while.
Maybe they are taking turns, and this just happens to be Joe's turn to stay awake. You see, here's something I never told you before. When I sort of scouted over that there mountain back there at Cape St. Roque, just to see how Jack was making out.
You mean when those natives scared us half to death?
Yep, that was the day. Well, I got over there and found the whole place deserted, like I told you. Then after taking a look around and seeing that they'd not have to send for any gas on account of the tank was full there for the shack, well, I headed back along the trail that went to LaHaye, thinking that maybe I could get sight of them just to see if Ann was still with them. Funny thing was that only one set of tracks went that way. Joe's.
Joe's? I didn't think that Vic could trust him to go on anything important like that.
Well, I reckon Vic thought it'd be a little mite dangerous, so Joe went. Well, sir, pretty soon I heard a commotion, and there was a whole crowd coming along the trail, coming back from LaHaye. It was Joe. He'd got a bunch of fellers. He was up in front, walking with a feller that I'd never seen before. About that time, they decided to stop for a rest, and Joe and this feller went off to one side of the trail and was holding a kind of a confab. So I snuck up kind of close through the woods, and I pinned my ears onto what they was talking about. And I heard Joe say that if he, meaning this other feller, put the radio on such and such a wavelength, he could pick up the Aircat airplane and not
The
only...
Aircat? But how did Joe find out what our frequency is? Why didn't you tell me this before?
Now, doggone it, youngster, you might listen to the rest of this. Joe told him that he'd also be able to send messages to D12.
Their messages to D12? Well, Pete, that's the number of the operator in Washington. Joe must have been listening in while Jack's been talking to them sometime or another.
Sure, but why would he want this other chap to send messages to D12?
Well, you got me there, son, but I did hear him say that this feller had better not let Vic Morgan get wind of him knowing this frequency or the whole thing would fall through.
Now, wait a minute, Zeb. Are you trying to get the idea over that this Joe Tolliver is playing in with Jack Baker?
I ain't a-trying to get no idea over, youngster. I'm just a-telling you what I hear.
Oh, but Zeb, why didn't you tell us all this before about Joe?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was coming back through the jungle back there just a-mulling it over in my head, trying to see where this Joe fit into the picture, and whether I better keep my fool head shut for a little while and see how he worked out, or whether to tell you when, zing, I run smack into you folks there in your airship surrounded by them natives.
Yeah, that was plenty ticklish, all right, Zeb. I thought any minute that one of those fellas was going to let fly one of those arrows and let it come whizzing right through the ship. They looked like they could drive run right through the middle at that.
Oh, it certainly was lucky for us that they were friendly and that we just mistaken their actions. You know, I'd like to stop at that landing field on our way back, if we do come back.
Well, Kay, I guess according to the way things is laid out, that when this smuggling ring is all rounded up and the boys are in jail, and maybe I find my claim over there in Africa, and maybe find George, too, well, you'll be coming. All right, but I don't reckon I'll be along. That's why I'm telling you this. But don't use that landing field anymore.
Why not, Zeb? It made a swell place to land, had plenty of water and shelter. I guess we could buy food from those natives if we had to.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong, youngster. I sort of misled you about them natives. Them natives didn't have nothing to do with Chief Paxtell's crowd at all. Fact is, they're led by a chap called Abtak. Well, sir, this Abtak and his bunch have kind of queer habits. Maybe you've seen the results of some of them habits in museums. Little dried-up things that look like dolls, you know, and on the sign in front of them it said that they wasn't dolls at all, but just some enemies that had had bad luck. Well, fixing them up like that is just one of the bad habits that this Abtak has got.
Oh, but you said they were friendly. Zeb, we saw you walk right up to him, and, well, of course, we don't know what you said, but he called his men and they left. Surely they couldn't have been as savage as you say.
Yeah, I'll admit I said that, but I didn't want you two to get scared unless I couldn't parley the chief out of what he had in mind, which was something about 2 white sacrifices for some big feast they was going to have.
But, Zeb, how did you get the guy to beat it like that?
Well, I know it ain't allowed in the best circles, but I just sort of went up to old Abtak and hinted around in a nice sort of a way that if the 200 or 300 men which was following me happened along and found them...
200 or 300 men? Why, Zeb.
Yeah, I know. My reserve force was only limited by my own imagination. But I told him that my men might come swarming out of them woods and not understand that Abtak was a friend of mine. Abtak saw the pint immediate, and, as you know, he decamped in order, as they say.
But, Zeb, to make him believe that you had 200 or 300 men following you?
Well, I sort of salved my conscience by telling myself that I didn't actually say they was back there in the woods. I just said they might be. And, of course, they might have been, for all I know. Only it would have been a miracle if they had been.
It was more of a miracle that you got the old boy to swallow the story, Zeb.
Oh, not so much. Abtak looked at me for a minute like he thought I was lying, and I looked right back at him, just as though I wasn't, and, well, I was the best convincer.
Well, you can bet I won't set this Aircat down there in that field. Here I thought all the time that those fellows were just putting on a show.
Peter, you still right behind Jack and Ann? Doesn't seem to me that the wave is coming in as strong as it did.
It has faded out a little. They might have put on a little more speed or gone up and started making use of that substratosphere flying. I'll give this old direction finder a bit of a twist. See if that doesn't work.
There. Hey, that whistle's louder there, if that's what you're after.
Yeah, that's it. There. Yeah. Well, he has changed direction. But for the love of Mike...
What's the matter, Pete?
Well, the way he's going. It gets me what he's trying to do. Something wrong here.
Yeah? Which way do you think he turned, Pete?
Well, it seems like he turned sort of southeast. But there isn't anything that way at all. Our course should lie right straight east, or rather east by north. Instead of that, he's turned directly southeast.
You mean there ain't no land in that direction, son?
Not according to this chart. Here, see here. We should be going that way. Instead of that, we head down this way. We haven't enough gas to reach Africa or anything else. Neither is Jack.
Do you suppose they have another uncharted island rigged up like the one near Florida?
Nope, youngsters, here. Here's the answer right here.
Huh?
If we're heading like you say we are, that would bring us up right here, see?
Uh-huh.
You should have turned this chart a little more. See there? Tristan da Cunha.
Oh, yeah. But what on earth would they be wanting in that section of the Atlantic?
Looks to me like they're flying a mighty neat course if they want to keep out of the road of steamers and flying boats. Only thing is, this Tristan's just a little bunch of islands. They ain't got any permanent habitation.
Can you land on them?
Sure, you can land on them. The only thing is, they ain't got no grocery store just around the corner, if you get what I mean.
But Jack just took on a load of supplies.
Yeah, sure, Jack did. But as I remember it, when I checked our stuff back in St. Roque, we had about 2 days' grub. And flying the way we are, following Jack and Ann this way, we're going to be out of hollering distance of the chuck wagon for considerable more than that.
And then I guess we'll have to turn back. It's no use going on. In case anything should happen, we'd starve.
Listen, son. Remember them sealed orders we broke open? They said stay within 100 miles of Baker at all costs. Now, we may have to tighten up our belts a little, and Kay here will have to go on a movie star diet. But we're shoving right on. That's one of the costs.
On and on over the Atlantic rushed the two planes. Will they obtain food for the unlooked-for distance? And what of fuel? Who can say what will be the real cost called for in the sealed orders? The thrills of an uncharted airlane will recall us to the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Flying under orders from the United States Secret Service to keep within 100 miles of the transport flown by Jack Baker, Pete Peterson at the controls of the Speedy Aircat, which also carries Kay Thompson and Zeb Abercrombie, used the directional beam of their radio receiver to stay close behind the transport. But not far out from South America, Pete notes that Jack has changed his course to a southeasterly direction, which, according to their chart, makes the island of Tristan da Cunha the only possible destination. Pete views this with dismay, for his small ship has but a limited supply of gas, and the provisions were intended to carry the three only in a direct flight across the Atlantic. Nor does Zeb lighten the tension when he tells Pete that the islands toward which they are headed have no permanent population, and therefore cannot be relied upon as a source of supplies. Once more we enter the cabin of the Aircat as it hurtles over the broad expanse of the Atlantic.
Are you still in line with Jack's ship, Pete?
Right on him, Kay. Sure is funny how Jack can keep that carrier wave on all this time. I wish I knew whether or not Vic and Joe were close enough to hear anything. I'd like to have a little talk with Jack.
Well, it seems to me, youngster, that if Jack's as smart as I think he is, he'd have that listening thing on his head fixed so nothing would come busting through it very loud.
That's right, Zeb, but what at that? Because he'd never be able to know when headquarters is going to come on. He sure wouldn't want Vic to listen in on any of those conversations.
Then why don't you take a shot at it?
Okay. Can you hear me, Jack? This is Pilot Peterson calling Jack Baker. Can you hear me, Jack? Calling Jack Baker. Calling Jack Baker. Calling Jack...
D12 calling Peterson. D12 calling Peterson.
Headquarters heard me anyhow. Come in, D12. This is Peterson.
Heard your call to Baker. His carrier has been on since he left St. Roque. We have made every effort to contact him last hour, but no response. What is his course?
Right now, directly southeast. According to my strength of signal, Baker is about 50 to 60 miles ahead.
Tell him about our gas and provisions, Pete.
Only apparent land in that direction is Tristan da Cunha. What is your present position?
About 19 degrees south and 28 west, roughly.
How about your gasoline?
Gas holding out fine, enough to get to Tristan, if it's no further than my chart shows. But our provisions are low, and our water is lower than that. We plan for route straight east to Luando.
According to our reports, no gas or supplies at Tristan. You can pick up water at Trinidad. We'll try to arrange for gas, oil, and food at Tristan if we can contact boat in vicinity.
Fine. Have you heard from Tyler Sanitarium?
No sound from Tyler Sanitarium radio at Springfield since last report. Believe station there is deserted. Morrison is checking in Washington. We'll sign off now to allow you to pick up Baker's carrier wave.
Okay, D12. It looks like we may get gas and oil yet. He said that we can pick up water at... Say, I gotta get that guy back. He must be off. Did I hear him say Trinidad?
That's what I heard him say. But he couldn't have meant that, could he, Pete? Well, Trinidad's where Jack and Ann got the transport mired down in that asphalt or tar or whatever it was.
That's what I thought. Maybe I better get that D12 back and see what he meant.
I reckon he meant just what he said, Pete. He was right. He meant Trinidad. Only he meant another place entirely. I reckon there must be 3 of them that I know of.
Yeah, I know. There must be more than one town named that, but this is an island. And there couldn't be 2 islands named Trinidad.
I don't suppose there could be, but there is just the same. Now, if you'll take another look at this chart here, you'll see a spot right there. See?
Yeah.
Right under my finger there.
Yeah.
Well, sir, that's Trinidad. Only this one is a little bit of a place, maybe, 6 or 7 miles one way and a mile or so the t'other. And we're getting pretty close to it, too. Now, let me see. The position is about 20 degrees and 30 minutes south by 29 degrees and 30 minutes west.
But that doesn't tell us about landing. I'm not taking any chances with hostile natives, I can tell you that.
I don't reckon you'll have to be afeard about that because there ain't any natives there. Fact is, nobody lives there at all. And it's got a fine place to land. That's just about all, except it sure has got a fine spring. I reckon that's why headquarters wanted you to take water there, if you was going to need it.
Well, won't we lose track of Jack if we land there, Pete?
Not much chance of that, Kay. Well, we could keep right on to Tristan, I guess.
No, I don't think you better do that, son. Remember, if we run out of gas or something happens to that motor up there, we can float quite a few days on that rubber raft we got back here. We'd get pretty hungry, all right, but it wouldn't hurt us much. But when you ain't got water, well, I've knocked around the world enough to know that a good supply of water sometimes means everything.
Okay, Zeb, you're the doctor. We'll stop at Trinidad. I'll give her the gun till we get there. We ought to pass over it from the position there so that we won't be too far behind Jack.
Pete, I've just been wondering, how did Jack know when to change his course back there? I mean, when he turned southeast.
Say, I never thought about that. You don't suppose he could be on a beam now that he ran into it back there, do you?
Well, if he did, that would explain why he doesn't answer anyone. He's got the transmitter on one frequency and his receiver is on the beam.
Sure, but where on earth would they have a station that could send a beam?
Look, why don't you try it on the gang's radio frequency, the one they always use for their beam?
Okay, we'll have a try at it, but I still don't see where...
There's something that sure ain't static.
It's a beam, all right. And it's on their usual frequency. I don't know where they could locate a station that could send anything like that out here into the middle of the Atlantic.
Oh, that ain't so hard to figure out if you happen to know Tristan de Cunha.
But the people there, the place can't be so very big, and with a powerful station, someone would be sure to report it.
Maybe they wouldn't know it was there at all.
But you say it's small, so why wouldn't they know about it?
Well, youngster, the island of Tristan itself is sort of round, about 7 miles across, I reckon, with an old volcano rising about a mile or more right smack dab in the middle. It sort of tapers out toward the edges, only when it gets to the ocean, it drops off about 1,000 feet straight down.
Then how on earth would a person manage to land there? I mean, even with a boat.
Well, you can only land in one place, and that's on the northwest side. There's a long flat spot there along the ocean, a couple of miles long and maybe a half-mile wide. That's about the only place that anybody can live, too, because they can't get up them cliffs any too easy, which they ain't no mind to do. Because there ain't anything up there but a little lake when you do get up there.
Well, then, if they can't get up there, how could there be a radio station there? You sure couldn't hide one on the beach.
I never said an airplane couldn't land on top of them cliffs, did I? Well, son, outside of being a little rough and going uphill all the time, it wouldn't make such a bad place to land one of these contraptions, which is exactly what I imagine Jack Baker is going to have to land.
No wonder they wanted a good pilot. So isn't that land right over there?
It is, Pete. That must be Trinidad, the little one.
I reckon we'll have to number these Trinidads if we're going to make this a regular beat. Yep, that's it, all right. You think you can land there, Pete?
Like falling off a log, only easier. I'm flying for that place right down there. It looks plenty okay.
Ah, that wasn't bad at all, son. Hey, can you move her just a little further?
Yeah.
Now, as I remember it, that spring was right over that-a-way. Yep. Pete, you sure landed right at the water hydrant, all right. Looks like you knowed where you was going.
Oh, but this place looks wild and deserted.
Yeah, it's deserted, all right. See here, Pete, why don't you look over that engine a little, and I'll handle the filling of that water tank. It won't take me more than a few minutes.
Pete, where on earth did he learn all the things he seems to know about these islands and all that?
Don't ask me, Kay, but he sure knows, all right. I guess he's been all over the world. Gold, buried treasure, diamonds. Always on the trail of something or other.
Yeah, but he seems to have plenty of money. I don't see why he has to spend all of his time trying to find things like that.
He doesn't have to, Kay. Fact is, his having plenty of money is the reason he can go on these expeditions all over the map. But Art Morrison tells me that this is no money-making trip for Zeb.
Oh?
Said that he'd made up his mind to jail the fellas that jumped his claim on that diamond mine. And incidentally, the government was plenty glad to get his help.
Here he comes. You find the water, Zeb?
Water? Oh, yeah. Right where it was a long time ago. Yep, the water was there, all right.
What's the matter, Zeb? You look like you'd seen something that kind of got you.
Wait till I get this water in the tank, and I'll tell you all about it, son.
I wonder what it was, Pete. He has this crazy look on his face. Like it was something he didn't want to tell us.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yep, I saw something, all right, but first of all, youngster, tell me, how far do you reckon Jackie is ahead of us?
Well, I'd say by this time maybe 50 or even a little more. Why ask that, Zeb?
And how long has it been since we heard that, whatchamacallit wave of his?
You mean his carrier wave?
Yeah.
Let me see. We cut it off and turned on the radio beam, I guess 10 minutes, more or less.
Then if we was right up to him, he could have been right about here when we cut off, huh?
Zeb, what are you trying to say? You don't think anything has happened, do you?
I don't rightly know, youngsters. I'm worried, sort of. But I guess one time's as good as another to find out. Hey, come on up here to the spring with me, and we'll find out for sure.
I don't get it, but we'll soon see. Here, I'll carry the buckets. You lead the way, Zeb.
Yeah, all right. Watch your step when you get into this brush. There's a lot of rocks.
Well, I don't see anything. Besides that, there isn't anywhere that Jack could have landed on this place except the place we used.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, there's the spring right there.
Mm-hmm.
But look, Pete, I want you to take a good look right through them trees there.
You mean that little clump over there?
Yeah.
I see something. We don't get the connection.
Well, maybe it was just the way the light hit it when them trees moved in the wind, but somehow I thought it looked a lot like...
Pete, I see it now. It looks like...
I still can't make it out. Those weeds and stuff are way over a fellow's head. It's all you can see. There's something sticking out.
Yeah, I know, but watch. Watch when the wind blows them to one side.
There. Zeb, you're right. That's the rudder of a transport ship. Let's get over there. Maybe we can be in time.
Ain't no use rushing now, young feller. There ain't a sound coming out of that thing.
A transport ship lying in the underbrush of desolate Trinidad. Can it be that this will mark the end of the flight for Jack and Ann? And the end of the trail for Pete and Kay? What will be the answer to the ominous silence that hangs over the fallen monarch of the skies? Time will be heavy with suspense as we anxiously await the next thrill-laden episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes. instructions from Secret Service headquarters, Pete Peterson, flying the Speedy Aircat plane, which also carried Kay Thompson and Zeb Abercrombie, lands on the desolate island of Trinidad, several hundred miles off the east coast of South America, to take water. Ahead of them fly Jack Baker, Ann Burton, and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, their apparent destination being the almost uninhabited island of Tristan da Cunha. On landing in Trinidad, Zeb discovers the rudder of a large transport ship almost hidden in the underbrush. Can this be Jack's ship? Kay, Pete, and Zeb are just now approaching the grounded airliner.
Go ahead, Pete. Don't wait for me. There might be something you can do for them.
Oh, we'll get there quick enough. Here, give me your hand. Come on.
Thanks, Pete. Can you see the numbers on their tail yet?
Not where they loom above the weeds.
Oh, it just can't be Ann and Jack. It just can't be, that's all.
Sure doesn't look like one of Jack's landings. That must be only a clump of trees within 100 yards. Jack wouldn't have.
I can see the wings through the trees now. It ain't much damage, and that's a fact.
Then why is it so silent? Could they all be, well, knocked out?
Hey, wait a minute. There, you can see that ship. And that is the upper part of the wings plane.
Uh-huh. I can see the wings, but I can't make out the license number at all.
That ship's been there for no telling how long.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean, son. Up there on top, back of the engine.
Then you mean it's not Jack's ship? Not the interstate transport?
Nope, it isn't, Kay.
Well, how do you know that ship's been here a long time?
Well, it's rained. Wind must have blowed some, too, since that airplane got here. Because you can see where the mud has sort of collected along that limb and run down over the edges.
Well, then why don't we go up there and have a look?
Thought maybe we might find someone in there. Anybody that would scrape the numbers off a ship, well, they might not think we were welcome.
You're sure learning about the woods, son.
Well, that's a relief anyway, to know that this is not Jack.
Well, I reckon it's okay to have a look. Anyway, there ain't nobody to enforce any rule that says we can't.
But, Pete, aren't you afraid that we'll get too far behind Jack?
I don't think so, Kay. And anyway, we've got to look this thing over and make a report of it. If we do miss Jack's radio carrier wave, we can get on that beam we caught. That'll take us right where Jack's going, or I miss my guess.
All right. You're the boss, Mr. Peterson. Say, the numbers have been taken off the wings, too. No wonder we couldn't read them.
I wonder where it come from.
Well, it wasn't a regular airline transport, or those license numbers would be there. Don't suppose it could have been some poor chap trying to make a thrill hop across the Atlantic.
With a transport this size... Don't be silly, Pete. This ship has been in use at some time as a passenger ship.
Looks like we're all taking turns playing detective. What makes you think so, Kay?
You see those two shiny marks about halfway up on the cabin door? One on each side. Well, those marks were worn there by just one thing.
I get it. The handrail of passenger steps. You're doing all right, Kay.
Well, I reckon we can find out a lot about her now. Here we are. Yep. Weeds growed up around here a little. I'd say she's been here a matter of a month or thereabouts.
Doesn't seem to be much real damage at all. But, Pete, there's something funny. You'd think the trees behind it would be broken down way back, and there are only a few broken.
Don't take much to figure that. Anyway, with the place up there ahead, when the wind wham. Give me a boost, Zeb.
There you are.
That's it. Better stay back, Kay. No telling what we'll find in here.
Here, give me your hand, Pete. There. There we are. Well?
Not a thing. Doesn't look like anyone in the pilot's compartment. All right, Kay. The place is deserted. Give us your hand and we'll have a bit of a look around this, Kay. That's it. Up you come.
Isn't there anyone in the plane at all? Not even...
No, not even. You were right about this being a passenger ship at one time. Well, there doesn't seem to be any signs of any casualties in here. Suppose we take a look in the pilot's compartment.
Yeah. Oh, hey. This here's an American ship. I mean an American that's running her right recent. See here?
Cigarette package.
Yeah.
Oh, but you can't tell anything by that, Zeb. They sell American brands all over the world.
Sure they do, but they don't have that tax stamp on them. Yep. That sort of gives us an idea where this thing is from. You see anything in there, Pete?
It looks like the pilot and another fellow was in here. They got out okay because there isn't much damage outside of a bit of broken glass and the instruments. Where do you suppose they went?
Well, they might still be here on the island. Do you suppose they could have managed to live here all this time?
No, if they were figuring on leaving the island because they've taken part of the instruments with them, including the radio transmitter and the receiver. I I guess they must have radioed for help and then took the stuff out when the boat got here. Funny, though, we never heard anything about this.
I think I'll take a look around on the ground. Inside one of these things, I'm sort of a stranger, but on the ground, I can read lots of stories without any printing. Just the pictures that people don't think they leave.
Okay, Zeb, we'll be with you in a second. Not much we can do here outside of getting the engine number and report this ship when we get headquarters on the air again.
Pete, you suppose this ship could have something to do with the smuggling ring we're trying to run down?
Afraid that'd be a little too much of a coincidence, Kay. But it does look funny to find it on the same route that they're sending Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And there's sure going to be a lot of trouble to remove any evidence that there might be here. But even if it was, it wouldn't make any difference.
No, except that if this fellow were going to that Tristan place, he'd have a lot of gas in his tanks. And we need gas.
Kay, you're the delight of my life sometimes. That idea was worthy of a master. This guy should have had plenty of the old fluid in each wing tank. And all we have to do is to siphon it out and... What's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry, Pete, but it looks like my idea fizzled out. Take a look at those wings, both of them.
Oh, yeah. Busted loose completely. Must have done that when he set down so hard. I never noticed that before. You can see the inside of the tank. Well, that lets that out. We're still in need of gas. Might as well get back to the ship.
And I thought we had the gas problem all solved. Oh, well. Hey, what's that piece of paper? No, not the one by the pilot seat. By the other one. It's kind of stuck under there. How that's it?
I don't know. You got some writing on it. Kind of faint, though. You can't make it out in here. Oh, I guess...
Hang on to it till we get outside. It might be important.
I'll catch you, Kay. That's it. Oh, there's Zeb coming back. Find out anything, Zeb?
Yeah, just about as much as you could expect, considering the time and all. Looks like one of our friends didn't do so good. Anyhow, there's a mark still over there on the beach where a boat's been pulled up higher than any tide's ever come. A lot of footprints, too, wherever the rain ain't washed them out. And the print of where they set a stretcher down a couple of times. Mm-hmm. So I reckon one of the boys must have been at least so he couldn't walk.
Don't see any marks in the compartment where a fellow could have been hurt. Not a thing in there to tell the story.
Pete, I think I've got it. You remember Ann telling us about that conversation of Vic's over the phone at the Tyler Sanitarium the night they chloroformed Jack? Remember? She heard Vic telling someone.
Yeah, the doc. I remember.
Yes. Well, she said he was talking about another pilot. I forget his name, although Ann did mention it. Well, anyway, this other pilot who was working for the doc had cracked up or something and would never fly again.
Sure, but what's that got to do with this?
Don't you see? This pilot, the one who was on this ship here, evidently got his back hurt or something like that, and they just received word of it. That was why they needed the interstate transport.
And that was why they had to have Jack Baker to fly for him. I get it now. I've got Jack flying for him, all right, but if they only knew why.
Well, that seems to settle the question of this plane. We'd better be getting back to our own, or Jack will be 1,000 miles ahead of us. Oh, say, where's that paper?
Oh, this?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see what it says. 11:22. Should be on radio beam. Try again. TS. Now, that's one line. Now, here's another. Pretty faint, though. If necessary to land, use Trinidad. TS. Looks to me like the passenger or co-pilot was writing down the message from... Say, Kay, that TS signed on there bears out your story, all right. That's the gang's headquarters signature.
Okay, something about gas. See if you can make that out, son.
Now, let's see. We'll give you location of your gasoline supply in 5 minutes. Stand by, TS. Now, that's followed by... Looks like the guy started having engine trouble right about then because the message reads, okay to land Trinidad. Stand by for gas. Location. TS.
Well, does it give the location of that gas, Pete? There's a kind of a scrawl there. Can you make it out?
Looks like that came in while the fellow was landing. Let me see now. 1,000 gallons gasoline. Can't make out that next number. Drums, oil in... That's either cave or cove. I can't tell which. In cave. Inaccessible. How do you like that? That's enough to make a guy pull a bum landing. Tell him where 1,000 gallons of gas is, and then tell him that it's in a cave that's inaccessible.
Well, there's one thing. The cave ain't on this island, but that other part, I reckon that's too deep for me.
Why do you suppose they put the gas in some cave you couldn't get to?
Oh, must have got that way after they cached it there. Maybe the tide closed up the opening or something. I give up.
Well, I reckon we might as well mosey back to the airplane. That Jack sure will get a head start on us for this time.
Boy, if we just had that 1,000 gallons of gas and those drums of oil, one'd be enough for us. What do you suppose that so-called inaccessible cave could be?
There's no use thinking about it, Pete. You just have to trust to luck to get gas from some tanker that passes wherever we land, I guess.
Tanker? You forget, Kay, that down there we'll be completely out of the regular steamer lanes. Unless headquarters makes some arrangements, we're sunk. There's not much use hurrying. Can't land on that Tristan da Cunha. It's like Zeb says it is, unless Jack has already taken off. There's a cinch that we can't go flying around stalling for time. Not with the supply of gas that we'll have by the time we get down there. If we could just think of how to get gas out of an inaccessible cave.
Well, plug my head for a ripe watermelon. If I hadn't ought to be hung for not thinking of that before. Inaccessible cave, huh? Come on, you youngsters. We're going to get that gas, and we're going to fly around, because we're not landing at Tristan da Cunha.
Hey, Zeb, wait a minute. What do you mean? That scrawl said that the gas was in an inaccessible cave. We know that Jack is heading for Tristan da Cunha.
Sure, only the inaccessible cave ain't inaccessible at all, and what's more, we're going to land on an inaccessible island. Fact is, our destination is inaccessible.
Can Zeb be right? Does he really know the location of the so-called inaccessible cave that hides the plentiful supply of gas and oil? And what does he mean by landing on an inaccessible island? There's a startling answer in the next chock-full of thrills episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Pete, Kay, and Zeb find that the transport ship that has been deserted on the island of Trinidad is one that had been landed there a month or so before by another member of the diamond smuggling ring. The only thing left aboard the ship is a note containing what were apparently the last few radio messages from the gang's headquarters in Springfield. The last message gives our three friends a ray of hope, for it mentions gas, which they need badly. But the note says that the gas is in a cave, but is followed by the word inaccessible. But something strikes Zeb, and he urges a speedy flight toward the destination of Jack Baker and Ann Burton, the island of Tristan da Cunha, telling Pete and Kay that their gas worries are apparently over. What can he mean? Well, suppose we enter the cabin of the Aircat and find out for ourselves.
Zeb, I don't quite get what you were driving at when you said that we were not going to land at Tristan da Cunha.
Now, son, you just trust old Zeb. I'm going to show you that sometimes I use my head for something besides keeping my collar from slipping up. You still on that beam?
Yeah, hear it?
That was on the gang's beam frequency, wasn't it, Pete?
Yeah, Kay. I thought that it'd be safer than trying to keep tuned into Jack. But I've been buzzing in there on that wavelength every once in a while, too. Thought that D12, the guy at headquarters, might give us a bit of encouragement about grub and gas.
Well, you just quit worrying about gasoline.
I know, Zeb, but that note that we found on that wrecked ship back there in Trinidad. 1,000 gallons of gas and some drums of oil in cave inaccessible. And if they're not accessible, just how are we going to get them?
Oh, what worries me is not being able to land on that Tristan Island while Jack and Ann are there.
Well, you just let me know when we're, say, 100 miles from Tristan, and then let me sort of navigate this here craft.
Okay, Zeb. I sure can't see what you're so optimistic about. I'm going to give Jack another try on the radio. Just a chance he might be getting close to a landing.
Do you think he'd have a chance to say anything?
I don't know. Nothing like taking a chance on overhearing something. Nope, nothing stirring. I can leave it there for a little bit. Zeb, you've been working with that sextant. How do you say our position is right now?
Well, I ain't so polished up on this shooting the sun like I used to be. It ain't like a boat. This here thing, you change position so fast that by the time you figure out where you are, you're already somewhere else. But I'll get it. Now, let me see.
There's headquarters calling somebody. I wonder who that D46 could be. Must be some new guy.
New guy nothing, Pete. D46 is you.
What?
Don't you remember that's the secret code number they assigned to you?
Say, that's right. I guess I forgot. Okay, D46. Answering D12. Come in, D12.
Still trying to locate ship near Tristan da Cunha that can furnish you with gas at nearby point in time to permit you to keep on trail of Baker. How is your gas holding out?
Plenty to get to Tristan, I guess. Where can we land near Tristan without taking a chance on being heard by Baker and the others?
Only 2 islands near Tristan. One is too small to land on. The other is inaccessible. We'll notify you later. That is all, D46.
Well, for the love of Mike, now him. Are all the places around this neck of the woods tough to get to, or do people just like the word inaccessible? I tell you, it's getting on my nerves.
Yeah, here she be, Pete. Your location, as near as I can figure it, we're just about 37 degrees south and 11 west. And, say, that ain't so very far from where we're going.
Now, let me see. Here's Tristan right here. Say, I'll say we're getting close. It's 37 degrees, 5 minutes, and about 50 seconds south. 12 degrees, 16 minutes, and about 40 seconds west. We'd better be getting a little off this beam unless we want to be...
Yeah, that must be it.
The radio, listen.
Your island's right down there. Well, if you'll just indicate your preferences to a landing field, I'll do my best to hit it. That long flat spot over there on the northwest side looks about the best. There seems to be some houses near there. What?
That's Jack. He left that mic open on purpose.
That volcano. Hey, Morgan, you think I'm crazy? You wouldn't have one chance in a million landing on the side of that thing. Besides... Oh, I get it. That open place up there. Okay, Morgan, you picked it. But if we overshoot that field, there seems to be a drop of about 1,000 feet right straight down. Okay, we'll have a try at it. We're going in.
We must be close, all right. Jack's going in, and he's landing right where you said he would, Zeb.
Yep, I reckon that's where they got that radio station, up on the side of that old volcano.
Sure hope that Jack's got plenty of room to stop. That drop sounds plenty bad.
Oh, he'll make it all right. And now, you see this little dot right here? And this other one right here?
Yeah.
Well, them are the 2 islands that feller back in Washington talked about. Now, according to my figuring, we're a little west. So you just bear off a little to the right, and not too much now, but just about enough so that we'll be about 20 miles west of Tristan. You think you can do it?
Sure, but I don't see where that's going to get us. From the report...
D12 calling D46. D12 calling D46. D12 calling
D46 answering D12. Come in, D12.
Did you hear Baker and Mike apparently landing on Tristan?
Heard him, D12. Sounds like he left Mike open on purpose.
Thanks, D46. Thought it might be a hoax. Suggest that you use only code numbers from now on account of proximity of large beam station on Tristan. Freak reception might enable interception of messages.
Okay, D12. Any news about gas supply?
Contact a destroyer now near Montevideo. If we cannot contact closer vessel within 12 hours, we'll have them make all haste to Tristan, but we'll contact you later on this. Meanwhile, prepare to land in proximity of Tristan. Suggest you use island 20 miles west of Tristan proper.
Yeah, but D12, you said that island was inaccessible.
Correct, D46. That island is inaccessible. That is all.
Listen, Kay, if you ever saw a pilot going slowly but very surely crazy, you'll recognize the symptoms now.
Oh, take it easy. Pete, Zeb, and this D12 can't both be wrong. And they both agree that you land 20 miles west of Tristan.
Which is just about where we ought to be right now. I'll be hanged if I can see any island either accessible or inaccessible.
Then you ain't looking very close, son. How about that chunk of land pretty nigh under your keel?
You mean... Well, for the love of Mike, there is an island there. And there's a swell place to sit down, too. That the place, Zeb?
That's it, son.
And here's where we drop in. Get set. Can you work that gear, Zeb?
I reckon I can by this time. Next thing you know, I'll be putting in for a pilot's license. There's your subtracting wheels out now.
Oh, you can see the whole island, and there surely doesn't seem to be a soul on it.
Don't see how there could be with those cliffs rising up from the ocean like that. Oh, watch it. This may be a little rough.
Well, as somebody once said, here we are, but where are we?
One thing I do know. We're just about out of gas. Most important of all, I'm getting hungry.
Well, we'll have a look around. You never can tell what you'll find on a place like this.
Zip, what is that? Well, it looks like a mountain sticking out of the ocean way over there.
That, Kay, is what you can see of the island of Tristan. That's the old volcano you see there, only it's dead now, and there's a freshwater lake up in the crater.
I'd say this was just about as inaccessible an island as anybody could find.
Yeah, you sure was right, Pete, when you said it was inaccessible, because that's what I happened to think of way back there on Trinidad.
I don't get the connection.
You was thinking all the time that the word inaccessible on that note you found in that airplane meant that the cave couldn't be got to. And then when this D12 feller from the government headquarters said the other island was inaccessible, you thought the same thing, that right?
Sure.
Well, this island is inaccessible. Not meaning that you can't get to it, but that the name of it is inaccessible. You get it?
Well, who would have thought of that?
Well, it seems like there's 3 of these islands in this Tristan to Cuna outfit. There's Tristan itself, where Jack and Ann lit. Then there's what they call Nightingale, only there ain't no nightingales there that I ever heard of or anything else much. And then this one, which they called Inaccessible on account of the high cliffs all around it.
I get it now, all right. It looks a lot like Trinidad, too, doesn't it?
Yep, I reckon it does. The funny thing about that, too, these islands here in Trinidad are all caused by old volcanoes that were spouting, maybe 1 million years ago. And a feller by the name of Tristan da Cunha discovered both of them. That's how this bunch got its name. But now, if that note in the airplane meant anything, there ought to be some caves hereabouts. And if I know these parts, we ain't going to find them up here on the top. They'd be more likely to be down around the water edge.
You mean there may be more than one cave?
Oh, sure.
Well, I don't understand how you knew that note meant there was gas cached away on this island here. And I certainly don't see why they picked this place instead of that Tristan where they have their radio station.
Well, of course, I wouldn't know about that. But I think maybe they didn't have any way of landing their gas over there except in where the inhabitants live. And they could land it on the beach here and pick it up in a plane up here on top.
Fine, but just how could they, or we for that matter, get 1,000 gallons of gas up the side of those cliffs from way down there on the beach?
Well, they must have made some arrangements for that, but I sure can't see any. Tell you what, we might look around and see if we can find any way to get down there. Say, you 2 youngsters go one way around the mesa, as they call it in the West, and I'll go the t'other. And if we see a way to get down to that little shelf down there, we'll holler.
Okay, Zeb. We'll start right here at the edge and go this way. Come on, Kay. We might jump up a rabbit or something. Maybe a kangaroo while we're looking.
I wonder how long we'll be here, Pete.
No telling, Kay. If we don't locate that supply of gas, and we're not sure that we will, we just have to wait until headquarters gets that destroyer to us. And how they can get up that cliff is a problem, too. Those walls are just straight up and...
Pete, he's disappeared. He was right over there by that little bush. Come on.
He must have fallen over the cliff.
Oh, he couldn't have done that. He was way back here. Right about here it was when I just saw him throw up his hands and just disappear.
But he isn't any... Watch out, Kay.
Oh, Pete. Oh, that was too close for comfort. Another inch and I'd have gone right down through that hole. Pete, listen, those rocks.
But no sound comes back from the seemingly bottomless volcanic pit. Will the hardy veteran of 1,000 jungle adventures survive this fall? Will the supply of gas on Inaccessible Island remain inaccessible? And what about the matter of food? There is an answer to every one of these gripping questions in the next thrill-teeming episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Learning that the word inaccessible used in the note found in the deserted airplane on Trinidad Island refers to the island of that name a short distance from Tristan da Cunha, Pete, Kay, and Zeb land there and start to search for the gas that is supposed to be cached in a cave somewhere on the island. Only 20 miles away on the larger island of the trio, Jack, Ann, and the two diamond smugglers are getting the huge interstate transport ship ready for the final leg of the transatlantic hop on the route to the illicit diamond fields in Luando, Africa. The huge transport has ample provisions for the 2,000-mile hop to Capetown, but the little Aircat lacks oil, gas, and most important of all, food for the 3 occupants. It is while searching for this hidden store that Zeb falls into what appears to be a bottomless pit high up on the island plateau. Has he been injured? Will Kay and Pete, with the meager resources at their command, be able to rescue him? We join them at the mouth of the pit.
Zeb! Zeb, are you hurt? Can you answer me? I don't hear a sound, do you, Kay?
Oh, nothing but those rocks, Pete. If he's at the bottom, they must be crashing right down on him.
Jarred loose when Zeb fell in there. But say, have you heard one of them sound like it hit bottom?
No, I haven't, Pete.
That's funny. I've been listening for, well, maybe a splash. Thought this might end up in one of those caves down there on the beach, but I sure don't hear anything like that.
Oh, can't we find a rope or a cable or something in the plane, Pete? I could go down because I'm the lightest. If the hole is that narrow, maybe Zeb's wedged down just a little ways, and if he was knocked out or something like that, we could get him out.
There's not a thing in the ship, Kay.
Well, then, couldn't I sort of brace myself against the side? You know, like we used to wiggle ourselves up and down between 2 walls that were close together. I used to do that when I was a kid.
Sure, I know. Used to do it myself.
If you'll get the flashlight from the plane, I'll try it, Pete. You see, if anything happens, you'll be able to fly the ship away, so it's better that I do it.
Okay, sorry. Look, those walls are like glass. You'd probably slip before you got 10 feet.
Oh, but maybe that's just a layer of rock of some kind. It wouldn't be like that very
I'm
far.
afraid it would. You see, these islands are built up by volcanoes, and all the stuff under the top layer of soil is lava or molten rock. No, we gotta figure out some other way.
Pete, didn't you say that the hole probably went right on down to one of the caves on the beach?
It might, but of course that's just a chance. We have no way of knowing unless we can get down there on the beach and have a look.
No. Well, you got a piece of paper? Just a little one.
Sure, my notebook, but what's the idea?
Never mind. Give me that. Now, let's see. Pete, you're right. That paper is going right straight up. Well, that shows that it's open on the bottom, and all we have to do is to get down to that beach and find where this pit comes out, and then see if we can work our way up.
Yeah, that's swell if we can find a way down. Hey, listen, did you hear something?
It sounds like Zeb. Listen.
Hello, Zeb. Are you hurt? Say, you can't hear him in here at all.
Sounds like it's coming from down on the beach, Pete.
I don't see where he could have fallen that far without killing himself, but he sure sounds like that's where he is.
Well, it must be, for there's not a sound coming out of that hole.
You see him anywhere?
There he is, Pete. Right over there by those large rocks, right by the edge of the water.
Hey, Zeb. Here we are. Are you hurt? That's a swell idea, but how? What do you mean the same way you got there? Fall down? Okay, Zeb, I'll try it. Come on, Kay.
Uh-huh.
Things appear to be different from what they look around here. If it didn't wreck Zeb, it won't crack us up. We'll get that flashlight first.
But, Pete, those rocks falling, you could hear them banging from side to side as they went down, and I know they dropped further than any 6 feet.
And we'll see when we get a flashlight. Wonder if Zeb has found the gas.
Well, if he hasn't, we can wait until headquarters sends that destroyer.
And by the time that it gets here, we'll be just about 24 hours behind Jack and Ann. I'd like to know how they could get any gas up the sides of that cliff, even if they could land it here.
That's so, too. Well, we'll have to worry about that later. Oh, here's the ship.
Yeah, I'll grab the flashlight. There. Anything you want in here, Kay?
Not a thing, unless you happen to run across a nice fried chicken.
Keep still about food, Kay, before I... Here it is.
How long do you think Jack and Ann will stay in Tristan, Pete?
Not very long. Just long enough to fill up with gas and oil and then be on their way across the briny deep.
But they can't expect Jack to go on forever without a bit of rest.
Unless I miss my guess, Jack is right now having the sleep of his life. That gang has a radio station on Tristan, and they have someone there that can gas up the ship and unload whatever it is that they want from the stuff that Jack bought. And meanwhile, Jack gets himself a load of sleep.
How about Ann? She must be worn out by this time.
If Jack and Ann are playing their cards right, they're doing what Vic and Joe should have done. Slept in relays. In other words, Ann should have caught herself a cat nap while Jack was flying so she could hang around the ship and be on the lookout for any messages that might drop in from headquarters. Well, okay, here's the pit. And we'll see what happened to Zeb. Kept him from going into a spin. Well, for the love of Mike.
What?
It does, Kay. There's the bottom right there, almost in front of our noses.
Oh, but that rock is so black that without a light it just looks like it goes on down. But, Pete, there's some sort of an opening off to one side. That must be where it sloped.
Right. Well, I'll drop down first, Kay, and then you drop and I'll grab you, okay?
Okay, Pete, I'm right behind
Hey,
you.
hold this light and then toss it to me. And here I go.
What's the matter?
Zeb's right. It is slick. Okay, drop me the light and then come on.
Here you are. Now, catch me.
There you are.
Ooh.
Watch your step. It's like ice here. Yeah, you can walk right into that opening and then... Hey, what's this?
What is it?
I thought for a minute that Zeb had done us dirt. This thing does slope down, and I do mean down. But take a look at that. Tracks.
Tracks? Oh, Pete, I hope there are no wild animals around here.
Wild animals, nothing. Steel tracks like they use in mines. Narrow gauge stuff. And they run down just as far as you can see.
But they're all rusty. Surely this gang couldn't have laid them.
Well, they've been down here in this cave for a long time. Well, what for, I sure don't know. Just watch out and don't stub your toe on those ties.
Looks like someone must have been mining for something around here, Pete. See, you can see where they've chipped off places in the sides of this cave.
That's where they had to make the passage a little wider for whatever they were hauling, either up or down. And we're doing any digging in here, because you can see that this is a natural tunnel. And they just had to help it out a little now and then.
Pete, look, there's someone up there in front of us. Way down there, see?
I don't see anybody. Where?
Oh, you can't see anybody, but there's a light. See it?
Of course there's a light. That's the end of the cave or tunnel or whatever it is. That's daylight.
Oh, it scared me for a minute. But I guess you're right. Don't go so fast, Pete. I'm almost out of breath.
Can't help it, Kay. This thing's almost straight down. I need better brakes in mine to hold back on a hill like this.
All right, but if I fall, I'll roll right out onto the beach.
Which is just about what happened to Zeb, I'll bet. We'll be there in a second or so. Yeah, doing okay, Zeb. Be with you in a minute. See, Kay? There's the beach right in front of you.
I see it. Now all we have to do is figure out how to get back up.
We'll think about that after we have a search for that gas that ought to be here. Zeb! Hello, Zeb!
Oh, Zeb, we're so glad to see you.
Yeah, I bet you sure thought I was a goner, didn't you, Pete?
Putting it mildly, yes, we did, Zeb. Never thought about having a private elevator down to this beach.
Pete, look up at that cliff. You mean that we were way up there? Oh, it makes me dizzy just to look at it.
The air hostess gets dizzy looking at a cliff. Can you beat that? Say, Zeb, what do you make of that track that's laid through the tunnel?
Oh, that? I never thought nothing about it. I reckon that fellow that I was telling you about one time that was doing a little prospecting around here just left it when he went. Left a couple of his cars, too. They're over there in that cave. Looks like that's where he had his storeroom.
Did you find the gas that note told about?
Just take a look into that cave, son, and see for yourself.
Hey, I wish you'd take a look at this. Are we running in luck?
Look, that's no name for it, Pete. 1,000-gallon drums of gas, 6 drums of oil, and what is that delicious writing I see on the front of that wooden box?
That says in short, corned beef hash, ready to serve.
I thought that was what it said, only it seemed too good to be true.
Yep, youngsters, I reckon we ain't got much to worry about now. The funny part of all this is, all this stuff was left here by the Doc and his gang, so they could use this place for a stopping place. And they changed their plans on account of having a bigger ship or something. Maybe finding out that they can land on top of the mesa at Tristan, where their radio station is, and what happens? Why, we that are trying to throw a monkey wrench into the gang's machinery, we stumble onto the stuff and use it to help us heave that wrench.
I've just been thinking of something. Can you land the Aircat and take off from this beach?
This beach? Of course not, Kay. What's the matter with you?
Then just how do you propose to get this gas and oil up to that ship?
Say, I never thought of that. We sure couldn't carry it up that incline, not just the three of us anyway. Unless we carried it bucket full at a time.
Which would only take you about 3 days to move that 1,000 gallons. And you're going to need every drop of it. Need it quick if you're going to keep right after Jack Baker.
We might just as well have a carload of canned food and no can openers to have 1,000 gallons of gas and no way to get it to the ship.
Speaking of which, son, reminds me that we ain't got a can opener and that corned beef is in cans.
Which just about means we might just as well wait for the destroyer because we'll be here until then taking the gas up drop by drop.
Nope, it just means that I got to do a little thinking. Prospecting all over the map has taught me to open a can without a can opener, and also how to take stuff up the side of a mountain. Come on, Pete. You and me is going to do a little prospecting.
1,000 gallons of gas and a plentiful supply of oil lying at the foot of a 1,000-foot cliff. Will the self-reliant Zeb be able to figure out a method to move the heavy load up to the plateau that towers almost a quarter of a mile above them? And will they make it in time to keep in close touch with Jack and Ann when they roar away from the nearby island of Tristan? We leave the situation to the ingenuity of the rugged old prospector until we join them again in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Pete, Kay, and Zeb find that the 1,000 gallons of gasoline cached on Inaccessible Island near Tristan da Cunha has been hidden in one of the many volcanic caves along the small, narrow beach, nearly 1,000 feet below the lofty plateau upon which they have landed. However, there appears to be no way to lift the gas to the ship in the short time that remains before Jack Baker and Ann Burton will take off from Tristan for Africa. Will the three be forced to remain behind as the huge transport takes off for the Dark Continent? Or will the fertile brain of the old prospector Zeb evolve a way to overcome the difficulty? We find them on the beach after having made a tour of investigation.
Pete, look. That water's getting closer. The tide's coming in. You suppose it'll cover this beach?
I don't think so, Kay. Know anything about it, Zeb?
Only what I found out the last time I was around here. I think the tides in this neck of the woods only run about 4 feet high.
Oh.
Well, you youngsters feel any better after that bit of corned beef and cabbage without the cabbage?
Oh, it tasted better than any fried chicken, didn't it, Pete?
Yeah, I'll say it did. Hey, that fella that was prospecting there, he's been a great help to us, although we'll probably never know it.
But, Zeb, how did you know he'd have a cable in that box in the cave?
Well, it just stood to reason that if you had to get dump cars up and down them tracks in that tunnel there, you had to have a cable. But I sure can't figure what become of the windlass. He must have had one, because he sure couldn't have hauled them cars up to the top of that slope without some kind of a rig.
Well, you mean to tell me that all that pulling and tugging you two did to get those drums of gas and oil and that case of condensed milk and corned beef on those 2 mine cars was just wasted? That we can't get it up to the plane?
Well, I will say it's going to be some little work unless we can find some way to handle it.
By the way, Zeb, what do you make of those piles of sand up there on the tableland?
I've been thinking about them, son. That prospector must have been one of them fellers that think they can get a way to get gold out of ocean sand. Maybe had some sort of a chemical or a machine that he used up there to work on the sand with.
Well, you don't really mean there are people who think there's gold in ocean sand, do you, Zeb?
Yep, Kay. And funny thing is, there is, too. That was found out a long time ago. Only thing is, it cost too much to get it out. Well, let's get started through that cave and up the tunnel, and we'll see what happened to whatever he used to pull them cars up.
Okay, Zeb.
Guess we might as well take this cable in with us as we go, Pete. Here, you better give me a hand. This 1,200 or 1,500 feet of this cable ain't just as light as it might be, even if it is light.
Do you suppose that it's strong enough to pull both of them up at the same time?
Well, sand's a lot heavier than gasoline, and that's what the last tenant of this here island pulled with it. Here you are. Here. Now, you take that side of the reel, and don't let it get tangled. You better go ahead of us, Kay, so you won't get this grease all over you. Ready?
Okay, Zeb. Up we go. You got that flashlight, Kay?
Here it is. I'll keep it turned back towards you so you can see where you're going.
Okay.
Now, you stay on one side of them rails, Pete, and I'll stay on the other. Then we can pay out this cable, see, right between them. That'll sort of keep the kinks out of it.
I get you, Zeb. Say, this stuff weighs a ton.
You two better save your breath. Remember, it's 1,000 feet straight up, almost.
It won't be much further now, Zeb.
Oh, here we are. There's daylight.
It's about time.
Whew.
I'm worn out.
Hey, don't let go of that cable, Pete. It'll go slithering right back down the tunnel.
Oh, don't worry. Can you climb out, Kay?
I don't think so.
Here, step on my knee. Now, up you go.
Oh.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now you, Zeb.
Okay.
That's it. Here, you take the cable.
I got it.
Now give me your other hand.
Okay.
Oh. How are we going to hold this thing here? Oh, we're looking for a windlass or something.
Just a minute, son. Here, we'll stake it out.
You mean tie it around that big rock there?
That's it. Just take a turn around it like that. Now, there you are.
Yes, here we are with plenty of gas on the end of that cable and no way to get it up here.
I reckon you're right, Kay. If we just had about 4 good, strong horses, I reckon we could manage to drag them 2 cars.
Horses? That's it. We've got it, Zeb, right here.
What? I didn't think that corned beef would make you see things.
I'm not kidding. We've got horses, plenty of horses.
Pete, have you gone slowly but surely crazy?
We've got 1,000 horsepower hung right in the nose of that Aircat plane, just waiting for us to use them.
But, Pete, you can't. I've never heard of anyone using an airplane to pull a load like that.
You may have an ID there, youngster.
If we can just find some place to hook onto it so we don't pull the ship in two, we'll have it. Let's wheel that ship over here. Can't do any more than fail, anyhow.
Pete Peterson, you've had some weird ideas in your time, but this just about caps the climax. Using an air cat for a mine mule.
Hey, you can't hook onto that little ring under the cabin there, can you, son?
No, I'm afraid not, Zeb. That'd pull our nose down when we put a strain on it. We'll have to find some place back at the landing gear.
Well, here we are. You think we can move it back there?
Well, I could taxi it, but... yeah, that's it. Keep pushing, Zeb. We can push it all right. Yeah. Now, let's keep her moving.
How about that little wheel in back here? That hold it?
Don't think so, Zeb. Got an awful weight down there. It's a steep climb. Boy, if one of those cars should jump the track.
Pete, you can think of the loveliest thing.
Not much chance of that, though. Them wheels are flanged pretty deep. This fair enough?
That ought to about get it. Let's swing it a little to the left. Yeah, like that. So we won't have any strain.
I've got it, Pete. Look, why not open both the back compartment doors, and then you can put the cable right on through one side and out the other.
Fine. Let's get them open. I think we got enough cable.
Oh, lots of it. Say, I'll find a good-sized tree limb or something to wedge in the edge of that hole there to keep the cable from getting caught between the rocks anywhere. I think that's one right over there.
I'll open this one over here, Pete. You see? See, you can put it right through. You'd better put something against the metal here to keep the cable from rubbing. Oh, those two cushions will do fine.
Now, here's the cable, Kay. You're going to get your hands pretty greasy now, but remember, it's all for a good cause.
Oh, sure.
You got it?
That's just about the biggest thing I could find in the way of a limb. These trees don't seem to get very big here. Now I'll just chuck it over the edge and wedge it in between them two rocks, like that.
Pete, when you get those drums up to the bottom of that pit, just how do you think you're going to lift them the rest of the way?
We've got 2 hand pumps, Kay, and the hoses are plenty long to reach right down into those drums from the ship. We can get the tanks back here. We can lift the oil up here.
Here, son, here. You better let me tie that cable. I had a little experience at it. Here. You sure don't want it to slip on you. There.
Okay, Zeb. Now I'll get the engine started. Kay, you better stay here on the ground. Maybe you better get out there a little where I can watch you. And you can watch Zeb and signal me if anything happens.
And Pete, whatever you do, son, don't jerk this cable. It's going to take an awful steady pull to break it, but one jerk and it's liable to snap. Snap it right in two. You ain't seen no wrecks until you've seen what a busting cable can do.
Yeah, I'll watch it, Zeb. Well, I'll climb in and start the motors, and you signal me when to start. And then pray.
Okay, son. Start her up. Any time now. Let her go.
Watch it. Here we go. It's not gonna make it. Boy, if that cable ever broke, I'd be over the edge of that cliff way over there before I could get this thing shut off. Just a little more gas. Yeah, it feels like it's moving. He's trying to signal something. I know what it is. Yeah, she's nodding her head. Hey, I got him rolling now. Okay, Aircat. Let's see what you can do as a tow truck.
D12 calling D46, D12 calling D46.
At a time like this, he calls. Okay, D12, this is D46.
Are you in the air, D46?
No, I'm pulling 2 carloads of gasoline up a hill.
I think I misunderstood you, D46. Repeat, please.
I'll call you back in 5 minutes, D12. I'll keep my transmitter and receiver on. Stand by, please. But you heard me right.
We'll stand by, D46.
At a time like this, he calls. They still giving me the go-ahead sign. I guess everything's okay. I wonder if that pit's big enough to hold both of those cars at that level spot. Or will Zeb block them so they won't roll back? Feels like we're slowing up a bit. Give her a little more. Maybe that'll bring them. If I give her any more than that, it's going to shake this crate to pieces. Feels like we're moving a little better now. That ought to just above. Looks like the end of the line. Yeah, Kay's shaking her head that it's okay, I guess. I wonder if I can... Yeah, there goes Zeb down into the hole. He's waving to Kay. I better get in touch with headquarters and see what he's...
Okay, D46, you've had your mic open. Having trouble?
I just towed up my own gasoline, D12. Forget about the destroyer. Everything's okay. I'll give you the details later.
I've been trying to contact you for the past quarter hour. D31 got message. He will be taking off from TDC in 1 hour. Will you be prepared to follow immediately?
1 hour. Let me see. 20 gallons a minute, 60 times 20. We'll be ready to leave here in an hour and a quarter, D12.
Fine, D46. D31 stated that parties at Beam Station heard sound of your motor when you came in and will send motor launch over to investigate immediately following departure of D31. Try to leave no trace if possible.
Okay, D12. We'll do our best. Is that all?
That is all.
I got it. When we get that gas out of those drums, we'll roll them back down that tunnel. And that ought to shut off any trips up here to the top for quite a while. So Jack's leaving in an hour. Well, Jack, old boy, we'll be right on your trail all the way to Africa.
The way is clear for the last leg of the hop to Africa. In less than an hour, 2 planes will be winging their way over the 2,000 miles of water that now separates them from their goal. Will they both arrive safely? We can only make sure when we tune to the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Pete and Zeb, using the Aircat plane as a source of power, are able to pull the much-needed supplies of gasoline, oil, and food through the volcanic passageway that leads from the beach to the plateau that surmounts Inaccessible Island. But before completing this task, they are warned by a radio message from Secret Service headquarters that their motor has been heard by members of the diamond smuggling ring on the nearby island of Tristan da Cunha, and an investigation is planned as soon as Ann and Jack Baker have taken off for the last leg of their trip to Africa. This means that our friends must work at top speed to complete their task and erase all evidence of their presence on the lonely, infrequented island. Kay, due to her knowledge of planes learned as an air hostess, has filled the engine with oil and is stowing away the extra supply as Pete and Zeb finish the gas pumping.
My arms feel like if I give another crank, they'll drop off.
Now, cheer up, Zeb. We're on the last 2 drums right now.
Much more gas left?
Not much. Fact is, there goes the last drum of mine now. It sounds like Zeb's pumping air. Yeah, that's all, Zeb.
Yep, that's all. I'll drop down and unhook them from the drums. Now, what was that you was saying about us watching this tunnel? Those the fellers from Tristan couldn't get up here?
I thought we could roll these empty drums down that tunnel. They'd be bound to jam up somewhere, and if those guys come over here, all they'll find is our prints on the beach.
Well, it won't take much to jam that tunnel. I'll start the first one and see what happens.
Sorry.
Ooh, just listen to that thing go.
A racket.
Still going.
Listen to it. Don't stop pretty soon.
It's stuck.
Oh.
Now let another one loose, Zeb.
Okay, here she goes.
My ears.
She's rolling. Here goes another one to follow.
I got Sam.
Coming out of the mouth of that tunnel down there like that, it sure sounds like thunder. Here goes another one.
That noisy thing.
They won't get that mess untangled for a month of Sundays, unless there's some of the path up to this plateau. It'll be a long time making certain the Aircat was up there.
Sort of getting a kick out of this. Seems like the 4th of July back home, only we ain't got any firecrackers. Sure glad the fella that fixed up them rails in that tunnel didn't think of doing this.
Hey, so am I. Is that all of them, Zeb?
Yes, I reckon it is. Yeah, but I'm going to turn the 2 cars loose on top of the whole shebang.
Oh, Sam!
Hey, that ought to make a swell noise. Here they go! They're going.
They're getting feet now.
Yeah.
Just so they don't jar that jam loose. Hey, listen to them go now.
Hold your ear. They're going to hit.
Well, they didn't jar. Hey, I bet it'd take a ton of dynamite to jar that mess loose down there. Hey, give me a hand now. Get out of this hole.
Okay, Zeb. Now, up you go.
Well, if you little boys have finished playing, suppose we get this Aircat wheeled around where we can be ready to take off.
Okay. You have to admit there was a lot of fine noise, and it was all for a purpose, too. Hey, you grab right there, Zeb.
Here we go.
Around we go. Yeah, that's it. Now we can taxi from here when we get ready to take off.
It's been more than an hour. Do you suppose something might have happened to hold Jack from taking off?
Listen. Seems like I hear something from there, over that way. Hear it?
I don't hear a sound, Zeb.
Well, there it is, Pete. You can just barely hear it. Jack's warming up his motor. They're getting ready to take off.
Yeah? That's what it is, all right. We better climb in and get our own engine warmed up a little so we'll be ready. Climb in the ship, Zeb.
All right. But you know, I've been thinking some way ought to be found to get gold out of seawater.
Oh, get in there. That's better. Here you go, Kate. That's it. Now, if I still have strength to make it. There.
You know, I'm coming back here someday. Maybe I'll find out a few things about this place that I still don't know.
Well, it shouldn't take you long to warm up that motor after using the ship for a tow truck, Pete.
Well, that's one way to warm up a motor, but I wouldn't recommend it. I think I'll kick on this radio. I wonder if those guys have a beam from here to wherever they're going in Africa.
Africa? I thought they was headed for Capetown or thereabouts.
So did I. But they've talked about the Luando, too, so I don't know which place they're headed for.
Huh? That'll make a considerable difference in distance. You think we got gas enough to make it to Luanda, son?
Well, I think we have, Zeb. But if worse comes to worse, we can always land at St. Helena and radio for gas from there. You can usually find a tanker close by.
St. Helena, huh? I sure hope we don't land there. I remember a feller in my history books that landed there, and if I ain't mistaken, he never was the same after that.
But how about Capetown, Pete? We can make that easily, can't we?
Oh, yeah. With 1,000 gallons of gas, that's no trick at all.
I still can't see how they put away that much gas in this ship.
About all this ship is, Kay, is a combination gas tank and engine. What isn't gas tank is engine, and what isn't engine is gas tank. The government must have been expecting us to do just exactly what we're doing when they rebuilt this job.
Listen, Pete. Look, can you give that receiver a little more volume? That sounded like Jack just then.
Okay. How's this?
I'll have to take a chance on it, Ann. While Joe and Vic are outside. D31 calling D46. D31 calling D46.
D46 answering D31. Come in, D31.
Could you receive this transmitter on any other frequency, D46?
Area 1, D31.
Okay, Pete. I didn't want to take a chance on those fellows up at the island station listening in on this. They're suspicious right now. And if you can't hear us on a freak wavelength, neither can they.
How soon will you be ready to take off, Jack?
Just as soon as Vic and Joe get back to the ship. Are you ready to move?
All set, old-timer. I can give her the gun any second. I got plenty of gas, too. Hey, where are you headed for, anyway?
Won't get our real destination until we clear. They tell me they have a beam from here to some place in Africa. And believe it to be either Portuguese Angola near Luando or near Capetown.
Try to get on that beam, Pete. Try to get on that beam, and I'll keep out of this frequency as often as possible. I'll keep my mic open when I take off if I can, so you can get it.
Okay, Jack. Do they still think that we cracked up in the Caribbean?
Vic is getting a little suspicious after hearing of a plane landing, but he doesn't know for sure. Oh, they're coming now. We'll have to keep quiet and shut off receiver. Happy landings, Pete.
Same to you, Jack. You got a lot of responsibility there, so take it easy. Sorry you can't...
Too bad, but I couldn't help it, Ann. Thought that Vic and Joe might hear. Where are they now?
Just rounding the wing, Jack. I wonder where they ever managed to locate gasoline on that desolate-looking island.
You can't prove it by me, but it seems that Zeb must be quite a person. When he's around, things begin to happen.
Oh, you'd like him, Jack. And there's more about him than appears on the surface. If there was only some way that we could see him and talk to him. I want to find out about Uncle George, because I'm sure that he's the one that sent that letter.
Well, there must be something about the old chap, because every time his name is mentioned around here, Vic begins to get an attack of nerves. Zeb sure has the Indian sign on him, for some reason or other. Sure glad they don't know that he'll be right along with him when we pull into those diamond mines, wherever they are.
Here they come now, Jack. Careful.
So I tell him, since when haven't I got a right to send a message to my folks? He tells me that it's against the law. Imagine that, Vic. Against the law for him handling an outlaw radio station. I tell you, if he does that again, I'm gonna bop him one.
Look, Joey, once for the last time I tell you myself. The doc gave orders that their messages go out to friends and relatives. You can't get sore at the operator just because he doesn't want to break the rules, see?
You don't have to get tough about it. When he does that, I'll pound round bumps on his hard head.
Forget it. He sent the message. But I'll bet that somebody at the commercial station is wondering just where that message came from. But no more of it, see? I warn you. Everything okay, Baker?
All set, Morgan. Everything checked. Weather okay from here to Capetown. Headwinds most all the way, but nothing to worry about. A storm coming in from Good Hope, but we ought to be able to outrun that one. Clear up toward the Azores.
That sounds okay. We got the same wavelength. And we got to be from here on. You might as well take off, Baker. And turn on that speaker. I still wonder what that plane was that landed on Inaccessible.
There wasn't any air cat. You can make up your mind about that, Rick.
I'm not so sure about that. There was something mighty funny about that air cat dropping into the sea back there, just before we got to St. Roque. According to the operator here, there wasn't any trace of it found anywhere. And what's more, there was no report that they heard.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a report made when our own pilot stubbed his toe on that Trinidad island either, was there?
You mean when Baker got stuck there?
No, I mean when Lafferty set down too hard on that other Trinidad place he had landed and hurt his back, so they had to send a boat for him. You ought to remember that. That was when we had to get Baker. But they didn't make a report of it, did they?
Okay. But if it wasn't the air cat, then who was it?
Well, Tristan is pretty close to the Antarctic Circle, Morgan. Might have been some of those polar explorers making a forced landing, out of gas or something.
Well, if it was, he picked a good place. Because the dock had 1,000 gallons planted there for Lafferty. Only if Lafferty made it, the joke must have been on him. Because the operator, Tristan, told me they left in the cave on the beach. And it's 1,000 feet right straight up to the only place where they can land a ship on the island. So Lafferty probably saved his own life for getting hurt in Trinidad.
1,000 gallons of gas in the cave, huh?
Yeah. So what are you grinning at, Baker?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of what a good joke that was on Lafferty.
The radio, Jack.
TC to VM. Just received message from the dock. Now en route by commercial plane from Azores to Portuguese Angola. You will follow beam to our field near Capetown. You will receive instructions in Capetown regarding meeting the dock. That is all, BM.
So it looks like Capetown. Well, there's the beam, and that's that.
Yeah, I guess it is. But just what's so funny, Baker?
Oh, I'm just thinking how a friend of mine would appreciate the joke that the doc played on Lafferty.
Yeah, I reckon he did. I mean, he would. It sure was a good one.
Does that apparent slip of the tongue by Joe indicate that he knows that the Aircat is loaded with the gas that was intended for the luckless Lafferty? Or was it just a slip? And what was contained in the message that Joe said was intended for his aunt? As the two planes hurtle through the skies toward Africa, they leave many problems to be solved. So be sure to tune to the next thrilling episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Once more, the two planes, the interstate transport piloted by Jack Baker and the Aircat flown by Pete, are headed toward the coast of the dark continent, Africa. Jack has left his radio mic open as he makes the takeoff from Tristan da Cunha, and this makes his action known to Pete without causing any suspicion on the part of the gangsters. Pete, Kay, and Zeb, of course, follow as closely as they dare without bringing their motor within earshot of those in the transport. A radio message from the gang station apprises Vic and Joe, as well as Jack and Ann Burton, that the Doc, leader of the smuggling ring, is en route from the Azores by commercial plane to Portuguese Angola. Jack is advised to fly directly to Capetown. Aunt Hattie and Bobby Baker are known to be with Dr. Tyler somewhere near the Angola. Does this seem to indicate that Tyler is the mysterious Doc? Suppose we join Ann and Jack in the transport.
The way I get it from this chart we got here, it's something like 2,000 miles to Cape Town. Is that right, Baker?
Just about, Morgan. We ought to make it in less than 8 hours if we can stick up here. If we have to go down, it's going to cut our speed, though.
Yeah? Well, what's going to make us go any lower?
For one thing, we're flying at about 20,000 feet, and I sort of imagine that you'd have a bit of difficulty breathing as well as you'd like to if that supercharger on the cabin failed to give out.
Boy, them guys is always thinking of something new to put on these things. A few years ago, the only things that had superchargers was carburetors. Now we're breathing with one of them. I don't understand them, but all the same, it's wonderful.
How long have we been in the air, Jack? It seems like ages.
About 5 hours now. Won't be long until we're sighting land over in there somewhere. You don't know just how close to Cape Town we land, do you, Morgan?
Well, we used to use a commercial field, but that's out now. Doc made arrangements with his man here for a place outside of town a little way.
But if it's only a little way from town, I don't see how you manage to keep the radio station on the air all the time like that, to give us a beam without the authorities finding out about it.
There's a lot about this business that you don't know anything about, Gorgeous. But if you just say the word, we'll count you in.
Oh, gee, Vic, leave Miss Burton alone. She's told you a dozen times she don't want no part of this outfit.
Morgan, you better listen to Joe if you won't listen to me. Ann's out of this, so just forget it.
Okay, Baker, okay. But you'll have to admit she's been a help on this trip.
Just forget it, that's all. We'll manage.
Sure, we'll manage, all right. But I don't get it. Both you guys kicking about the idea, and Joey in particular. Which reminds me, it seems like you two been doing a lot of talking together.
What do you mean, Vic?
Nothing. Only you've been dropping one or two little remarks lately, Joe, that tipped me off that you and Baker were having a little bit too much conversation. Doc has always made it a pretty good rule that two members of this gang don't get too chummy. I'm going to see that it doesn't happen. You get that?
Yes, I get it all right. But I don't know what you're talking about. Joe and I have talked quite a bit, and I've talked quite a bit to you, too. But I don't think I've revealed any secrets.
Me neither.
Well, just for the information of both you guys, don't let your tongue slip too much. We'll soon be in Africa. And they don't keep such close check on who comes and goes around here. Not that I'm trying to scare you or anything like that. But just to keep on the safe side. Yeah, and that goes for you, too, Gorgeous. Just as long as you're on the side of the Atlantic.
Mr. Morgan, I can't imagine admitting, much less bragging to anyone, that I was mixed up with a gang of diamond smugglers.
Now, that's fine, even if I hardly appreciate the compliment.
TC calling VM, TC calling VM, TC calling VM.
Answer him, Baker. It's the operator on Tristan.
VM answering TC. Come in, TC.
What is your airspeed?
Airspeed about 365 miles an hour. Headwind of about 30 miles. Weather partly cloudy here, but barometer still high for 20,000 feet.
Weather believed to be good all the way in. Have a report that no occupants were on Inaccessible when search was made about 2 hours after you left. Impossible to reach plateau as passageway had been blocked by cave-in from top.
Ask him about the plane they heard around there, will you?
No report of any plane in the vicinity?
Yes, report from crew of small fishing boat from here that plane was heard either shortly before or shortly after you took off. However, it was heading directly south.
Ask him about the gas I told him about. The stuff the Doc catched there for Lafferty.
Morgan wants to know if any sign was found of the gasoline that he had been catched on Inaccessible for Lafferty.
Man says there were marks of gas and oil drums as well as canned goods, but it has evidently been either stolen by sealers working on beach or it has been washed out to sea in last storm. How soon do you expect to make Cape Town?
Our chart is accurate. We should be sighting land very shortly at our present speed.
The beam at our airport is on, but no operator in charge that can use mic. If you cannot contact me at Tristan, keep the beam. That is all, VM.
Okay, TC. We'll try to hang on to beam. What he means that there's no operator that can use a mic. You don't mean to tell me that you've got native operators?
Well, yeah, Baker. The operator at Cape Town is a native.
But if he can't talk English, how did he manage to get a license? Does he know anything about international code?
I guess he does. And he writes good English. But he can't use a mic, that's all.
Oh, gosh, Vic. He's not there, is he?
None other, Joey, which is one of the reasons that I think that you and Baker better lay off the private consultations. You see, he might get a notion put into his head that it's not quite the thing. And you know what that means.
Say, just what is this? Do you mean that the fellow's dumb?
Well, sort of, you might say. At least he's not saying anything.
Why not? Any secret about it?
Nah, not so much. But I just think that it will be much more effective if we keep sort of a surprise for you when you get to the field, see? But you'll find that Kobu is not dumb in some ways.
Jack, what was the matter with that beam just then?
Sounded like we hit the beam from Capetown. At least I guess that's what it is. Yeah, that means that we won't be able to pick up any more from Tristan with this boy blasting in like this. It also means that we're lots closer to Capetown than I had any idea we were.
We should be at least 300 or 400 miles from there now, shouldn't we?
About that. The rate of 330 or 35 miles an hour. Say, take a look at that wind indicator and see what it says. I've been reading it 30 miles, but you can't be sure with the light falling on it like that.
You mean this dial right here?
Yeah, that's the one. What does it say?
It shows about 15. The needle is halfway between 10 and 20.
I've been reading those figures 10 and 40 all along. No wonder we're getting close to land. We've been leaving Tristan behind us at nearly 350 an hour.
Gee, you mean that we're almost to Africa already?
At least we're not very far away, Joe.
You know, now that we're almost there, I'm getting kind of nervous. Something about the whole place from one end to the other that gives me the jitters. Spooky, if you know what I mean.
Just take it easy, Joe. Nothing is going to happen to you any more in one place than any other. So just string along, see? If you try any funny work, either you or Baker, Africa is the easiest place in the world to have things happen to you. Now just keep that in mind.
Morgan, you just worry about keeping gasoline a jump or two ahead of the ship. I'll manage to take care of myself.
Yeah, and quit being so suspicious of everything and everybody. Gee, when I joined this outfit, you told me that there wasn't a chance on earth of us getting caught. Here lately, you've been suspicious of everybody. You think somebody was getting ready to turn you over to the law or something?
No, it isn't that. We managed to keep on the safe side, just in case we're stopped somewhere. No guns or anything like that. Now, the local police can hold on any suspicion, see? And we always manage to keep ahead of the government. But it's just the idea of not letting you fellas think that maybe you're getting away with something and squeezing me out, see? Or might take it over for yourselves.
Shame on you, Vic. After all we've been through together and you get ideas like that. That's positively ingratitude, that's what it is.
Jack, what's that dark strip over there, right straight ahead of us?
That, Ann, is what we're pleased to call the coast of Africa. We're still right on the beam. Just about how far in is this landing field of ours, Morgan?
Oh, I'd say about 20 miles or less. Just stick on the beam and it'll bring you right in.
Okay. In about 10 minutes, should see you on the field.
Listen to that, Jack. What is it, static?
Oh, it sounds like it, but I've never heard static that sounds anything like that. It's right on the beam, too.
Say, Vic, that mumbling sounds sort of familiar, don't it?
It does. It ought to. That's Kobu. And he's trying to say something into the microphone. Listen.
Can't the poor fellow talk at all? Can he make any sort of an intelligible sound?
Not a word. He can't talk, I tell you.
But you can hear that he's trying to say something. Maybe he's managed to learn a word or two.
Not a chance, not a chance.
Well, I don't know. In the hospital, I've seen cases of dumbness cured.
Not Kobu, beautiful. Now, just as soon as you see him, you'll get the idea. Listen, Baker. Can't you use a key? He can understand code, okay?
Sure, I can give him that. If you're sure that he can understand English.
Yeah, he can talk just as good English as I can. With one of them key things. Try it, Jack.
Okay. I'll ask him what he's trying to get over.
What did you say, Baker?
Just ask him what he's trying to say. Here he comes. Here's his answer. Here it comes. Write this down, Ann.
Okay.
Are you BWANNA? Morgan with airplane to land in field. Signed Kobu. You get that?
All except that one word, that BWANNA. It doesn't seem right somehow.
That's okay, beautiful. That's their language for master. Tell them yes. This is Morgan's plane. They were coming in for a landing in a few minutes.
Okay, Morgan.
How on earth do you suppose he found out that we were coming in just at this time?
Gee, that's nothing. After you've been here for a while, nothing those fellas do will seem funny. They got ways of getting word that's just about as fast as our radio.
Okay, and get this.
Right.
Talking drums. Bring word. Large aeroplane follows you closely. Land as quickly as possible. Drums also say that Buana D-E-C-C-A.
D-E-C-C-A?
That's right, Anne. Is now in Luando. Please land at once. Kobu. You got that?
Yes, I think so, but that other word, the one that sounded like a record or something.
Want a decker?
Yes.
That's what Kobu calls a dock. It means the blonde master.
Blonde? Oh, and Doc Tyler's a blonde, so that's it, eh?
That's what. There's a million blondes in Africa, and these natives call every one of them decker, see? What worries me is that ship that's right behind us. You suppose that could be the Aircat after all?
Oh, gosh, no, Vic. How could a ship like an Aircat get gas enough to make a trip like that?
Joe, I'm glad you remind me of that. So that's the way it is, huh? I think we'll be on hand when that strange plane rolls into the Capetown airport. Take her in fast, Baker. We got work to do.
Does Vic Morgan really suspect that the plane following them is the Aircat? And what is the work that he has to do? Already the strange happenings of the dark continent that is Africa have begun to manifest themselves as the talking drums bring the news from the Luando far to the north with the speed of the white man's radio. Even from the sea come these booming messages that actually speak the language of the men who talk over miles of jungle. And once more comes a link that seems to bring the mysterious Doc into focus as Dr. Tyler. But we cannot be sure. So as the mystery unravels, it brings thrills and tingling adventure from Africa in each episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. In the last episode, we found Ann Burton, Jack Baker, and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, ready to land at the gang's own secret airport somewhere near Cape Town, South Africa. As they near the field, the Doc, mysterious head of the smuggling ring, has already landed in Luando. The radio key, operated by a native, Kobu, who is without the power of speech and cannot use a microphone, also tells Jack and the others that another plane is following them. Vic immediately suspects that this ship may be the Aircat speed ship piloted by Pete, which indeed it is, but which was reported to have crashed in the Caribbean Sea. Vic demands an immediate landing that he may be at the commercial airport of Capetown when the smaller ship arrives. As we rejoin Ann and Jack, the huge transport is just about to land.
Okay, Becky, you did very nicely on that landing. Now I'm going over to the commercial field at Capetown just about as soon as the car will get me there, see? And Joe, you might take up a little time introducing Baker and Beautiful here to Kobu. Sort of get them acquainted with a little of native Africa, huh? And some of the things that go on here.
Where do you want me to park this ship? Up there near the hangar?
Anywhere on the tarmac will do, Baker. See that everything is okay, will you? Because I don't think we'll be here very long after I get back. We're still a long way from where we're going.
Goodness, Jack, with those motors off, it's like a tomb around here. You can't hear a sound. We must be miles from Cape Town.
Not as far as you think, gorgeous. But that's the funny thing about Africa. Either you're right in the heart of civilization or you're completely out of it. No halfway measures here. Well, Joe, take care of things while I'm gone, will you? And no funny business either.
Okay, boss. But I'd have thought you'd take me with you into Cape Town. I ain't never seen the place.
Well, better luck next time. If you're still with us. So long.
Gosh, I didn't like the way he said that. By the way, Jack, if I was you, and I happened to have a radio that couldn't get picked up by another airplane on this side of the Atlantic Ocean, except one Aircat plane piloted by a buddy of mine, and I knew that buddy was just about to land in the field, and that Vic Morgan was going to be waiting with some birds that he's picked up along the way, well, I'd do something about it and do it quick. I gotta beat up to the radio shack over there and see if Kobu's okay. So long.
Jack, did you hear what he said about sending a radio message to Pete and all that?
Did I? But it might have been a ruse of some kind to get our secret wavelength. Vic hasn't left this field yet, and he's probably over there in that...
Well, there's the answer to that, Jack. That's Vic in that car that just pulled away from the larger of the two buildings over there. And there was a native driving it, a great big fellow. Oh, that must have been the Kobu they talk about.
I don't think it was, Ann. I mean, it wasn't that speechless Kobu fella. Because there comes Joe out of the radio shack with a... Oh, I wish you'd look at the size of that fellow. He's a giant. He evidently can't talk, because he seems to be answering Joe with signs.
Then what are you waiting for, Jack? That would leave no one to check up on your call. Although I don't know why Joe would deliberately tell you to make it as he did.
Trick or no trick, I'm going to take a chance on this. D31 calling D46. D31 calling D46. D31 calling D46. Gee, I hope that Pete hasn't set that Aircat down yet. D31 calling D46. D31 calling...
D46 calling D31. What do you want? And how are you, D31?
Landed at private airfield outside of Cape Town, D46. Where are you?
Just going in at Cape Town Field.
Thank heavens I'm in time. Don't land at Cape Town under any circumstances, D46. VM is on way to meet you. Word has already been received here of your crossing, and VM suspects that your crack-up was only a report.
Where can I land? You got any ideas, D31?
Not a one, D46. You'll have to use your head and locate a likely place. Then let me know by message where you are. But under no circumstances use code, as it might be picked up. We will be here but a short time.
Thanks a lot, D31. We'll find someplace if we happen to fly to the Sahara Desert. Thanks again, old man.
No, thank me. Thank Joe. That's all, D31.
Jack, Joe seems to be deliberately stalling around with that big native to keep him from coming over here to the ship. Do you suppose that he's really trying to help us?
I don't know, Ann. He practically asked me to warn Pete not to land. It's all too deep for me. Well, we might as well unload and have a look around. Come on, Ann.
Okay.
There you are.
Gee, Jack, I thought you'd never get finished looking over those instruments.
Looking over those Oh, yes, it does take quite a while, but I saw they were in good working order.
Jack, here's the fellow we was talking about. Kobu, this is Jack Baker.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Kobu.
You'll have to excuse Kobu from talking, but when he's got anything important to say, he writes it down on this little pad he carries around his neck. But he understands, yeah, and even writes good English. Oh, Ann, come here.
Yes?
Kobu, this is Ann Burton.
Hello, Kobu.
Well, say, what goes on here?
Hey, Kobu, what's the idea? Get up off the ground.
He just flopped down there on his face in front of you, Ann, and he won't take his face off the ground.
Why, I never even spoke to him.
I think I got it. I'm probably crazy, but this might do it. Anne, you tell him to get up.
Get up, Kobu.
There, I told you, it worked. But he's backing away looking like he'd seen a ghost. Hey, Kobu, come here. What's the idea, anyhow?
The way he's looking at you, Anne, you'd think that you were some sort of a white goddess or something like that.
Oh, but Jack, they don't believe in such things, even in the heart of the jungle anymore.
Oh, they don't, huh? Kobu, come here. These people won't hurt you. Honest, they won't.
Kobu seems to have a sort of a fixed distance between himself and Anne. He's not budging an inch. You'd better go over and see if you can get the answer to this, Joe.
Maybe you'd better come with me, Jack. But you stay here, Anne. He backs up every time you take a step toward him.
All right, but to think that I had to come to Africa to find a man that would run from me.
He looks like he's been hypnotized.
But acting like that, it ain't natural.
Well, Anne, being over by the ship may loosen his tongue a bit. I mean, he'll tell us what it's all about.
We'll see. Say, Kobu, what's all this about, anyway?
That seems to have broken the spell, all right. He's writing something on that pad.
I know it ain't right to look over a guy's shoulder, but I'm curious.
I think it's to be excused this time, Joe. Let's see. White girl is one promise to bring Kobu his speech. Kobu see her, Kobu believe it.
I don't get what he means about bringing his speech. There are lots of white girls that come to Africa, Kobu.
Quiet, Joe. Kobu has seen her on magic paper. Kobu have magic paper given him by medicine man. Kobu does not speak again until he sees white woman on magic paper. Kobu has seen her. Kobu will soon speak again. Magic paper, that's one on me.
That's what the natives call pictures. They think the cameras of the white man catch the soul of the people that they take pictures of, see? Then when the picture is put on the print, they think that the paper's magic too. He's got a picture of some girl and thinks that it's Anne.
But it couldn't be Anne. She's never been to Africa before.
It must be somebody that looks a lot like her. He's written something else, Jack.
Yeah, it says, Kobu not mistaken. Kobu sees white woman on magic paper. Kobu see white woman from ship of air. Both are one woman. Kobu see, Kobu believe. Well, Kobu, you're certainly sticking to your story. But I would have thought that when you went to school in the colony, they would have taught you that medicine men and witch doctors are, well, sometimes they don't know everything.
I don't know whether I'd have said that or not, Jack. Some of these boys believe in them witch doctors like nobody's business. What did he say there?
Kobu have magic paper, witch doctor give to him. Witch doctor say someday Kobu see white angel of mercy who give him back speech. Kobu see, so witch doctor tell truth.
Well, can you beat that? This guy don't usually make mistakes, Jack, but I sure can't figure out how he came by any picture of Anne's. You don't happen to have this magic paper, do you, Kobu?
Kobu have magic paper given by witch doctor and can show you so that you too believe in power of witch doctor. Joe, he actually has such a picture.
Will you show us this magic paper, Kobu?
He says, Kobu must first send message. Then we'll show you magic paper of white angel. Kobu go.
Okay, but look, Kobu, when the white angel tell you that you can come near, it's all right, see? If you don't, she's going to be mad at you, and you wouldn't want that. Okay, now send your message, and then we'll have a look at the magic picture.
I guess that Anne must be just about overcome with curiosity. Oh, here she comes on the run.
Wait till she hears it. But I wonder what kind of a message he wanted to send, and who to.
Jack, did you find out what this is all about?
I'll say we did, Anne. It seems that he was told by a witch doctor that a white angel would bring his speech back to him, and he thinks that you're the angel.
Me? Oh, but why on earth should he think such a thing?
Surprising as it may seem, Anne, he seems to have a picture of you. Now, don't ask me how it got over here, but the witch doctor gave it to him, and Kobu recognized you from that.
But a picture of me? I don't see how he could have anything like that. It's so... What's that?
It's one of them talking drums. That's the kind of a message that Kobu is sending. I thought he meant over the radio. This one is probably to his friends. Them things give me the creeps.
Anyhow, Anne, he thinks that you're an angel of mercy, and you'll have to use some sort of an idea to get him to come within a mile of you. Maybe you better tell him that he'll have to act natural, or you won't be able to help his speech return, or something like that.
Oh, I couldn't mislead him like that, Jack. And besides, he appears too well educated to be taken in by that story.
Kobu has sent the message. We'll soon have a peek at that picture. It probably isn't you anyhow, and all we'll have to do is to show him. Here he comes now. You go back a little, Ann. You send your message, Kobu?
What's this? Oh, a message he's written.
What is it?
Listen. Kobu sent word of his good fortune to his people. They say White Angel truly brings speech back to Kobu. If speech do not return by new moon, Kobu and White Angel become sacrificed to gods of speech. That same misfortune does not befall all people. Once more will Kobu's tongue speak, or Kobu will die happy with White Angel.
Mistaken for a white angel, Anne must perform the miracle predicted by the African witch doctor. Or, if Kobu is to be believed, she and the huge native will be sacrificed to the gods of silence. Will Anne be able to actually bring speech back to the unfortunate African? Certainly few girls have faced such a terrible predicament. Each hour will be charged with suspense as we await the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Landing in the smuggler's secret field near Capetown in South Africa, Ann Burton and Jack Baker, together with Vic and Joe, find the native radio operator Kobu awaiting them. Kobu lacks the power of speech and must write his replies on a pad that he carries for that purpose. Kobu is introduced to Ann and immediately prostrates himself before her, believing her to be a white angel that a witch doctor has promised will return his speech to him. He has recognized her from a picture he says he has in his possession. Before he shows them the photo, he sends a message to his people by way of the famous talking drums, and then makes it known that in the event the white angel does not return his speech, both he and the white girl will be sacrificed to the gods of silence. Such is the terrible fate that hangs over the head of Ann Burton, unless she can restore Kobu's speech. Can modern science win over the voodooism of Africa? Ann, Jack, Joe, and Kobu were just entering Kobu's hut at the landing field.
Oh, I don't think this will be a picture of you, Ann. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
But I can't help it, Jack. For some reason, he seems to be so positive.
Yeah, when Kobu is positive about a thing, you don't usually catch him wrong. But I wish you'd listen to them drums. He must be telling the story to all of Kobu's friends and relatives all over Africa.
You're right about them, Joe. They do give a fellow the creeps.
Okay, here's his hut. He wants us to come in. You go in first, Dan.
All right.
Okay, Jack.
Ooh, it's dark. Oh, look. Look, there seems to be a light of some kind up there. And it's in front of... Jack! Jack, look!
Ann, it is a picture of you. And look at Kobu. He's kowtowing in front of that picture just like he did before you. Where on earth did he ever lay his hands on a picture of you?
Looks like it's been cut out of some sort of a magazine or something. You got on an ACES uniform of some kind.
I know where that photo came from. I know where it appeared. There was an article about a year ago in one of those picture magazines about the fight that Dr. Tyler was making on pellagra with nicotinic acid compounds. And in one of the pictures, I was holding a youngster that he had cured. That's what this picture is, only the youngster's been cut out of it.
Pellagra?
Yeah.
Sure, and that's how the magazine got over here to Africa, I'll bet. And the witch doctor happened onto it. It looked like a good thing to add to his stock and trade. So he grabbed it and handed it to Kobu as this white angel.
Jack, I've got to get out of the open. This is just a little too much.
Okay, Ann. Tell him we know that Ann is the white angel, Joe. No use trying to get out of this that way. Come on, Ann.
Kobu, come on. You are right. It's the white angel, all right. And she's going to do her best to see that your tongue speaks again. Now let's go.
Wonder when Vic is going to get back here from Capetown.
Just according to how much good he did with his trip. Wait a minute. Kobu, you'd better go to the radio set and see if there are any messages from the dock. We'll be right around the aeroplane if you want us. About Vic now. I said he'd be back according to how much good his trip did him. Just how much good do you think it did, Jack?
Well, Joe, if his staying there depended on the landing of a ship that he seemed to expect, he'll probably be back shortly.
Then he'll be getting here soon.
But about this white angel business, Joe, this seems to be serious. I don't dare try to stay here.
And you don't dare try to leave either. Them drums you hear are probably mentioning the white angel about every third word. And what's going to happen if Kobu don't get back his speech about every two?
But see here, Joe, we've got to get out of this thing somehow. We should be able to explain to this Kobu that this witch doctor business is a lot of bunk. That meeting Ann after seeing her picture is just a coincidence.
Yeah? Well, suppose you try to explain that to him.
But we could go into Capetown, couldn't we?
Sure, and get knocked off with a poison arrow before we'd gone 10 blocks? No. This is going to take a lot of working out, and my head never was built for working out things. Jack, you may not believe it, but I'll bet you anything that right now we're completely surrounded by natives, either hoping that the white angel makes good on the witch doctor's prediction, or that we'll try to make a break, so they can watch what they seem to think is good, clean fun.
Which seems to leave it up to me to try to find out what the matter is with Kobu's voice. All right, Joe. Do you happen to know just what is the matter with it? How did he lose his voice in the first place?
I can give you that story, all right, if that'll be of any help.
At least that's making a start. We have until the new moon, and that's, let's see, that's a day after tomorrow night. What about it, Joe?
Well, as I suppose you'd notice, Kobu ain't one of the natives from around the colony here. He came from up around the place sort of east of the Angola, maybe west of the Congo. Well, that's where the doc has got his diamond mines. This Kobu was working for the fella that had it before the doc decided to take it over. From the way I get it, when this Kobu sees what has happened to his family, the shock made him lose his speech. Then the doc sort of took him in tow.
But if Doc was that cruel to his family, I don't see how he can stay here and work for him.
Funny thing, that. Sometimes I think that he must be either awful dumb in more ways than one, or else he's awful smart. Now you think if he could talk, he wouldn't be dumb, if you get what I mean.
But if you think that he's just biding his time for an opportunity to get revenge, why don't you tell the doc, or anyhow Vic?
Yeah? Haven't you heard Vic say that he was running this show? Then let him run it, I say. Well, Ann, there's the story of Kobu.
Get anything out of it, Ann? I mean, that would be helpful in getting out of this jam?
I'm not sure, Jack. You say it was the shock that caused him to lose his voice, Joe?
Yeah. They say that before that, he could make as much noise as them drums are doing right now. Listen to him. They drive you nuts. Say, don't you hear a car somewhere?
Well, it must be Vic. His trip was disappointing to him, I guess. Someday I wish you'd tell me why, Joe.
Look, Jack, always forget anything that I ever said. Sometimes I say things without knowing it. I don't like to be reminded of them unless I'm sure of them.
I get you, Joe. Okay.
It's Morgan, all right. At least it's the same car he left in. That boy's bringing him right up to the ship, I guess.
Any luck, Vic? Not a bit. Where's Kobu?
He's in the radio shack, keeping watch on the receiver.
Well, I'm going to get him and find out what those drums are all about. In town, all you can hear is that infernal thing going on in the hills. They say it has something to do with Kobu.
It seems that Kobu saw a witch doctor a little while back, and his voodoo guy gives him a picture of a white girl and told him it was the White Angel, and that when he found that White Angel, she'd bring his voice back to him.
And I suppose that Kobu thinks that Gorgeous here is the White Angel in the picture, and he's going to talk again. Well, why don't you tell him she's not, and stop all that boom, boom, boom?
A fine idea, Morgan, except for one thing. It so happens that the picture is a picture of Ann Burton. So suppose you try to talk him out of that.
A picture of Ann Burton. I don't believe it. How about it, Joe?
That's right, Vic. That witch doctor must have picked up an old magazine that she had a picture in a year ago and give it to Kobu. We seen it.
All right, then. Why don't you just tell him that she's not the White Angel? And even if she was, she couldn't bring his voice back. Now, what is he going to do about it?
Look, Vic, it's okay for you to say that to us, but you try it with Kobu. Everything's just fine and dandy, except that he's been talking to his people with them drums. And it seems like if the White Angel don't come through with his voice, Kobu and the White Angel, which is in, get to be the star performers in one of them sacrifice acts. And you know what them things are.
You don't mean that they actually think that they can do anything like that and get away with it?
You know Africa, Vic. So it looks like it ain't what is Kobu going to do about it, but what are we going to do about it?
I knew that we were making a mistake when we didn't take a chance on landing in that fog in the Tuttle and let you get back home from there, Gorgeous. I suppose you know what kind of a mess this is, don't you?
That fact seems to have been rather forcibly impressed upon him, Mr. Morgan, especially the part about me being the one who was honored by being sacrificed to the gods of silence. If that is any comfort to you.
I just wonder what the chances are of making a run for the ship and trying to get out of here when we get the gas and oil. We've got plenty of food till we get to the mines.
Just how long do you think we'd last if we started the climbing of that ship, especially with Ann here with us?
All right, then, we'll pull out.
We ain't going to do that either, Vic. We're going to stick it out and see this thing through. That's flat.
Just what do you think the doc is going to say to that, Joey?
You might have Kobu get him on the radio and see what he has to say, Vic. Explain the whole thing to him. And after you see what he says, just stick around and see what Kobu does.
Jack, I'm not sure, but I think I've got an idea of something we can try.
You mean something on the escape line, Ann?
No, I mean about Kobu. While you three have been trying to figure out how to fool these natives, I've been trying to think of some way that we can bring them around to our way of thinking. That seems to be the more sensible way.
Listen, beautiful. Would you like to try talking sense into those drums? Do you think for 1 minute that they're pounding, beating, booming like that, telling the miracle that's going to happen to Kobu? You just bet your bottom dollar they're not. They're telling of a sacrifice of a white girl. Yeah, sacrifice. That's what they want.
I see here, Vic. Maybe you're taking this thing a little too hard.
I've heard those drums before. That's the way they sounded when the doc cleaned up that village at the mines. If it hadn't been for the storm, we wouldn't be here to tell about it. That's the way those drums were beating. They were calling for blood. Just like they're calling now. Listen to them. Listen to them.
Morgan, you've gone a bit hysterical. It seems to be a natural reaction after listening to the rhythmic beat for so long, but there's no use giving way to it. In order to save yourself, you'd be willing to leave me here. That's what you said. Honestly, I don't think that even you would do that if you were actually faced with a problem. But whether you would or not, I'm willing to try to save not only myself, but all of us. But I'm going to need help. Are you willing to give that help?
She's right, Vic. That thump all day long gets them nails all worked up in a kind of a...
Mass hysteria is the word, Joe.
Yeah, that's it. Well, anyhow, they wouldn't stop with her. They'd wipe us all out. And all the law in Africa wouldn't stop them once they got started.
But they'd be punished if they...
And a lot of good that punishment will do by that time. Okay, Ann, what can we do? Vic'll help, won't you, Vic?
Okay, sure.
I've been thinking about how Kobu lost his voice, the shock and everything. Now, I don't know whether I'm right or not, but I hope for all of us that I am. I've seen cases that I think were similar to this coming to the sanitarium while I was there. And the cure, well, it seemed almost a miracle even there. Now, who has a piece of paper?
Oh, here you are, Ann.
Here, Joe. I want you to take this piece of paper and get that native boy with the car to drive you into Capetown. Get this stuff here. If you have to go to every store in town, if you have to get a doctor and bribe him to get it for you, and then come back here as quickly as you can.
And suppose I can't get it?
Then don't come back here at all. That's the only chance.
That is the only chance. How can Anne hope to fulfill the almost impossible hope held out by the native witch doctor to the educated, yet gullible Kobu? A miracle or a sacrifice? The echoing drums will give the story to the thousands of natives who listen with bated breath. And your loudspeaker will bring you the verdict in the next adventure-laden episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. diamond smuggler's secret airport near Capetown, South Africa, Ann Burton finds that the giant native Kobu, who acts as caretaker for the gang, has mistaken her for a white angel that has been sent to restore to him the power of speech he lost when the Doc wiped out his native village far to the north. Already the talking drums of the Dark Continent have carried the news far and wide, and already the natives nearby know that either the white angel must restore Kobu's speech, or Kobu and Ann will be sacrificed to the gods of silence. As the drums continue their incessant throbbing, Ann decides to make a desperate attempt to fulfill the prophecy of the witch doctor by utilizing modern medical science. She sends Joe to Capetown with a note with instructions to get the substance she has named, and suggests that if he fails, not to return to the field, as the natives in the hills are already worked up to a fanatic frenzy. We join Ann, Jack Baker, and the smuggler Vic Morgan at the airfield.
I sure hope that you know what you're doing, Ann. It'd be bad enough to try to make a break from this place. To try to really cure that fellow and then fail. That'd be just too bad.
I know it, Jack, but there doesn't seem much of anything to do. You know that if we made a run for the ship now with Joe gone, those natives back in that jungle would be out here before we could get off the ground.
There's not a chance on earth for you to bring that fellow's voice back. Doctors can't do it, so why should you try?
I don't know that doctors can't do it, Morgan. I've seen it done before, and I think that I can at least have a chance at it. Shouldn't Joe be back here by this time?
Maybe he couldn't get the stuff that you wanted. What was it?
I'll show it to you when Joe gets back here with it.
Yeah, if he does. Now listen, beautiful. If we can make a run for the ship, we got a chance to get away from here. And if we try this and fail, we're all sunk.
And on the other hand, it seems to me that the story is that if this white angel, which these natives think is me, fails to restore Kobu's voice, Kobu and the white angel will be the ones that ought to be sacrificed. If we try to run for it, without gas enough to get much of anywhere in particular, and happen to fail, do you think there's a spot in Africa, this side of the Sahara Desert, that will be safe for us?
You're right about that, Ann. But then Joe is safe enough, and he knows enough to stay in Capetown or to get back there if he sees he's running into trouble. There really isn't much chance that we won't be able to get at least to the Kimberley. We can pick up enough gas there to get somewhere.
Fine, Jack. Do we take Kobu along with us?
Kobu? Why, I never thought of that.
Yeah, Kobu can stay here. You'd never get him to leave with us.
Then I stay. That poor fellow will suffer just because we were afraid to stay and try to help him. No, this isn't a matter of heroics, but there is something in the training that a nurse receives that keeps her from saving her own life at the cost of another. And right now I'm speaking as Ann Burton, registered nurse, and not as a potential air hostess, although their duty is exactly the same.
Well, that seems to settle it, Morgan. We stick it out and see if Ann can cure this fellow. If she can, all well and good.
And if she can't?
And if she can't, we battle this thing out together.
Okay, Baker. That must be Joe getting back here now.
Now, Morgan, you're quite sure that Kobu didn't have his throat injured in some way in the raid that took place when the Doc took over the diamond mines?
No, he had a voice as good as anybody. Until he took a look around, and then he saw what the Doc's boys had done to his folks. You know, for butting in on Doc taking these mines away from those two old codgers.
You didn't happen to be around at that time, did you?
Hey, what's the idea, gorgeous? Trying to get some information out of me?
Well, Ann, here you are.
Fine.
And did I have a time trying to dig that stuff up? I didn't get it at any of them places you told me. I asked a fellow on the street, and it just happened that he was an American. He said I'd get it at a chemist. And that's right where I got it.
Oh, this is it, Joe. I'd forgotten the excitement to ask if you had any money.
That's all right. Guy asked me how much I wanted, and I didn't know, so I said about $1 worth. And that's what he gave me, except that he made it shillings. Is that the stuff?
That's it, all right. I wasn't sure that they would have it here.
Oh, what is it, Ann? Just looks like a bunch of little doodads that you might ornament a dress or something.
That's what I told that chemist guy. But he said this was what the note called for, so I didn't argue.
Let's get back to what we were talking about, Morgan. I wasn't trying to worm any information out of you to give to any authorities, as you seem to think. What I'm trying to do is to get as complete a case history on Kobu as I can. And if you know, you'll help me. And yourself, too, by telling me.
Well, why don't you ask Kobu himself? He can write out the answers and tell you what you want to know.
The best portion of this thing we're going to try is the surprise element. And we don't want Kobu to think anything but that this cure, if we manage it, is the result of his witch doctor. I think that you'll find it'll be a good idea if you want to be friendly with the natives.
Oh, she's right, Morgan. If she manages this thing, there's nothing these boys won't do for us. And if you keep still and she fails, well, you know what that means.
Okay. Anything to quiet those drums. You wanted to know if I was around when Kobu found he couldn't talk, huh?
Yes, I did. Just what happened.
You mean to his folks?
No, you can skip that part of it. Just what happened to Kobu.
Well, our boys, that is our natives, cleaned out the tribe that was living near the diamond mine, see? And Doc and me and a couple of other guys that were in the party were just coming up to sort of straighten things up. When here comes this Kobu out of the jungle, where he'd been hunting, see? He didn't know anything about this little skirmish, and he looked sort of dazed. And then he made a beeline to his folks' hut. He took one look inside, saw what was left there, and then turned around and opened his mouth to give out a hideous yell, see? And no sound came out.
But how do you know that he could talk before, Morgan?
Well, we'd seen him before, while he was spying on the village, see? He would yell across from one hill to the other. It must have been a mile and a half. You never heard such a voice. But after that, he seemed like he was trying, but he couldn't make any noise.
That's what I was trying to find out. It's just exactly what I thought it was. A form of laryngitis that comes from hysteria. Usually you'll find it in infants, where it sometimes takes the form of holding their breath. But now and then you'll find a case where a shock will cause it in a grown-up, and it becomes a sort of a neurosis. At least I'm hoping that's what it is.
Well, I thought it might be that his throat muscles had become paralyzed.
There's a good chance of that, Jack. And in that case, well, we'll be right back where we started. But I'm going to try this anyhow.
Just what are those things, anyhow? They look like some of those charms that the witch doctors give the natives, like little tassels. You're sure you're not going in for that kind of stuff, are you?
Hardly, Mr. Morgan, but you've certainly given me an idea. Joe, you bring Kobu out here, and we'll have him sit right here in the shade.
Well, don't you think it'd be better, Anne, to take him into the hangar or somewhere where the natives that are hiding in the woods won't be able to see what you're doing?
I would rather work right out here where they can see us. They're suspicious enough as it is. And there's another reason, as you'll find out soon enough. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, Ann, I'll bring him out here in a jiffy.
Now, when he brings him out, I'm going to tell him what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it as impressive as possible, and I want both of you to help, just as I ask you. And don't be surprised at anything.
Hey, what are you going to do with those funny little tassels? Hang them around his neck?
I'm going to tell him they're a sort of a charm, just as you suggested. I don't think that he's learned about these in school, and if he hasn't, the surprise should do the work.
Where do you want him, Ann?
Kobu, I want you to sit down in that chair. The White Angel is going to try to send away the gods of silence and bring you back the power of speech. Do you understand?
You'd better tell him if this is going to be painful, Anne.
You will not have to write down your answers, Kobu. Just shake your head if you understand. Now, give me your notebook, the book that has been your tongue for many moons, and the pencil, too. No more will you need these false tongues, Kobu. So?
Gosh, she busted his pencil. I hope she knows what she's doing.
Morgan, give me your lighter. Now, Kobu, you see the White Angel give this false tongue to the flames.
Anne, aren't you carrying this too far? If this doesn't work...
Jack, hand me that small rock. That's it. Now, Kobu, here is one of the charms that the White Angel has to put the god of silence to flight. It is here in this little piece of blue woven cloth. But before I can use this charm, I must know one thing. Are you willing to stand great discomfort in order that your speech will return?
Hey, she ought to be an actress.
That is good, Kobu. This will not hurt you. In this charm is concealed the great spirit of amyl nitrate that will try to rid your throat of the evil gods of silence. But when I release the spirit of the amyl nitrate, you must breathe deeply, that the spirit may reach the silence. Do you understand?
Amyl nitrate? No wonder. I thought I'd seen things like that before.
The amyl nitrate will seem to choke you. So great will be his anger at the evil gods of silence. But if you help, he will overcome the silence. Then once more can speak like other men. Are you ready, Kobu? Remember, you must breathe deeply.
Boy, if this don't work.
Now, I place the charm in my handkerchief like this. I break the little glass capsule that holds the spirit of amyl nitrate. Now, breathe, Kobu. Breathe. Hold it here, Jack. That's it. No, Kobu. You must breathe it. That's it. Hold it there.
What's that I smell? Like garlic or something.
That's the amyl nitrate, Joe. That's what was in those little cloth-covered capsules you brought back. Is he still breathing the stuff, Anne?
I think so. Yes, he is. That ought to be enough. Now, Kobu, let's see if the evil spirits of silence have gone.
Hey, he looks as big as a house when he stretches out of that chair. But I wonder if he can... Hey, what's the matter with that guy? Is he going crazy?
Kobu, come back here. Kobu, what's the matter?
He just stood up, worked his mouth for a second, and then ran. Oh, Jack, do you suppose that I failed after all?
I don't know, Anne, but you certainly tried. Which way did he go, Joe?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
Well, gorgeous, I'll say that you made a swell play at that. What was that spirit of amyl nitrate stuff you were giving him, huh?
That was the stuff that was in the cloth-covered ampule, amyl nitrate. They use it to bring people out of fainting spells for some kinds of heart trouble, and sometimes it works in the case of hysteric laryngitis. There's a little glass vial inside the cover like this one here. I just broke that and held it under his nose.
Hey, listen.
There goes Kobu's drums. Well, sister, it looks like it's curtains for us. Our little idea must have failed, huh?
Oh, Jack and I tried so hard.
Take it easy, Ann. After all, it was only a chance. You're up against too many odds, and the cards were stacked against you, that's all. But I would have thought that Kobu would have stayed around instead of running and broadcasting the thing over that drum just to try to bring his finish a little closer.
Yeah, and instead of that, he just stood up. Worked his lips for a second like he was going to say something. Then changed his mind and let out. Hey, listen to that drum. He's worse than all the rest. Hey, Joe. Hey, what's the matter with the guy? Has he gone completely batty because he lost his voice?
He's gone completely batty, all right.
I suppose that'll bring the natives out of the hills any time now. If I'd only been able to help him recover his voice.
Hey, Ann, what are you talking about? The only reason that you can't hear Kobu yelling clear over here is because he's drowning himself out with his own drum. And can he yell? You can't hear him, but he's yelling, Kobu speed! Kobu speed!
Once more, a simple remedy of modern science has worked a seeming miracle. Will this happening have any bearing on the future of Ann Burton and Jack Baker? Will Kobu be able to repay Ann for the gift of speech that she has given him? Perhaps we shall learn about these things as we plunge deep into the heart of the African jungle in our next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes. while we were following the thrilling flight of Ann Burton and Jack Baker in the interstate transport ship across the South Atlantic, while we watched with bated breath the pursuit by co-pilot Pete K. Thompson and Zeb Abercrombie in the Aircat speed ship as they sought vainly to follow their sealed orders, all this time there was a less thrilling but almost as important flight taking place far to the north, as Aunt Hattie and Bobby Baker, at the request of Dr. John Tyler, had accompanied him on a flight by clipper plane to Luando in the Angola sector of Africa. This flight, according to Tyler, is to use Bobby in an attempt to restore the memory of one George Ross, believed by Tyler to be in reality George Burton, an uncle of Ann's and one-time partner of Zeb. But it is also known that the gang leader, the Doc, and his assistant Hans are making the same trip. Suppose we visit Aunt Hattie and Bobby.
Well, I must say, for a country as old as Africa, they haven't spent much of the time putting in improvements.
It's really too bad, Miss Jackson, that we didn't come the way of Capetown. There you would see one of the most modern cities in the world and what is probably the worst climate in the world for me.
Good gee, Dr. Tyler, I read where Capetown and that part of Africa had just about one of the finest climates in the world. They're one of the healthiest, too.
Well, that's what I meant, Bobby, when I said it was probably the worst climate for me, a doctor. If it were not for auto accidents and a little native riot now and then, I fear the medical profession would fare rather poorly in Capetown.
That may be true, Dr. Tyler, but you certainly could do a good business here on heat prostration cases. Must be 190 in the shade at least.
Boy, I'll say it is. This helmet makes me all the warmer.
Don't you dare take it off, Bobby. That's one thing you learn in this part of the country, that your helmet is just like your eyes and your ears. You keep it with you wherever you go during the day, so don't be tempted to take it off.
I think it'd be cool along this river, at least. Instead of that, it's sweltering.
Well, anyhow, it's better than that funny little train we rode on from Luando to this river. Boy, that thing was really hot.
Well, it certainly was not in the contract when I agreed to bring Bobby to Africa, Doctor. But I can't say that I regret it.
Well, naturally, Miss Jackson, I had no way of knowing that George Ross was not going to be in Luando when we arrived, that he'd be making another trek into the jungle.
Gee, this is going to be almost like Stanley trying to find Livingston, isn't it, Aunt Hattie?
Well, hardly, Bobby.
Well, Doctor, just how do you know which way George Ross will go?
All we have to go on, Bobby, is the story of the landlady where George stayed in Luando, that George was heading for the section that lies nearly in the Congo, somewhere near a large lake.
But that map we bought in Luando doesn't show a lake anywhere near there. See here. As I have it in my bag here.
I never noticed. But it should show a lake close to the Angola-Congo border.
Yeah, but there isn't. See here?
So there isn't. But I believe I'll rely upon the natives, for I'm sure there is such a lake. I believe the name is Lake de Lolo or something like that.
Lake de Lolo? Well, that sounds almost Hawaiian.
Well, that's one of the peculiarities of African names. Many of them seem to be of Hawaiian origin, or perhaps the Hawaiian names are of African origin.
Just like the name of this river, the Congo. Say, this trip is almost as good as going to school, and it's a lot more fun, isn't it, Aunt Hattie?
Well, if the geography of Africa was all that you wanted to know, this trip might be better than school. But I think that a nice school classroom would be the better place to learn, say, algebra. Oh, whatever is that strange noise I hear? That booming.
Those, Miss Jackson, are the talking drums of Africa in operation. Just watch the faces of these natives. See how they listen while they pedal?
Gee, you'd think they knew just what those drums mean.
They do know, Bobby. Those drums are carrying news of some kind from one tribe to another, and each one of these boys know just what they're saying.
Sounds interesting if one only knew what they were booming about. Why don't you ask that headman, whatever you call him, what they mean?
Wouldn't do any good to ask the captain. These natives keep the news of the drums pretty much of a secret among themselves, and they don't welcome the white man trying to find out their message.
Why, it's just like us listening to a radio news broadcast while we're in a car or a plane.
Well, you'll find as we get farther into the interior that our coming will be no surprise to the natives. They'll have the news days ahead of our arrival and will be prepared to meet us, or to make known that we're not welcome.
You don't mean to tell me that we're liable to have trouble with any of these tribes, do you, Dr. Tyler?
Oh, nothing serious, Miss Jackson. But I think we shall find a few of the villages in which white men are far from welcome. And they'll not be backward in making it known to us we're not wanted there. And being their country, we must respect their wishes. If we wish to make any headway in our search for George Burton, or shall I say Ross.
Oh, I'm almost positive, Doctor, that the man we're following is really Aunt's uncle, George Burton, even though he does think of himself as Ross now. But even though we find him, are you quite sure that you'll be able to help him recover his memory so far from any modern hospital equipment?
I'm backing everything on the shock he'll receive from the uncanny resemblance between Bobby and George's boyhood friend.
And I certainly hope we find him soon. Well, what are those boats pulling into the bank there for?
We're landing for a bit of lunch and to give the boys a chance to rest for a minute. There. First boat's up to the bank and the other one's just about to make it. Now be sure to hang on to your sun helmets, because without it, there's just no traveling during the day. Here we are.
Come on, Hattie. I'm going to take some pictures while we're here. Boy, would I have a swell time showing these pictures to the gang back in Springfield.
You watch your step there, Bobby, or we'll be fishing you out of the river.
Say, Aunt Hattie, that gives me an idea. Why can't I go swimming while we wait here?
Well, I don't know.
Keep your eye on that log, Bobby, and you'll see just why you're not going swimming in the Quango River. I'll just throw this stick at the log if I can throw that far.
Yeah, but I don't see why that log has any... Hey, look. It's moving. It's going right to the bank.
And in just a second, it'll run right up that bank, too. That, Bobby, is a crocodile.
Oh!
Boy, what a big one. Huh. Nope, I guess I don't want to go swimming.
I didn't think you would.
Well, if I'd known there were things like that in this river, I don't think you'd have ever persuaded me to put my foot inside that boat.
You don't have to worry, Miss Jackson.
Oh.
You're safe enough in the boat. Well, while you see to it there's enough food for us, I'll have a little talk with our capita. This will be the last stop before we leave the boats to take off to the jungle. If you can make them understand what you want, Miss Jackson, just call me.
Don't worry, I'll make them understand what I want. Now, Bobby, don't you get too far away from here taking those pictures.
Oh, I won't, Aunt Hattie. I'm just going a little way up the river, maybe, and see if I can find another crocodile sleeping so I can get a picture of him when he wakes up.
Bobby Baker, don't you dare go around waking up crocodiles just to get a picture.
Oh, gee, Aunt Hattie, I won't. I was just kidding. But I won't go very far.
Oh, yes. Who would have ever thought that me, Hattie Jackson, at my age, would be here in Africa of all places? Ever since that niece of mine, Ann Burton, made up her mind to be an air hostess, I've been like a Mexican jumping bean. Here, young man. Do you think you're going to make decent coffee like that? Well, don't speak then. Oh, I don't suppose you can. No. Look, you don't put the coffee in the pot first. You have to get the water hot first. Oh, here, you go ahead with those cans. I'll take care of the coffee. My goodness. Here, now, we'll put it on these stoves like this. Now, while that's boiling, I'll put a cloth over this pot and see if I can't get some sort of order out of this. Oh, my, just to think. Some of your relatives are probably dining car cooks.
Well, I see you're taking over as chef, Miss Jackson.
Just trying to show this boy how to make coffee.
Nice.
He was going to put the dry coffee in a dry pot. Imagine that. Well, he'll learn.
Well, probably first time he's ever had to make coffee. But I've certainly learned something about those drums we heard a while ago.
You mean your head man told you?
Yes. This seems to be something special. Sounds a bit on the weird side, but very interesting for a medical man. But perhaps that's the reason Mataba, that's the name of our capital, told me. He knows I'm a doctor, and these natives like to crow a bit when one of their witch doctors win a victory, or seem to, over the white man's medicine.
Oh, bosh and nonsense, Dr. Tyler. They don't really put any faith in those hideously dressed and painted fakers, do they?
I'm afraid they do, Miss Jackson. Not without plenty of reason. It seems these fakers, as you call them, give the natives plenty of reason to believe in them. This business that drums were booming about, for instance.
I don't believe it, but tell me about it.
Well, it seems one of the members of a tribe from nearby, close to the lake to which we're headed, by the way, was stricken some time ago with dumbness, completely lost the use of his vocal cords, and couldn't utter a sound. Mataba knew him personally, said he was a big chap named Kobu. Well, not long ago, this Kobu went to a witch doctor who told him he'd soon meet a white angel of mercy who would bring back his speech. And this white angel would come from the skies.
Sounds just like all the stories they tell.
Perhaps. But just to make it more interesting, the witch doctor gave this Kobu a picture of the white angel that was to perform the miracle. Now, don't ask me how. It just happened, that's all. And then Kobu sat down and waited for the white angel of the picture to come from the skies and restore his speech.
And I suppose that the drums told of the miracle actually happening, just as the witch doctor foretold. Bosh.
Bosh or not, that's exactly it. Although Kobu had finally wound up working for someone near Capetown, the white angel of the picture actually showed up and restored his speech. Not only that, but it was Kobu himself who started the story over the drums.
Next thing you'll be telling me that it's the white angel, as you call her, is Ann Burton, my niece.
Miss Jackson, Mataba said the drums of Africa are calling the white angel by the name she calls herself. Ann Burton, or as you know her, Ann Burton, your niece.
Ann? Why, I never heard of such a preposterous... Well, after that, Dr. Tyler, nothing's impossible. Although I can't for the life of me figure out.
Gee whiz, I wish you'd look at... Oh, excuse me, Dr. Tyler. I didn't mean for you to see this. I mean, well, this is... Well, it's a sort of a secret between Aunt Hattie and me.
What? I see what you mean, Bobby. Well, I'll stroll over and talk to Mataba for you.
What is it, Bobby? Why are you so excited? Well, you've been running, too.
Yeah, I wanted you to see something, and I didn't want Dr. Tyler to see it. Although he's probably seen it already anyway.
What is it?
Well, you know, I've been sort of thinking that maybe Dr. Tyler wasn't the doc at all. But, oh, gosh, after this... Well, anyway, I found this just around the bend in the river there, right where Doc Tyler came from a few minutes ago. It's a note that looked like somebody read it and threw it down.
You mean that Dr. Tyler might have just thrown it away?
Yeah, he could have. Although it might have been there for a couple of days. But anyhow, it's a note, and here it is.
I see. Huh? It says, Doc, the drums. Have headman interpret them for you. Signed, Hans.
A note from Hans left in the heart of the African jungle. Was it a note that had already been read before the arrival of Dr. Tyler? Once more, the evidence points to Dr. Tyler as the head of the smuggling ring. If this be true, then what is to happen to Bobby and Aunt Hattie as they are lured farther and farther from civilization? Every move from now on will bring us closer to the solution of the mystery. So don't miss a single episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Dr. Tyler, accompanied by Aunt Hattie and Bobby Baker, are heading on a trek that leads from the Congo River to the interior of the Portuguese Angola in Africa, as they attempt to find George Burton, uncle of Ann Burton. Bobby is just about to become reconciled that Tyler is not the insidious Doc, leader of the smuggling ring, when he comes upon a note lying on the riverbank addressed to Doc and signed by Hans, who Bobby knows is the scientist that works for the mysterious Doc. Can it be that Tyler has dropped the note after reading it, or has the Doc already passed along the same route? If so, what can be his destination? We can only hazard a guess and trust to learn more as we once again join the safari of Dr. Tyler as it plunges through the trackless jungle toward the interior of the Dark Continent.
Well, Bobby, how do you like the jungle by this time?
Gee, Dr. Tyler, I thought we'd see all kinds of lions and tigers and just about every kind of wild animal. And so far, all we've seen are the crocodiles along that river.
Bobby Baker, don't you go wishing for any animals to see?
Well, I didn't mean to see one right close, Aunt Hattie, but, well, I thought we'd at least get a glimpse of something or other.
You just wait until we make our Lapongo for the night.
Until we make our what?
Our Lapongo, our camp. We usually find some place near water, and it's around the water holes the jungle beasts hold their nightly meetings.
And we'll make our Lapongo, as you call it, just as far away from a water hole as we can.
Oh, but gosh, Aunt Hattie, just think, I've got a lot of flash bulbs, and I could get some swell pictures of the animals when they come down to drink. Couldn't I, Dr. Tyler?
I expect you could, Bobby, but I think the attempt would be rather risky. It's also around the water holes that the animals have their fights. And here in the jungle, life is a rather ruthless proposition. A jungle beast will fight to the death for possession of his water rights, and they have no consideration for the spectators.
That settles it. No pictures at water holes.
Oh, shucks. And in the daytime, you can't hardly take any good pictures because the heat'll almost always hurt the film. But I'd think you'd see some animals in the daytime anyhow.
Well, Bobby, it seems we're taking what's a pretty well-established trail, and it doesn't take the beast long to understand that they're in danger wherever there are men.
Trail? I'm sure I haven't noticed a trail of any kind around here.
No, it isn't exactly a highway. But the one who's been in the jungle, it's really a trail. For you can see the signs here and there of safaris that have passed along here. Mataba tells me there have been at least 2 different parties along here within the last 4 days. George Burton must have been one of those, but the other...
Say, then that other must have been...
Yes, Bobby, it must have been someone else. Possibly a big game hunter, wasn't it, Dr. Tyler?
Yes, Miss Jackson. That what you, meant, Bobby?
Well, yeah, I guess that was it.
Yes, from the number of rifles and other artillery you have those boys carrying, Doctor, one would think we were going to hunt big game ourselves.
Well, just a matter of precaution, that's all. One never knows when he'll find the trail disputed by a rogue elephant or a rhino, and in that case, it's a matter of safety to have at least 2 heavy-caliber guns ready to take care of the situation.
Gee, I bet that next to a lion or a rhinoceros would be about the most dangerous thing we could run into, wouldn't it?
No, Bob, it wouldn't. The most feared animal in all Africa is the African water buffalo.
Water buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, I've seen a lot of buffalo back home in the United States, and they never looked very mean. Why, a bunch of us fellas used to know a kid whose father had some on his farm out west, and they were as tame as any other kind of cattle.
Well, that might be very true of American buffalo, Bobby, but it's the very opposite of the African type.
Well, how about the rhino?
The rhino's bad, of course, but he won't pick a fight. And if he does think you're interfering with him, he scents you, then makes a lunge for the scent, keeping to what is almost a straight line, so that sidestepping him is the easy way to get away. But the African water buffalo seems to bear a perpetual grouch at the world in general, and thinks everyone is his enemy.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be so hard to get away from.
I'm afraid he is, Bobby. His sense of hearing is very acute, and his nose is quite keen. He has absolutely no knowledge of fear and will attack any living creature. Because he kills for the pure love of killing and not for food, he makes no choice of foes. And because of his ferocious nature, there isn't a beast in the jungle that doesn't fear him and respect him.
Even lions?
Even lions. The king of beasts has long since learned that those needle-like horns of the water buffalo are much more than a match for him.
All the more reason why we camp around no water holes. Oh, but look, is that some kind of a clearing we're coming to?
Yes, we'll find many places like that along the trail. And it's in places like that we must be very careful not to lose the trail of Burton. For while we're going through the jungle, the trail is fairly easy to hold, but in these open plains, it can be lost.
Dr. Tyler, what are those things away over there?
Bobby, those are giraffes.
Boy, I'd sure like to get a picture of them.
Well, maybe you can while we stop for lunch, Bobby.
I doubt it very much. Giraffes are gifted with the keenest sense of perception of any of the beasts of the jungle, and they can scent a man for miles. Because they have absolutely no means of defending themselves, not even to sound a warning, they're the most timid. But there might be a chance you can come up on the leeward side of them. We'll see, Bobby.
Did you honestly mean that they can't make a sound of any kind?
That's right. Well, I'll move up toward the front a bit. I want to have a little powwow with Mataba. I'll let you know about the pictures, Bobby.
Gee, a fella sure can learn a lot of things on a trip like this, can't he, Aunt Hattie?
Certainly you can, Bobby. And Dr. Tyler seems to know a lot about Africa.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I wonder how he does. He never says anything about being here before, and yet he knows all the places. And he can talk their language, too. Did you notice that?
I've noticed he gets along with the natives very well for a stranger.
And that's why I'm still wondering. Especially after finding that note addressed to the doc and signed by Hans. Do you suppose that he really does know that Hans is right ahead of us somewhere?
Oh, I don't honestly know, Bobby.
Well, now, if Dr. Tyler isn't really the doc that's the crook, then that note could have been written by Hans and left for the doc, even if they were both in the same party. And we just happened to pick it up a day or two later. But if Tyler is the doc and Hans knew that he was following, then it looks to me like Tyler must have read it and threw it down. What seems so funny is that Tyler was telling you about what those drums were saying right after I find the note from Hans asking that the doc find out about the drums. Oh, that's what gets me so all mixed up.
Well, I'll admit it has me in a quandary, too, Bobby. But there's something about Dr. Tyler I like, and I'm sure I'd know it if he were a crook.
Yeah, sometimes I really like Dr. Tyler myself, and I think that he just couldn't plan all of those things that the doc has done. And then something happens, and I begin to think he's the doc again. Gosh, it's all mixed up.
Now, don't you worry any more about it, Bobby. You just keep on acting as if you don't suspect a thing, and we'll not be long in finding out. Remember, when we find George Burton, we'll know, because it was the doc that took the diamond mines away from George and Zeb. He'll know the doc.
Yeah, if we ever find George Burton.
Well, I'm sure everything will turn out all right. Oh, and don't say any more, because the doctor's coming back this way.
Yeah, okay, but he sure knows a lot about Africa.
Well, the boys at the front of the line are stopping and getting things ready for a bit of lunch and a rest. See anything of your giraffe, Bobby?
Yeah. Gosh, it looks like they must be miles away over there. See them?
Mm-hmm. There they are, on the crest of that little rise.
Don't you think he'd better take one of the boys with him, Doctor?
Oh, he'll stand a better chance of getting a picture if he goes by himself. Less chance of frightening the animals. But you have to be very careful, Bobby. Remember, they're timid, and you only have a chance for one or at best two pictures.
Oh.
So when you raise up, be ready to snap your camera.
That won't take very long, Doctor. How long will it be for lunch?
Oh, about an hour. You'll have plenty of time to get over there, snap your pictures, and get back here for a little rest before lunch. But remember, be very quiet. And good luck.
And remember, Bobby, be back here within 30 minutes so you can clean up a bit.
All right, I'll be back, Aunt Hattie.
Well, Miss Jackson, if you want to supervise the lunch, we'd better get up to the clearing.
All right. I wish someone had gone with Bobby. I'd feel safer.
He'll be all right. I could have sent one of the carriers, but there's nothing to worry about. It gives him a spirit of self-confidence. Let him go by himself. I know how it is. I used to be a youngster myself.
I suppose that's right. Now, where's that fellow that tries to make the coffee without any water? Oh, there you are. Now, I'm going to show you once more, little fellow. You take the water, put it in the pot, and set it on the fire. See? Now, you have to wait until it comes to a boil. Well, how's the coffee coming, young man? Here, let me see. Oh, land sakes. I don't know how long it's going to take to teach you to make a simple thing like coffee. That water's been boiling for I don't know how long. We're all ready to pour it out. And what do I find? You haven't put the coffee in it. Don't you understand? You do have to put the coffee in it, or it will still be just water. Well, I'm certainly glad I don't have to teach you how to make angel food cake.
Don't worry, Miss Jackson. He'll catch on after a while. Looks like everything's ready. Bobby getting cleaned up?
Bobby? Oh, no, he hasn't returned yet, Doctor.
Hasn't returned. Well, it shouldn't have taken him over a half or most 3/4 of an hour.
You mean it's been that long since he left?
It's been over an hour and a half, Miss Jackson.
Oh, then we'll have to start looking for him at once, Doctor. Something must have happened to him. Can't you send Mataba to look? I'll go with him. Oh, an hour and a half.
No, I wouldn't become alarmed. He's probably snapped his pictures and then found something else of interest. These youngsters lose all track of time, you know.
Yes, I know. But Bobby had his wristwatch, and he's usually very punctual. Oh, frankly, Doctor, I'm worried. Are you quite sure no wild beast could have...
Oh, of course not. If it were long toward evening or we were still in the jungle, I'd be inclined to be worried. But on this open plain, there's very little chance of anything happening.
Dr. Tyler, your words are very soothing, but there's a look on your face tells me you're not just as sure as you'd like to be. Are you sure Bobby's in no danger?
Miss Jackson, frankly, this is Africa. And here one can be sure of nothing. I don't think anything has happened to Bobby, but I do think it might be well to send a party of the natives to look for him. And I'd suggest you stay here until we get back.
You keep looking over toward the place where Bobby saw the giraffe, as though you see something, Doctor. What is it?
Well, that's what's worrying me. Those giraffes, I told Bobby, are the most timid of all African creatures. Just the snap of a camera shutter will send them scurrying away at high speed.
Yes, you told him all that. But what's that got to do with him?
Everything, I think, Miss Jackson. Those giraffes are still over there feeding.
Which means?
Which means that Bobby never got there.
Oh, then we must start looking at once, Doctor. Anything might have happened to him.
We'll start at once. But one learns a great deal in Africa. And one of these is that many eyes see more than two. Before we send out a searching party, we'll broadcast a message.
Broadcast a message? Doctor, have you taken leave of your senses?
Certainly not, Miss Jackson. Mataba! Mataba!
Yes, sir.
Mataba, the Bwana Bobby is lost in the jungle. Let the talking drum speak while I seek through the bush with 5 of your best boys. Send me the boys. But first, the talking drums.
Yes, sir.
Once more, the rhythmic throb of the talking drums of Africa is heard. What will it mean to Bobby Baker? Has he become lost in the trackless maze that is the jungle? Did Dr. Tyler send Bobby on his errand knowing that he would not return? We can only guess as to the fate of the brave youngster as we await the next adventure-laden episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Bobby Baker, brother of the pilot Jack Baker, has become lost from the safari headed by Dr. Tyler while beating through the jungle between the Kwango River and the mysterious Lake Delolo. Tyler has the head boy of the safari, Mataba, send out the story of the disappearance by way of the centuries-old communication system of Africa, the talking drums. At once the very hills themselves seem to throb with the news, and somewhere in that jungle is the emissary of the insidious Doc. Will Bobby fall into the hands of the smuggling ring, or does fate hold a more sinister future? Suppose we penetrate the fastnesses of the jungle near the point where Bobby left the grassy plain.
Gee, but it's dark in here. I wish I hadn't left the edge of that plain like that, but I just had to see where those footprints led. I wonder if they could have been that Hans. And if it was, what was he doing trying to get close to our party? Hey, what was that? Oh, gosh, I guess I must be getting scared. It's not so bad when you can see things, but when they just make a noise like that and you can't see them. Now, let's see. I ought to be going west, or is it east? I've come so far now, I don't know which way it is. Getting hungry, too. They say when you're lost, you walk in a circle, but I've been watching that, and I don't seem to be coming back to the same place. Those drums up in the hills. I wonder what they're making so much noise about. I wish I had a gun so I could fire it and let them know where I am. It's no use calling until I hear somebody, though. And even then I wouldn't dare to, because it might be that Hans. Say, there's something over there in those bushes. It's walking right along as I do. I wonder... Gosh, I've heard that leopards do that. Walk right along with a person until they get them where they can jump down on them. Well, I guess the best thing to do is to stop and see if it stops, too. Yeah, it sure does. Well, I guess I just have to watch out. Oh, then Dr. Tyler said that in daytime, why, a wild animal won't attack a human being unless it's hungry. Gee, I sure hope that leopard isn't hungry. It's just keeping right up with me. There's a little clearing up there. Maybe if I make right for the middle of it, whatever it is that's following me will come out into the open. It'd be a lot better to find out what it is and have it keep following me. Now I'll walk right across the middle of this opening, and it's coming out. A native, and he's got a spear. Hey, don't do that. I'm your friend. Gee, maybe I'll get his picture and duck that spear if he throws it. Don't throw that. No. Honest, I'm your friend. Look, don't. Gee whiz, he put the spear down. He's acting like he's scared of me. He's coming this way. Boy, I wish I could talk their language like Dr. Tyler. Why, he's shaking like a leaf, pointing to my camera. Here, I'm not going to hurt you. Why, it's a boy. He's not any older than I am. Gosh, I don't know what to do.
Me, Sawonga. You?
Sawonga? Me? Oh, sure, I see. Your name is Sawonga. Well, me, Bobby.
Me, Sawonga. You, Bobe.
Sure, that's right. Now, let's see. Dr. Tyler told me how to say how are you. Oh, I remember. It's Moyo. Moyo.
Sawonga Malangala. You?
Malangala? Oh, yeah, that means very good. Me, Bobby Malangala.
Where are you, Lapongo?
You mean my camp? Well, I don't know, Sawonga. I'm lost, I guess. Lost. I don't know where my Lapongo is. Gee, you know some English, don't you?
Sawonga, brother of great Kobu. Kobu learned much from Naputa. Sawonga learned much from Kobu. Kobu soon come back. Sawonga learn more. Malangala.
Yeah, I'll say that's Malangala, all right, Sawonga.
You know Kobu?
No, I'm afraid I don't, Sawonga.
Talking drums speak much of Kobu. Kobu now speak. Sawonga glad.
Well, I'm glad then, too, Sawonga. But do you know what the drums speak of now?
Only warrior know word of drum. Sawonga know someday soon. You like posho?
Posho? You mean, oh, sure, food. Well, I am hungry. Yeah, me like posho, Sawonga.
Bobe come with Sawonga. We go to Masoko. Get much posho. Good.
Yeah, but look, Sawonga, my friends, they look for me. They'll worry about me.
Posho. Then we see. Come.
Well, okay. I guess you wouldn't know anything about how to find Aunt Hattie and Dr. Tyler anyway. All right, we go to Umasoko for house show.
No. You take.
Huh? Oh, gee, thanks, Sawonga. I nearly left my camera on that log. Yeah, we can't leave that, can we?
You take. Spirit of Sawonga in there. Must take.
Oh, I see why you were so afraid of me at first. When I took your picture, you thought that I got your spirit in the box. Is that right?
Spirit Sawonga in box. Long you have spirit Sawonga. Sawonga no leave you.
You mean until I get this film developed and give you a picture, you stay with me?
Sawonga no leave while spirit in box. Come, Bobe. We have Posho.
All right, Sawonga. You lead the way. You live with your mother and father?
Sawonga no have got. They gone.
You mean they left you alone?
One Adeka. He bad man. He send them away to sky. Someday Sawonga meet one Adeka go away.
Gee, we're coming to a river. How do we cross it, Sawonga?
Boat there. Sawonga push with flat stick.
You mean you'll paddle? Oh, gee, Sawonga, I can paddle too. Here, let me give you a lift with that other paddle.
Bobe hold box with spirit. Sawonga push with stick.
Yeah, all right.
You got Mama, Papa in Lapongo?
No, Sawonga. My mother and father, well, they've gone away too. A long time ago. I've got a big brother, though, and he's a swell guy, too. His name is Jack.
You brother? Him Jack Baker?
Why, sure, that's his name, Jack Baker. But how did you know that, Sawonga? You haven't got a radio, have you?
Radio?
Oh, of course you haven't. But tell me, how did you know my brother's last name?
You brother. He come from Naputa with White Angel.
Gosh, I get it now. You mean Ann Burton.
White Angel and Burton.
Now I know who Kobu is. Gee, I didn't remember when you told me that the drums were talking about him.
Kobu now speak. Kobu soon come back. You like Kobu. Me like you, Bope.
Well, gee, that's swell, Sawonga. But look, after we get to Masoko, maybe then we can look for my safari?
Sawonga, try. All tribe look. They find. But Sawonga not leave Bope.
Oh, that's great, Sawonga. But say, just where is this Masoko of yours?
Masoko by Water Dilolo.
You mean by Lake Dilolo?
Big water named Dilolo.
Yeah, but gee, Dr. Tyler said it would take us 3 or 4 days to get there. We're not going to be that long, are we?
3, 4, sleep? No, we there, now. We push by river. White man not know river. Take many sleep trek in bush.
You mean that the river is a shortcut and that we're already at the place?
Masoko there, see?
Why, sure, there is a village there. But I don't see anyone around. It looks deserted.
That Masoko. All people go dig in ground to hunt okapi.
You mean they leave the place empty to go work?
Sure, work. So can have much posho. No people here, but old one. They inside. Too hot outside. You hold. Sawonga pull boat in.
All right. Pull it.
Come.
I'm right with you, Sawonga. Oh, sure does look like there's no one here at all. And you can still hear those drums booming.
Me live here. You come in.
All right. Say, it's cool in here. And gee, I never knew that you could keep a place like this so... Well, anyhow, it's nice in here, Sawonga.
Kobu say man house, like man. House clean, man clean.
Yeah, that's right, I guess. Well, just think. I'm at Lake Dilolo. I wonder if I got ahead of George Burton and that Hans.
Hans? Wanna who walk so?
Why, gosh, yes, but how did you know, Sawonga?
He bad man. You say he come now?
Well, yeah, I think he's headed this way. Why?
My people tell of bad thing he do when I very small. Brother Kobu know. This big day for me. Here is Posho. You eat.
Oh, gee, this looks good. It tastes good, too.
You eat. I ask what drums speak. You say you want know. Me back soon.
Oh, I'm sure glad I made a friend of Sawonga, so they won't get Aunt Hattie and me mixed up with this. I wonder why those drums keep on like that. You can almost hear words in them.
Bope, me talk to old one in next hut. He no word of talking drum. They speak of you, Bope, first. They speak of how you missing in jungle. Many people look for you. Say, you people glad when you back. Sawonga sorry he cannot tell you with me. Then they speak of Kobu.
You mean your brother?
They say, Kobu, far south, learn of Wanadeka and of Hans. He come on wing of bird with white angel and with you, brother. Maybe one sleep and he be here. Then me see Kobu. Together we see Wanadeka and Wana Hans. Together they go away. On that day, Sawonga shall be warrior.
You mean... Gosh, I get it. You mean that Jack and Ann are on the way up here in the transport, and they're bringing Kobu with them. And they ought to be here maybe tomorrow. Boy, oh boy, now I don't care who the doc is, just as long as Jack's around.
Already the news has flashed over more than 1,000 miles of the takeoff of Ann and Jack on the last leg of their journey to the diamond mines. Rapidly, our story focuses itself upon one spot, almost in the center of Africa. We won't want to miss a single episode from now on, so be sure to be with us for the next gripping chapter in the life of Ann of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Bobby Baker, lost from the safari of Dr. Tyler and Aunt Hattie, meets a native boy, Sawonga, who proves to be a brother of Kobu, the native that recovered his speech through the work of Ann Burton. Sawonga is unable to take Bobby back to his party, but takes him instead to his own village, which proves to be near the destination of Dr. Tyler. A shortcut brings the end of the trail almost 3 days closer than the route used by Tyler, and Bobby believes that he may be ahead of George Burton and perhaps the smuggler's henchman Hans, both of whom are known to be in the heart of the jungle. As Sawonga brings food and water to Bobby, the drums of the natives carry the message that Kobu is with Ann and Jack, and that the huge transport ship has left the secret airport near Capetown and is now en route to the mysterious Lake Delolo. Can it be possible that our friends are now close to the hidden diamond mines? Darkness has cloaked the jungle, but in its mysterious depths we find two small boys, Bobby and Sawonga.
But are you sure, Sawonga, that we can find our way to my safari?
We try.
But gosh, I don't see why your people wouldn't help. At least they could have told me which way to go.
One called Buanadeca near Delolo. My people not like Buanadeca.
Yeah, but gee, I don't see what that has to do with not taking me back.
You say Dr. Tyler have yellow hair. One who lead men take mines from my people. He of yellow hair. That's why he called Buanadeca, he of yellow hair. Man who my people call Doc. Dr. Tyler called Doc. You see?
Yeah, I guess I get the idea all right.
My people not harm Dr. Tyler while you with him. You brother, he bring white angel to me brother, Kobu. People not take you back to Dr. Tyler. They fear he Buanadeca. Maybe someday he harm you, too.
Well, that's sure okay of him to think like that, but why did you sneak me out like this after it got dark and try to get me back if you think that maybe Dr. Tyler would harm me?
You say woman feel bad you not be there. You say maybe Dr. Tyler not hurt you. Me like you. Me see you get back.
Gee, that's sure swell of you, Sawonga. Only, well, isn't it dangerous to go through the jungle like this in the dark? You know, Dr. Tyler said it was all right in the daylight, but at night, well, anything might happen.
Only part of journey bad. When on river, all good. But now must watch. In dark, beasts look for posho.
Gosh, even the sound of it makes me get the shivers. Look, Sawonga, over there, what's that? It looks like a pair of eyes.
Shh. Where is magic flame?
Oh, you mean a flashlight? Here it is. Shall I
light flame? Now.
There. What? That was a lion.
Better lion than many other things. All fear flame. Keep magic flame close by.
But gosh, that was really close. A lion and nearly on top of us.
He was close long time. Lion cannot move without leave mark on air. Thing that move through tree, they are one cannot know about until sometime too late.
Oh, I see.
All beasts afraid of flame. We stop night, we make big fire. Beasts afraid to come close. You keep magic flame close.
You bet. I'll keep this flashlight right here in my hand. But how do you know which way to go in the dark, Sawonga?
Old one tell of white man Lapongo near Delolo. White man here, many moon gone by. He named George.
Say, that's right. George Burton. He's supposed to be ahead of us somewhere. And then that fellow that walks with a limp like you showed me. He's here, too. He's bad. We sure don't want to run across his safari.
Sawonga know he bad. Not let bad man safari know we close. We find you safari, maybe soon.
Well, I can't figure out how you know which way you're going.
Old one in Masoko say that way. We go that way.
Shh, flame. There. Another lion. Say, this jungle must be full of them.
Not other, no. Same lion. He watch. Soon we go sleep. He come.
Yeah, but we're not going to sleep. Gee, I couldn't sleep with that fella prowling around like that.
He not know that. Come. Soon be an old Masoko. Sawonga here. Long time ago.
You mean the old village, the one near the diamond mines?
Near mine. Not go there much. Bad. They're where bad men make our people go away.
Well, we must be getting away from the trail that Dr. Tyler and Aunt Hattie are taking.
All safari take trail, carry heavy load. We not carry load. We go straight. Not so far when straight.
But, gee, I wonder if Aunt Hattie would let Dr. Tyler go ahead if they didn't find me.
Maybe. No. We go to place they go. We come back way they go. Sure to find, see?
Oh, sure. I get it now, Sawonga. By using the shortcuts that you know, we can go to the place that they're going and then work our way back. That way we won't stand a chance of missing them in case they've gone ahead.
They head man. He know this. Trail like moon. Like this.
Shh. What's the matter, Sawonga?
Me smell fire.
You mean a campfire, maybe?
Not campfire. This is fire that move. Come from there. All day drum in hill tell of you gone. Soon all people know you gone. Bad men may be here. Maybe they look. We see who carry fire before see us.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Sawonga. Hans and the doc might want to get me first. Well, that is, if Dr. Tyler... Well, I'd rather be where Aunt Hattie is anyhow.
We go back. Make no noise till see who men are. Fire come closer. Must be careful. If many men with fire stick, many animal run before.
Oh, gee, it must be our safari looking for me. It just has to be, that's all. Now, I'm going to see what time it is. Gosh, it's 2:15. Won't be long until dawn now, will it?
Soon sun eat up darkness. Must see men before light come.
And today maybe Jack and Ann will be here. That is, he'll be somewhere around here. I'll bet he could find us in a hurry if he knew I was lost.
Kobu with him. Kobu find you quick. Maybe Kobu know now.
Yeah, but how would Kobu know anything about me being lost?
The drum. They carry word. Kobu know if Kobu here.
Well, if we don't run into Aunt Hattie and Dr. Tyler, I sure hope that your brother does know. I'd sure hate to have that Hans find us first.
Shh. You hear?
Oh, I don't hear a thing, Sawonga. What is it?
Sound of many feet. We close to those who beat jungle.
Yeah, let's hurry then and see who it is.
Not go fast. If friend, soon will know. If bad man, loud step tell where we are. We go slow.
Okay, Sawonga. It's funny, though, that they're not calling my name if they're looking for me. Oh, maybe it's just another safari, one that we don't know anything about.
Safari not go through jungle in dark. Men look for you, Bobe.
Yeah, but, gosh, where are we going to get to see who they are before they see us, Sawonga? It's awfully dark.
They have fire stick. We in dark. We see them. They not see us.
Sure, that's right. We'll be able to see who they are with those torches they're carrying. You can see the glare from them now.
They come close. We go this way. Come.
Right.
Me tell if you safari. Step soft.
I'm stepping softly as I can. I hope they can't hear us because I can sure hear them plain enough. You can see the torches now bobbing through the trees. There must be 8 or 10 of them anyhow.
Wind carries sound to us. Away from them. They know here. But make no...
Sawonga, I'm falling! Sawonga, are you hurt? What happened?
Sawonga no hurt. Put magic flame out. Fast. Men come soon.
Yeah, but where are we? Where did we fall into? I didn't see a thing.
In lion trap. You hurt?
No, I don't think so. I'm just jarred a little. Gee, it must be 12 or 14 feet up to the top. But how did it happen?
Sawonga not see pit. We fall in. Not hurt. Malangala.
But I don't understand. Just what is a lion pit?
Man dig big hole. Put trees, dirt on top. Put fresh meat on stick in middle. Lion smell fresh meat. Try to get. Fall in hole.
Yeah, but how do they get the lion out of the hole once he gets in here?
Men drop net over lion. Pull up. Put in cage. Maybe sell white men for much cloth.
Oh, I see. Catch them alive. Well, maybe we can get out if we yell at the ones that are... Oh, gee, if we can't do that, it might be Hans.
They pass by now.
Yeah, there they go, all right. And we're not going to find out who they are.
Sawonga not have to see. Listen. One is man who walk on one side.
You mean one of them is Hans? We don't want them to find us.
They not find us. We keep still. See? They go by.
But suppose that Dr. Tyler or Mataba doesn't happen to come this way. Can we dig down those walls and get out?
Man who make trap come in day, see if lion inside. He see us, if we still here.
Yeah, that's right. They'll get us out when they come to... What do you mean, if we're still here?
Listen.
A lion? But, well, there's nothing over the top of the hole now. He can see the pit. He won't fall into it.
Fresh meat still up on top. Lion smell keen, but not see good.
Sawonga, that lion's getting closer. We've got to start digging. We got to get out of here.
Better make no sound. Maybe lion take meat and go away. We see.
Bobby and Sawonga trapped in a lion pit. Will the two boys find some way to escape a terrible fate? And what can be the reason of the nocturnal journey of Hans through the jungle? There's a world of excitement in store for us, so be sure to listen for the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Bobby Baker and Sawonga, a native boy, in trying to find the way back to the safari of Dr. Tyler, narrowly avert being seen by a searching party headed by Hans, henchman of the dock, head of the diamond smuggling ring. In attempting to hide from Hans, the two boys are pitched headlong into a pit that has been dug as a lion trap. The searching party passes by them, but they are now faced with the fact that the meat with which the trap was baited is still in position, and in the distance they can hear the roar of the king of beasts. Can they escape from the pit before it is too late, or will the lion be content with the bait? As we take up the story, dawn is breaking over the African jungle.
He's coming closer, Sawonga.
Soon come to get meat. We'll get before they come.
Well, gee, it's getting a little lighter right now. If you just stay away from here until it gets daylight, maybe we could see to get out of here.
He not wait. Keep magic flame close.
And you mean my flashlight? You bet. I'm going to keep it right where we can use it. I sure don't want to use it any more than we can help, though, because these batteries won't last much longer.
Come now. Hear him.
Yeah, you sure can.
Bobby, when he come to get meat, not make noise till he take it. Then you light magic flame. We both shout loud. Maybe scare him, make go away.
Okay, Sawonga. We can have a try at it anyhow. Just so we don't fall in here, that's all.
Almost light now. He maybe see hole. Only maybe he see us, too. Stay close to side until he take meat. He after meat now.
I think he's right over us now.
Now, make much noise. Light magic flame.
Come on, get out of here! Hey, get away from here, will you? Come on, get out of here! Get away from here, will you? Get out of here!
Sawonga, he's not leaving. He's seen us. Look, those eyes.
Make noise once more. Put magic flame in eye.
Come on, get out of here, will you? Get away from here, will you? Get away from here, get out of here!
Too late. Flame no scare him. Noise no scare him. Him don't go away.
But what are we going to do? Do you suppose that he'll
meet meat first? Then maybe he go away. Maybe not.
But suppose that he doesn't go away. We've got to do something. Oh, if we only had a rifle, or if someone would only come along. Maybe if we yell again, it'll scare him.
Him no scare. No good to make noise. Maybe someone come.
But gosh, there's no one around. Unless it would be that Hans, and I suppose he'd gone ahead. Oh, why doesn't Dr. Tyler or somebody come along?
Maybe him forget and go away.
No, look. Look, he's looking down here again. And there's not much left of that piece of bait.
Look, him back away. Someone come.
It must be Hans coming back. Should we shout?
No. Him look at other one now. Maybe we get out. Someone walk in jungle. Not man who walk on one side.
Gee, maybe it's Dr. Tyler. Oh, boy, wouldn't that be swell? Oh, I wish I could yell just once.
Him go away a little more. Him scared of other one.
A shot. That must be Dr. Tyler. Dr. Tyler! Here we are, Dr. Tyler!
Maybe you want a decker come. Him gone when hear bang.
Yeah, I'll say he went when he heard that shot. It must be Dr. Tyler, all right. Dr. Tyler! We're in the lion trap.
Sit tight, whoever you are. Where you at?
That's not Dr. Tyler. Maybe it's someone from Han's Safari.
Him better than lion. You tell him.
We're here in the lion pit, where the lion was when you shot. Can you see it now?
Yep, see it now. Be with you in a minute, stranger. You ain't got any lions with you, have you?
No, we didn't mean to be in here. We fell in.
Well, doggone if it ain't a couple of youngsters. Now, you wait a minute and I'll have you up the top. Just hold everything.
Okay, mister, but hurry. That lion is liable to come back.
White man, by self. You know him?
Gee, no. And it couldn't have been any of Hans' gang, or they'd know who I am. I wonder who he could be. I wonder if it could be that George Ross.
Here, you boys. Now grab hold of that vine and walk yourself right up the side of the pit. One of you's a black fella, eh? You ought to know how to get out.
Me no. Me show Bobby.
That's the ticket. Up you go. There you are. Okay, son. Now grab on and take hand over hand, like this fella did.
Yeah, I think I can do it. Yeah, it's not hard.
Too bad it wasn't a bit lighter, so I'd have found His Royal Highness a little sooner. Heard him roaring for quite a spell. Must have made you boys feel a little anxious for a few minutes, eh?
Yes, sir, he did. Look, there. Whew. Boy, am I glad to be out of there.
Well, sorry I can't turn on the lights here in the jungle so I could see who I pulled up. How'd you youngsters manage to get into this scrape?
Well, first, sir, won't you tell me something? Aren't you George Ross?
Say, where'd you find that out? Just who are you, anyway?
Don't know that I ever knew a youngster like you. Maybe if it was a little lighter, I could recognize you, because it ain't like George Ross to forget a face.
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Ross. I don't think you'd remember me because we've never met.
Then how in thunderation do you know who I am?
We've been looking for you, sir. That is, Dr. Tyler has been looking for you. I was with him and Aunt Hattie.
Aunt Hattie?
Well, she isn't really my aunt. Her name is Hattie Jackson, but I always call her Aunt Hattie. We've been following you ever since you left Lawando.
Well, dog my cats, so that's who's been on my trail. And these natives trying to tell me that it was Hans that hooked up with the doc. But you said Dr. Tyler?
Yes, sir. Dr. John Tyler from Springfield. He has the Tyler Sanitarium.
John Tyler, The name sounds sort of familiar, but I don't seem to be able to place him. Only that title, Doc, that's kind of chimes in with the Hans fella. Sure you ain't with him?
Oh, no, sir. Dr. Tyler doesn't even know this Hans that you talk about. But I do, and he's here, too.
Just who are you, anyway?
Well, my name is Bobby Baker, Mr. Ross, and this is my friend, Sawonga.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Bobby. And you, too, Sawonga. You live around here?
Me live by Big Water Delolo. My brother Kobu, you know?
Kobo? Me know him? Well, dog my cats, I hope to tell you I know Kobo. You don't mean to tell me that Kobo's around here somewhere, too?
Kobo soon come with White Angel on Big Bird. Maybe this day he come.
White Angel? Big Bird?
Oh, he means that his brother Kobu is going to be here today. And he's flying here with my brother Jack and Ann Burton.
Ann Burton? Say, that name sort of sounds familiar, too. But then I guess the name Burton ain't so rare.
Why, no, sir. Isn't your name... I mean, well,
What are you trying to say, Bobby?
Why, well... Oh, really, I'm sorry, Mr. Ross. I sort of got mixed up, I guess. Maybe it was the excitement of being in that lion pit and all that.
Well, now, which way is it to the safari of Doc Tyler?
Well, we were trying to find our way to it when we fell into that lion pit. You see, Mr. Ross, I got lost from the safari, and Sawonga found me and took me to his village. But his people wouldn't take me to Dr. Tyler because they thought that maybe he was the one that they call what is it, Sawonga?
Wanadeka. He bad man.
Wanadeka. That's what the natives call Doc. And they think that Tyler might be the Doc, eh?
Well, yes, sir. That's what they think. But I don't think so, Mr. Ross. That is, I don't like to think so.
That's a funny one. You know this Hans, and he's Doc's right-hand man. But you're not sure whether Tyler is the Doc or not.
Oh, I don't know how to explain it, Mr. Ross, but, well, sometimes I think that Dr. Tyler might be the Doc, and then again, he seems to be so nice that he just couldn't be.
If the Doc is acting nice at all, he sure is a good actor. But this Hans ain't in the same safari with Tyler at all, huh?
No, sir. It seems that he must be right ahead of us. That is, of the safari before I got lost. He went by here just a little while ago with torches, like he was looking for me, maybe.
So that's what the light was I saw. But why would he look for you if he ain't hooked up with your safari?
Well, the only reason I can think of is because maybe he knows that if he found me first, well, he would be pretty sure that he could make Jack do just about what he wants.
Now, wait a minute, son. This thing is getting just a mite complicated for an old man. I thought that Jack was flying here.
Well, he is, but, well, you see, he's coming here with a couple of the Doc's men in a ship that they think has been stolen. Only Jack is, well, I can't tell you all about it. But anyway, I'm sure that Hans was looking for me. And if we hadn't fallen in that lion pit, he'd have found us, too.
But how would he find out about your being lost?
Well, Sawonga said that the native drums were sending messages about it. I guess that Dr. Tyler had Mataba, that's our head man, send the word, and maybe Hans heard it.
So that's what the drums were beating like all get out about. Did any of your people see this here Doc Tyler, Sawonga?
No, Buona Ross. They no see him. They only hear from talking drum that Dr. Tyler is of yellow hair.
Mm-hmm. Which way do you think we go to find this Doc Tyler, Sawonga?
We go to Rising Sun. That way.
You mean the east? Well, I don't see much good I can do any more for you this morning, Bobby. But you never told me why this Dr. Tyler was so dead set on finding me. And I hate to go back to my camp worrying about it.
Well, I'm afraid that I can't tell you, sir. Dr. Tyler said he wanted it to be sort of a surprise, only now... Well, anyway, I don't see why you can't come along with us, sir. I'm sure that nothing is wrong.
Can't take any chances, son. Just as soon as I can round up a few of these natives to sort of back me up in any arguments I might get into, maybe I'll sneak over and have a look. I can soon tell you whether or not your Doc Tyler is the Doc or not, and I should know.
But you mean that you won't go into camp with us?
Just about that, Bobby.
But I'm almost sure that Dr. Tyler isn't a doc.
You're not sure, son. But I'll make a bargain with you. Just as soon as I find out myself, I'll find some way to let you know. Well, son, I'm going to leave you here. Sawonga probably will help you more than I can. But you'll hear from me just as soon as I find out. So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Ross. And you'll be sure to let us know.
You bet.
Him good man. Him friend. Come, we find you safari. We.
What is it, Sawonga? I hear it. It's a plane. It must be Jack. Sawonga, that must be Jack and Ann and your brother, Kobu.
There, Big Bird. Over high hill. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. And he's going to land over there somewhere. Sawonga, do you suppose that we could get over there some way?
Kobu not let him land over there. Kobu, no.
But he is landing. He's cut the motors.
Land there bad. That land of Yuga people. Yuga people bad. They keep white men until big and fat. Then make posho.
Posho? Food. You mean they're cannibals? Jack.
Have Jack, Ann, Kobu, and the two gangsters Vic and Joe landed among the cannibals of the Congo? There are thrills galore in the next breathtaking episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Bobby Baker and the native boy Sawonga are rescued from the lion pit by George Ross, the man that Dr. Tyler has brought Aunt Hattie and Bobby to Africa to find. But Ross, or Burton to use his real name, which he has forgotten due to amnesia, refuses to accompany the boys into the camp of Dr. Tyler because he fears that Tyler may be the Doc, head of the diamond smuggling syndicate that wrested the diamond mines from Ross and Zeb Abercrombie some time past. But Ross tells Bobby that he will find out whether or not Tyler is really the mysterious Doc, and let Bobby know at once. As George Ross disappears into the jungle, the huge transport ship bearing Jack Baker, Ann Burton, and the others soars overhead only to apparently land in what Sawonga tells Bobby is the habitat of a tribe of cannibals. Can Bobby and Sawonga reach the Tyler safari in time to take aid to his brother Jack? The time is shortly after daybreak as we reach the camp of Dr. Tyler.
Mataba, quick now. Don't forget to take something to eat. We're not coming back this time until we find Bobby.
Oh, it seems peculiar, though, that none of the natives have seen anything of him.
Sounds funny to me, too. I'm just wondering.
Yes?
Well, we did find native footprints near those of Bobby, and we couldn't tell whether he went voluntarily with the black or if the native forced him.
You mean that the natives have captured Bobby? Oh, well, then we must get a party together. We should notify the authorities, call the police, do something.
The authorities, I'm afraid, are a bit too far away to do us much good, Miss Jackson. I didn't tell you about this last night because I thought maybe a native had found Bobby and would bring him to the safari just as soon as the boy made known to him who he was.
You mean that you trust the natives to bring him back?
Of course. That is, I did trust them to do that last night. This morning, I'm not so sure.
Why couldn't some of those natives of yours track him? They seem to be regular human bloodhounds on the trail.
You know the nemesis of bloodhounds, a stream of water? Well, that's exactly what stalled my boys. This native took Bobby to a rather small boat in the river, one, by the way, I didn't know existed, and from that point we lost all trace. Another peculiar thing about it is that the native in question seems to be either a boy or one with very small feet, and that's indeed a rarity among the natives.
But why would Bobby follow a native off unless he were forced to do so?
It was quite evident Bobby was lost by the time he met this native. He'd wandered in a circle, or almost a circle, and had stopped in a clearing when this boy found him. If he's in one of the native villages, those drums will start telling the story.
But suppose the natives aren't friendly.
Oh, they're all friendly around here. That is, all except one. And they're across Lake Delolo, so there's not much chance of Bobby falling in with them. But he could have run across George Burton and might have stayed there. And then Mataba tells me there's another safari close by. He might have gone there, using the native as a guide. You see, there was no sign of a struggle, so Bobby might have made known his predicament to the native boy. And the fellow just took Bobby to the first white camp he came to.
Yes, I heard something of that safari myself.
Oh?
In charge of a man by the name of Hans. Does that name mean anything to you, Doctor?
Hans? Hans. No, I can't say it does. Only man I know named Hans is an old fellow I have working for me in the Tyler Sanitarium. Queer old party. But it's not likely we'll find him here in Africa.
Yes, I see. Well, Doctor, there's nothing I can say except that I hope you find Bobby today. Oh, my goodness, Jack would be frantic if he knew Bobby were missing.
I can well imagine. But that reminds me. Did you hear a plane overhead just a little after dawn?
I thought I did. But the natives were making so much noise, waking each other, I couldn't be sure.
It seemed to disappear over toward the other side of the lake. Possibly a Capetown transport ship, a bit off its course. Well, Miss Jackson, you're in charge of the safari until we get back.
Oh, good luck, Dr. Tyler. I sincerely hope to bring Bobby back safely.
I know we will, Miss Jackson. Well, I see Mataba's all ready to go, so... Say, what's that disturbance among those boys over there?
They're looking up the trail there.
Yeah.
Oh, they see something there.
Well, it can't be anything dangerous, or they wouldn't stand there like that. I'd better have a look myself. I'll be back in a minute.
Dr. Tyler, I can see now. Oh, it's Bobby. Bobby!
So it is. And he seems to have a black boy with him. I wonder if that could be the one whose tracks we found. But of course it is. Bobby!
Oh, I can't wait another second. I'm going to meet him. Even those woods are full of zebras. Bobby!
Aunt Hattie. Oh, gosh, Aunt Hattie, I'm sure glad to be back.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, you're not hurt. Oh, you sure?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. I'm okay. Only I'm kind of hungry, and so's my friend here.
Friend?
Oh, gee, yeah, Aunt Hattie. Sawonga and me are real buddies, aren't we, Sawonga?
Bobby, my friend. You him friend. You my friend. You okay.
Oh, well, of all things, me okay. Oh, but you brought Bobby back to us, so Sawonga, you're okay, too.
Malangala. All okay. You got posho?
Posho?
Oh, he means food, Aunt Hattie. Oh, gee, I learned a lot of native words from him. Oh, lots of things. I'll tell you all about it, only right now we're pretty hungry.
Well, you two young men march right on into camp. You'll both of you have to clean yourselves up. My goodness, you look like you've been digging in the mud or something. Bobby, where on earth have you been?
Well, we've been just about everywhere, I guess, and I got a lot of things to tell you. We'll have to keep now because here comes Dr. Tyler.
Well, young man, you have a lot of explaining to do after all the anxiety you've caused us. But I guess the explanations can wait until you get a little bit of mud off you. Is your man Friday?
Me, Sawonga, not Friday. Oh, he means a sort of a fella like you've been, Sawonga. You know, a native that helps a fella out when he's lost. Sawonga, this is Dr. Tyler.
Him? Dr. Tyler? Yes, Sawonga, I'm Dr. Tyler. But why look at me like that?
You got yellow hair.
You mean I'm blonde? Afraid I am, Sawonga. But that still doesn't explain the look you just gave me.
Well, Dr. Tyler, maybe it's just because I've been telling him about you and all that. And besides that, you know, we've been up all night getting back here, and maybe he's a little sleepy.
Well, maybe that does explain it, Bobby, only I've never had a native give me a look like that. But we'll go into that later. You see these youngsters get something to eat, Miss Jackson. I'll be back in a minute.
First, I'm going to see they get some of that mud off. Sawonga, you go with Dr. Tyler and tell Mataba to show you where you can clean up. Then you come on back here, and I'll see that both of you have a good breakfast. Then you can sleep until Dr. Tyler gets things sort of rearranged. Go on, now hurry back.
Me run. Me hungry.
Oh, Bobby, before you go, what you want to tell me when Dr. Tyler came up?
Oh, gosh, Aunt Hattie, there were a lot of things. But first, Ann and Jack are somewhere around here. And then I met George Ross, or George Burton. Only the name of Burton doesn't seem to mean anything to him. I didn't tell him anything about why we're here, and, well, when I said something about Dr. Tyler, he didn't seem to know him at all.
Did he seem to recognize you at all? You know, Dr. Tyler said you were supposed to be the double of a chap named Red. George used to know when he was young.
Well, it wasn't very light in the jungle yet when he left us, and it was just getting dawn, you see. But, well, he never seemed to recognize me at all. But he did say that the name of Burton sounded familiar.
And why didn't you bring him with you?
Well, to tell you the truth, Aunt Hattie, he knows that this Hans is in the neighborhood, and somebody scared the natives in his safari, and they've all left him. So when I told him about Dr. Tyler, he wouldn't come with me because he thought that maybe he was the doc.
Oh, but could you describe the doctor to him? He knows the real doc, or at least he should, according to what Zeb told us.
Well, you see, the natives all call the doc Wanadeka, which means man with yellow hair.
Oh, so that's what your little native friend meant when he said Dr. Tyler had yellow hair.
Oh, yes, Sawanga's heard all about the doc. Oh, gee, I almost forgot this. We saw the plane, that is, Jack's ship, and it was landing on the other side of the lake. Sawonga said they shouldn't do that because the people that live over there, well, he called them Yugas, well, he said they're cannibals.
Oh, nonsense, Bobby. There aren't any cannibals anymore.
Yeah, well, I didn't think so either, but Sawonga says there are. Only, well, he thinks that his brother Kobu will keep Jack from landing where the Yugas can get to them. But just to make sure, he was going to try to get over there and try to find Jack and the rest of them and lead them out of that part of the valley.
Well, your little friend seems to be very sensible for his age.
Oh, gee, Aunt Hattie, he knows just about everything about the jungle and the people. Well, he's going to be a regular warrior pretty soon.
Now, Bobby, I think we should tell Dr. Tyler about your meeting with George Ross. You know, Dr. Tyler was placing a lot of faith in the fact that the shock of seeing you and thinking you were his friend Red would have a lot of bearing on the cure. But if George has seen you, I don't know just what will come out of it.
Oh, gee, I never thought of that. Well, I guess we can sort of tell Dr. Tyler about me meeting him and how he rescued us from that lion trap and...
Bobby Baker, a lion trap? What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Only Sawonga and he fell into a lion pit in the dark, and pretty soon the lion came after the piece of meat that somebody used to bait the trap. And we yelled and flashed our flashlights and everything, but well, the lion hung around on top of the pit.
You mean to tell me that you two boys were down in a hole with a ferocious lion stalking around the top?
He wasn't so ferocious. He just growled and snarled. And then Mr. Ross came along, and he fired a shot at the lion, and away he went. And then Mr. Ross pulled us out with a vine.
Of all things. First crocodiles and then lion pits with ferocious man-eating lions all over the place.
There was only one lion, Aunt Hattie.
If anyone mentions Africa to me again when I get out of here, I'll... What's that swelling there on your side?
Huh? That's just my camera. I put it under my shirt so it wouldn't get wet in the dew this morning. Gee, I almost forgot to tell you, Aunt Hattie. When we tried to scare that lion away the last time, my flashlight was getting pretty weak, so I happened to think of my flash bulb. Well, I just had one left, and I didn't want to waste it, so I took a picture of the lion when I flashed the bulb.
Oh, here comes that little Sawonga. He's shining like a piece of ebony. Now, you run along and get that mud off. I'll see if I can get that cook to fix you boys something. Oh, dear, land's sakes. Lime, cross-eyed,
Go away. Not go away. Sawonga want big talk.
Oh, gee, Sawonga, Hattie wants me to clean up so we can have posho.
This more than posho. Me hear Buana Ross say he see is Dr. Tyler one Buanadeka. He see. He tell you, okay?
Yeah, that's right. He said he'd find out if Dr. Tyler was Buanadeka, and then he'd tell me. Yeah, but why is that so important right now?
So soon Sawonga get posho. Sawonga go find Kobu on other side of Big Water, Delolo. But before Sawonga go, Sawonga tell you now is Doc Tyler Buanadeka.
You mean that... Oh, but look, Sawonga, you've never seen the Doc. That is, the Buanadeka.
Come, we find Doc Tyler. If he only Doc Tyler, no hurt. If Buanadeka, no good. Then Sawonga bring Kobu back quick.
You mean if Dr. Tyler is really Buanadeka, you'll...
He kill my people. Kobu and Sawonga pay back. Come, we find out quick.
Does this mean that the little native lad Sawonga is about to rip the cloak of mystery from Dr. Tyler and show him as the insidious Doc? Will we hear the answer to this question in the next episode? We're just as anxious as you are to learn the truth, so be sure to be tuned in for the next gripping episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Back once more with the safari of Dr. Tyler, Bobby Baker tells Aunt Hattie about his meeting with George Ross, and also that he has seen the transport plane bearing Jack Baker and Ann Burton, together with the native Kobu and the two gangsters Vic and Joe, apparently land on the far side of Lake Delolo, a country said to be infested with cannibals. Sawonga, the native boy, tells Bobby that he believes he can tell whether or not Dr. Tyler is the mysterious head of the illicit diamond syndicate, one who is called the Doc. As we take up the story, Bobby and Sawonga are crossing the clearing to accost Dr. Tyler.
And then right after we find out if Dr. Tyler is the doc, you're going to try to find that plane, Sawonga?
Me fine, Bobby. If there, me fine.
But, gee, if your brother Kobu knows this part of the country as well as you think he does, then why would you have to show them how to get out of the land of the Yugas?
Big water, Delolo. Go away fast. Sun, eat up. Make land not same like when Kobu there.
You mean the lake is drying up and it's changing the looks of the country?
Where one time, long ago, was deep water. Now, dry land.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but maybe the Yugas are already closing in on Jack.
No, hear drum. Drum tell all. Better me go by self. Go fast.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Sawonga. Oh, shh. There's Dr. Tyler. He's over there talking with Mataba. He's seen us.
Well, all full of breakfast, Bobby? You and your man Friday?
Well, no, Dr. Tyler. It's sort of like this. Sawonga was going to leave our camp right after he has a bite to eat, and he wanted to say goodbye to you before he left.
Well, that's certainly thoughtful of you, Sawonga.
Please, Dr. Tyler, you put off helmet for Sawonga?
Take off my helmet? Why, of course, but just what's the idea? There's some kind of a joke you youngsters have thought up?
Oh, well, now, sir, it really isn't a joke at all. Only Sawonga honestly wants you to take off your helmet, I guess.
There you are, Sawonga. Now, how's that?
All like Bobby say. Okay. Sawonga see what not there. Sawonga go now. I be back, Dr. Tyler. Bobby, you come.
Here now, wait a minute, you two. This horseplay's gone far enough. Now, come on, out with it. What's in the wind?
Well, sir, you see, we just...
Me tell Dr. Tyler. Bobby, he want know you, Buanadeka. Me know if you, Buanadeka. Me say, me tell Bobby. Okay. Bobby, he think maybe you doc.
Well, I am a doc.
Not doc. Doctor. Doc, Buanadeka. Man who, Malopo. You, not him.
You mean, Sawonga, that Dr. Tyler is not the doc?
Dr. Tyler, not doc. Because doctor is Malangala.
Yeah, what is this? Malapo, that means one who's bad and wicked. Buanadeka, the yellow-haired man. And the doc. Suppose you tell me about this, Bobby.
Oh, I ought to tell Aunt Hattie because, gosh, she'll sure be glad to know that you're not the doc.
Well, suppose you give me an inkling of the whole thing, and then you tell Aunt Hattie.
What's this about Aunt Hattie? Why haven't you washed that mud off yourself, Bobby Baker?
Oh, but gee, Aunt Hattie, Sawonga here just said that Dr. Tyler isn't the doc at all. Gee, isn't that swell?
Well, nothing more than I knew all the time, Bobby. But just how does Sawonga know this? He's never seen the doc, has he?
No, I guess he hasn't. Well, tell him how you know, Sawonga.
Long time ago, Doc make my people go away from Masoko. Brother Kobu not here. Come back, find my mom, my papa. Then he go find Doc. Kobu have spear. Kobu push spear at Doc like this and make big hole so long in head. Other men take Kobu and tie up. But place where spear go, it no go away.
I get it. You mean that Kobu cut the doc on the head with his spear and it made a deep scar that would never go away?
Yes. All people know Buanadeka by mark, called mark of death. Dr. Tyler not have mark of death. Dr. Tyler, Malangala. Okay.
Well, this certainly isn't a relief to me. Well, this seems to make everything all right. I suppose there are many things we can tell you now that we're certain. And I, for one, am willing to take this boy's word for it.
Well, frankly, Miss Jackson, I don't know just what to say.
Well, Bobby, suppose you tell Dr. Tyler what it's all about. And I'll take them Sawonga over to the cook tent and he can start eating. Don't you dare show up before you clean yourself up. Well, come along, Sawonga. You've certainly earned a good meal.
I'll be with you in a minute or two, Sawonga.
All right now, Bobby. Suppose we have the story in a few words, because I know you're hungry.
Oh, gosh, Dr. Tyler, I don't know just how to start. But I guess it all started when we heard how you wouldn't let Ann call the police when those gangsters tried to take Jack out of your sanitarium.
Yes, I remember that quite distinctly. And I can assure you there's a very legitimate explanation for it. But suppose I ask this. Just who or what is this doc, anyway?
Why, he seems to be the head of a diamond smuggling ring.
What?
And what made us think that it might be you all the more is that he seems to have his headquarters right in your own sanitarium.
So that's it. A diamond smuggling ring. And I was too blind to guess. Go on, Bobby.
Well, I found a radio station in your place one morning, but when we came back with Art Morrison, you acted, well, like we weren't welcome. Well, you can see how that made us feel.
Yes, I can now. Then there was a radio station.
Yeah, and a good one. They used it to send messages and for a radio beam, too. Well, anyway, the Secret Service had Jack to pretend to act like that he was putting in with the gangsters and fly their plane to, well, that is the one they stole, to Africa to the diamond mines. And, well, I guess Jack must be right across the lake right now.
You mean that was the plane we heard this morning? But surely they didn't land over there.
I guess they must have. And Sawonga says that the tribe that lives there are, well, they're cannibals.
They certainly are. But go on with your story, Bobby.
Well, Jack started to fly across. Only we found out that Ann, you know Ann Burton?
Very well, Bobby.
Well, Ann was in the plane, and she made the flight with Jack and a couple of gangsters called Vic and Joe. Yeah, I guess she's with them now.
Ann and that ship? We'll have to do something.
Well, Sawanga's going to find out if they really landed over there in the Yuga country. Oh, he knows this place like a book.
Yes, I guess maybe it would be better to wait and find out. Our party's too small to attempt anything except as the last resort.
Well, anyway, when you asked Aunt Hattie and me to go with you to Africa, the very place that Jack was going, you can see how it looked to us.
I didn't realize at the time what a hero you were, Bobby. Consenting to make this trip, and I might have been the double-dyed villain that you thought I might be.
Oh, but that wasn't the funniest part. There's a fellow by the name of Hans working at your hospital, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Miss Jackson spoke of him only this morning. What's he to do with this?
Well, gosh, Dr. Tyler, he's one of the doc's workers. I saw him down in that room in the hospital, and he was working on some kind of a machine. I've been reading about diamonds a little since that time, and I think they must have been diamond-cutting wheels.
Bobby, you don't realize just how much you've made clear to me. But what about this fellow Hans? I left him tending the boilers in Springfield.
Well, he's not there now. He's right here in the jungle somewhere, because we heard him go right by us this morning.
Hans? Right here in the jungle?
Yeah, and I guess the doc is here, too.
Well, Bobby, I don't mind telling you, you've been a source of much enlightenment to me about a few things that have been puzzling me for quite some time. I haven't the time to tell you about them right now, but I think we'll have plenty of time during the trek to talk about it. But our first problem is to find George Ross.
But, Doctor, I've already talked to George Ross this morning before Sawonga and I came into camp. You see, the doc took his diamond mine away from him and a man named Zeb Abercrombie.
Then maybe it won't be such a job finding his safari if he's that close.
Oh, he hasn't got a safari. Somebody, I guess it must have been the doc and Hans, scared his natives away. And Mr. Ross was all by himself at the camp.
Then that makes it doubly imperative we find him at once. For a man can't exist long in this jungle by himself. Now, tell me, Bobby, did he seem to recognize you at all?
I don't think so, Dr. Tyler. I thought maybe when it got light enough, he might remember that boy Red that he used to be chums with and who you say I look like. But I guess he doesn't remember. So maybe our trip's not going to do any good.
There's one thing you haven't explained. Who is following your brother Jack? Now, Talbot tells me he heard another plane shortly after the first one. Do you know anything about him?
Gee, that must be Pete and Kay and yeah, Zeb. They're supposed to keep right after Jack. Only the smugglers don't know anything about it. I wonder where they landed.
I don't know, Bobby. You run along, get a bite to eat. So that's the reason. And all this time, I've been suspected of being him. I'll be up to the cook tent.
Now, I'll tell him, Dr. Tyler. Boy, it sure makes a fella feel better to know that Dr. Tyler isn't a doc. Gosh, I can't see why I thought so all along when he seemed to be so nice. Only he didn't tell me why he talked that way to Ann. And he didn't say anything about that note in the car wheel that night. Say, gosh, maybe I told him too much. There's a lot of things that haven't been explained. Oh, I guess it'll turn out all right. Oh, gosh, Sawonga, I nearly ran over you. You eating already?
Me full, Posho. Me go now. Maybe find Kobu. Me come back soon.
Well, whether you find him or not, you let us know right away. Oh, boy, you don't know how glad I am that you told me that Dr. Tyler is Malangala. He'll help us now. Well, I won't keep you, Sawonga. So, goodbye and good luck.
Goodbye. Me, back soon.
Gee, I hope he finds Jack and Ann all okay. Only, gosh, I forgot to tell him about Vic and Joe. Suppose he brings them back with him. Well, I guess that's something that'll just have to...
Baker, what did I tell you about cleaning up before you ate?
Oh, gee, Aunt Hattie, I forgot, I guess. I was so rattled about finding out that Dr. Tyler wasn't the doc.
Well, I suppose you can eat now you're here. Where's Sawonga?
Gone. Oh, I sure hope he's able to get to Jack and Ann and his brother before they run into those cannibals. Oh, but he said that the drums would always begin to boom before the Yugas went out after any captives.
Well, I must say that's very encouraging. I'd feel safer if I knew that niece of mine was right here in this... What's that? Drum? Huh? You suppose they're savage?
Oh, gee, no, Aunt Hattie. Dr. Tyler said that Mataba heard another plane a while ago, and I'll bet it's Pete and Kay. Yeah, that's what the drums mean, I guess. Oh, I just know that Sawonga's brother wouldn't let Jack and Ann get caught by those Yugas.
Oh, I hope you're right, Bobby. But there's something sinister in the very tone of those things. I suppose it's my imagination.
Oh, gee, I wouldn't worry about it because...
That's Bobby. Mataba says these drums are those of the Yugas, and they're on the trail of white victims for a sacrifice.
You mean they're after my...
Yes, and our safari is moving at once. We must find Jack and Ann before the Yugas do. And it might be well if you stayed here, Miss Jackson.
Me? Stay here? Dr. Tyler, if you'll just have one of the boys carry my rifle, I'll show you that the Jacksons had generals in their families.
The savage Yugas on the trail of white captives. Can it be Jack and Ann? Or is it Pete, Kay, and Zeb that they seek? There is tense, gripping excitement in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Dr. Tyler, head of the Tyler Sanitarium at Springfield, has been exonerated by little Sawonga, the native lad, as not being the mysterious doc that heads the illicit diamond syndicate. Sawonga knows this because the one called Wanadeka by the natives, the doc, has a scar on his forehead placed there years ago by Sawanga's brother when the doc wrested the new diamond mines away from George Ross and Zeb Abercrombie. Close upon the heels of this revelation comes the news that the plane bearing Pete, Kay, and Zeb has landed close to the transport piloted by Jack Baker, and which is known to be in the neighborhood of a savage tribe known as the Yugas. Sawonga leads the Tyler safari to find his brother who is with Jack, but hardly has he gone when the talking drums begin to tell the story of the march of the Yugas upon white victims. Are they on the trail of Jack and Ann, or is it the trio in the Aircat speed ship that are the intended victims of the cannibals? Suppose we see what is taking place in the vicinity of the Aircat.
I tell you, youngsters, I don't like the sound of them drums. They usually carry bad news to somebody when they sound like that. And being in the neighborhood we are, I don't like to think that bad news is headed for us. But I reckon we could take off from here if we had to, couldn't we, Pete?
Zeb, I've been sort of hating to tell you and Kay this, but we took a pretty bad bump when we hit that chug hole when we landed this morning. And that main feed line is busted right square in two in the middle.
Oh, but surely you can fix it, can't you, Pete?
I don't see how I can, Kay. A new piece of feed line is about the only thing that'll do us any good. Nope, I'm afraid we're stuck here until I get a chance to get into Jack's transport. He's got plenty of spare feed line. I think there's a complete soldering kit in the toolbox.
I tell you what I could do, Pete. That transport's over on that other Sugarloaf Hill, on the other side of that fall one there. When it gets dark tonight, I could get over there and sort of raid it for whatever we need.
Don't forget, Zeb, that Joe and Vic are still with him. Besides that, there's that native that's been working for the dock down at that Capetown landing field.
You mean Kobu? Don't worry none about him. And about that Vic and Joe, well, I guess they wouldn't be so hard to get around, especially here in the jungle.
It sounds like the only thing to try, Pete. There's no telling when we might have to take off in a hurry.
Especially with them drums thumping like all get out. I learned a little about them when I was here the last time. And what they're bumping on now is sure for no good.
Well, I thought they were sending a kind of a native code, just like our own shortwave radio and telegraph.
Not on your tin-type, young lady. Them drums actually talk. You just listen to them for a few minutes, and you can actually hear them make sounds that make words. Of course, it's all in native, so you have to know your native language to understand what they say. But when you do, you don't have to know any code.
Pete, that is true. I can hear it now. It really seems like they're actually talking. And it seems to be sort of menacing, if you know what I mean.
All I know is that they give you the creeps. Make you wish that you could dig up a feed line in a hurry. And say, that reminds me, we haven't heard a peep out of Jack's radio since they landed this morning.
Them gangsters have probably rode the herd on him so close that he ain't had a chance to send anything since that last conversation you had with him right after we left Capetown.
You mean when he told us about not hearing from the dock since Dr. Tyler left Luando and that Hans was to meet them at that lake, whatever it seemed.
And since you mentioned, that message sure knocked your idea about Tyler not being in the dock, didn't it, Kay?
I still think Dr. Tyler's all right, even though appearances are against him.
Okay, but you just wait.
Listen, you youngsters, we've got to think of somewhere to get to, and get to in a hurry. Them drums finally got their idea over to me. I knowed I'd catch it, if I just listened long enough. We got to get away from here, feed line or no feed line.
But, Zeb, I thought the natives around here were all friendly.
Well, I reckon that most of them are, but right over in that valley, next to Lake Delolo, is a bunch that are known as the Yuga people. They ain't got very much of a savory reputation with the rest of the black boys in this neighborhood, but I guess it must be on account of their habits.
Habits? I don't follow you, Zeb.
You better get ready to, because these Yugas, well, they ain't so particular about their food.
Well, you mean they're cannibals?
I guess that's just about right, Kay. And them drums say that they've spotted some white people somewhere.
Talk about your pleasant thoughts. But couldn't they have meant someone else, like, well, Jack and Ann, or even Tyler, or that Hans?
That's what I've been sort of listening to find out. And just now they let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. It seems like the exact number of white people is 3, which happens to be the exact census count of us right here.
Oh, but we can't just stay here and let them come after us. Pete, maybe we could use our radio.
Remember what the instructions from headquarters are, Kay. We'll scrap it out before we send a call for help.
Don't exactly know what to do right off. We're here on top of a sort of a Sugarloaf mountain or hill. Pretty hard to get up in a hurry and just about as hard to get down, too. Now, them fellers is used to this place, and they can make better time than we can. And away from this airplane, why, they could corner us and starve us out in no time at all.
But how about making a break for the back side of this hill? They'll be coming up from the valley over there, won't they?
Yep, I reckon they would, Pete. Only thing is this. George and me had our diamond diggings down there on the other side of this hill. You see that little sort of flat place with a little stream running through it?
Uh-huh.
Well, we always wanted them natives of ours to go with us to investigate what was at the backside of this very hill, but you couldn't get one of them to move an inch. I guess some witch doctor must have put a curse on the place, because they sure steered clear of it. George and me thought a lot about seeing for ourselves, but we got run out before we got around to it.
Then that's fine. That's perfect.
What do you mean? That's fine. That's perfect.
Why, don't you see? The natives are scared to death of some sort of a superstition that they have about the east side of this hill. Well, if one tribe is scared, it stands to reason that the others are, too. So if we go that way, they'd hardly follow us, would they, Zeb?
Hey, I think you've hit on an idea.
Yeah, but look here, you two. Maybe there's some kind of a reason for them guys being scared of going around that side of the hill. Now, I ain't exactly superstitious or anything like that, but there just isn't any reason to run into something we don't know anything about. Besides that, what's going to become of the aircat?
Now, you needn't worry about them natives touching anything on that there airplane. They probably wouldn't have anything to do with it for $1 million if there wasn't any humans around it. Say, we better get some grub and water together and start making tracks that way.
Okay, so there isn't anything over there. Then what are we going to do after we get there? Just sit there and grow up with the country?
Oh, Pete, can't you see? Once we reach that side of the hill, that's taboo. We can have Zeb make his trip over to Jack's ship and get that feed line. Then by that time, the Yugas will probably have found out that we aren't there on top of the hill, and they'll go away. Then we go back, fix up the aircat, and be ready to take off if they show up again. Isn't that right, Zeb?
Right as rain, gal.
The only thing I hate to do is to leave this ship. Boy, I'd just about break a few necks if anything happened to this aircat.
You don't need to worry none about that, Pete. Say, we better start making a pack for each one of us so we can get out of here.
You don't suppose they've already started for this hill, do you?
Wouldn't be a bit surprised, Gabe, but you never can tell about them fellers. They don't travel in a body so as you can see them. They scatter out, kind of individual-like. And one of them is liable to come popping out most any time. Only thing we can do is to watch that clearing down there at the foot of the hill. They have to cross that before they can start up. Well, come on, let's get started.
I'll get the field glasses when we get to the ship. I don't have any ambition to get sneaked up on. Think we ought to lock the ship up pretty good so they can't wreck any of the instruments?
Archibald Peterson, I think you're more worried about this plane than you are about whether or not you become the pièce de résistance at a cannibal barbecue.
Well, you gotta admit that this aircat has pulled us out of some tough spots. And I'd hate to think of somebody wrecking it just for pure meanness.
Oh, well, stop worrying about it for a while and take the stuff as I hand it out to you. What shall we take, then?
Well, I reckon just something pretty staple and enough for 2, maybe 3 days. And don't forget them trick water bags with the shoulder straps. Sure glad I picked them up back in Capetown.
Hand out those field glasses, Kay.
Here.
That's it. Here you are, Zeb.
Right.
You know where to look, so you take them.
Yeah. I'll just have a sort of a practice squint. Nope, nothing in sight yet. But them drums ain't changed their tunes, so we can expect company any time now.
Now, let me see. Coffee, condensed milk, dried beef, bacon flour, baking powder, matches, salt, and then these flat tins of stuff. Here, how's that?
Well, it seems that ought to be all right, Kay. You lay it out here, Pete, and I'll take these here blankets and make a roll for each one of us.
Right.
Hey, you and me'll lug the hefty ones, you see, and give the light one to Kay.
Oh, don't hold back on weight on me, Zeb. I can carry quite a load in an emergency, and this surely looks like an emergency.
You're going to save your strength for the job of cooking, Kay.
Shh. Kid, look. Looks like the rush has started, youngsters. I just seen a few fawns over at the edge of the lake.
Oh, no.
Yes. They ain't got to that clearing yet, but it sure won't be long now. Unless some of them sneaked across when we wasn't looking.
I think that's everything. Yeah. Everything's shut off in here, Pete, including the radio. Thank heavens we can lock the cabin doors with this precious ship. Anything else you want in here?
Flashlights, you put them out?
Flashlights and 2 spare batteries apiece. Oh, here's Zeb's rifle and that box of cartridges you got in Capetown.
Yeah.
I guess that's all.
Okay, then, jump. I got you. That's it. Now I'll see that she's all locked up.
I closed the shield and locked the other door from the inside, Pete.
That ought to just about fix everything. Can I help you, Zeb?
Yeah, I reckon it's how you can, Pete. You see how I'm doing this? Here, you just sort of string things along in the blanket, see? So you can make a roll of it. Then when you tie the ends together, it makes a hoop that you can kind of put over your shoulders. Makes it a lot easier to carry, and you can get rid of it lots quicker than you can one of them knapsacks in case you need both your arms free. Here, there, see how it's done?
Yeah, I get the idea now. Main thing is to keep lumps out of it.
That's the idea, Pete. I learned this idea a long time ago. Kind of a trick to it. Fixing them so's the weight's kind of strung out pretty even. But you get onto it pretty quick. No, wait a minute. Wait. There. That's better. Now that bacon you can roll out. What?
Pete, quick, I'm sure I saw someone through the trees right over there.
Where, Kay? You sure?
Oh, I think so. Yes, there he is now. You see, moving right past that stump where that tree's fallen over.
Yep, I see the critter now. Crouching down behind that tree trunk. Give me that rifle, Pete. Here you are. That's it. All right. The next time that the top of his head shows, we're going to start the fireworks. And it'll be a good show as long as the shells hold out.
One rifle and one box of shells to ward off the attack. Have the savage Yugas indeed succeeded in gaining the top of the hill? Or could it be possible that the intruder is part of the band belonging to the Doc and Hans? Thrill upon thrill, surprise after surprise, and excitement galore is in store for us in the next breathtaking episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
and Zeb, marooned with the Aircat speed plane, stop at Sugarloaf Hill near Lake Delolo in Africa, hear the talking drums that forecast the attack by the Yugas, a savage tribe, but cannot escape in the plane owing to a broken feed line. Zeb, who knows the country thoroughly, tells of a native taboo that lies on the land on the east side of the hill and believes this taboo will hold back the Yugas. The three pack supplies to last for a few days and are about to escape from the savages who have already approached the foot of the hill when they discover someone coming upon them through the nearby trees. Have the Yugas managed to get so close without being discovered, or can it be the rescue party headed by Dr. Tyler? Once more, we join Pete, Kay, and Zeb.
Now, you two keep behind that airplane. It ain't much good to shed bullets, but I reckon it'll sort of hold off them spears till they get us surrounded. Then I reckon ain't nothing will do us much good.
But, Zeb, are you sure it's the Yugas? He was too far away to hear you call.
Here in the jungle, Kay, you get ready for the worst and then hope for the best. Pete, you'd better get back to the plane with Kay.
I guess that I can take her myself for a while anyway with this club. Figure that at close quarters I can bat at least 300 with it.
You behind that airship, Kay?
Yeah, she's clear around the other side, Zeb. Just keep her head down and not get curious.
Then I'm going to bring that feller out of his hiding behind that fallen tree. I'm going to lift the bark off it right over his head. That'll make him raise up, and when he does, if it's a Yuga, you won't have time to find out what he looked up to see. Now watch him.
Say, Dad, brother, what's the matter with you fellas over there?
Pete, that sounds like... Then quit hiding and make yourself known. Pete, that sounded just exactly like... It is, so help me.
All right, only learn to shoot. What to shoot at before you go tossing lead around there.
George, you old sinner. If it ain't George Ross, I'll eat that airship, wings and all. Hey, George, hurry up. Yep, Pete, it's George Ross. Sure, I'm a foot high.
It's all right, Kay. You can come out now. Just think, Zeb, you nearly shot him.
Son, I'm disappointed in you. Nearly shot him. I didn't aim to hit him. When I aim to hit him, he ain't going to stand up afterwards and give me fits for shooting at him. Hurry up, George. You're slow as you always was.
Well, I'll be a brown speckled uncle to a flying sourdough if it ain't the old good-for-nothing Zeb Abercrombie.
Well, you could have mentioned who you was without all the palaver when you first drove up. Then I wouldn't have had to wake you up with this here Winchester. But first off, let me make you acquainted with some people that are clear out of your class, but they'll overlook it, being as you're a friend of mine. Pete, this here is George Ross. And the gal coming around the corner of the wing of that airplane there is one of them air hostesses, Kay Thompson.
Well, I'm going to ignore what you said and be friends with both of them. Just so I can show you up for what you are, a fake and a fraud.
Oh.
I'm glad to know both you youngsters, even if you do keep bad company.
And I'm certainly glad to know you, Mr. Ross. We've heard a lot about you, and most of the things were nice.
So, Zeb, you've been talking again, eh?
George, I think I'm going to like you. The only thing is, if yours and Zeb's bites are anything like your barks, I want a ringside seat for the bite.
Listen, Pete. This feller is like one of them sassafras trees. The only thing you notice is his bark. But what was the idea, George, of hiding behind that fallen tree if you thought you was on a peaceful errand?
Well, to tell the truth, Zeb, my eyesight ain't just as good as it was once. And I got to have these eye specs to sort of help me out on the long shots. Well, you can see by looking at them that I dropped them behind that log, and I was just looking for them when you started to peel the bark over my head. That's one of the reasons why I didn't make out that ugly face of yours right off, too.
Well, I don't want to seem nervous or anything like that, Zeb, but do you suppose those Yugas are coming up that side of the hill?
Well, that's just what I was coming through here to tell you. Funny thing, I heard about this airship being here, and this pilot, and this nurse, too. Your brother, Pete, he said that your name was Jack, and the name of the little lady was Ann or something or other. And that you had a native, Kobu. You remember him, Zeb? And a lots bigger airship, too.
My brother?
He means Bobby, Pete. He was right, Mr. Ross.
That Mr. Ross makes my chest swell up, but it takes too long. It's George.
All right, George, but I started to say that was right about his brother Jack and the girl Ann Burton. They're here in another ship, but but it's on that other flat hill just over the top of that small one there.
Say, just how many of these things are flying around here anyway?
Would you say that you saw Bobby? Was he along with Dr. Tyler and Aunt Hattie?
No, Pete. The youngster got himself lost.
Lost? Oh, then we'll have to...
No, now, just a minute, little lady. He was doing all right when I left. He picked up Kobu's little brother, Sawonga, and they were heading back to Doc Tyler's safari. Made it, too, because I sort of kept an eye on him.
Hey, you didn't get a good look at this Doc Tyler, did you, George?
Yep, and I know just exactly what you're going to ask me, and the answer's no. Doc Tyler ain't the doc. Looks a lot like him in some ways, but it ain't him.
There, I told you, Pete.
Okay, but you've got to admit that the resemblance was there, wasn't it, George?
Yep, blonde and all that. So listen, I hear he's around the old diggings again, along with that devil of a Hans.
There's a lot of things I'd like to talk to you about, George, but we'd better be getting out of here before them Yugas make it up the west side of this hill.
Which way you going?
You know, the east side of this place, right around the foot of the hill from our old diggings.
You don't mean the place that the natives used to steer clear of on account of some kind of a curse or something?
The same. Hey, you know, I don't feel so good about them Yugas, so maybe we better start making tracks.
Well, you're the only thing that's holding up the trail. Come on, let's go.
Well, do we go single file or anything like that?
Best way to go, Kay, is just the way that the bush will let you go.
I sure do hate to leave the air, Cat.
Why can't you use that thing to get away from here? Not enough space or something?
A broken feed line, and the nearest one that we can get hold of is on that other ship across over there.
Just about as bad as being across the Atlantic right now. Well, come on, let's get a move on.
Hey, what do you make of them drums now, George? I mean the way they changed just now.
Well, if I remember rightly, sounds like it's the signal for the bunch in front to start hiking up the hill, which shows that we ain't leaving here a bit too soon.
Oh, don't you think we'd better run for it, Zeb?
Won't do a bit of good, Kay. We got a long way to go, and them Yugas is going to be pretty well played out by the time they reach the top of that bluff.
Yeah, but suppose they just ain't having any of that old superstition and take a notion to follow us.
Pete, you don't know them savages. They got a lot of respect for them witch doctors' taboos. That's the first on their list of what not to do.
I reckon you're right for once in your life, George. So we'll make for it. Oughtn't to take us long going downhill if we can find a trail that's not straight down.
Looks like an open space through the trees that way, Zeb.
Looks like a giraffe trail, Jeb. And if a giraffe can go down as awkward as you are, you can make it. If this skyhawking around ain't made you too soft.
Well, it ain't made me wear cheaters to see where I'm a-going, at any rate. Oh, by the way, George, if it ain't asking too much, what do you happen to be doing in this neck of the woods without even a cook or a gun bear? Tain't like you somehow.
Well, it ain't my fault. I started out from Luongo with a pretty good-sized safari. But back along the trail a piece, something got into them, and they took out through the brush one night like the old Ned himself was after them.
Yeah? I bet it was your old friend, the Doc, that scared him. He's a mean one, that Doc is.
You think you know something about him? Listen, you know right after he got his hands on me, and he made that raid on our mines, well, you ought to seen the things that he did.
You know, I always wondered what happened right after he landed in down there. Of course, the camp told pretty much of the story. That's as far as I got.
Oh, imagine that. Well, I never knew a human being could be that cruel.
I'd like to lay my hands on that Doc some of these days. I'd give him a sample of what he's been dishing out to others.
Don't worry, son. Always seemed to me that when a fella gets a cruel streak on here in the jungle, he goes just so far, and then the jungle takes care of him in one way or another.
Yep, you never said a righter thing, George.
Say, do you see what I think I see? Or is that something out of a book?
What is it, Pete? Not a...
No, not a native. Take a look, Zeb. Right through the trees, down there in that little valley.
Yeah. Well, burn my britches. George, if you want wearing them specs, I could treat you to a sight that'd knock your eyes out.
Oh, well, keep it to yourself if you want to. What is it, Pete?
Oh, I see it now. It looks like a building of some sort, and, well, an almost modern building, too.
Yeah, well, I reckon that's the answer to the taboo on that place. It's some kind of a heathen temple. Look, there's a lot of little stone buildings around it, too. And they're all set in a kind of a courtyard.
You don't suppose there might be somebody living there, do you?
Of course not, son. I'd be willing to bet that nobody's seen this one for quite a while. Say 1,000 years or so.
Then you think it's perfectly safe to go ahead down there?
George, I'd like to call that bet of yours about there being nobody there for 1,000 years or so, because There's either somebody there right now, or else somebody sure knowed how to bank a fire to keep for 1,000 years.
Yeah, you're right, Zeb. There is smoke coming out of one of those little places. The one over there to the right.
Who do you suppose it could be?
There ain't no telling. But it don't look like good sense for us to go rushing in there without first doing a little reconnoiter.
And I appoint myself chief and only reconnoiter. The rest of you can ease on down the hill until you come to that little stream. You see it? If it's, well, maybe the doc or somebody that ain't exactly friendly, they won't be able to see you all if you're down low like that.
Can't one of us go with you, Zeb?
No, Pete. I better go alone and scout around to the other side of the place. You three stay at the edge of that creek for an hour. Then, if you don't hear any excitement, well, you'll know it's safe to come on in.
And if it is the doc or that haunt?
Well, Kay, in that case, you're going to hear a mess of shooting. Then you can make up your minds, all of you, as to whether to take a hand in the fracas or wait for the Yugas, which don't give you much of a choice. So long.
An ancient temple in the heart of the African jungle. What dark secret does it hold that makes it taboo? And just who will Zeb find there? A native witch doctor? Or the far more dangerous Doc and his assistant Hans? It is with bated breath that we anticipate the thrills of the next adventuresome episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
and Zeb start to escape from the savage Yuga people, they meet George Burton. Zeb and George were the original finders of the diamond mine near Lake Delolo, and so George joins our friends as they make their way to what they think is a point of safety, a land that is taboo to the natives and which lies at the foot of the Sugarloaf Hill upon which they have landed. Arriving at the foot of the hill, our friends see before them an ancient African temple, which according to all native lore should be uninhabited. Zeb leaves the rest to scout the temple site. Kay, Pete, and George are to enter the grounds if they hear nothing within 1 hour. The hour has passed, and the trio has already entered the courtyard of the temple. What has become of Zeb, and who will be found in the building? Listen.
Oh, isn't it eerie? Almost like suddenly entering the past, like you read about in those magazines.
Yeah, Kate, it sort of gets you. I don't know how to put it, but it just seems like the silence sort of, well, it's kind of sticky like.
Peter, I reckon for description, that just about takes the cake. The silence being sticky. But by hooky, that's just what it is.
It's funny that whoever's in that little building doesn't put in his appearance. But I guess there's no use calling again.
No, I reckon there ain't, Kate. And if the master of the house is home, which I think he ain't, he's waiting either to get a better look or a better shot at us.
Nice, cheerful thought, George. You suppose we ought to keep right on going up to that place?
Yep. I reckon if we ain't shot by this time, we ain't going to be.
But where do you suppose Zeb could be all this time?
Maybe he got lost scouting around this place.
Zeb got lost around here? Pete, I bet you won't believe this, but right here in the African jungle, I've seen birds light right on his shoulder. You know what they wanted?
I haven't the slightest idea, George.
Hey, them was homing pigeons. Getting Zeb to put them straight on their direction.
Listen, it sounded like someone groaning in there. Or maybe he's hurt or sick or something. Pete, we ought to go in there and find out what's the matter with him.
Oh, take it easy now, Kay. Maybe it's a trap of some kind.
There it is again. Might be some poor man who needs help.
I'll tell you what we can do, George. You got that rifle there. Why don't you back me, say, from over there at one side while I go in and have a look? Kay can keep right in front of the door and see that I get in all okay. If I get in, fine. If somebody tries to knock my block off, you get the signal from Kay and rush the place.
That's what I call a right pert idea, son. You go ahead. And Kay, you stay about here, where you can watch the inside of that doorway.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get over here on one side, where I can put one on the far side of that door if anyone tries to use a wagon tongue on Pete. But don't you take any chances yourself, Pete.
Don't you worry about Pete. I don't want to get my block knocked off if I don't have to. Keep your eye on me, Kay.
If you make any peculiar move, that's a sign for George to shoot.
Yeah, that's it. But be sure that it's a peculiar move. So long.
Now, I'll stay right here, George, and if I say the word, that means...
That means shoot when I see something to shoot at. Watch him now. He's going in.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching him. It's tough, George. Be ready. Might be some sort of a trick. Well, he's bending over out of sight. George, I can't see him anymore. We'd better...
I see him from here. Looks like it was no trick. I guess we better move up there. I reckon it's safe enough.
All right. Oh, there's Pete at the door now. What was it, Pete?
It's Doc Tyler. Come on.
Dr. Tyler. Come on, George. What happened, Pete? Do you suppose something's
Who's got
happened?
a flashlight handy? Thanks, George. Yeah, they got Doc Tyler bound and gagged plenty.
Oh.
Kay, go hold that light on. Cut these ropes.
All right.
Boy, with these knots. Hey, take a look at them, George.
Well, blow me down. Those knots were tied by somebody who used to be in the foreign navies. Our Navy never used them at all.
Does he seem to be all right, Pete?
I think so. Cut that gag loose after I get these on his hands and arms so the circulation can start again. There. I'll see about that gag. There you are, Doc. If you'll just hold your head over a little so I can get at the thing and back. That's it. There you are.
Oh, thanks. That was terrible. Especially that gag. It was almost smothering me. But I'll be all right in a few minutes.
Well, don't try to get up now, Doctor. Just wait until you've had a chance to steady your nerves a bit first.
Yeah, and you'll do better when I cut these ropes on your feet. There they are.
Kay Thompson. I thought that voice was familiar. Imagine finding you here in the middle of the African jungle. But I don't believe I'm acquainted, but I am. George Burton. Imagine this.
I don't believe you got it right, partner. The first name is George, all right, but the last one is Ross.
Oh, of course it is. My mistake, Mr. Ross. I had you confused with someone else, that's all.
Now, wait a minute. There's something funny about this. That name Burton has been sort of getting familiar to me in the last few days. But that ain't the funny thing. Just how'd you know my name was George?
Why, Bobby told me about you, Mr. Ross.
Oh, didn't think about that, Doctor. Sorry. But after this, the name is George.
I think we'll have company in a few minutes. And we should be in a position to defend ourselves.
Defend ourselves?
Yes.
Well, surely, Doctor, you can't mean that the Yugas tied you up like this.
No, it was the chap with the name of Hans. You were right, Pete. There was a radio station in my sanitarium. And one they called the Doc and this Hans were using it as a base for diamond smuggling operations. I must have been blind not to have seen it.
I don't know about that. Took us quite a little time to figure it. But let's hear the story about how Hans got hold of you. And where's Bobby and Aunt Hattie?
They're with the safari. Safe, I hope. At least Hans said they'd be escorted back to civilization just as soon as he and the Doc finished with us.
You said us.
Yes.
Just whom did you mean, Doctor?
Well, in as few words as possible, it's like this. We decided to skirt the edge of Lake Delolo in order to reach the point where the Yugas were going after the victims.
Uh-huh.
We didn't know whether they were after you three or if it might be Ann Burton and this Jack Baker they had in mind for sacrifices. But the entire safari started. A short time ago, I left the safari and decided to do a bit of scouting on my own hook. But hardly had I left the trail when I was surrounded by a crowd of natives and forced to accompany them.
Oh.
I thought at first it was the Yugas, but soon they were joined by Hans and I was brought here.
But I don't understand it. What on earth could they have against you?
Hans and the Doc seemed to think I found out about their diamond operations in my sanitarium and set out to get the mine myself. The fact that it was known to them I had sought for George Ross and Loando only made this belief the stronger.
You searched for me, but you said...
I know what I said, George. But since we have no way of knowing the outcome of our meeting with the Doc and his crew when they return, I might as well tell you. You are in reality George Burton.
Me? George Burton?
Yes.
No. Sorry, Doc. You're kind of mixed up.
No, that's right, George. As you know, the first thing you could remember as Ross was being found after a shipwreck. A blow on the head had caused you to lose your memory. Why you became known as Ross, I don't know. But I do know the address of the Burtons was found in your pockets. But Zeb never answered the letters that were sent him about you. I made this trip to Africa in the hope of bringing back that memory to you.
But why are you doing all this for me?
You don't remember it now, George, but once upon a time when you and I were quite young, you did me a good turn. A thing that kept me in medical school. I'm trying to repay that favor now.
Well, Doc, I reckon that maybe that'll be all right. But...
You fellas can talk all you want to after we get somewhere, but do you think it's a smart thing to hang around here? That Hans guy is coming back with his outfit?
Well, that's what I started to say. He and the natives left to bring back Ann Burton.
Ann?
Yes.
But why, Doctor? Ann has done nothing to them.
He seems to think that Ann, during her flight with Jack and Vic and Joe, had learned entirely too much. Therefore, she's to accompany me.
Accompany you?
Yes.
What do you mean, Dr. Tyler?
Hans never said, but you can be sure his cunning brain has figured out some fiendish means of extinction. But now we can wait and turn the table. Perhaps he'll bring his master, the Doc.
Then you haven't seen the Doc yourself?
No, he never made his appearance. If it's the one I think it is, he won't either. Not until I'm safely out of the way.
But who do you think?
I can't say, Kay, until I'm sure. But the clever way in which my hospital was used, the forgeries of my signature to notes, the imitation of my voice over the telephone, all of these things lead to one person.
Well, Doc Tyler, we've got exactly one rifle between all of us to fight off that whole crew.
And I have this small automatic pistol with 2 extra clips of cartridges. Seems Hans never thought to search me, hardly believing one would carry anything less than a rifle in Africa.
Well, maybe with that we can do it. You game to stick around, Pete?
Yeah, but we got to do something with Kay. If we lose, it's going to be curtains for the whole bunch of us.
They're not going to do anything with Ann as long as I'm here, and I'm going to stay.
It'd be much better, Kay, if you tried to find your way to my safari. From the sounds of the drums a while ago, I suppose the Yugas are in your camp at this time.
They are, Doc. No use talking to Kay after she's once made up her mind. I know.
Then we might as well stay right here in this building. Looks like the walls are a couple of feet thick, and the only way in is through the door. We ought to be able to hold off for quite a while.
Oh, if Zeb would only get here.
Say, that's right. He might show up right when we need him the worst. And how about Jack? He wouldn't let him take Ann without putting up a scrap.
One man would have no chance with that many.
Unless Jack could keep up the pretense of working with them.
Yeah, but I don't think he'd be able to go that far with the thing if they laid a hand on Ann.
Well, I reckon the best we can do is to make a stand for it right where we are. At least they can't get to us from the back, and the sooner they show up from the front, the better I'll like it.
So, perhaps you will like it, my friends. I'm sorry we cannot come from the front, but back here it is safer. You will please to raise the hand.
Hans, But where is...
That back wall. It's moved around. And that rifle, it's right on us, through that little hole.
And it will speak unless your guns are dropped. Please to drop the guns.
Might as well drop them, Doctor. We haven't got a chance now.
So, that is better. Now, gentlemen, you will see your friends. Push them in, so their friends can see what a nice job of tying Hans can do. Come in, my fine ones.
Anne!
Yeah, it is Anne. She cannot speak, but soon you can take from her mouth the gag. But now, here. So much for a double-crossing faker. Your fine Jack Baker.
Jack, hey, you can't do this to him.
Save your words, my friend. Soon you shall need words to describe how nicely Hans rewards his friend. How smoothly it works. And yet it gives double-crossers a long time to remember that the Doc and Hans reward their friends. I will take these little guns that you won't get hurt. You will find me outside if you should want something. But I go now to fix the place for the reward. Yeah, and such a reward.
Captured by Hans, the devilish scientist in the employ of the Doc. What chance of our friends of escaping? Will the Doc put in his appearance? And will his two gangsters, Vic and Joe, be with him? We promise you plenty of excitement with an extra big helping of surprise in the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
investigating a small building near the ancient temple in the taboo land, Pete Kay and George Burton find Dr. Tyler bound and gagged. He tells of being captured by Hans, right-hand man of the mysterious Doc. After freeing Tyler from his bonds, our friends await the appearance of Zeb, who has skirted the temple grounds to enter from the far side. Knowing that Hans and his men will return for Tyler, our friends are closely watching all approaches to the little clearing when the back wall of the building swings open and they find themselves captives of Hans. Not only this, but Hans has also taken Jack Baker and Ann Burton. And to all of them he gives his promise of a fitting reward for traitors. What unknown fate has the twisted brain of the old scientist devised for his hapless victims? We join our friends in the little building.
There you are, the whole story. How they found out that I was working for the Secret Service, I don't know. But they did, and here we are.
But what about those two members of the gang, Vic and Joe? Didn't they try to do anything, Jay?
Well, that's the funny part. It seemed to me like this Hans and his crew waited in the jungle until Vic and Joe left the transport. As far as I know, they don't even know what became of us yet.
Well, how about that Kobu? I thought that guy didn't have any love for this Hans and that he put up quite a little scrap.
Vic insisted that Kobu go with him. Said that if they were going to try to find out what the Yugas were up to, they'd have to have someone along that could understand the drums.
Which reminds me that them drums have sure been coming up again in the last few minutes. Sounds to me like they might have captured someone.
You don't suppose, George, they're dead to ignore that taboo they think is on this old temple, do you?
Don't reckon as how they would, Doc Tyler. One thing might happen, though, and that is if Hans and the Doc should get to some medicine man with some kind of a payoff and have him take the curse off the place. But they wouldn't do that right now because that would destroy their own plans, if I read them right.
And just what do you think their plans are, George?
Well, Jack, I'll tell you. First off, I think they're going to get rid of us in some kind of a fancy way.
You don't mean they dare to...
Yes, they'd dare, all right. Then I think they're going to use this place as a base to work them diamond mines over yonder. You see, it ain't safe for Hans and the Doc to be around here after all they did to them natives. But if they can stay in this place, which has got that heathen curse on it, they'll be all right until they try to get out. And then I suppose they intend to fly out.
Swell. If they got that kind of an idea, I reckon either Jack or me has got to be on hand. And one thing we can do is just refuse to fly unless they lay off the rest of the crowd.
Well, I'm afraid that won't do much good after he's disposed of us, Pete.
I've just been wondering, don't you suppose if we made a rush for it, we might get back up that hill? At least some of us would get through.
I've thought of that myself, Kay, but I don't think we'd stand a chance. From what George says of the Yugas, we couldn't get very far across that little creek over there. It seems to be the dividing line from the taboo.
Well, I'm in favor of anything that'll give us a chance. Now, if Zeb would only show up, and these guys didn't see him first, maybe we...
Here comes Max, janitor. Han. I suppose he won't be the bearer of good news.
What I'd give to sink my fingers into that neck of his, Grumman.
Pleasure to you it would be, I'm sure, but it is not to be, my friend. But for making yourself so plain, you shall have the honor of receiving the first reward. You and your lady friend, Anne. Come, both of you. You shall see what I have in store for you. Come, my double-crossing Violet, and my delightfully charming hostess. This will be a pleasure, I'm sure.
Don't be too sure we won't get a little pleasure out of this ourselves.
Yeah, a pleasure. Yeah, a pleasure. Now, you two, walk right over to that little stone wall over there, please.
Jack, what does he intend to do with us?
Don't ask me, Ann. There's no telling. Keep a stiff upper lip. There may be a way out.
Yeah, a rescue by one man. It would indeed be funny.
Might not be so funny if it happened.
My friends, inside that little wall is the gate to a great reward.
Probably something humane, like crocodiles or something like that.
My friend, you have done me an injustice. Never would Hans be so cruel as to think of something like crocodiles. No, it is the gate to the old native god of the earth. It is a short story, and maybe you will appreciate your reward more if I tell it to you.
Let's get it over with, Hans.
Many years ago, the natives who had worshipped here believed in a wonderful god of the earth, the god that was making all things grow. And each season, they would bring to the little wall here a beautiful girl, and they would send her to the god of the earth.
You mean there's a bottomless pit inside that wall?
And that would indeed be too quick. Come down the stairs. I will let you look.
Jack, this is... Oh, we've got to find some way out of here.
Don't worry, Ann. There's still a chance.
There. You see? The gate to the god of the earth. And in a few minutes, both of you shall have the honor of making the trip.
But there's nothing down there. just a drop of a few feet in a bottom of sand. Is this some sort of a horrible joke?
Yeah, it is a joke. A joke on you, my beautiful one, who interferes with the plans of the dock. What you see is indeed sand, but the kind of sand which reaches for you, clutches you, surrounds you, finally enfolds you in its fond clasp.
You mean quicksand?
You're smart, my friend. Baker, you shall be the first. So my beautiful little spy shall see you as you struggle. She shall hear your cries. She shall want to leap in with you, but I shall not let her. She shall look as you disappear beneath the sand. Yeah, how nice.
Jack, those men, the ones that were guarding the doorway, look.
She shall have the pleasure of knowing what is in store for her. Then she shall follow you.
They're putting up their hands. They've dropped their guns.
Then from the rest shall come another, who shall watch her as she tries to keep from joining you.
If you'll turn around, maybe you'll get other ideas, Hans. I think you better drop that gun.
You think that Hans is so dumb as to fall for an old trick? My gun! It is...
All right, you centipede. Get yourself over here and line up with the rest of the varmints.
Jack, look over there. Marching those men this way, it's...
Joe!
Yes.
So help me. That isn't Joe. He's got Vic lined right up with the rest of them.
But Joe, I can't get over that. And Vic is handcuffed, too.
Well, youngsters, I reckon we happened along just about in the nick of time. Tried to get here sooner, but I had quite a time trying to get Miss Jackson and Bobby to go back to their camp. Didn't have no luck at all, though.
But where is she now, Zeb?
Ought to be coming right through that there trail over there with that youngster in just a minute.
But, Joe, I don't understand about him. Where does he come in, and Vic in handcuffs?
Well, maybe we'd better wait till we get over to the rest of them, then we can talk better. Oh, by the way, there comes your Aunt Hattie right now.
Zeb, you old reprobate. You just about fooled around too long that time. You got to get somebody hurt being late like that.
Being late is lots better than having your gun tucked away from you by a feller like this, you old tenderfoot. Oh, looks like you done pretty well with yourself, too, Joey.
Yeah, only one thing we ain't got, the doc, which is the one thing that I was sort of looking forward to.
Now, and you're not going to get him, you little double-crosser.
Easy now, Vic. Them is harsh words, and we might not like 'em. Sorry, Jack, we didn't get here sooner, but we tried.
Well, I certainly thought for a few moments that my career as an air hostess was going to end in a pit of quicksand, so it's much better late than never.
Well, I don't want many more of those moments, and I don't want to be kept in suspense much longer about what goes on here either.
And, now that you've scared the daylights out of all of us and out of yourself, I trust you'll be willing to go home and settle down as a nurse.
And Hattie, of course not. How could I after all this excitement?
Hi, Jack. Hi, Miss Burton. Gee, you sure gave us a scare when we saw that Hans with you up there. Boy, were we glad when Joe and Zeb closed in just in time.
Bobby, you've no idea how glad I was for the same thing. Come on, let's have the story, you fellas. How you managed to get together and all that.
Well, when I left you, I got here and looked the ground over a lot quicker than I thought I could. So, thinking you'd be safe enough and not knowing that Hans and his crew was anywhere around loose, let alone the dock, I decided to take a run over to where Jack and his airplane was to see if I could talk him out of a new feed line. I run on to Joe here, just getting a message over the radio. Kobu was taking it. Well, after Joe gets this message, he just turns to Vic and tells him that the jig is up and puts the bracelets on him.
Put the bracelets on him, but I thought Joe was...
Yeah, I know, Miss Thompson. You thought for a long time that Joe Tolliver was part of the gang. As a matter of fact, so did the gang.
You mean you're one of the Secret Service?
That's right. The Secret Service called me back at the service after several years on private investigations because I knew most of this gang.
Gosh, this is just like in a book.
I had instructions not to interfere until we were actually at the scene of the mine. This radio message that Kobu received said to close in, so I immediately placed Vic under arrest. Now, where is the doc, Vic?
Don't you wish you knew? Well, he'll probably be around here soon. It'll make you guys wish you never heard of us.
I reckon you don't know what you're talking about, youngster. Now, we know pretty well that we've got just about all the natives right here that the doc could get together. Wherever he is, he's alone.
That's right. He's alone, and he'll be here.
I'm afraid not, Hans. As long as I'm here, the doc will never show his face.
But why, Dr. Tyler?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Anne, but I'm sure if he sees me, he'll risk death rather than face me.
Speaking of that, reminds me that them drums is closer than ever. And listen. You hear what them drums are saying, Zeb?
Uh-huh.
We probably won't have to worry about the doc. Sounds to me like that he must have met those Yugos. Listen. Hear 'em leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, wise guys. But you can't take us out of Africa, you know.
No? Remember the little trip I took to Capetown, Vic? It seems that the radio will give us permission to take you to the nearest white settlement. And after that, it's all a formality. Oh, yes, and by the way, Miss Burton.
What?
We also had a relayed message from Interstate Airlines.
Oh.
Here it is, just as Kobu wrote it.
Miss Ann Burton aboard Interstate Experimental Transport somewhere in Africa. Your application for position air hostess Interstate Airlines accepted. Report for training immediately upon return to Springfield. Congratulations to Pilot Baker. Signed, John Boyle, President, Interstate Airlines. Oh, Jack, it's true. I'm really going to be an air hostess.
Well, Zeb, I guess we can put these fellas in this building here until we're ready to...
Oh, young man, why don't you look where you're going?
Gee, I didn't see you. Excuse me, Tut.
Full of all the nerve. I said don't call
I know. Tut.
The diamond smuggling ring appears to be broken with the capture of Hans by the Secret Service in the person of Joe and the flight of the dock into the very hands of the savage Yugas. And Ann Burton is really to become an air hostess. Have her thrilling adventures come to an end, or have they just started? Can there be more danger in store for Ann and Jack before they leave the Dark Continent? Will Dr. Tyler restore George's memory so he once more becomes to himself and the rest of the world George Burton, the uncle of Ann? Why, there's loads of new adventures in the new series of thrills that start in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton, after delivering a secret wavelength to Jack Baker by parachuting down to the uncharted airport in the heart of the Florida Everglades,
has attempted to find her way back to the emergency landing field near Miami. Meanwhile, Jack, apparently falling in with a scheme to smuggle diamonds from Africa, is assisting the government Secret Service in gathering information on the illicit diamond syndicate. Arrangements have been made for gasoline with which to fly the Atlantic Ocean, and as Jack waits for this gas, Joe mentions the name of a man, evidently a native, that he met who called himself Zeb. At the mention of the name, Vic grows excited and speeds the preparations for the takeoff. Meanwhile, a native armed with a rifle has taken Aunt Hattie and Art Morrison into custody. Could it be the same man that Joe met? And if so, what connection has he with the smuggling ring? And what of Ann Burton? Will she appear at the emergency field? Suppose we look in at the emergency field near Miami. Listen.
No, sir, I didn't see hide nor hair of her anywhere.
Oh, I'm sure that Anne would be able to find a phone or some way of letting us know.
Well, I think Anne either hid herself to wait for darkness or she's making pretty slow progress. Unless
what, Mr. Morris?
I reckon he means unless she got tangled up in them Everglades. And it ain't no trick at all to do that, especially when you don't know 'em.
I suppose I should be very calm and collected, but frankly, I'm nervous as a cat. And you with that rifle last night. Well, that wasn't exactly a sedative to my nerves.
I'm sorry about that, Miss Jackson, but I thought you folks was hooked up with them smugglers, and I wasn't taking no chances.
Oh, one could see that perfectly. But I still can't see why you're interested in these smuggling people, Mr. Zev. Surely you're not connected with the government, too.
Well, no, except that I'm a citizen of it. I guess you must have been sort of dozing when I told Morrison about it last night.
Well, I'll admit I was pretty sleepy. But my feminine curiosity is burning to know all about it.
You're sure it's all right to tell her the whole thing, Mr. Morrison?
Oh, of course, Zeb. Aunt Hattie has certainly been a great help to us so far. And I'm sure your story might clear up a lot of things.
Well, there ain't a whole lot to tell, Mom, as Morrison knows. I used to live here in Florida a few years back. And then me and another fella, named George Ross, got hold of a map from an old sailor while we was down at Key West one time. It showed the place where there's supposed to be a lot of diamonds.
You mean here in Florida?
No, Mom. George would probably have been here today if it had have been. No, these diamonds were in a place in Africa, just a little ways from where the Kimberley mines are, but where nobody ever thought of looking for diamonds before.
You never told me, Zeb, where the sailor got the map in the first place.
I know it because I don't know. You just don't ask sailors where they get things like that. I did him a good turn, and he give me the map because he said he was too old to have a try at it himself.
But surely he could have sold an interest in the map.
Yes'm, and I was going to give him part of whatever me and George found, except that he died before we even left Key West. So us two, me and George, we got jobs on cattle boats to Capetown. And from there, we sort of fought our way through the jungle, part of the time fighting the wild animals and part of the time with the savages.
But you found the place?
Yes'm, just like the map showed. The natives had been using the stones for sort of decorations for years. Only they liked the 10-cent store jewelry we took them lots better.
Just think of that, not knowing the value of real diamonds.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mum, from the standpoint of decoration, the glass looked lots better. But that's the only thing the natives was looking for, so by trading them the stuff they wanted, we got along with them pretty good.
But whatever possessed you to leave there with a fortune in your hand?
Well, now, I was coming to that. One day after George and me got together, what we thought was enough to last any man a lifetime, one of the natives come running up and told us that they was white men in the neighborhood, and the signal drums had sent out the word that the strangers were kind of low down and no good, and that they'd been asking for 2 Americans and a diamond mine.
You know, those signal drums are almost as good as white man's radio.
Better. Nobody understands them, except those that they're supposed to. Well, I decided to leave George on guard at the mine and go to the native village and have a talk with the chief and see who these fellows were. But I get to the village and it's deserted.
You mean the natives had run away?
Well, them as didn't run never would run again. Place looked like a cyclone had struck it. So I went back to our camp just as fast as I could and, well, they'd beat me to it. Cleaned out everything slick as a whistle. Diamonds, supplies, everything.
But your friend George?
Never saw hide nor hair of him. Not a trace. But tacked on a tree was a note saying that this was just a warning, that they would take care of the mine from now on. And it was signed the doctor. Well, I couldn't stay there with no supplies, so I made my way back to the coast. Then I decided to come to the States and see if I couldn't run down the dock and maybe get back some of the diamonds he'd robbed me of. And see if I couldn't get some wind of George.
My. It all sounds like something out of a book. Oh, please go on, Mr. Zepp.
Well, I got a sort of a hint that they was operating out of the Everglades with airplanes, and I've been here for the last few weeks trying to find one of them. I thought sure I had 'em dead to rights when I come upon you two last night.
Well, Mr. Zeb, Now that you know it really was Doc's gang that you missed, and you know where they are, just what do you think you can do about it?
Well, now, Miss Jackson, you sort of got me there.
Zeb, I've been sort of thinking things over. Why don't we join forces in this thing?
Well, sir, I was just sort of hoping that you'd mention something like that. Only I don't think I'd be much use in one of them airships.
Now, you just leave the airship business up to us. And you take care of the tracking job, which is far more important. Now, the first thing that I'd suggest would be...
Shh. Listen.
What is it? Did you hear something coming? Oh!
Somebody talking. Kind of far away like.
I don't seem to... Yes. Oh, I get it. It's the radio. I've turned the receiver on every now and then. Much as I hate to use the battery, but just in case we get a call. And it looks like we have a bite. I'll see if it is. Well, I hate to use the battery this way, but here goes. Need a little volume, I guess.
D12 calling Morrison. D12 calling Morrison.
Morrison answering D12. Come in, D12.
Where are you, Morrison? Can you give us your exact position?
Can't give you exact latitude and longitude, but... Well, let's see. I'm about 14 miles northwest of Miami as I make it.
Close enough. We've been picking up carrier wave from interstate transport for the last 2 hours, but no voice until a short time ago. Then heard sound like stumbling over something and woman's voice saying, I must hide quick, but where? What do you make of it?
Sounds like Ann Burton's been forced to hide in the ship. But you didn't hear Baker?
Not a sound except the carrier wave.
Have you cross-checked the position of the transport?
Our check shows it must be about 40 miles northwest of you. What are your plans?
Well, we're still waiting for Ann Burton to show up here. We may have to chance a flight to pick her up. I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Okay, Morrison. Good luck.
Thanks, D12.
You don't suppose those two gangsters have discovered Anne, do you, Mr. Art?
Well, from what D12 heard, it doesn't sound like it. But it's sure that she hasn't found any way to get away from that secret airport.
But we have to do something.
Well, of course, we don't know just how long it'll be before they can get that ship gassed up for the ocean flight. But they probably have a supply of gas not far away.
Yes, there's a sort of a renegade ship's outfitter runs in gas for these fellas. And from the place that radio man gives, he ain't so far away, but what they could have a lot of gasoline in that airship by this time.
Then that means they might be starting out right now.
Well, once they start out, that'll give Jack a chance to contact our headquarters. Because Vic and Joe won't be able to hear what he says or what he hears through the earphones. What about Ann? Well, that one has me stumped.
Well, it ain't got me stumped. That is, if we got one of them fancy bumper chutes that them flyers used to come down in.
You mean a parachute? Say, there's a couple of them packed in the back. But just who's going to do it?
I am, by cracky. If that snip of a girl had nerve enough to jump over out of an airship and trust a couple of yards of goods to keep her from breaking her neck, I guess Zebulon Abercrombie, Esquire, can do it, too. All you have to do is show me how to make the thing bust open at the right time.
But I don't understand just what you intend to do when you get there. If Anne couldn't get back, how do you think that
Now, here's what I figure. I'll jump out of this thing somewhere near this landing field. But you gotta fly over it, so's I'll know, because I sure missed it while I was prowling around down there. But you fly pretty close, but not close enough to give them a hint. If they ain't left with that big ship yet, then I'll find my way to where they keep the airship.
Yeah, but I still don't see how you intend to locate Ann.
Well, after hearing what that radio man said, I get it like this. That girl ain't been able to find the road, or else she's afraid to get out on it for fear of being seen, as long as them two crooks are still there. So she comes back to the only place she knows that she can hide, which is the shed where the airship is. Somebody must have been coming pretty close to the shed when she talked into that radio, so she just slipped into the airship until they left. Well, she's bound to be close to that shed. I'll find her. We'll bring her back to that little settlement. Then I guess I can hire that Jasper fella with a speedboat to bring us down the canal.
Well, then, as I get it, Zeb, after we drop you, we come back here and wait for you to bring Ann back. Is that it?
That's right, Art. And once we get all of us together, maybe we can find some way to get to Africa.
Well, first, let's see about that chute. Oh, yeah, here it is. Now, Zeb, we better get you into it before we start the motors.
Get into it?
Yes, I'm afraid you'll really have to get into one of those things, Zeb.
Okay. I reckon I ain't as young as I used to be. That strap ought to go over there, right there. And this one? There, that's it. Yeah, say, I must have got this thing on upside down. I thought it ought to fit right over my shoulder blades. Instead of that, it hangs down like a kind of an in-gate on a wagon.
That's all right, Zeb. Now, when you get ready to jump...
You mean I've got to stand up all the way to wherever it is we're heading for?
Have to stand... Oh, I see what you mean. No. You just sit right down on the chute just like it was a cushion. That's the way they're built. Well, when you get ready to jump, all you have to do is to fall out face forward and then count 10. And pull this ring. And I mean really pull it.
And don't worry about me pulling that when I kind of want to put on the brakes. Only thing is, I might want to sort of slow up a little while I count.
D12 calling Morrison. D12 calling Morrison.
The radio again. Maybe Jack sent something about Anne.
Morrison answering D12. Come in, D12.
Interstate transmitter switched from our wavelength to lower band. They called TS and said they were taking off in half an hour.
A half hour? if Anne can stay in hiding that long.
Did you check reply D12?
No reply as yet, but we're waiting with 4 receivers tuned to frequency to get location through cross-check.
Fine. We're taking off now to see if we can locate Miss Burton. She's probably around hangar. If transport is left, we might take a chance on using their runway. Signing off.
We'll wait for your call. Good luck, Morrison. Signing off.
But suppose that Anne is still somewhere on the transport. What can we do then?
Well, that's just one of the chances we'll have to take. But I hardly think that she would be able to hide until they take off without some of them seeing her.
Well, I think we'd better start. Every minute might count.
Okay. Here goes the motor.
Getting kind of anxious to get there myself. I just want to see if this here drawstring is really going to work.
Will Zeb make his way to the secret landing field in time to lead Anne to safety from her hiding place in the ship? Or will Anne be discovered by the 2 gangsters before the start is made? Time alone will tell, so don't miss the next nerve-tingling chapter of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Having dropped out of sight completely after delivering an important message, Anne Burton is thought to be trying to make her way out of the Everglades of Florida. Art Morrison, radio inspector, and Aunt Hattie Jackson await her arrival at an emergency landing field near Miami, when they are joined rather unceremoniously by an old fellow who gives the name of Zebulon Abercrombie. Zeb, as he prefers to be called, was the original discoverer of the diamond mines from which the illicit diamond smugglers are obtaining their rough stones, and he was forced to leave Africa by the leader of the smugglers, known as Doc, who now menaces the future of Anne and pilot Jack Baker. Zeb agrees to join the government secret service in ferreting out the members of the gang and to show Morrison the exact location of the mines. They are interrupted in their plans by the reception of a radio call from Secret Service headquarters, telling that the voice of Anne has been heard over the transmitter of the plane that is to be used by the smugglers in their projected flight to Africa. From the same source, it is learned that Jack Baker, who is piloting the ship while he pretends to join the smugglers, is about ready to take off. But has Anne been able to leave the seclusion of the transport cabin? Or will she be found there by the two gangsters, Vic and Joe, before Jack learns she has not escaped? Let's go to the secret landing field in the heart of the Everglades and learn what we can.
Gee whiz, 3,100 gallons of gas and all that oil. I don't see how them trucks made it through that road.
Those drivers are just better at it than you are, Joey, which is no compliment to them either. You think that's enough gas, Baker?
Talking to me, Morgan?
Cut your motor so you can hear me, will you? That's better. I said, do you think that's enough gas for the trip?
Well, if it isn't, I don't know just where you'd put any more. We've got every drop these tanks will hold. And getting this ship off a field of this size is not going to be a snap, I can tell you. With all that gas, well, we'd better make it the first time, that's all.
Gee, I wish there was a fire department to sort of stand by. I'd feel a lot safer.
Are you getting cold feet, Joey? You haven't answered my question yet, Baker. Do you think that's enough gas to take us across?
Well, at 300 miles an hour and flying at 20,000 feet, or maybe just a little higher, we'll burn the same fuel that we would at 10,000 doing 200. That is, in the same time. In other words, we'll save about one-third by taking the higher altitudes.
20,000 feet. Boy, we won't be able to breathe at all unless we got those oxygen things they wear.
Oh, sure we will. This job has a sealed cabin, and the air we get is supercharged, like the air that goes into the carburetor when we reach the higher altitudes. You get it?
No, but go on. I'll probably get it after a while.
Joey, don't catch on fast, that's all. How much gas will it take to get us to Africa? I'll put it that way.
That's what I was trying to get at, Morgan. At 200 miles an hour, these motors have been tested to use up about 200 gallons an hour.
Which roughly puts us somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. If we try it nonstop, is that it?
Joey isn't the only one that doesn't quite understand the theory of substratosphere flying, it seems. That 200 gallons at 200 an hour was at 10,000 feet. Now, by flying higher, we remove part of the resistance, because the air pressure on the ship is about one-half what it is at the lower levels. And so, allowing for a bit of efficiency that is lost by the lower pressure, we find our gas mileage stepped up about one-third, which means that our 3,100 gallons should take us something better than 4,200 miles.
You see, Joey? That 4,200 miles gives us plenty of leeway. So there's nothing to be afraid of.
Unless maybe we should happen to hit a wind which ain't blowing our direction.
That's right, Joe. Any headwind we hit will just knock that many miles off our gas mileage, and a tailwind will add to it.
Yeah. I remember reading in the papers a few years ago about a French fellow that tried to fly to America, and he had to fight a wind all the way. And so, when he got just a little over halfway across the ocean, he found that he didn't have gas enough to make it. So he just turned around and went back.
He flew over halfway across and didn't have enough gas to make it, so he flew back. Joey, listen. I think the Everglades have been too much for you. Now quit trying to tell us fairy stories and start getting that stuff in the shack down here to the ship. Now see that you don't let it fall in the water, get it?
Okay, Vic. I ain't telling stories. You can ask Jack.
The idea of telling stuff like that. You see? That's what I was telling you, Baker. Joe is all right sometimes, only he's, well, sort of weak above the eyes, that's all.
Joe's absolutely right about that story. It actually happened. You see, the tailwind added enough mileage. For instance, if it was a 40-mile-an-hour wind, it added 40 miles every hour to his mileage, while it was taking that away from the mileage on his way out. Or a difference of 80 miles every hour in the miles covered on the same amount of gas. Now, do you see?
Yeah, I suppose I do. Now, what do you think of our chances with this ship?
I think we'll make it. If that stuff that came in on that truck isn't too heavy. Just what was that, anyway?
Supplies, Baker. Supplies.
I get it. Okay. Well, this transport is built to carry about 40 passengers in ordinary service. But the weight of the extra gas naturally cuts that down quite a bit. So the weight of those, well, supplies, as you call them, means quite a bit, especially on the takeoff.
Well, I can tell you this much. Those two fellows on the truck had quite a time loading this stuff into the baggage compartment.
In other words, it's heavy. And that means that we won't be able to get as much altitude and save as much gas as we would if we were flying light.
Well, maybe I can relieve your mind a little with this bit of news. The reason we picked on this new transport ship, which is a little bigger than anything else, is because we're kind of pioneering a new airline, see? In other words, we're fixing it so this flying diamonds back here and sending supplies back over to Africa is going to be put on a regular schedule, just like the transatlantic and the trans-Pacific passenger planes. Only we don't have the custom officials nosing into our business.
All very interesting, Morgan, except that you don't pick up planes every day that will fly the Atlantic non-stop with a load. And keeping preparations for such a flight under cover for any length of time will be quite a job in itself. And once the suspicion leaks out, it won't be long until the government starts to work. And then...
Baker, you just tend to flying this ship for us. And we'll take care of the government. Now, here's how we keep this whole thing in the dark. We don't try any non-stop flights, see? That is just at present. We're going to establish bases and make flights in short hops. And from secluded points that won't create any publicity, you see?
Very clever. But a plane leaving the United States and later showing up in, say, Capetown, South Africa. Well, no one will be foolish enough to believe that someone trundled that plane across the Atlantic in a rowboat.
A little paint, a little change of license numbers now and then won't leave any holes like that. So here's where we come in with this ship. We're stopping at several places and leaving some of these supplies so that the people that are already there can start their work.
You don't mind telling me the first stop, then, do you?
Of course not. The first place we head for will be a little place just south of that cape that sticks out there in South America.
Oh, you mean Cape St. Roque?
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's where we stop first. Say, what's that noise I've been hearing all this time? That kind of buzzing.
Oh, that's the radio transmitter. I just wanted to see how it was acting since we sent that message to Springfield a while ago. We never got an answer from them, by the way.
Of course we didn't. You don't suppose that the doc is foolish enough to do any sending, do you? So they can find out where we are?
Oh, that's right. I never thought of that.
Well, it just shows you the doc is a pretty wise guy. And that's just a warning to anybody that might get ideas about sending messages from airplanes. The doc has a few stations himself, and his operators know how to locate transmitters, too.
I get it, Morgan. You don't have to worry about that.
I wasn't worrying. I was just reminding, that's all. Say, we better go up and give Joe a lift with that stuff. We should have had a guy with the truck do that.
If you don't mind, Morgan, I'll stay here and check these motors over a bit so that,
Nope, I'm afraid I mind, Baker. I already told you where we're heading. And I'm not going to let you get out of my sight until we land in Africa.
Okay. We might as well leave this cabin door open if we're coming back.
My, I thought they'd never leave. Gosh, but it's stuffy in that baggage compartment. Now, if they'll just stay away long enough for me to get behind that shed. The radio is on. If I only knew how to work it, I might send some kind of a message. I could write Jack a note, but where could I leave it? The radio headphones. No one will use them but him. I can fold up a note and put it in one of the earphones. What did I do with my pencil? Oh, here it is. And that scrap of paper will have to do. Let's see. Jack just left before you. Is that someone coming? Oh, it is, and I haven't a chance to get outside. I'll have to get back into that compartment and wait until they leave again.
Gee, I get all the heavy work to do. But I guess maybe it's... I don't know. What's this? Say, I wonder if...
I guess we can put that stuff in the baggage compartment, huh, Baker?
Okay. That ought to just about get it. Hey, Joe, what are you doing up here in the cabin?
I was just stowing this grub away where we could get it right handy. You never know when you're going to get hungry.
How are those motors heading, Baker?
Oh, the motors are okay. I think that all we need now are some instructions from Doc.
I told you the Doc will not be using his radio station for a day or so, didn't I? Not while the government is trying to check him. And after that, they'll have to locate his new wavelength and start all over again. No, we got all the instructions we need, Baker.
Say, listen, do you fellas hear anything?
Not a thing except... Say, that sounds like a plane to me.
Probably just some of the boys from Pensacola on their way home.
Hey, there it is, right over there. And it's an air cat. Looks like something dropping from it.
Gee, it's a guy with a parachute. See, it opened up.
Baker, I don't know, but that air cat and that guy are jumping looking pretty fishy. Hey, what is that? Maybe you didn't have anything to do with it, but we're not taking any chances. We're taking off right now.
Morgan, you know as well as I do, I haven't had any opportunity to communicate with anybody, even if I'd wanted to.
All right. But we're not taking any chances. Come on, get those motors warmed up. I'll run up to the shack and lock up. And, Joe, take care of Baker while I'm gone.
Okay. I guess I better get these chocks out from under the wheel.
All right, Joe. I'll climb in and head her around. The wind is okay for a takeoff from this end, so we'll just let her sit.
Okay, Baker, okay.
I wonder just what that air cat was doing over here. And who was in that parachute? I wonder if it was Ann again. She wouldn't be making another trip back here.
Well, I guess that's all. Say, Jack, here's a little thing I found on the floor of the cabin a few minutes ago when I come back.
An automatic pencil. And it's engraved Ann. You say you found it just a few minutes ago here?
Yeah. And it wasn't there an hour ago because I looked all over the floor then for a quarter I dropped.
I don't understand how it could be in here.
I don't either, especially when I know that nobody has left this cabin. But you'd better put that pencil away because here comes Vic. And maybe you wouldn't want him to know about it. Maybe.
Joe, I don't know how to thank you.
Or skip it. Oh, here he is. All set, Vic?
Okay, all set. You ready, Baker?
All set.
Then here's your chart on that course. Now let's get out of here quick.
All right. We're on our way to Cape St. Roque.
Jack Baker and the two gangsters off on the first leg of the trip that is to take them to South Africa. Can it be that Joe suspects that Ann Burton is concealed in the baggage compartment? And why did he not tell Vic instead of confiding to Jack? Will Morrison and Aunt Hattie locate the secret field now empty and land? Or will they proceed to Springfield in an effort to learn the secret of the Tyler Sanitarium? We're just as anxious as we know you are to learn the answers in the next thrilling episode of
Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Trapped in the cabin of the mighty transport plane that is to be flown to Africa, Ann Burton is forced to hide in the baggage compartment, hoping for an opportunity to escape before Jack Baker and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, take off from the hidden airport in the heart of the Florida Everglades. But the sudden appearance of an Aircat speed plane piloted by Radio Inspector Art Morrison and carrying as passengers Aunt Hattie and Zeb Abercrombie, who was also on the trail of the smugglers, causes the gangsters to take to the air immediately with Ann as an unwilling passenger. Meanwhile, Zeb, not knowing that Ann is a stowaway in the transport, has parachuted to the ground in the hope that he will be able to find her and lead her to safety. Above, Morrison and Aunt Hattie, seeing the hurried departure of the transport, cruise about in order to pick up some signal from Zeb after he lands. Listen.
Well, now that the transport is out of sight, I think I'll wheel back over that place it took off. See anything of Zeb, Aunt Hattie?
Yes, he's down there. Oh, he must have landed in that clearing. Oh, now I can't see him anymore.
I'll keep that left wing down and circle, and you can watch him. How's that?
I can see him now. Yeah. Oh, he's having trouble with the parachute. Seems to be tangled up in the rope.
Lucky for him there's no wind today, or that chute would have him all over the clearing. Is he loose yet?
There, yeah. He seemed to burst loose all of a sudden.
He probably got mad and cut his way out. Still see him?
Yes. He's found a trail of some sort. He's going towards the place where the airship took off.
We might as well fly over that place. I still don't see how they took off from that lake. We know that Jack must have an enormous supply of gas, and that transport is certainly no amphibian.
A what?
An amphibian. An amphibian plane is one that's equipped with both pontoons and landing wheels, so that it can land on either water or land. And I'm sure that the interstate ship didn't have pontoons when it took off.
No, but Mr. Hart, I think they call them clipper ships. They're not equipped with pontoons, and they can fly off the water.
Say, you may have the answer there.
Oh, there's that little lake again. And it isn't at all far from the trail or road that Mr. Zeb was on. Oh, I don't see why Ann couldn't have found that road easily enough.
Well, when you get down there, Aunt Hattie, you'll find there's plenty of underbrush and swamp between that road and that lake. See Zeb anywhere?
Oh, yes. Oh, he's just a tiny speck. But he's working his way toward the lake. Well, look, there's the shed where they must have kept the airship, and there's a sort of shack just across the water.
Well, I don't know just what good we can do here. We haven't any way to land on that water. I suppose Zeb will get back to the road and make his way back to the emergency field like he did before.
But, Mr. Art, couldn't we land on one of those open spaces?
Hardly. Most of those open spaces are very swampy. Our landing gear would bog right down to the fuselage.
Oh, then I suppose we might as well drop some sort of a note to Mr. Zeb so he can bring Ann right straight to the field. That is if he finds her.
Say, isn't that someone coming out of that barn or shed or whatever it is?
It looks like it. Oh, no, it's some sort of an animal. A dog, I guess. Oh, he's going to swim across the lake. Mr. Art, look. He's not swimming at all. He's walking.
Walking? He couldn't.
Well, he's walking right across the lake. Mr. Art, that lake isn't over 6 inches deep.
Say, I'm beginning to get the idea. We'll drop down and zoom over that lake, if that's what it is, and see if my idea is right.
It certainly took my breath away. The way you dropped down there.
Yes, it certainly scared our little friend the dog. Look at him go, right down the middle of it. Say, that water's the same depth all the way. That's it, all right.
I'm afraid I don't understand just what it's all about, Mr. Art.
I think, Aunt Hattie, that we found out how those boys have been able to keep the location of their landing field a secret from the ships that fly over. I'll bet that under that water is a concrete runway.
But how are you going to tell?
Well, I'm just sure enough of it to try a landing. That is, if you're game enough, Aunt Hattie.
Mr. Morrison, that is a reflection on my character. If you're game enough to try to land, then I'm certainly game enough to land with you. The fact is, that's about all I can do. Knowing that Anne's somewhere around here, hurt for all we know.
I hardly think she's hurt, Aunt Hattie. Remember that radio message from headquarters saying that they heard her over the plane's transmitter not very long ago? No, she's probably hiding either in the improvised hangar or in the underbrush. She probably hasn't recognized this plane and is afraid to show herself until she's sure. Yeah, well, we'll know in a minute or two.
You don't suppose that gang's left anyone around here to guard the place, do you?
Not much to guard when they take off. No, I think we'll find the place perfectly safe. Better fasten that belt. We're not sure about this plane, you know. That's it. Here it is.
My, that wasn't bad at all.
That water sure puts the brakes on the wheels. I suppose we might as well taxi right over to that shed. That door over dry ground?
Oh, yes, it's 6 or 8 feet from the edge of the water.
Okay, might as well open up. We'll have a look around. Just a second. I'll climb down and give you a hand. All right, Aunt Hattie. Come on. There we are.
Thank you, young man.
Yeah, this place is deserted, all right.
Oh, I don't see a sign of Anne anywhere. And she would have recognized us by this time, if she's anywhere near.
There, that's it. It might be that she finally got to the road and hooked a ride back to the emergency field. And we'll know all about that just as soon as Zeb gets here.
Well, how will Mr. Zeb know any more about her than we would?
And Hattie, this Zeb Abercrombie was practically raised among the Seminole Indians down here. And then he had to make his way through the jungle in Africa. A fellow like that gets so that he can look at a footprint and tell you the height, weight, and age of the person who made it.
Oh, why, I thought that only the old Indian scouts and persons like Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett could do things like that.
No, we still have men who can read signs just as well as the Indian scouts. The government men use signs to arrive at the same place. But some of these fellas down here can just glance at the print, the twig, or whatever clue it is, and give you the complete history. But while we're waiting for them, we might as well poke around. Suppose we start with the shed,
Well, about the only signs here that I can read are that someone must have used a motor car to haul that big airship out of the shed. See? There are the tracks leading right up to the door, and then back to the water.
Say, that's all right, Aunt Hattie. And from the looks of it, it must have been a pretty old flivver. They haven't used that tire size for a long time. Wonder what they did with the car. They couldn't have taken it with them, that's certain.
But if they had a car, well, then certainly there must be some sort of a road right up to this place. And Anne would have been able to find it in no time.
That's right, too. I sure don't see any road leading through that underbrush. Hope I can move this door.
Oh, my. What a dark, dismal old place. But there's a floor in it, thank goodness.
Lucky I brought this pocket flashlight. Yeah, here's where they kept the transport, all right. They sure never figured on a ship as big as that. From the place where the wheels stood, I'd say that tail must have been out in the open.
Isn't that a back door over there?
I think so. Wonder if it's been open in the last year or so.
Well, it certainly doesn't open like a door that's been closed for any length of time.
As a woodsman, you're doing all right, Aunt Hattie. You're right. This door's been used, and recently, too. And there are footprints leading up to and away from it. They go right out into the swamp.
And there are hands. I'd know that kind of a heel anywhere.
There's several lines of them, so I can't tell much about them. We might start following them and see if we can...
Oh, maybe it might be well to wait for Mr. Zeb. We might erase something that would tell him a lot.
It might be best. He ought to be here any minute.
We could take a look at that shack and that shed that's built alongside of it while we're waiting for him.
Well, we'll go around the edge of the runway to avoid the water. Well, here we are. Say, it looks like someone moving inside that shack. You know, it might be...
Well, I finally made it. I tried to take a shortcut, but I finally had to get back on the road. Too much mud.
Road?
Sure, the road. The one that leads up to this place.
I'm afraid we haven't found that road yet, Zeb. We couldn't see a place where it leads in here.
I'll show you that in a minute. But I was just looking at that cement road underneath that water. Them fellas sure fixed it up so you couldn't spot it from the air, all right. Must have a spring dammed up somewhere to keep water on it all the time.
Did you see anything of Ann, Mr. Zeb?
Nope, not a sign of where she'd ever been close to the road. But here, I'll show it to you. Come on around to this lean-to on the side of the house.
Well, there's the flivver, all right. I still can't see how they got it out of here.
Them fellows are sure tricky, all right. The way they've got this road fixed is as cute as a bug's ear. Look here. Look now when I pull down on this rope. Watch that back wall of the lean-to.
For the love of Mike, the road leads right out of the back wall of the lean-to. They just pull it up like an awning.
And it looks like there must have been another car here since the rain, too.
And if you ask me, it was not only a car, but a pretty heavy truck. Nope, look, it was a couple of trucks. And they were both loaded up plenty. Hey, they come right through here and turned around on the cement there. You can see where they riled up that muddy film on the cement. But there sure ain't no footprints on that road like a girl might have made.
Well, there are plenty of her footprints at the back door of the shed where they kept the airship, and they lead right out into the swamp.
And then we'd better have a look at them. You lead the way, Art.
Okay, we'll go around the edge of the water here so we don't get our feet wet.
What's that piece of paper in the bushes there? There, right over there.
Looks like a piece of paper that must have been blown in there and blown in there hard. Maybe during that hurricane the other day. Only that paper hasn't been wet since it landed there. And it rained cats and dogs right after the storm.
I'll get it. Here it is. Looks like a note.
It is. It's a note that Anne started to write and then stopped for some reason. It says, Jack just left before you. And then stops. Mr. Art, you don't suppose that someone happened to come along?
I don't know what to make of it. It looks like she was intending to leave. Yeah, she was intending to leave it on the ship for Jack, which shows that she isn't on the ship herself. Say, Zeb, where did Zeb go?
He went around the side of the shed to have a look at the prints back there. Oh, here he comes. Did she go into the swamps, Mr. Zeb?
No, but that's the funny part of it. The last tracks sure are coming along the side of the shed up here to the front. And if you look real close, you'll see that they end right here at the edge of the water. Shows that she might be on that airship.
She couldn't be. Here's a note she started to write to Jack. You can see for yourself.
Huh? Oh, I can't make anything out of this stuff. Why, it looks like somebody was figuring up their income tax or something.
Oh, you've got the wrong side. Let me see here. Say, let me look at that. 614 1 2 5. This is an old government code. Yeah, it was discarded several years ago now, if I can just remember. I think I've got it. Decoded, it says, heading first for Cape St. Roque, South America. Girl is stowed away safely. Now, who could have written that?
Maybe Jack wrote it and left it. Oh, but surely Anne isn't on board that ship. She just can't be, that's all.
It looks like she is, Aunt Hattie, and she seems safe enough for the time being. But it wasn't Jack that wrote that note because he doesn't know that code. I wonder. Listen, we're climbing into that air cat and getting back to Springfield so that I can do some checking up.
Huh? It looks like when you join up with airships to catch crooks, all you do is jump into them and then jump out of them. In you go, Miss Jackson.
A code message written on the back of the note Anne intended for Jack. Could it be that someone else entered the plane? Meanwhile, back in Springfield, have Pete and Kay, with the help of Bobby, been able to find out any more about the mysterious dock? We plunge into more thrills, more adventures in the next chapter of Anne of the Airlanes.
and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Forced to seek hiding in the baggage compartment of the huge experimental transport plane being used by a band of smugglers, Ann Burton finds herself an unwilling stowaway on a transatlantic hop to Capetown, South Africa. The pilot, Jack Baker of Interstate Airlines, has agreed to assist the United States Secret Service in their efforts to track down the band of diamond runners, and to do this has apparently joined the ranks of the smugglers. Meanwhile, things are happening back in Ann's hometown, Springfield, where co-pilot Pete Peterson, hostess Kay Thompson, and Jack's brother Bobby are watching out for any messages from Jack, as well as trying to fathom the identity of the mysterious Doc, who is known to head the smuggling ring and who is known to have a private radio station hidden somewhere in Springfield. Let's see how much they have found out.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Bobby. You certainly have done a nice job with that receiver there.
Thanks, Pete. It was quite a job to rewind that coil so I could pick up that high frequency that Mr. Morrison gave me.
Cuts right through the old ether, though, just like a factory-built job.
Yeah, but I haven't heard Jack on it yet. You don't suppose maybe those gangsters have done something with him, do you, Pete?
Nah, they need him to pilot that ship too badly. And besides that, Jack's too smart to let them get an idea that he wasn't playing right into their hands.
But you'd think he'd have found a chance to send some kind of a message. Just a word, maybe.
Probably is having his hands full herding that transport along.
Well, do you suppose the fellows at headquarters got their messages through to him? I mean, the ones they sent about Miss Burton being hidden on the ship with him?
I doubt it, Bobby. You see, there are two of those fellas, and they can take turns watching Jack. And you just bet that they see that he doesn't fool with that radio. It's too easy to give away a position that way.
I guess that's the reason their station here in Springfield hasn't sent out any messages either. They must know the government's watching for them and that they'll get the location by cross-checking.
That just reminds me. I still wonder about that radio room in the Tyler Sanitarium. You're sure that we saw it, Bobby?
Oh, of course I am, Pete. Oh, gee, there it was just as plain as day. And then when we go down the same steps and go through the same door, just a little later, there's not a thing there but just a hospital laundry. Kind of gives you the creeps like it does in a show when you see a magician make a lion in a cage disappear. Yeah, only there's a trick to that.
Pretty much of a trick to make a radio station disappear, too. But I think this Doc is a bit of a magician himself, the way he fixes up these coral islands with power plants, has radio beams for his own ships, airports in the middle of swamps that even pilots flying over can't find.
I don't know, Pete. I feel kind of like Kay. A fellow that owns a hospital wouldn't have to be a crook when he's got a swell reputation like Doc Tyler has.
No? Well, don't let those reputations fool you, Bobby. We know that radio room was in the hospital. We saw it. Maybe when Morrison gets back here, we'll have another look around that place.
Say, they ought to be here pretty soon, too, Pete. Aunt Hattie's going to stay over at Kay's, I guess. But I wonder who this Zeb is that Mr. Morrison radioed about.
You got me there, Bobby. All I can get is that he's some native down there that they picked up because he seems to have an interest in this thing. We'll know all about it just as soon as they get in, which won't be very long now, so
D12 calling Baker. D12 calling Baker.
Hey, there. They're calling for Jack again. Maybe he'll answer this time.
D12 calling Baker. If you hear this, Baker, just say 12 on special frequency. If you hear this, Baker, just say 12 on special frequency.
You got that receiver on that frequency, Bobby?
Yeah.
D12 calling Baker. If you hear this, Baker, say 12 on special frequency. We'll be listening and call again in 1 hour.
Oh, gee. I thought maybe Jack would answer that call. I'm getting sort of worried about him, Pete. Say, just where is that Cape St. Roque anyway, do you know?
Well, as near as I figure it, Bobby, Cape St. Roque, where Jack is heading, is that big cape that juts out of South America. It's the land that's furthest east, and naturally the nearest to Africa.
I guess I'm just going to have to get a couple of maps and put them up here if Jack's going to work with the Secret Service, so I'll know where he is. But maybe you let me go with him.
calling VM. TS calling VM. TS calling VM.
That's the station here calling the transport on their own wavelength.
Yeah, and maybe they'll answer on that one. At least, well, maybe that Vic will say something and we'll know that they're still alive.
TS calling VM. TS calling VM.
But with that frequency, they couldn't come in here, could they, Bobby? I mean, you wouldn't be able to pick them up.
Oh, yeah, I think so, Pete. Because what I think they do is to relay the calls through the station they use to a radio beam down there in Florida. And we can get that easy. And listen.
VM answering TS. What do you want, TS? Where are you, VM? Where are we, Baker? Huh? Okay. I've just passed over island of Jamaica. Everything all right? Everything all right so far. Motors, gas, oil, all okay. Have to leave air now. We'll call you later on frequency number 4. Okay, TS. Turn it off, Baker. I'll tell you where to pick him up next time.
Pete, he's all right. Oh, but Jamaica. Gosh, I didn't think they'd see any land at all after they left Florida.
From the way they must be flying, Bobby, they'll hardly be out of sight of land all the way down to the Cape. You see, there are islands clear across the Caribbean Sea. It makes kind of a chain known as the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles. But they're hardly the place you'd pick for a good landing.
Oh, but they won't have to land, I hope. Oh, anyhow, Vic said everything was going all right.
I think I'm beginning to see how they've been keeping the government from checking on them, too.
Say, I got that too, Pete. What was that frequency number? 4, wasn't it?
Sure. They just make out a list of the different frequencies that they're going to use and then keep switching according to the list. And we can only pick them up if we're lucky, like we were this time.
Well, that must be Kay coming in. Hi, Kay.
Oh, hello, Bobby. Know anything new, Pete?
Nope, Kate. We've just been fishing around trying to see if Jack is going to get a chance to use that transmitter on the government frequency. Guess he hasn't a chance.
You mean you haven't heard a thing since they left Florida?
Oh, no, Kay. We mean from Jack himself.
Oh.
But just a few minutes ago, we heard the station here, that TS they call themselves, get in touch with Vic on the transport. And they asked his position. Vic had to ask Jack, and we didn't hear Jack himself, but they were over the island of Jamaica. Boy, they must be really traveling.
Of course they are. Once they get up into that substratosphere, there's nothing on wings that'll catch them, or even keep close.
You been down to the airport, Kay?
Sure, that's what I came to tell you about, Pete. Mr. Morrison has radioed, and Interstate has granted us a leave of absence for a month.
Us?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean, us? I thought maybe that Art'd see that I'd get a chance to get into this thing with Jack, but...
But you just can't figure an air hostess in the business of running down smugglers. Is that it?
Well, no. That is,
Anyhow, the government evidently thinks that maybe... after hearing how Ann bailed out to take that message to Jack, well, maybe these nurses are pretty necessary after all. Especially when people take off for Africa.
Africa? You mean that... Oh, I see. You mean you're going by boat, huh?
I mean that we're flying. And, Pete, I think you're to do the honors at the controls just as soon as the okay comes through from Washington.
Swell, Kay. All except for one thing. Just a little matter, of course, but maybe something Morrison hadn't thought of because he's been too busy trying to get back here. But just what are we going to use in place of a plane that'll fly the Atlantic?
That just shows that you don't keep up with the trend of the times, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Boyle of Interstate told me not over 20 minutes ago that he was making arrangements with the government to fit out Doug's Aircat with gas tanks and having it ready in a couple of days.
Doug's Aircat?
That's right.
Say, I wonder if they've gone over that ship completely since we landed. We gave it a pretty hard roughing in that hurricane.
Boy, I'll say we did. I'll never forget that. You know, the way we had to land there, that emergency field.
Well, that's one of the reasons the government chose the Aircat. It didn't show a sign of a strain anywhere, and the motor's like new.
I'll bet that Tony Johnson is pacing up and down the tarmac, watching for Art to show up in that Aircat of his.
I'll say he is. But they ought to be landing pretty shortly now. We've had several radio calls from them down at the airport. Say, that reminds me. The station we thought was in the Tyler Sanitarium.
Oh, it was in the Tyler Sanitarium. I saw it.
I mean, that was in the Tyler Sanitarium. I wonder if the boys managed to get a check on the location when they called.
Oh, gee whiz, I never thought to tune into here. Oh, but if they did, it was an accident, the way they've been switching around.
Well, I'm afraid I've missed something, Bobby. What's all this about?
Oh, well, you see, Kay, the way they've been doing, they give Vic, or maybe it was Joe, a list of the different wavelengths they were going to use with numbers the way they were going to use them. And then they just send one on one frequency and the next message on the next wave on the list. And like that on down the line. That way, if anybody's trying to cross-check them, well, it'll just be luck, that's all.
Pete, I don't care what you think.
There's someone with the most cunning brain I've ever heard of behind this thing, and it's not Doc Tyler. At least I don't think he's smart in that way.
Have it your own way, Kay. But you have to admit he was very much put out when they almost forced him to show us down to that sub-basement. He was relieved when all of us found out that it was just a hospital laundry room. And you know yourself the way he politely but very firmly ordered us, and Morrison representing the government, too, out of that hospital. Well, if Tyler isn't the doc that's heading this diamond smuggling ring, then he'll do for the purpose until we pin the real one down.
I kind of believe like Kay does, though. Dr. Tyler's... Well, I just can't believe it's him.
Now, look. You can't tell me that Doc Tyler is just plain dumb. And a fellow would have to be dumb to have a radio station and nobody else knows what else, right? And in the same building with him all the time, and him never know anything about it.
Oh, I remember the time they caught the counterfeiters in the boarding house where you were staying, Pete. Now, do you mean to tell me that you knew about that all the time?
Oh, no, Kay, that's different. How could I know anything about that? They kept their stuff out of sight when they weren't using it.
Well, that's just what I'm getting at. Whoever's using the hospital for a base of operations for this gang is keeping the whole thing out of sight of the owner, Doc Tyler. And the fact that the leader of the gang is known as Doc, well, that's just a coincidence, that's all.
Coincidence, huh? And I suppose that radio room disappearing was a trick by a magician, like Bobby spoke of a while ago, making a lion in his cage disappear on the stage. No, I'm sorry,
Gosh,
Kay.
Pete, a magician. I wonder why I didn't think of that before. Maybe I got it.
Oh, you mean, Bobby, that maybe this Doc is a magician?
No, but look, wait a minute. I got a book in Jack's bookcase. I'm going to get it.
I wonder what he had on his mind, bringing magicians into this thing.
Well, Bobby's a pretty bright lad, Pete. Let's see. Oh, well, did you find it, Bobby?
Yeah, wait a minute. It's in the book here.
Famous illusions created by Thurston, Houdini, Alexander, and other famous magicians. I still don't see what this has to do with radio stations, Bobby.
Now, you'll see in just a minute. Let's see, it's on page... Oh, there it is. Right there. You see?
Pete, that's it. There's the answer to that disappearing radio room right there.
I'm getting it. Say, I think we're going to run across something tonight. Let's close up this place and get out to the airport and pick up Morrison. We'll pay Doc Tyler another visit, and this time, I bet we don't find a washing machine.
Once again, Bobby, Pete, and Kay endeavor to unravel the secret of the illicit radio station that is the nucleus of the diamond smuggling ring. But just what has that book on magic to do with the secret of the Tyler Sanitarium? Each day's thrills make it imperative that you hear every one of the exciting chapters in the adventures of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
While Jack Baker and Ann Burton are known to be safe for the moment, aboard the airliner, things are happening in Springfield where co-pilot Pete, hostess Kay Thompson, and Bobby Baker, brother of Jack, believe they have hit upon the solution of the mysterious disappearance of a radio room that Bobby chanced to stumble into while visiting the Tyler Sanitarium. A chance mention of magicians gives Bobby an idea, and he brings out a book which shows the tricks of some of the famous magicians of the stage. On reading a certain page, Pete suggests that they go directly to the airport and pick up Art Morrison, who is expected to arrive any minute with his passengers, Aunt Hattie, and a Florida native, Zebulon Abercrombie, or just plain Zeb, who seems to have an interest in the rounding up of the smugglers. Just what has that book on magic to do with the Tyler Sanitarium? Surely Pete cannot believe in the superstitions of the Dark Ages, in the strange powers of unholy rites and weird potions. Suppose we listen as our friends arrive at the Springfield airport.
Gee, that was a good takeoff. But I wonder if that pilot could have done that good if he had to face a hurricane like Jack did on that little island. You think so, Kay?
Well, I don't know, Bobby. Herb's a pretty good pilot. But that brother of yours, well, he's not bad either.
I'll say he's not bad. He's just the best, that's all. No wonder those smugglers wanted him to fly for them. They knew they had to get there with those diamonds, and Jack was the one fellow they could depend on. They didn't know that Jack would join up with us.
Bobby, not a word here. You never know who's going to hear you around this field, and we do know that the gang has someone on duty here who's been giving them some pretty reliable information.
Oh, gosh, that's right. I nearly forgot. Say, it looks like Pete's forgot to come back. He's been over at that radio room long enough to
Oh,
send
he'll be along in a minute. He's got an awful lot to talk about, you know, and a lot to find out, incidentally, about what's been going on since we left here. Oh, but I do wish he'd tell us about Morrison and that Aircat.
Yeah, and he's got that book on magic with him, too. I just hope he doesn't lay it down somewhere and forget it.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Bobby. He's hanging on to that book so he can show Art Morrison how we were fooled that first time we looked for the radio room in the Tyler Sanitarium.
Gosh, I wish Mr. Morrison and Aunt Hattie would show up pretty soon. I want to get over and see if I'm right about that. Oh, Pete's coming over here now. When are they getting in, Pete?
We ought to be hearing their motors any minute now, Bobby. There goes the light now.
And that's an Aircat motor, too. There's his light, see?
Oh, he seems to be bringing it in pretty fast, doesn't he, Pete?
Well, it looks fast from here, all right, but that's just about right for an Aircat.
Oh?
We came in like that, only you probably didn't notice it. Morrison can handle a ship okay. I found that out.
Pete, do you honestly think that he's a government radio man? Or...
Bobby, remember what I told you.
Oh, gee, that's right. Gosh, you just can't trust anybody anymore.
See anyone in the cabin, Kay? I mean, besides Aunt Hattie?
Yeah, she's in the back seat, and there's someone up front with Mr. Morrison. I guess this Zeb made the trip all right.
Say, where did Tony Johnson go to, Pete? I thought he said he was going to wait right here until his Aircat got in.
It's a funny thing about Tony. He's hardly had a wink of sleep since those fellas stole that ship the other night. So when we got the radio call just a minute ago that Morrison was just about to land, Tony gave a sigh of relief, sat down on the bench in the radio room, and went quietly but very soundly to sleep.
Ah, good old Tony. I guess the relief was just too much after all the suspense. Well, Aunt Hattie, you don't look much the worse for your experience. Nor you, Mr. Morrison.
Well, I can't say that I want to go through with it again very soon. Oh, have you heard anything about...
Anne? No, not a thing, Aunt Hattie. That is, any more than you probably already know. She's safe on the transport.
Oh, if you can call that safe.
Art, all I can say is that for a person whose business is radio, you do a mighty nice job of handling an Aircat. And they're plenty tricky if you don't know them, too.
Thanks, Pete. Well, let's see here. I want to introduce you to a friend of ours we picked up in Florida.
They picked us up, you mean? At the point of a rifle.
I guess that is a little more accurate. Anyhow, Zeb here has sort of joined us in our little business enterprise. Mr. Abercrombie, I want you to meet Miss Kay Thompson, hostess for Interstate Airlines.
Mr. Abercrombie?
I'm Zeb to my friends, miss.
Kay to my friend, Zeb.
Miss Kay. So you're a hostess. I guess maybe I'll have to do more of my traveling by airplane after this. Only I've been doing more of it in the last couple of days than I ever counted on.
And this is Pete Peterson. He's Jack Baker's co-pilot when Jack is on his regular run for Interstate. I think he'll be with us in this. That right, Pete?
Yeah, Art. Got the word this evening about that. Sure glad to meet you, Mr.
Just plain Zeb, Pete. I always like to use first names. It don't sound so formal as using Mr. all the time, and sometimes when you're hollering for help, well, saying Mr. So-and-so every time you yell would sort of hamper you, so to speak.
Right you are, Zeb. You're a man after my own heart.
And this is Bobby, Jack Baker's brother.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Abercrombie.
Same thing goes for you, too, Bobby. I know all about how youngsters should be respectful, but you can be respectful and still call me Zeb, can't you, Bobby?
I'll say I can, Mr. Zeb. Say, didn't you feel kind of funny when you bailed out of that ship the very first time?
Bailed out? I'm sort of feared
He means when you parachuted down back there in the Everglades, Zeb.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Bobby?
Yeah, I guess I did at that. When I felt that airplane go off and leave me hanging there in nothing but space, I kind of had my heart in my mouth. I bet I counted 10 faster than I ever did before. Then I just pulled that latch string and prayed. And the next thing I knowed, I was just sort of floating down, ashamed of myself for being scared in the first place. Did you ever,
Bail out.
Thanks. Bail out, Pete?
Afraid I have, Zeb. 2-time member of the Caterpillar Club.
There's too many funny names in this here game to suit me. Caterpillar Club.
I might explain, Zeb. The Caterpillar Club is sort of an honorary group of flyers who have been forced to take to their parachutes to save themselves from a crash. Almost all of the veterans are members.
But you don't hear much of it anymore because the planes are just about as foolproof and weatherproof as science can make them. And with radio, you know just where you're going. But look, Art, I think Bobby has stumbled on something interesting, and it's right in your line. So if we can get off this field and get somewhere where we can talk without a chance of being overheard, I'll give you the lowdown.
Oh, well, just a minute, Pete. Aunt Hattie went into the administration building to get her bags.
Oh, here she comes with him now. I'll help her with him. I'll help you carry your bags, Aunt Hattie.
And I thought I was having excitement when I was down with the natives in Africa. But that couldn't hold a candle to hanging around one of these airplane fields. Something going on all the time. Just look at the size of that one that just landed. Big as a house. Lots bigger than some I've lived in.
Well, that's the regular flight that came from Detroit, Zeb. Oh, everything all right, Aunt Hattie?
They were there just like I left them, Kay. I was wondering if that pilot would take them back to Detroit when he couldn't find me.
Oh, you got your car here, Pete?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the building. I think we can all crowd in. Well, that's the only way to travel for me.
Certainly was a remarkable.
Oh, we wait until those passengers from the Detroit ship have gone through the gate, and then we...
Pete, look, that fellow right there, the one with the black hat.
Which one? What do you mean, Bobby?
You see, the fellow that's walking with a kind of a limp?
Yes, I see the one you mean. What about him, Bobby?
Well, that's the fellow I told you about that I saw in the radio room in the Tyler Sanitarium.
What?
The one that was working on some kind of a machine and that talked with a foreign accent, remember?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Bobby, you sort of fall in line with him and see if you can find out where he goes from here. Think you can do that?
Oh, sure I can, Pete.
And meet us at my car as soon as he leaves.
Okay, Pete, I'll do it if I can.
That fella looks sort of familiar to me. I was just trying to figure out where I'd seen him before.
It's a fellow that Bobby saw in the radio room of the Tyler place when he happened to stumble onto it once.
And they disappeared like magic when we went to look for it a couple of hours later.
Now, wait a minute, young fella. You mean to tell me that a regular radio station in a room just went poof like that?
I know it sounds like something out of a book, Zeb, but that's just about it. We went to the exact place we'd been before, and, well, it just wasn't there, that's all. It was just kind of a laundry room like you'd find in the basement of any hospital.
They told me the same story, Mr. Zeb, and, well, it sounds just a little far-fetched. Although, to tell the truth, it's not one bit more preposterous than anything that's happened in the last week.
Oh, well, I ain't saying that it didn't happen, ma'am, because I've seen them African voodoo doctors work.
Oh, here's the car. Put Aunt Hattie's bags in the trunk, Pete.
There you are. If I can just find this key. Darn, here it is.
You getting back, Aunt Hattie. You and I'll drop out at my house. You must be worn out completely.
Oh, I certainly am, Kay. But if I thought I'd hear anything from Anne, I'd be willing
She's
to...
all right. You can bet on that. As long as Jack is around, she'll be okay. But look, Art, here's what I was going to tell you about that room. While we was talking about it a while ago, Bobby got an idea and dug up a book on magic. You know, one of these exposés of some of the tricks by famous magicians. But there's one in there that, well, it seems to fit the case.
Magicians? Now, see here, if you folks are going to start bringing in them things, I'd just as soon go back to Africa and the voodoo doctor.
Pete, you're not serious about this magic thing, are you?
Mr. Morrison, I fear that the strain of the last week has been telling on Mr. Pete. Either that or he's grasping at any explanation he can find to explain the cleverness of this gang.
Go on, laugh if you want to. But you just wait until we get to Kay's house. I'll show you in this book here. And I think you'll agree with us that all the magic isn't on the stage. Oh, here comes Bobby. Everything okay, Bobby?
Yes, okay, Pete.
We better get away from this airport before we say anything.
Good idea, Art. You getting back, and Bobby, you and Zeb climb in with me, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, was it the same fellow, Bobby?
Yeah, sure was. And he was met right outside the depot by a big car. I tried to get the license number, but it was too dark, and they didn't have any taillights showing on the plate.
Was it Doc Tyler's car?
I don't think so, Pete. At least not the one he usually uses. Well, anyway, this foreign fella said something to the driver. I couldn't see who he was either. And then, as he got in, he said, "We must hurry, for we have many messages to send tonight, and I must talk to the doc first."
Did you see which way they went?
Yeah. They headed right out on the street that takes you up to the Tyler Hospital.
Fine. We'll stop at Kay's house so you and Zeb can take a look at this book, Art.
and then we'll head out that way ourselves and see if Bobby's as good a detective as I think he is.
Well, I know he is. And I know he's right about that magic trick business. Because I just remembered where I seen that foreigner that walks with a limp.
So Zeb remembers the man with the limp. Just how does he connect this man with the mysterious radio room and the Book of Magic? Will our friends be successful in solving the enigma? And will the messages that seem so important to the stranger have a bearing on the fate of Ann Burton as she crouches in the cramped quarters of the baggage compartment of the transport that is carrying Jack Baker and the two gangsters toward their first goal, Cape St. Roque? More thrills and adventures unfold when you tune in the next episode of Anne of the Airlines.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
As Jack Baker pilots the transport ship over the Atlantic Ocean with Ann Burton stowed away in the baggage compartment, his friends back in Springfield are attempting the unraveling of the mystery of the disappearing radio room that apparently comes and goes at the command of the Doc, head of the diamond smuggling ring. Jack's brother Bobby has a clue to the mystery, and co-pilot Pete, with the assistance of Art Morrison and the newly found ally Zeb Abercrombie, leave the airport to once more visit the hospital. Can it be that the link between the diamond mines and the hometown of Springfield is growing closer? Perhaps Bobby's clue of the Book of Magic will end in the roundup of the smugglers, sooner than any of us expect. We shall see.
Gee, Zeb, you've been all over the world trying to find these smugglers, haven't you?
Well, not all over the world, Sonny, but just about.
But this fella that limps, Zeb, you say you've seen him around before, huh?
Yes, Pete, and I'm not one to forget a person, not anybody mixed up with them fellers. First time I remember the fellow was down in Capetown. Me and George was just buying our supplies to outfit the safari, and he showed up, sort of asking questions about the Kimberly. He was sort of disappointed like when he found that we wasn't going that way.
Did you ever see this foreign chap in Africa after the Doc's gang cleaned you out in your mines?
Yep, I sure did, Art. You see, I made my way back to Leonda. That's on the west coast, and by river it was lots closer than Cape Town. And by jiggity, there he was, all spruced up like he'd hit a fortune someplace. I never thought no more about him being connected with this gang, though, until Bobby seen him just a little while ago.
Could be that it was just a coincidence, couldn't it?
Well, it would have to be a mighty far-drawn coincidence, Pete.
Yeah, I'll say it would after seeing him every place the smugglers are.
That's just what I'm thinking, and I reckon we ain't so far off their trail right now.
Now, fellas, look here. Suppose that we do run into something up there at the sanitarium tonight. Not that we will, but suppose that we do. What are we going to do about it? Just send for the police or what?
Well, let's dig up the real evidence, Pete, and then you just leave the rest to me.
Mr. Morrison, aren't you really working for the United States Secret Service?
Sorry, Bobby. Well, it's sort of a professional secret. But anyway, even a radio inspector would be interested in this case, if only from the unlicensed radio station angle.
Yeah, I guess that's right, but... Oh, well.
Now, just how are we going to get into that sanitarium without anyone seeing us? I've got a sort of a hunch that Doc Tyler won't be exactly delighted to see us again.
That's right, Pete. And he knows me, too. Now, if we just thought and had Aunt Hattie come along with us.
I don't happen to know the gent, do I, boys?
Say, of course, that's it, Zeb. You don't know him. That is, unless you might have met him in Africa.
No, I don't reckon I ever seen this Doc. And I don't think he's ever seen me.
Yes, Zeb. Now, that'd get you in. But how about the rest of us?
Well, now, look. At this time of night, there's usually very little going on in the corridors. That is, except around the floor supervisor's desk. So by keeping close to doors and ducking in if anyone comes in sight, we can all get to the stairs that lead down to the laundry room and into the basement. Oh, do you know anyone that's a patient there right now, Pete?
Oh, sure. Jerry Duffy, one of our weathermen at the airport. He's up there. Had a broken leg. But I don't see how that'd get Zeb in. It's after visiting hours.
All right, Zeb goes up to the door. When the nurse answers, he tells her that he was to call for a report form that he was showing your friend Jerry when he called on him this afternoon. Then it's up to him to find his way to the back of the hospital, open a window on the ground floor where we can get to it and get in, and where we can get out quickly, too.
Sure, Art, sure, but just how am I going to know what window to open so you can make it?
Well, you just open or even unlatch anyone that looks okay. It's up to us to be able to get in.
Mr. Morrison, I kind of hate to butt into your plans, but look, why can't Zeb just go to the ambulance entrance? That's in the back, you know, and you never meet anyone until you get on the elevator and go up that one floor.
Bobby, you're all right. That's exactly the thing. Do you think you can carry out your part of it, Zeb?
I reckon I can. Anyhow, I'll give the best try at it you ever seen.
Maybe we'd better park this buggy around here. Won't look right for Zeb to be coming up here in my car. Too many around here know it.
Well, this is just as good a place as any. Now, Zeb, you're sure you've got your part of it?
Yep. I reckon I can go through with it. And I'll find the ambulance door just as quick as I can. I'll see you boys in a few minutes.
Gee, I'll bet you can hear my heart pounding clear over there, can't you, Pete?
It's not pounding anything like it will if Doc Tyler catches us in that sanitarium of his after the way he told us to get out and stay out.
Well, it's going to be up to us not to get caught in there.
How long has Zeb been gone now, Art?
Oh, not over 10 minutes. Probably had to do a little arguing with the night nurse to get in. Might be that she wanted to take him up to the friend's room. I'm hoping for the best.
So am I. But look, Art, about this magic trick that Bobby seems to think that they're using up there to shield the radio room. I can't quite figure out why they'd go to the trouble of using something as complicated as all that. If that is the idea. When all they'd have to do to hide the radio room is to put in a couple of false walls. Or if they got in a sub-basement, like this is, just dig out a little more and put in a couple of secret doors.
Yeah, it does look a little funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, but when you stop to think of it, it's not such a bad idea at that. But this room is not being used for a radio room alone, as I get it, but for kind of a workshop as well. And probably one that requires plenty of ventilation. Now, that means that if they tried to conceal it effectively, they would be forced to make it so obvious. Well, to one who has searched homes, those secret panels and false walls are almost self-revealing. But masquerading it as a laundry room, the setup is perfect. For the laundry room is one that requires ventilation. So through a simple twist of the wrist and a few magic words, it's transformed into their workshop, safe from the prying eyes of the federal authorities.
Yeah, a twist of the wrist and a couple of $1,000 worth of equipment.
Well, we won't have long to wait to find out. Hey, there's your friend Shadow on the glass on that door. Come on.
Maybe we'll run right into Doc Tyler and...
Don't worry about that, Bobby. But listen, both of you. If a nurse should see you, just be trying to find your way out of the hospital, understand?
I get it. Here we are.
Come in, fellas, quick. Ain't a soul in sight. Left them all on the first floor up front. Our furrin friend with the limp is in there holding a powwow with Dr. Tyler.
There, I told you. That proves that Doc Tyler's the head
Wait a minute, Pete. It don't prove nothing, at least not in my book. They was sort of arguing about the salary this furriner, Tyler called him Hans, gets for tending the boilers here in the hospital.
Tending boilers? But he wasn't tending boilers when I saw him. He was working in that room, the one with the radio. And he had some sort of a small machine.
Well, all I can say is that Tyler ain't knowing anything about what this Hans feller does in his spare time, or else he was putting on a pretty good act for whatever nurses that might be eavesdropping.
Which puts Taylor right back where he was before. Now, let's get down those steps and see about this room. They're right over this way, aren't they, Bobby?
Yeah, that's right. You don't suppose somebody will see us?
Not much chance. Not down here. Unless an ambulance comes in.
I hated to have to keep you fellers waiting like I did. Here, these are the steps down.
Yeah, take it slow. That light at the bottom is pretty dim.
But you're all right when my eyes get used to this. Think we need this little flashlight?
We might need it later, Pete. Don't use it now. It might give us away.
There's the door. And there doesn't seem to be any light coming from under it.
Might be somebody in there anyway. Never can tell about these crooks.
Well, we'll just have to take a chance. Now, look, Zeb, you stand right here at the door and listen for anyone coming down those steps. Open it up, Pete.
Whew. Dark as a stack of black cats. Shall we go right in?
Might as well. Come on, Bobby. Here's your chance to prove your idea.
Hey, if I hear anybody on them steps, do I come in?
No. I think that's the thing, Zeb. Wait a minute. Where's that flashlight, Pete?
Yeah, here you are. Yeah. It's the laundry room, all right. Nothing but tubs, mangles.
Pete, over along that wall. That's it. Do you see that?
Sure, it's a piece of paper sticking out of a crack in the floor. What's peculiar about that?
Doesn't it seem peculiar that a piece of paper would be sticking from between a crack in the floor that should have been put down many years ago? And that paper's new. Look here.
Let me see it. Gee, it's the day before yesterday's newspaper. And it was caught there like it was there when the... Say, then I am right. That crack there in the floor is the slide that the floor works on.
Yep, Bart. Bobby was sure right about this thing. Look here. You can see some grease of some kind if you look right close. It's put there to make the things work easy, see?
And those water pipes on the wall there. They just give the place the illusion of permanency, when as a matter of fact, they never move.
Yeah, but what about one of these rooms is when it's shoved back under the ground? How do you get out?
I'm afraid you don't. That's the object. By moving the room, they avoid the use of false doors and covered openings of any kind. Just leaves no outside trace.
Yeah, but how do they make it move? They couldn't have assistance like they do on the stage.
I suppose they use motors and push buttons or even counterweights. We'll have a look. Because they must be able to operate that thing from the inside some way. Put that light over this way.
Somebody's coming down them steps. I closed the door easy like and... Gosh, I'm getting dizzy or something. This floor is moving right... Hey, do you fellas feel that?
Not so loud, Zeb. It's all right. The floor is moving. That's the secret of the room. Whoever's coming is making it move.
Whoever it is will find us in here. We gotta get out.
They won't see us, Pete. See, that wall moves right along with us.
Yeah, but gee, how are we gonna get out?
I'm afraid we won't, Bobby. That is, not until whoever that is decides to leave, which probably won't be long. There, we've stopped.
Maybe it's the Limp and foreigner come down to check things over.
Being caught in here kind of makes me feel like one of them animals they catch in a pit. Only the pits are open at the top.
I think we're perfectly safe, as long as they don't suspect we're here. I'm going over that wall. We might be able to hear something. Yeah, I can hear footsteps. Just one person. There's a switch of some kind. He's turned on a radio.
Maybe he's trying to pick up Jack's plane. Can you hear anything?
Yeah, there's the hum of a transmitter. We've got the radio spotted all right, and I can hear him. Listen. Does that sound like Dr. Tyler?
I can hear somebody, but I sure can't tell who it is.
That wall sort of changes the sound, I guess. Sounds like he's getting in touch with some airplane, all right.
Yeah. Listen. TS calling VM. He's calling the transport, all right.
And there's the answer. It's Vic answering. VM answering TS. There. He's asking him something. What is your position, VM?
Shh. There's the answer again. I wish it was louder. Near north coast of South America. Being forced to land first possible place. Something coming out from the baggage compartment. Oh, unable to open inner door. Signed VM.
Didn't you hear what he said was coming from the baggage compartment? Anne is hidden in there, Pete.
No, I didn't get it, Bobby. Maybe he said noise.
Nope, I heard it. Yeah, he didn't say noise was coming from there. What he said was, smoke's coming from the baggage compartment.
Smoke. And from the baggage compartment in which Ann Burton has hidden herself. Will Jack be able to find land soon enough to release her from what may be certain death? Or will a long plume of trailing smoke mark the end of the interstate transport and its 4 passengers? We know that you'll be tense with excitement and suspense until you hear the next thrilling episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Radio Inspector Art Morrison, co-pilot Pete, Bobby Baker, and even the old prospector Zeb Abercrombie were quite unprepared for the shock that greeted them when they finally solved the mystery of the disappearing radio room in the Tyler Sanitarium. That of hearing a call from the transport ship which Jack Baker is flying. As we know, Ann Burton is stowed away in the baggage compartment of this ship, which carries as passengers Vic and Joe, 2 of the diamond smuggling ring. And it is from this ship that comes the radio message heard through the thin walls of the room. The message that says that the plane is being forced to seek a landing place because of smoke coming from the baggage compartment. Can it be that a tragedy is about to overtake Jack and Ann? Suppose we pick up the transport as it wings its way over the lower reaches of the southern West Indies.
Did you hear what I said, Baker?
All right. I'm trying to find a place to set the ship down, Morgan. I haven't any more ambition to roast in this thing than you have, although I didn't see any smoke.
Well, I did. Saw it plain, too. Rolling up from the crack in the inside door of that baggage compartment. Just when I was talking to Springfield.
Yeah, but look, Vic, there ain't been no more smoke coming from there, and I can't smell nothing at all.
Well, for the love of Mike, why don't one of you fellows force that door open and have a look? We might be able to put it out before it makes enough headway to hurt much.
I tell you, Jack, I can't get that door open, only that little crank.
All right, then I'll help you, Joe. Between the 2 of us, we might be able to force the thing open like Baker says.
But now look, Jack,
Maybe it's a good thing we can't get that door open. You know how it is when a house is burning. When you bust open the doors and windows, sometimes it just gives the fire a draft, and then you can't do anything with it, see?
You're right about that, Joe. It might give a smoldering fire just enough draft to start a real blaze. Something that we couldn't handle with that fire extinguisher. Maybe you better leave that door alone.
Okay. Then I'll see if I can't close it tight. It's been hanging open a little bit ever since we started. Must be something against it inside.
You better leave well enough alone, Vic. I tell you, we can fool with that when we land. Can't we, Jack?
You might as well close the thing tight, Joe. It won't hurt anything.
Yeah, and like you said yourself, it might. Something seems to be stuck in this rubber lining around it. What's the idea of the lining, Baker?
That's part of the gasket, Morgan. This is a sealed cabin, you know, so we can supercharge it when we fly at higher altitudes. It ought to close tighter than it is.
Well, it don't, and I'm not going to fool around with it until we get to the ground because... Say, do you guys smell anything?
No, not me. That's what I told you. I never smelled any smoke.
Can't say that I do, Morgan, but this ventilator wouldn't let anything come up this way. Is it smoke?
Nah, that's the funny part. Unless it's incense of some kind, there's a smell of... it smells like some kind of flowers. Yeah, that's what it is. It's flowers.
Flowers? That's a good one, Vic. You got a guilty conscience, that's what. With that tropical moon shining, maybe it's moonlight and roses.
I'm telling you guys, that's what I smell.
Probably your outfitter friend back in Florida very considerately packed a few bottles of shaving lotion, and one of them is leaking.
All right, laugh about it if you want to. But I know what I'm talking about. And I'll show you the minute we land.
Which is going to be in about a minute. See that land over there?
Yeah, just like it was broad daylight. Where is that? That must be South America. First big piece of land we've seen since we left the United States.
Now, that's Trinidad. Fairly good-sized island just off the north coast of South America. Pretty thoroughly settled. See that city there?
It must be the capital. All those white buildings shining in the tropical moonlight. Hey, where you going to land? I don't see any landing lights.
Looks like a pretty good place over there a couple of miles. There's a small creek, a river right close there, just in case we might have a real fire on our hands in that baggage compartment.
Say, Jack, you didn't happen to drop that automatic pencil that I found, did you?
Why, no, Joe. I have it here. Why?
Oh, nothing. I just thought that you might have dropped it back in that baggage compartment while we were loading back there in the Everglades.
Dropped it back in the baggage?
Hey, what's the idea of thinking something like that, Joe? This fire might be real serious.
I just happened to think, that's all. And I knew that Jack didn't want to lose that pencil.
No, I don't want to lose it, Joe.
Hey, what's the idea, Becky? You going crazy?
Hang on, you fellows. I think there might really be something wrong in that baggage compartment. We're going to land plenty fast, so watch out. Snap on those landing lights, Joe.
Okay, Jack. Don't hardly need those lights, though, with that moon.
Stick tight now, here, you fellas. Here we go.
Hey, what's the idea of putting on the brakes like that, Baker? You might have washed the ship out.
I didn't put on the brakes. Something stopped us like we'd hit a stone wall. We'll see about that later. I'm going to have a look into that baggage compartment.
I'll give you a hand, Jack. Wait a minute. What's the matter?
No wonder we stopped like that. Take a look, there.
Looks like rubber all over the landing gear. What is it, Baker?
That's why we stopped. But let's get into this compartment.
You see? Not a sign of smoke, Jack. I guess it's all right in here. Maybe Vic was just sort of seeing things.
I said that I saw a roll of smoke come out of that inside door, and I mean it. I'll take a look myself with this flashlight.
You don't have to, Mr. Morgan.
Anne.
There isn't any fire in the baggage compartment, and that wasn't smoke you saw.
Do you mean that you've been in that compartment all this time? But how on earth did you...
Okay, beautiful. Come on, let's have the story. I don't suppose that Baker here knows anything about you being in there, huh?
Of course he knows, Vic. How could he when he's been with us all the time, and he was...
Hey, keep your nose out of this, Joey. When I want answers from you, I'll call you. Right now, I want to know if Baker is handing us a nice little double cross and is wronging his little feminine helper here.
And I can tell you that Jack really didn't know anything about it, did you, Jack?
You think for 1 minute that I would have left that landing field there in the Everglades if I'd known that Anne was hidden in this ship?
Then how did it happen? Come on, let's hear it. I'll sort of judge for myself on how to believe.
Well, it's all very simple. Naturally, when Jack left the emergency landing field near Miami, I was anxious about him, and I tried to find him. I did find where the plane was, and then I couldn't find my way back through the Everglades. And the only place I could hide was in the baggage compartment. You took off before I thought you would, and, well, here I am.
Okay, gorgeous. That's your story. All right, here's ours. Your fair-haired boyfriend here has decided to play ball with us.
You mean... Oh, Jack, you can't. You mustn't.
He not only can, but he's got to. In the first place, he's chalked up the United States with the theft of the interstate transport. And now, by this time, he's listed as being one of the illicit Diamond Syndicate pilots, see? We've seen to that. So what else can he do? And beside that, he's in line to make a lot of dough. If nothing happens to this ship for a while, do you get it?
Jack, you haven't joined them, have you?
I'm afraid I have, Anne. There wasn't much else to do.
I see. Well, I suppose that I can find a telegraph office in that city over there. I can get steamboat or clipper fare back to Springfield and
tell all the police in the world just where we are and where we're going and all about it? Not so fast, gorgeous. You better think twice about it. You'd kind of hate to think of Jack Baker being rounded up by the police and the government and all on account of you, wouldn't you? Why did you think it over for a while?
But surely you don't mean that I'm to go on with you.
To Africa? I hardly think so. But I do think that as long as you came along for the buggy ride this far, you might as well go on to Cape St. Rose. From there, you can take a nice little tramp steamer, one without a radio, back to the States, see? And in a month or so that it'll take to get there, well, you won't say so much. How about it?
I suppose it's about the only thing to do it. It's all my fault that I'm here anyway.
Now, let's see what made that smoke in the compartment. I know I saw it.
I think I can tell you about that, Morgan. That wasn't smoke at all that you saw, and you were right about smelling flowers. I heard you say that.
Say, what are you talking about?
Well, the air was pretty close back there with the inside door closed, so I had it blocked open just a crack with my powder compact, and then leaned against it so no one could open it from the other side. Well, a lurch of the ship made the compact drop and come open, and the powder fell out and sifted around in the air. And that's what you saw, and that's what caused the odor of flowers.
Face powder. Can you imagine that? And that's why the door wouldn't either open or close. And just because of that, we're grounded here on some island. Well, we might as well be flying to St. Rose. Sure you didn't know anything about this, Baker?
Pretty sure, Morgan, but you can think what you like.
Okay. Say, where's Joe?
Didn't he walk over that way toward the little group of huts? See, there he is going down the lane.
So we land, and he thinks it's time for a little stroll. What does he think this is, a picnic excursion? I'll bring him back in a hurry. And be ready to take off when I get back, Baker, see?
We'll be ready, Morgan. I might remind you that the longer we stay on this island, the more chances we take of having this plane spotted and being held for the United States authorities.
Don't you think I know it? Can you imagine him taking a stroll like that?
Anne, whatever possessed you to stow away in that cubbyhole?
I couldn't get away, Jack, and I really didn't think you'd be taking off so quickly. Have you heard anything from the Secret Service?
Not a word, though I haven't had a chance to tune in on their frequency. But you certainly put over a clever bit of acting. Thought for a minute that you might give away the fact that you knew about me playing in with these boys.
But what am I to do if I really have to take one of those tramp steamers?
Oh, don't worry about that, Anne. We'll get through a radio message to Morrison or Bobby or headquarters to somebody anyhow.
I hope so.
And have one of the clippers pick you up. But you certainly gave me a scare back there a few minutes ago when I thought there was actually a fire in the compartment. It just dawned on me about what Joe might have meant.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Jack.
I don't either, Anne, but here it is. You see this pencil?
Why, yes, it's mine. I left it, but how did you get it?
Well, that's the funny part. You left it in the pilot's seat of this ship. Joe found it and returned it to me just before we took off from the Everglades and said that maybe I wouldn't want Vic to know anything about it. So when he spoke of the pencil up there a little while ago, it dawned on me that he must have known that you were in the baggage compartment.
But why didn't he say something to Vic? Oh, Jack, they're coming back. Oh, look over there by those huts where Joe went. There's a little fellow, and he looks like a native. He's running toward town.
I thought I noticed Joe talking to that little fellow just before Vic caught up to him. Joe handed the fellow something. This Joe's beginning to puzzle me.
Here they come. They'll hear you.
Okay, Ann. Keep a stiff upper lip.
Right.
Bring him back, Morgan?
Yeah, guy can't even stretch his legs without Vic wanting to hurry him back.
Just as I said, this is no picnic, Joe. Suppose Doc was running this show. You think he'd let you traipse around like that?
I just wanted to ask those fellas where we was... Funny thing, he could talk English as good as I could, too.
Which is not saying much at that. All right, let's pile in. We ought to make St. Roque by dawn, anyway. Now we can get some rest.
Okay, Morgan. I think I could use some of that rest, all right. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about this ship?
Yes, it looks like it's lower than it ought to be.
Don't tell me we got a flat tire.
Say, it's worse than that. Look here. This landing gear is sunk out and there's black stuff almost to the hubs. And feel here. It's like glue.
Baker, let's get out of here. This must be quicksand.
Quicksand, nothing. Joe, quick. Back to that native settlement and round up all the mules you can find. If we're here 20 minutes longer, we'll have to go back on a tramp steamer.
The huge, heavily laden transport plane slowly settling into some black quagmire. Is this to mark the end of the projected flight to the land of the diamond mines? What sort of mysterious ooze has already engulfed the landing gear? Can Joe bring back enough help to move the great ship? And what of our four friends in the concealed room back in Springfield? Will they escape? Or will their presence there be revealed to the sinister forces that head the diamond ring? For the answers to these questions, listen to the next stirring episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Jack Baker and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, have landed on the island of Trinidad just off the coast of Venezuela, South America, to investigate what they believed might be a fire in the baggage compartment of the transport ship. To their amazement, they find our heroine, Ann Burton, stowed away in the ship, and what they thought to be smoke was only face powder from her compact, which had fallen. Vic decides to send Ann back to Springfield by tramp steamer, so she will be out of communication with her friends for as long as possible. But just as they are about to start the motors, it is noticed that the huge transport has settled down in some sort of black, sticky substance and seems to be in danger of being engulfed. Is this some sort of a trap set for the natives, or has the plane settled in a bed of quicksand? The tropical moon shines with almost the brilliance of day, so we'll have no trouble finding the answer.
I can't make head or tail of what those guys are saying. Can you make it out, Baker?
No, I'm sorry, Morgan. I know a smattering of Spanish and a bit of Indian, but their language doesn't seem to be either.
Well, Joe didn't seem to have any trouble telling them to bring mules. Evidently, he knows how to talk to them. See, he's having them hitch onto the tail right now.
Yeah, and the boys seem to understand what he's talking about. Hey, Joe, come here.
What do you want, Vic? Okay, make it short, because this ship's settling pretty fast.
Hey, what kind of lingo was that you're talking to those natives? Indian?
Yeah, it's Indian. I just happen to know a little of it. I gotta get over there and get them pulling this thing out.
Go ahead, Joe. We can talk about languages later.
Well, I've heard a little Indian language and quite a few dialects at that, but I'm sure that I never heard anything like that.
It sounds like a lot of hissing.
Say, that's it. I've got it now. That is Indian, all right, but not the kind of Indian that we know about.
You mean it's some sort of Aztec dialect, Jack?
No, Ann, it's East Indian. You know, from India.
Say, Baker, what do you think we are? This is South America. That is nearly. You mean West Indian, don't you?
No, Morgan, I mean just what I said. East Indian. There's no other language in the world that sounds like that of India. It's distinguished by that hissing sound, as you call it.
But I don't understand, Jack. How did the East Indians get over here? Is it a settlement or something?
Well, you see, this island of Trinidad belongs to Great Britain.
Yes.
And the East Indians were brought over here to work. Say, that explains why we're stuck here. Why didn't I think of that before?
Hey, what are you doing, Baker? Trying to talk in riddles?
No, I mean that stuff that the ship's settling in. We sure are lucky that I didn't happen to hit it out there in the middle. And in this moonlight, it sure would have been possible.
Jack, if you don't mind explaining, we'd like to get in on the secret, too.
Sure, Ann. There's no secret about it at all. This is the famous asphalt lake of the Trinidads. It's sometimes known as the Lake of Pitch.
Asphalt? You don't mean the stuff that they pave streets with, do you?
That's it exactly. This lake here is 3 miles around and roughly about a mile across. And we just happened, by a stroke of luck, to land on the edge, so that our landing gear just struck it.
Oh, then that's what stopped this ship like it had hit a wall. I thought that we'd hit a mountain the way those boxes and crates in that baggage compartment came tumbling around me.
It's sure funny the wheels didn't go right down when we stopped.
No, it's fairly hard underneath, right around the edges here. But out there in the middle, it's always bubbling up. Shipping this stuff out of here is quite an industry.
Then where are the people that work here? All we saw were those natives, if that's what they are.
Now, this is probably just one of the little settlements of workers. I think those dark buildings way over there are part of the works, which means that the highway is on the other side of the lake from us. Oh, but it looks like Joe's got the boys all lined up and is about ready to pull. About ready, Joe?
Yeah, we got 12 mules hitched on, and that ought to be able to pull anything. Give me a hand over here sort of steering this tail, will you, Vic?
I guess so. Come on, Baker. Let's see if we can get this thing out.
Maybe Jack better get into the cabin and watch the controls, just to see that we don't strain anything back here.
That's a good idea. And you better get in there with him, beautiful. It'll keep you from getting any ideas about wandering off and maybe trying to find your way into that village or town, whatever it is.
Okay, Morgan, I'll watch the controls. Be ready to stop those drivers if I shout. We can't afford to be grounded here. Come on, Ann.
All right.
Now I'll open this shield a bit so they can hear me back there. Okay, Joe, take it easy. That pitch is mighty sticky.
Do you think they'll be able to make it, Jack?
I think so, Ann. Once they get it sort of broken loose, those mules won't have much trouble pulling us out. There. Oh, no. Didn't make it that time.
Jack, this would be a good time to see if you can contact headquarters. Vic and Joe won't be able to hear anything out there with those native boys shouting and all that racket.
Say, that's an idea. Let's see. What was that frequency?
I think it was...
Oh, I got it. Here on this handkerchief you gave me back in the
yes,
Everglades.
I remember.
Oh. And there. Now, that's it. Now, you watch out there to see that they don't open that cabin door, and I'll call.
They're both back there at the tail.
Okay. Baker, calling D12. Baker, calling D12.
D12, answering Baker. Where are you, Baker?
On island of Trinidad near Venezuela.
Was fire in compartment serious, Baker?
No fire in compartment, D12.
Did you know Ann Burton is in baggage compartment, Baker?
Found her on landing. Morgan plans her to take her to St. Roque and send her back by tramp steamer to delay communication.
Where are Morgan and Tolliver now? Close to you?
We're stuck in Asphalt Lake. They're both helping natives pull us out, but I don't think we'll be damaged.
Fine. How is transport holding out?
Working like a clock. Everything shipshape so far.
We have added your co-pilot Peterson and hostess Kay Thompson to our operatives. Also a new member who is familiar with territory near diamond mines, equipping their ship with new radio. Their call is D46. D46. Get that?
Their call is D46.
And your call will be D31.
D31.
Right. Keep headphones on and switch to this frequency whenever you can do it safely.
Oh, we're moving. We'll be out in a minute. We'll have to sign off.
Okay, D31. We'll be on duty 24 hours a day. Call when you can and advise of progress. That's all.
Okay, D12.
Pete and Kay, they're going to help us. But I wonder who the new member is.
Probably some Secret Service man that's been on this case for some time. We seem to be moving slowly but surely. Hope they don't strain the tailpiece.
We're clear, Jack. We seem to be on solid ground.
Well, that makes everything all right, all the way around. We're all right, and that message from headquarters tells me that Kay and Pete and Bobby and your Aunt Hattie, they all seem to have arrived safely.
Poor Aunt Hattie. I'll bet she's worried.
Shh. Must be Vic.
Everything okay, Baker?
Controls seem to be all right, Morgan, but we'll have to have a look around. Can't tell what might be wrong with the tail assembly or the landing gear. I'll have a look. Come on, Aunt. Jump.
Right. Thanks, Jack. Where's Joe?
He went back with those mule drivers. Seems like you have to pay the head man, whoever that is.
Hand me your flashlight, will you, Morgan? Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the tail assembly. That landing gear, I don't like the looks of that.
Ooh, it's all covered with that sticky black stuff. Do you think those wheels will turn, Jack?
I think we better take off. That stuff will come off that gear when the wind hits it.
It might at that. We'll leave the gear down for a while.
But where are you going to take off? You can't take a chance on crossing that pitch again.
I'll say we're not. But that clearing right down there that way, that looks all right. There's not a breath of air stirring, so wind direction doesn't make any difference.
Well, I suppose I'll have to go and bring Joe back again. Time means nothing to him when he gets to talking. Say, that reminds me. Just where did Joey Tolliver learn to talk to those guys, huh? You say they're East Indians? He's never been farther east than New York.
It might be that he picked it up from some friend or something like that.
Yeah, maybe, but there's something fishy about that. He's too dumb to learn a language that well. Like he did tonight. If he just picked it up someplace, I'd know what it was all about.
Well, you might ask him. Here he comes.
I'll say I will. Well, Joey, I suppose that you handed out all the expense money to that native, huh? For pulling us out, huh?
I did pay more than I thought I'd have to. He wanted $1, but I finally made him take 75 cents.
75 cents? And all those mules?
Yeah. Well, everything okay?
Everything, except this. Joe, I just want to know one thing. Where did you happen to pick up that language to talk to those guys, huh?
Huh? Oh, well, oh, yeah. I used to work for a fellow in New York that did quite a bit of export business with India. And I just sort of picked it up, that's all. Why?
I was just wondering. Well, let's start climbing in.
You sure that stuff on the wheels won't make any difference?
I don't think so, Joe. Climb in, Ed.
It seems funny to me that we didn't have a swarm of those natives around here by this time.
Gee, Vic, these fellas here see ships like this land all the time. They just thought it was another passenger plane. But they were sure scared when I told them we was mired down in that asphalt bed. But they say that pitch preserves everything well.
All right, cut out the gloomy chatter and close that door.
I was just telling you what they told me.
I'll turn her a little, then we'll nose right down that clearing.
We're lucky there's a full moon, or we would have never been able to take off at night.
If it hadn't been for that full moon, we might have landed right in the middle of that lake. The moon on that pool of water was about all that kept me away from there. Okay, here we go.
Better keep that radio on, Baker. I might be hearing from headquarters. We haven't told them about that smoke yet.
We'll wait until we get a little altitude. Then you can talk to them yourself, Morgan. Let's see, we head almost straight southeast. Is that right?
That's what the chart shows. You'll have to come out right here, you see?
I thought there was a radio beam all the way down there.
Yeah, that's right. Where is it, Baker?
We're completely off of it. Lost it in making that forced landing. We ought to pick it up shortly. Is that field of yours right on Cape St. Roque?
No, it's a little to the north. Lies between the mountains and the coast. But the beam will take you right in, so you don't have to worry about that.
TS, calling VM. TS, calling VM.
Okay, TS. This is VM. Go ahead.
Everything okay, VM?
All okay. Fire was false alarm. Landed on Trinidad, but we're up again. Headed for the Cape. Ann Burton was stowed away in the luggage compartment.
Suspected that when she failed to arrive in Springfield with rest of party. Under no circumstances permitted to communicate with friends here.
I'll send her back on a tramp steamer without a radio. That'll take a month at least.
Good, Morgan. But here's something that's not so good. Party known as Zeb, seen in Springfield in company with Radio Inspector Morrison. Unable to trace whereabouts, will keep you informed. That's all.
Did you hear that, Joe?
Sure, I heard it. That ain't anything to make you get white as a sheet, is it?
No, I'm just nervous. But that Zeb is a hard guy to fool.
And you don't think you can fool Zeb Abercrombie very long, huh?
Abercrombie, huh? Say, Joe, how did you happen to know his name was Abercrombie?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he told me himself when we were...
That name, Zeb Abercrombie. I knew someone by that name somewhere when I was just a little tyke. It seems that he's someone I knew real well. Zeb Abercrombie.
Once more, the name Zeb Abercrombie strikes fear into the heart of the gangster Vic Morgan. Can it be that there is an unpaid debt of the jungle that remains to be cleared? And what can Ann know of this gruff old prospector? We can look forward to plenty of thrills and nerve-tingling suspense in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton and Jack Baker, together with the two members of the diamond smuggling ring, Vic and Joe, have taken off safely from the island of Trinidad, where they were mired down in the famous Lake of Asphalt. As they wing their way to the South American destination, Cape St. Roque, they receive word by radio from the gang's headquarters in Springfield that Zebulon Abercrombie, one of the discoverers of the diamond fields being worked by the smugglers, has joined the ranks of the Secret Service. However, knowing that Jack and Ann are safe for a while, suppose we see how our other friends are faring in the secreted laundry room in the Tyler Sanitarium. This room, serving as a false front for an unlicensed radio station, has been whisked out of sight beneath the ground, bearing with it Art Morrison, co-pilot Peterson, Bobby Baker, and Zeb Abercrombie. Have they kept their presence a secret, or does the mysterious head of the ring, the doc, know they are separated from his workroom by only a thin wall? Let's join them and find out.
I wonder what that buzz is. Sounds like a small emery wheel, only you can't hear them grinding anything.
I thought at first it was their radio set, Pete. Only I never heard one keep up a buzz like that.
Seems sort of familiar to me. Yes, sir, I've heard that sound summers before. If I could just place it. Gosh, I'd give anything I own, except my 30-30 Winchester, to have a little peek hole so I could see into that room. Wouldn't you, or?
I sure would. Now that we've shut off the radio, they certainly seem to be engaged in some kind of work. I bet it has nothing to do with the hospital.
Speaking of hospital, I'd give a pretty just to see if that is Doc Tyler with that foreign fella. You can't tell by the voice through this wall.
Yeah, but the wall don't take away the accent of that foreigner's lingo. I could tell him anywheres. Say, that gives me an idea what that noise is. Wait till I hear it again. I think I can tell you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear him talk to Jack's plane again. Gee, I was sure glad to hear that they got that ship out of that lake of tar. Gosh, I bet that was sticky.
Not tar, Bobby. Asphalt, or pitch, as they call it down there. It's the same stuff they put on the streets.
I don't see much difference.
Well, there isn't a whole lot of difference, Bobby. They're both mineral byproducts.
Laying aside the educational side of this conversation, Art, that sure must have been a spot to be in. Man, we would have sure would if we'd have known about that instead of just thinking that Jack had to land to put out a little fire in the baggage compartment.
I reckon you ain't sort of looked around for a few minutes to see and seen the spot you're in yourself, have you, Pete? If these smuggling fellers just happen to look in here when they switch this room back and find us in here, well, all Jack stood to lose was that airplane.
I get you, Zeb. I guess we are kind of in a spot, all right.
Well, yeah, but they couldn't actually do anything to us. Aunt Hattie and Kay know that we started up here to the sanitarium, and if we don't show up, well, police would know where to look, won't they?
I guess they would, Bobby.
Take it easy, Bobby. They haven't found us here yet. I think that I've got enough evidence to call for a raid on this place.
Hey, there's that buzz again, Zeb. Take a listen.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon that's it, all right. Last time I heard that was down in Capetown.
What do you think it is, Zeb?
Well, now don't take this as absolute fact, but it sounds to me just like one of the machines they used in cutting diamonds.
Cutting diamonds? Here in Springfield?
Yep, there was a fella had a little place in Capetown where he did a little work like that. That's where I heard that noise before.
But I thought they did most of the diamond cutting in Holland.
I reckon they do, Bobby, but you see, if they take these rough stones to any of the regular diamond cutters, that gives the different governments a chance to check up on the number of stones that have been handled.
I think I see it now. No wonder we haven't been able to get our usual information from the cutters. These fellows have their own facilities, and they do all the handling of the diamonds from the mines direct to the final purchaser. Always thought there was a loophole somewhere in our system of checking up.
Man, oh man, but these boys are complete. As that Vic said, the doc just thinks of everything. It's a wonder to me that they have to go to the trouble to steal the diamonds. They ought to have their own mines, too.
I guess they have, Pete. The mines that they took away from us. Because until George and me stumbled onto them, nobody had ever looked for diamonds in that part of Africa.
But I thought it was all a part of what they call the Kimberley.
Nope, it's way north of the Kimberley. North and kind of west. They got what they call the alluvial mines in the Portuguese Angola. Only been working them about 15 or 20 years. But these stones that me and George found were more to the interior.
Well, that just about makes it complete, I guess. The doc has his own mines, his own radio stations and beacons, his own diamond cutters, and now with Jack piloting the interstate experimental transport for him, he thinks he's got his own transatlantic air express.
And that last part is the weak link, Pete. Because with Jack working for us, well, that'll give us the whole setup so the Secret Service can round up the entire crew once they start.
Well, I wish they'd start pretty soon. I'm sort of itching to find out whatever become of George. For some reason or other, I never did feel like he was gone completely.
Well, Zeb, if the instructions are like they think they are, you'll be in Africa before very long. Because just as soon as they get that aircut fixed up, you'll be on your way.
You mean if we get out of this rat trap with our whole hides? That buzzing has stopped.
And you can hear footsteps. Sounds like they're crossing to the door.
That means they'll be switching this laundry room back to its original place. We'll have a chance to get out.
If they don't take a notion to look in here before they leave.
Now, look, fellas. Each one of you get behind something the second you see this room moving. You can tell by that stationary wall there. Then if someone happens to open that door after the change, they won't see us.
Hey, I can get behind this machine here. Yeah. Hey, there's room for two of us.
You take that, Art. Bobby, you get down behind that there tub.
But how about you, Zeb? Doesn't seem to be any place for you.
It's sort of lucky each one of these rambling rooms has got its own door that lets them swing in. It hides anybody that's behind it. And if they happen to come in, well, there's always ways and means to keep them from coming in any further.
Let's hope nobody comes in. That'll make it easier.
I'll sure be glad to get out of here. And won't Aunt Hattie be glad to know that we've heard from Miss Burton?
Maybe you better not tell her about Vic sending Ann back on a tramp steamer, so she can't send word to anyone. That'd just worry her more.
No, we won't say anything about that. Because if Ann does take a steamer from San Roque, we'll have her picked up by a flying boat.
Watch it. We're moving. See there?
Yeah. Let's get behind something just in case.
Better get down a little more, Bobby. Down. That's better. We're just about... Shh. I can hear somebody going up the steps. Looks like we're not going to have any company. Yep, they've gone.
Think it's safe to make a dash for it?
Yep, I reckon the coast is just about as clear now as it'll ever be. But it won't hurt none to sort of be as still as we can.
I'd like to take a look at the way they move these rooms around before we get out. We might not have another chance like this.
As a matter of fact, I would too, Pete. But it'll have to wait because it's getting late. It's 3:15.
3:15? Boy, it'll be daylight pretty soon.
That's what I'm afraid of. We better get out of here while we have a chance.
Yeah, I'd hate to get caught in here for another 5 or 6 hours. Lack of freedom sort of cramps my style.
No one in sight. Watch out for these steps. I'd still like to know if that fella in there was Doc Tyler.
Well, if it was, he's a pretty good actor, 'cause he was talking to that foreigner, Hans, just like he was a janitor when I overheard him. And if Hans is a diamond cutter, well, even the head of them crooks wouldn't talk to him like that. Them fellers is scarce, especially in this country.
Here's the ambulance entrance. Nobody around.
Oh, boy, does that fresh air feel good after being caged up in that room for a few hours.
Now, if we can just get back to the car without being seen, we'll be all right.
Well, Art, what's on the program now?
I think we ought to get a little sleep, and then we'll...
Here comes a car in the drive.
Quick, behind these bushes, fellers.
Yeah. It's no ambulance. Wonder who it is coming in.
That's Dr. Tyler's car.
And that was Doc Tyler getting out and going into the hospital.
Anyhow, he's sent his car away, so I reckon he's planted for the night. Looks like we can move now.
We can cut across here to the sidewalk. Keep in the shadows, though. I don't trust anything or anybody around this place anymore.
Well, as I started to say, we'll get a little rest and then show up at the airport. See how they're coming along with the aircat.
I still can't see why the Secret Service is going to this much trouble, Art. Fitting out a speed plane for ocean hops and then having Kay and Zeb and me handle it. Looks like they could get men of their own to...
They could, but you asked for it, so you could be close to Jack. So there you are. Of course, Pete, if you'd rather not.
Hey, wait a minute. I was just asking, that's all. I want to be in on this at the finish. But why have us trail him? Jack is right with him all the time, and he...
I reckon I know the answer to that, Pete. You see, once they get into the interior in Africa, Jack is liable to need all the help he can get, and have it where he can lay his hands on it when he does need it.
Gosh, Mr. Morrison, I wish they could find some way for me to go along with them. I could handle the radio. It's going to be sort of lonesome without anyone here.
Don't worry about that, Bobby. I think we'll find plenty for you and I to do right here at home. Maybe it won't be as exciting, but then if tonight is any sample, we'll have our share at that.
That's right, Bobby. A ground crew is really more important than the pilot sometimes. We may need you to send as a rowboat. You never can tell.
Oh, all right. But I'd still like to go.
Well, here's the car. We'd better be making ourselves scarce on this street.
Climb in front, Bobby, and open the front door on the other side for me.
Okay, Pete.
You better come over to my hotel, Zeb. I think they can fix you up there, and you want to be close in case we get a call.
Okay, Art. One place is just about as good as another.
Now, if I can just get this boat started. Say, what's this on the wheel?
A piece of paper. Maybe you left it when we got out.
I never left any paper on the wheel. Looks like a note. Can't read it. It's too dark. I'll turn on the light back.
Not here, Pete. Better get around the corner. Hand it here. I'll turn the light on. It's back here as soon as we're out of sight of the hospital.
Okay. Hey, but look. I had the doors all locked and the windows up. How could anybody put a note in it without opening the car?
Looks like somebody else is a magician. Or maybe it's the same feller.
This ought to be all right. Keep on going, Pete. I'll read it. Oh, turn on the light. That switch right there, Zeb. Yeah, listen to this. Mr. Peterson, the regular visiting hours in my sanitarium are from 6 to 8 each evening. Visits by you and your friends at other hours will be met with force in the future. And it's signed Dr. Tyler.
Dr. Tyler. Is this definite proof that Tyler is the nefarious leader of the smuggling ring? Has he been playing with our friends as a cat plays with a mouse? And for what purpose? Perhaps more will be revealed in the next episode when we once again join our friends in another thrilling chapter of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Radio Inspector Morrison, co-pilot Peterson, Zeb Abercrombie, and Bobby Baker have just left the Tyler Sanitarium in Springfield, where they have learned the secret of the radio room that is hidden in the hospital. Besides learning that the room is also used for the cutting of rough diamonds, they have heard a radio conversation with the transport plane that is carrying Jack Baker, Ann Burton, and 2 members of the smuggling gang to Cape St. Roque in South America. Secure in the belief that Jack and Ann are quite safe for the time being, our 4 friends make their way to the place where they have left their car. And although the automobile was securely locked, they find a note on the steering wheel. This note, written by Dr. Tyler, owner of the sanitarium, warns them not to make any further investigations of his property. Is this a sinister admission that Tyler is the mysterious doc that is known to head the smuggling ring? If not, why is Tyler so belligerent in his attitude toward Pete and Morrison? Suppose we listen in on the conversation that is going on in Pete's car.
Sleepy, Bobby?
Oh, gee, no, Pete. I feel like I could stay up the rest of the night. I'm going to try to pick up Jack's plane the minute I get home.
What we'd better do is get some sleep because we got a lot of things to do. 4 o'clock. I'll say we're going to get some sleep. It'll be daylight before you know it.
We'll just tune in for a minute, shall we, Pete? I want to try to get Jack on this frequency Mr. Morrison gave me. You never can tell what might be happening.
Well, all right, Bobby, but not over 5 minutes. I have to look after you while Jack's away, and that means I see that you get some rest.
Oh, it's sure swell of you to stay at our house, Pete. Gosh, I'd hate to stay there by myself.
You'd never go to bed if you did. Well, here we are.
Yeah. Maybe we ought to put your car in the garage, Pete. Somebody might come along and...
And steal it? No, Bobby. When the jalopy gets this old, you either have to walk off and leave 'em or you trade 'em in. Nobody ever steals 'em. But I still don't see how Tyler got inside this boat to put that note on the wheel.
Well, I thought maybe it wasn't Dr. Tyler at all that put it there until we showed the note to Kay. But she says it's Doc's handwriting all right.
Yeah. Got your key, Bobby?
Yeah. The light switch is over there, Pete. Yeah, that's it.
Well, at least you haven't had anybody around sticking notes under your door.
Oh, I sure wish Mr. Morrison had let us keep that note. I could have gone over it for fingerprints with my outfit. Well, you can't tell what we'd have found.
That's just why Art kept it. To send it in and let Washington have a try at seeing how many prints they'd find on it. It'd be funny if Tyler turned out to have a record of some kind. And a guy that can open a car without breaking the lock isn't exactly on the square.
Well, it might have been the same fellow that figured out the way to switch those 2 rooms in the hospital basement, Pete. You know, getting into a car would be easy for a man like that.
And that checks it all back to Doc Tyler, which is just what I've been thinking all along. Well, let's have a listen to the radio for a few minutes, Bobby, and then we'll hit the hay.
All right. We'll have to wait a minute or so until the set warms up, then we'll try calling. Yeah, but suppose Jack doesn't have the headphones on. Or maybe... Oh, gee, I never thought of that. Suppose Vic or Joe is handling the radio on the transport.
Yeah, that's a thought, all right. Well, we have to figure out something to say so that it won't give the whole thing away in case one of those fellas are listening. Now, let's see. Oh, I'll tell you. We might use the initials they use at the hospital station. TS. That won't be against any rules, will it?
No, not as long as I give my call letters first. Those fellows are the ones that are violating the law by just giving initials. I guess I'll try that. There, that's it. Now I'll try it. TS calling VM. TS calling VM.
And there's the hospital station. They're on the government frequency. Wonder if they could have managed to...
I got him, Pete.
I heard him. The other fellas must be asleep. This is your chance, Bobby. Go ahead.
Jack, this is Bobby. It's not TS. Are you all right, Jack?
All okay, Bobby. You gave me quite a start. Coming in on this frequency. Everybody okay back in Springfield?
Yeah, we're all right, Jack. Where are you?
We're skirting the South American coast right now. It's Bobby, Ann. He's picked us up. Are you by yourself, Bobby?
No, Pete's here with me. He's going to stay with me, I guess, until he leaves. Where are those 2 gangsters, Vic and Joe?
Sound asleep in the cabin. How did you get this frequency?
Mr. Morrison gave it to me. Maybe I better not say any more, Jack. One of those fellas might wake up.
That's right, Bobby. I can't take any chances. Tell Aunt Hattie that Ann is okay. We'll try to drop a telegram the first chance we get.
We heard about Ann when Vic talked to their station. We found it again, Jack. Gee, I can't wait to tell you all about it.
Afraid you'll have to, Bobby. I can't talk anymore. Vic or Joe might wake up. Keep a stiff upper lip. And keep tuned to this frequency. I'll try to send you word every chance I get. So long. Well, Ann, it looks like we're in communication with Springfield, all right. Makes me feel just a little better to know that Bobby's okay. Never know what those fellows might try there.
I thought for a minute that some of the gang had stumbled on the government wavelength, and that would have left us without any way to send word.
Yes, and it would have been curtains as far as I'm concerned. Because the first time headquarters sent instructions and they were intercepted, well, they would know that Jack Baker isn't the smuggler these boys think he is. And then, ouch.
Well, anyway, we don't have to worry about it now. Oh, look, Jack, isn't that coastline down there gorgeous in the morning sunlight?
Yeah, I'll say it is. Well, that just reminds me. Wonder what Bobby and Pete were doing up so early in the morning.
Early? You've probably forgotten, Jack, that it's only about 4 o'clock back in Springfield. They probably haven't gone to bed yet.
Say, that is right. I've forgotten about the difference in time. Here it is 7 o'clock already and only 4 back home.
Seems to be terribly hot for so early, doesn't it, Jack?
Well, no wonder it's getting warm. We're nearly to the...
Hey, what's all the conversation up here? Sound like a sewing circle.
What time is it? Must be nearly noon the way the sun is beating in. It's 5 hours until noon, Morgan. It's only 7 now.
7? It's hot enough to fry an eggs on those wings right now. Where are we, anyhow?
As I just started to tell Ann, we're almost to the equator, which accounts for the heat this early in the morning.
Just how long does that mean we'll be in the air?
Oh, I'd say we'll be making St. Roque in around 3 hours.
Boy, oh boy, did I sleep. And did I have a funny dream? I thought that I was stuck in that pitch lake back there in Trinidad, and that Jack was trying to pull me out with this plane.
That reminds me, Baker. Did you pull in that landing gear yet?
I retracted that hours ago. Had to. It was holding us back. Too much wind resistance.
Do you suppose the pitch came off the wheels, Jack?
All we can do is hope so, Ann. Say, Joe, how about bringing out some of those sandwiches? One of those coffee bottles. Breakfast might be in order.
Okay, Jack. I'll see what we got.
We just got the one bottle of coffee left, so go easy on it.
Lucky we've got plenty of water, especially in this heat.
Yeah, the tanks are full, and it's a good thing, too, because there's no water except the ocean within 10 miles of our landing field at St. Roque.
Which means that it's pretty precious liquid. Oh, that's fine, Joe. Thanks.
Here's yours, Vic.
I suppose I should be serving the breakfast. That'll be part of my job when I get to be an air hostess.
You'll have a long time to practice serving lunches on that tramp steamer on your way home, gorgeous. They don't have the same steward service on the luxury liners.
Oh, I don't think I'll mind it much at all, Morgan, except that I would like to notify Aunt Hattie where I am.
We'll see that Aunt Hattie gets word. But you sure won't get any chance to send word to anyone else. And what Hattie finds out won't do the law no good. Say, what is that down there, Baker? An island?
Well, it looks like it. I hadn't noticed it before. But we're out of sight of the coast. Yeah, it's just one of those little islands along the coast. Too small to be inhabited.
Well, that one is. Anyhow, somebody has got an awful fire on it.
There is a lot of smoke coming up from there. You don't suppose that a boat could be on fire, do you, Jack?
Well, it might be. We could drop down and have a look.
No, you don't, Baker. We just keep right on going.
Not so you could notice it, Morgan. It's one of the rules of the sea that you investigate anything like this, and that's what we do. May not be a thing, just a fisherman or something, but we'll go down a bit and see.
Couldn't be no trees burning, because there don't seem to be anything there but just a sandbar. And that smoke is coming from the middle of it.
Jack, I can see someone there now. See?
We can drop a note to somebody on the coast. We don't have to land. We're behind our schedule now. The dock is getting plenty sore.
The dock can get sore if he wants to, Morgan. That fellow down there is waving a signal of some sort, and that's a distress sign in any language.
But you won't have room to land, will you, Jack?
Oh, plenty. That island is a good mile long, and looks plenty level. We're going to have a try at it.
I think we should, too, Vic. We can't tell when we may be waving our shirt, hoping that somebody will come along and pick us up.
You can see him plainly now. Just one lone man.
I'll come in low to show him that we've seen him. Then we'll swing over and come in from the other end. That'll give us a longer run.
Gosh, he saw us all right, but he just keeled over.
Maybe he fainted.
Okay, but if somebody else has got to do the explaining to the dock. What are we going to do with that guy when we get down there?
Pick him up and take him to the nearest habitation, I guess.
And take a chance of having the ship spotted? Nothing doing. You got another thinker coming, Baker.
All right. Then we'll take him to St. Roque. But we'll worry about that when we find out what's the matter with him.
He must have been marooned there. No wonder he fainted, what with his heat and no shelter of any kind.
We'll soon know. Get that gear out, will you, Joe?
Okay, Jack. Have it in just a second.
Have to watch out to miss that fire he's built there. Too much gas to take a chance on that.
Jack, hold it. Don't land.
What's the matter?
The landing gear. It won't get down.
Give him a hand, Vic. Get that gear down.
All right, but if it don't work...
It'll have to work. There's a life at stake. Is it giving any?
Not a bit, Jack. Do you suppose...
That's it. That asphalt. It's got that gear stuck. We've got to jar it loose.
But how can you, Jack? It seems to be stuck fast.
I've got to climb and then dive. When I pull out of the dive, you fellows jam down. Then the gravity will help throw it out.
Listen, Baker, we got to keep going. Let that guy stay there.
We're going down. Hang on, Ann. Now, jam that gear.
It won't give, Jack. The pitch is holding it like glue. It just won't get down.
Look down there, Jack. That fire. That man has fallen across some of the wood or whatever it is, and the fire is eating its way to him.
That means we get down there if we have to crank up doing it. How close is that fire to him?
It's not so awful close. It's getting closer, Jack, and he ain't getting up.
Oh, I see him now. I think we've got time to do this. Strap yourself in, you two. Tighten your strap, Ann. We're going to get that gear loose. Now watch out.
Law of the sea that no risk is too great to take when a life is at stake. But how will Jack break the landing gear loose from the tenacious clutches of the asphalt on the wheels? Can he be planning to land in the ocean and take a chance on beaching the plane on the sandy shore? Or does he intend to try landing on the fuselage and court almost certain catastrophe due to the hundreds of gallons of gasoline that remain in the huge tanks? Or is there yet another solution to this life or death problem that confronts him? The answer remains sealed in the next thrilling episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes. Ann Burton and Jack Baker en route to Cape St. Roque in South America in the stolen stratosphere ship with the two diamond smugglers Vic and Joe sight a castaway on a small island off the coast near the equator. Sighting the airplane, the castaway evidently faints and falls near the fire that he has built to attract the attention of a rescue ship. But in attempting to land the huge ship on the small island, Jack finds that the landing gear is firmly stuck by the pitch that has adhered to the wheels when they became mired in the asphalt lake on Trinidad. A fast power dive and pull-out has failed to shake the gear loose, and the flames of the signal fire are creeping closer to the unconscious victim. Telling his three passengers to fasten their safety belts, Jack plans one more attempt to release the gear. Will Jack's attempt be successful, or will his landing on the isle be too late to save the marooned man from the crackling flames? We hear the frantic whine of the motors as they draw the huge ship toward the water.
Hey, what are you trying to do now, Baker? Crack this ship up?
Never mind, Morgan. Nothing will happen if this works.
Gee, it looks like we're going into a loop.
That's exactly what we're going to do, Joe. At least part of a loop.
A fine time you picked to pull stunts with a ship like this. Tell her cut it off and leave that guy down there. Somebody will pick him up.
You mean before those flames get to him? Better take another look, Morgan.
I wonder how close they are. Jack, where's the island? I can't see anything down there but the sky.
She's right. Hey,
It's all right, Ann. Just look up. You'll probably see the ocean and the island, too.
Up? Up, but Jack, why, at least it looks like it's up.
What's the idea, Baker? Turn the ship right side up. The blood's all rushing to my head. My ears are ringing already.
You'll get used to it in a few minutes. I hate to have to do this, Ann, but it looks like it's our only chance to get that gear loose.
Baker, if you don't mind, I'd like to know just what's the idea of flying upside down like this. Just so you can get a better look at Robinson Crusoe down there. That sun is blistering my face.
That's exactly the idea, Morgan. Asphalt has the happy faculty of getting very soft and heat. Underneath the ship, the stuff that was on the landing gear was in the shade. And the pitch got cool and hard. Nothing on earth could jar that gear loose. But a few minutes exposed to that equatorial sun up on top, as they are now, well, we should be able to kick that gear down in a few minutes.
But, Jack, do you think the sun will get warm enough to make it let go?
Gosh, Miss Burton, ain't you never lost one of your shoes on an asphalt pavement in the summertime? Boy, those things get plenty sore.
That's right, Joe. How do you feel, Ann?
Just a little dizzy, that's all, but I guess I can stand it for a little while longer.
Well, the sooner we get this thing turned right side up, the better. This strap is about to cut me in two, and my head feels like it was in a vice.
Yeah, but just think how that poor guy down there is going to feel if we don't get that gear jarred loose. See there? He's not moving any, and that smoke is nearly to him.
Of course, the heat or the sudden pain might bring him back to consciousness. At least long enough for him to roll away from that piece of timber, but then
we can't take a chance on it. Now, see here, Joe. I'm going to shove this stick forward and climb in a minute.
Shove it forward and climb.
That's right, Ann. You see, upside down like this, the controls are reversed. Well, now, Joe, when I get enough altitude, I'm going to do a barrel roll and then go into another short dive. When I pull out, I want you to have that strap unfastened and be on that gear crank. Then, just as I level off, you give her all you've got.
You mean like we tried before?
That's it. We'll make centrifugal force help with this thing. If that asphalt is soft enough, that gear should go down this time. Now, you got that?
I got it, Jack.
Well, let's try and get it over with. My head feels like a balloon.
We won't have to go up very far. I'll keep the ship reversed so we can have the benefit of the sun on that gear.
But you'll have to hurry, Jack. From here, it seems the flames are almost almost reaching that poor fellow.
Well, this ought to be it. Now, here we go. Be ready to let go that strap and grab that gear crank.
Got it, Jack? Ready?
Now, all you got, Joe.
Jack, it don't seem like it's going to. It did. The gear's going out.
Okay, Joe, keep on cranking.
It's clear out now.
We're going to land fast, so watch it and hang on.
Anything's better than hanging upside down like that.
Jack, you'll hit the water.
Just want to barely miss it. There, that's got it. Pull up as close to him as we can before we stop. Keep an eye on him. He might come to suddenly and run right into one of our propellers.
Not a chance. Well, that guy's out cold. Say, maybe...
He's not dead. He was pretty lively a few minutes ago. He'd been all right if we left him alone.
We don't do things like that, Morgan, even in the smuggling game. How's that, Ann? Close enough?
I think so.
Okay. Joe, you jump out there and pull him away from that fire.
Okay, Jack.
I'll go too, Jack. Maybe there's something I can do to help.
I wouldn't be surprised, Ann. Your training as a nurse is going to come in handy right now. Go ahead. We'll be right after you.
Well, Baker, I suppose that is your good little deed for the day, huh? We might as well be running a local freight that stops at all stations. The way you land every time you take a notion.
Morgan, let's get this thing settled right here. You made me a deal to come into this business as a pilot.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about you running the works. What are you trying to do? Stall for time or something?
Since we left Florida, we've made 2 stops, and both of them were plenty important.
Okay. The one in Trinidad we made because your girlfriend dropped her powder box and we thought it was a fire.
You mean you thought it was a fire, remember?
Okay, so I thought it was. Well, that was all right. That stop was important. But this one, us taking a swell chance of cracking up just because some guy we don't know anything about is all by himself on this island.
Which is just as imperative. That man is in need of help. From here, there isn't a bit of land in sight anywhere. And for all we know, he might have been there for weeks. So I landed.
After I said not to. Baker, after this, when I tell you not to land this ship, you're not to land. You get that?
Listen, just as long as we're on the ground, Morgan, you can run the show. But once we climb into the ship, I'm the pilot, and I'll handle it as I see fit.
Well, maybe the doc will have something to say about that. He's the one that gives the orders, you know.
I think that even the doc will agree with me. He can give the orders where he wants me to fly, but it's up to me to say what goes on aboard this ship while we're flying there. Now, let's see how Ann and Joe are making out with our friend out there.
They're working on him, it looks like.
Ann took that emergency kit. Guess they must be trying to bring him, too. Yeah, Ann is holding the smelling salts up to his nose.
Smelling salts? Looks like a handkerchief to me.
Just another point you seem to be a little hazy on, Morgan. She's probably broken an amyl nitrate ampule in that handkerchief. If that doesn't bring him out of it...
Let's get back to the subject. Supposing I don't like the way you handle this ship.
That, my friend, is entirely up to you. But you must remember this. You asked me into this smuggling deal. You made the entire proposition. If you want to call it all off, well, here you are.
You mean if you can't give the orders, you'll quit, huh?
I mean, if I can't fly this ship the way it should be flown, you and your pal Joe are left with a ship on your hands.
Maybe Joe and me can find a way to make it unpleasant for you, in case you get an idea like that. If you get what I mean.
I think that I fully understand just what you mean. And carrying out those ways will simply leave you a long way from home and no pilot.
Maybe I could learn to fly this crate myself. You haven't thought of that, have you?
Yes, Morgan, that is entirely possible. And with the entire Atlantic Ocean to fall into, you might be lucky enough to be picked up by a government revenue cutter, whose captain will no doubt be quite inquisitive about the home port, the destination, and incidentally, your clearance papers. Ever thought of that?
Okay, Baker, you win. That is until we get to St. Roque. It might be that we could change pilots there.
Morgan, the pilots that can handle a ship like this can be counted on the fingers of one hand. And Uncle Sam knows every one of them. Sending for anyone like that would be giving your name and address to the Treasury Department. So we might just as well get together now. I fly this ship for your outfit on the basis we mapped out. You and Joe are the hired hands as long as we're in the air. Is that clear?
Okay, that'll do for now. But maybe it'll change after a while. But what about Gorgeous? I suppose you're going to kick about sending her home in a tramp steamer.
Nope, there'll be no kick on that score, Morgan. I have no desire to take along any extra weight crossing the Atlantic. And Africa is hardly the place for a girl. And about her sending a message, well, a message like that wouldn't do me any good either, would it?
I guess not. I'm glad we're together on that. Okay, you run the show in the air. I'll handle it on the ground. Maybe that's the best way anyway.
I thought you'd get the idea, Morgan.
Sure, Baker. I'm not so dumb. It might be that we make a pretty good combination at that. So there's no use quarreling over who's going to run the thing. And who knows? Maybe after a while, well, we're not saying anything to Joe about this, see? But maybe we can work things out so the doc won't get such a big cut. After all, we're doing all the work and taking all the risks.
Now, I think I see what you mean. We might remember that, as you say, all the doc has to do is to sit back in Springfield and run his sanitarium while we have to...
Run his what? Who said anything about a sanitarium? What do you mean?
I thought you meant Doc Tyler. That's the doc, isn't it?
I get it. Now, look here, Baker. It's one thing for us to get together on some sort of a working basis,
And it's quite another for you to get Snoopy, see? So suppose you don't worry your head about the dock. You'll find out plenty soon enough.
Okay, Morgan. I was just thinking, that's all. Maybe we better climb out and see how Ann and Joe are making out with the stranger.
Yeah, start getting away from here. Man, it's hot.
Doesn't seem to be out of it yet. Must be something radically wrong with the fellow.
Looks like he might be some sort of a foreigner from here. How's he doing, Joe?
He seems to be coming out of it a little.
He'll be all right in a little while. He doesn't seem to be injured. If we could just get him into some shade. This sun is terribly hot.
We could carry him over onto the wing of the ship. Give me a hand here, Vic. I think the three of us can manage him.
He's a foreigner, all right. Well dressed for a fisherman.
He's no fisherman or anything like that. You can tell by looking at him.
All right, let's carry him over there to the ship. You get my jacket out of the cabin, will you, Ann?
Right.
We can make a pillow for his head. Now, steady, fellas. Don't want to hurt him.
How about this, Jack?
This ought to be all right. Put that jacket under his head. That's it, Ann. Now, easy. There. Oh, what seems to ail him, Ann?
Heat, I think, and probably thirst. I'll give him another whiff of this amyl nitrate. There. He seems to be coming out of it. He opened his eyes.
Steady, old boy. You'll be all right. Steady now.
What's he saying?
He wants water. Now, Vic, hop into the cabin and bring us a cup of water, quick.
We mustn't give him too much at first. That would be as bad as none at all.
Okay. We'll give him just enough to straighten him out.
Another hour, and I'm afraid it would have been too late in this terrible heat. There now. We'll have Alwa for you in just a minute.
So, Mr. Know-It-All Baker, a fine pilot you turned out to be.
What do you mean, Morgan? Let's have that water and we'll...
What water? Listen, wise guy. When you so brilliantly turned our ship upside down, you drained all 3 tanks of water into the cabin. There's not a drop of water on this ship.
The stranger dying of thirst, and not a drop of water aboard the plane. Surely our friends will not attempt to allay his thirst with seawater, whose deadly content of salt has spelled doom for so many thirst-crazed victims. But the life of the maroon stranger hangs by but a slender thread, and every minute is precious. Can they find a few drops of the life-giving fluid in time, or has their gallant effort to save his life been in vain? For the answer, we must wait until the next thrill-laden episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Valley and mountain, river and plain, through wind and storm,
rides Anne of the Airlanes.
In order to answer a call for assistance from a castaway on a small sandy isle off the coast of South America near the equator, Jack Baker was faced with the problem of freeing a landing gear that had become stuck fast with asphalt, picked up in a forced landing near the famous Lake of Pitch in Trinidad. Other methods failing, Jack took advantage of the intense heat of the tropical sun and turned the ship upside down until the heat softened the pitch and the gear could be lowered. Then landing with his passengers, Ann Burton, our heroine, and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, with whom Jack pretends to be working, they find a man almost dead from thirst. But when they attempt to draw water from the ship's tanks, they find that the contents of all 3 containers have been spilled while the ship was inverted, and not a drop of water remains with which to allay the stranger's suffering. Will Jack and Ann find water in time to save the unfortunate castaway, or will their daredevil flying with the huge transport have been in vain? As we look down on the small island, we find Ann, with the professional touch that comes from her training as a nurse, timing the pulse beat of the stranger.
What does it look like, Ann?
His pulse is growing very weak, Jack. If we don't get some sort of liquid down his throat in a few minutes, I'm afraid there's not much we can do.
Gee, if we just hadn't used up that last bottle of coffee.
Why don't we load him in the ship and try to make land somewhere, Jack?
You saw what that coastline looks like, Morgan. We haven't a ghost of a chance landing anywhere along there. Before we could get to someplace, well, this fellow isn't going to last much longer. You sure there's not even a drop of water in those tanks, Joe?
Yeah, they're so dry they're nearly dusty. I thought maybe some would stick in the top somewhere when it ran out. But it must have run out the ventilators. We had them open, you know.
If you hadn't tried that stunt flying, Baker, we wouldn't have drained those tanks.
If you'd screwed the tops on tight when you filled them in Florida, the water wouldn't have leaked out. If you had any better idea about getting that gear loose, why didn't you say so?
All right, I'll admit I was a bit careless about those caps. But who would expect a plane like this would be flowing upside down?
There's not much use arguing about it now. Don't you suppose there might be a spring on this island, Jack?
Not a chance. This is just one of those sandbar things that bob up in the shallow portions of the ocean. Any water you get would be salty anyway.
And there ought to be some way to strain the salt out of this seawater. Anyhow, it would give this guy a relief for a while.
Oh, gosh, no, Vic. You ought to know better than that. Haven't you heard about shipwrecked sailors that tried to drink seawater, and instead of it doing them any good, it just makes them crazy and they die anyhow?
If we had one of those small stills, we could distill some of the seawater. But you say you never stowed away one of those, Joe?
Nope. That fellow back in the Everglades tried to sell me one of them, too. But I just thought he was trying to kid me, and that it was just something he couldn't get rid of to nobody else.
It wasn't. But then you didn't know that. But we're not leaving Cape St. Roque for any Atlantic hop until we get one of them. I can tell you that. But that's not doing us any good, nor this chap either.
I wonder how he came to be here in the first place.
Maybe he got washed overboard from some boat passing by.
No, he hasn't been in the water. His clothing would show it if he had.
And it's a cinch he didn't get marooned here from a little boat of some kind, unless the boat floated away again.
How about that stuff he was burning? That might have been the boat. Maybe he got stove in or something like that, huh?
No, that was nothing but just a lot of driftwood with a few old timbers of some kind.
He's a well-dressed chap to be marooned like this. That thing he was waving when we spotted him looks plenty expensive.
Oh, you mean that sash? Yes, it's heavy silk and embroidered. Some initials on it, too.
Well, what were they?
L.A.C. I've got it under his head with your jacket. There are the initials. See, Jack?
Gosh, ain't those the things them Spanish noble guys wear?
Yeah, this guy's no tramp. And that's just a good reason why we better be taken off from here. Either with him or without him.
But it's at least 2 hours to the nearest place that we could take a chance on landing, as I figured. And in that time, this chap could...
We better take a chance on that than sitting here, hoping it'll rain or somebody will drop a barrel of water. And if this guy is really somebody, there's going to be somebody looking for him. And personally, I don't want to explain to anybody how we happen to be here. Especially if he should happen to
I think Vic's right this time, Jack. We can't do this poor fellow any good here, and we might be able to get somewhere where there is water before it's too late.
Oh, I guess that's right. But I'd sure like to have a chance to look around and see just how he happened to get here. How long he's been marooned like this.
I think maybe this stick will tell you part of that, Jack. It was stuck in the sand over there, and it's got 5 new notches on it. I guess maybe he was trying to keep track of the days.
Sure looks like it. Well, I guess you're right about it, Morgan. We'll load this fellow in, and we'll land the first place that looks like there'd be water. He might need a doctor's care, too.
I think it's mostly exposure, hunger, and thirst, Jack. Water is the first need.
Okay, let's see if we can get him in. We could get something out of the compartment and make him a sort of a pallet on the cabin floor. Have a look, will you, Joe?
Yeah, there's some of those air mattresses in there. Boy, it's like a baked oven in here. Hand me a flashlight, will you, Vic?
All right. You've always got to have someone wait on you, Joe. You never think for yourself. Here you are.
Here they are. I'll have one out in the jiffy, and then we can blow it up after I put it in the cabin. Boy, but it's hot. I'm getting thirsty myself.
And you'll be a lot thirstier before we get to water. Throw that thing out here. Yeah, how do you blow this up?
Good old lung power, Morgan. Better get it in the cabin first. It'll be easier to manage that way.
Come on. Give me a hand with this thing, will you, Joe? I'm getting sort of dry myself.
Well, we'll be getting away from here in a minute or so. Sure lucky this island is no longer than it is wide. We wouldn't have room enough for a run. Still feel his pulse, Ann?
It's steady but very weak, Jack. But we may make it. At least I hope so. Jack, am I seeing things or...
Or what, Ann?
It may be the heat is sort of getting me, Jack, but look at that water line over there. Isn't it much closer than it was when we landed?
Your eyes are just playing tricks on you in the sun, Ann. It couldn't be any.
Oh, no, but it is, Jack. It must be 200 or 300 feet closer than it was.
Say, it is closer. The tide is coming in, and fast, too.
You don't suppose that it will cover so much that we won't be able to take off, do you, Jack?
I don't know. But I'm going to take a look over that high spot there where this fellow had his fire. It looks like it might.
What's the matter? Jack see a boat or something?
No, Joe, but the tide's coming in, and Jack's not sure that we'll have enough room to take off.
You mean that the ocean is coming up over
The
there?
ocean has come up over this island so far that we don't stand a chance in the world of getting this plane in the air. There's not 200 feet of land the other side of this high spot.
And the way it's coming up, it won't be long before it's all over the place. And where will we be? Can we take a chance on getting through that surf?
Hardly. That water out at the other end is probably 5 or 6 feet deep right now. But it won't cover the entire place. You can see how far up the tides usually come. This fellow had his fire on about the only spot it doesn't cover.
But what can we do, Jack?
Nothing much we can do, except wait for the tide to turn.
And that will take how long?
I don't know much about tides, but it seems to me that we've hit here just a few minutes before high water. You can see the marks there in the sand. There are 2 tides a day. That is, it's approximately a little over 12 hours from one high water to the next. That would make it about 6 hours to low water. But we can probably get enough land to take off from in a couple of hours.
But, Jack, 2 hours before we take off. Maybe 2 hours before we can get to water. This man is in a desperate condition. We've got to do something before then.
I don't know what it would be, Ann. We'll just have to wait and hope that he pulls through long enough.
Sure looks like the poor guy is getting a tough break all the way around. First no water, and now too much of it.
Just about right, Joe. But that seems to be the way it is.
Well, how about this ship? Will it be in the water? We better get busy moving it before it's too late to do anything about it.
No, the ship's safe enough. The water only comes to that mark over there. There's not a chance of any waves, not a cloud in sight. And the water's as quiet as a mill pond. We might put this chap inside the cabin. It's cooler in there. Then we'll be all ready to take off the minute the tide goes down.
Wait a minute. I'll give you a hand. Oh!
Handle him easily, Joe. It wouldn't take much of a shock now.
Now, I got him up there. Climb in, Joe, and help me, will you? That's it. Now, we'll put him on that mattress.
It does seem such a pity, Jack, that there's nothing we can do for him. If we only had just a little water, just enough to moisten his lips.
There isn't a thing we can do. Not until we can get away from this place, anyway. I think I'll take a turn around what land there is left and see if I can find anything that might tell us something about this fellow.
Don't mind if I go with you, do you, Baker?
No, come on, Morgan. I just thought we might get some idea as to why this man was unloaded here.
Now, what makes you think he was unloaded here, as you call it?
Nothing in particular. Just general appearances, I guess.
For instance?
Well, his clothing shows that he isn't the type that would go out boating in the ocean by himself. No sign of grease or oil that would indicate a motorboat. And certainly no calluses on his hands from rowing a boat.
Now, some of these South American playboys get quite a kick out of sailboats, you know.
And those things make rough hands, too. No, this fellow was brought here and then marooned. Well, say, look at those marks over there in the sand. You see them?
Yeah. Somebody landed a boat there. Ran right up on the beach with it.
Not only that, the same boat's been here several times, and always at high tide. Any other time, the water would have erased the marks.
Hey, you're right, Baker. You wouldn't make a bad detective. Yeah, looks like it's been here at least 4 times.
And according to that stick he notched, he's been here 5 days. That means someone has been here to see him every day.
Maybe brought him food or something, huh?
No, he's had nothing to eat. You can see that. Whoever came here in that boat came here to taunt him or something like that. Because there are no footprints more than a few feet from the boat, which indicates they went right back. And the broad, round prints seem to show that his enemies, as I suppose they were certainly not South Americans.
Say, Baker, you begin to sound like a mystery story. Ever done anything like this before?
No, but a pilot is trained to observe things and remember them. What the idea was, or who any of them are, I guess we'll just have to wait until our friend pulls through to find out.
You mean if he does pull through? From what Gorgeous says, if he don't get a drink pretty soon, it'll be just too bad. But it sure was a bad thing for him that he wasn't a fisherman. He could have had something to eat anyhow, huh? Plenty of fish in this water. See him over there?
Yeah, they're coming right in with the tide.
Or maybe it's just too bad he wasn't a fish. They don't have any trouble drinking seawater. I'm so thirsty myself, I sort of envy those carp.
Carp? What do you mean, carp?
Why, those fish. They're carp. Look at them.
Are you sure, Morgan? For some reason, those just couldn't be carp.
Hey, look, Baker. I used to do a lot of fishing, and I ought to know a carp when I see one. Come over here and look for yourself if you don't believe me.
Morgan, they are carp, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Come on, let's get back to the ship.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea? You going crazy or something? Hey, Baker.
Joe, get a bucket, quick.
we've got water.
Hey, Baker, he's gone goofy. He's had a sunstroke or something. Here's a bucket, Jack. What do you want with it?
Take it over to the beach and bring back a bucket of water. We've got plenty of water.
Huh? Listen, Jack, you mean that water out there?
Of course, hurry. And listen, we'll get that poor fellow all the water he wants in just a minute. Why didn't I think of that before?
Hey, Joe, I think that he's got Baker. All I said was there's a carp in the water, and he gets like that.
Can Vic Morgan be right? Has the intense heat and the long hours at the controls finally caused Jack Baker to become delirious? Does he intend to condemn the unknown castaway to a horrible death by forcing salt water down his parched and throbbing throat? And why did the mention of carp apparently unbalance him? The thrills to come will generously repay us for the hours of suspense through which we must wait until the next chapter of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton, who aspires to be an air hostess, and Jack Baker, pilot for Interstate Airlines, have been induced to fly a stolen Air Cap speed plane from the Springfield Airport to a small but well-equipped desert island just off the coast of Florida. Their motive for flying the ship is to attempt to bring back the Air Cap, as well as an experimental transport plane that has been stolen from the interstate hangars on the same night. Back in Springfield, Jack's co-pilot Pete, together with hostess Kay Thompson, have unraveled the fact that both ships were apparently flown in the general direction of Miami, but also learned that Jack Baker is suspected of being guilty of the theft of the interstate transport. After calling Ann's aunt, Hattie Jackson, Kay finds that Aunt Hattie has departed from Detroit, and it becomes known that she chartered a special plane to Springfield
where she was apparently going to assist in the search for her niece, Anne. Pete and Kay searched the records at the airport and find that Aunt Hattie arrived just a few minutes before the interstate ship was stolen from the field, and learned to their amazement that she was not seen leaving the field by car or taxi. Could she have been aboard the stolen transport as it roared away from Roberts Field under the guidance of unknown hands? Only time will tell that. But what of Ann Burton and Jack Baker? What has befallen them on the desert island? Let's listen.
Flights en route to Miami. Be on lookout for stolen interstate transport ship, number NC29004. Believed to be headed for Miami Airport or vicinity. Flights en route to Miami. Be on it.
See, I told you, Vic. There wouldn't be no time until those guys get on to which way to look.
All right, Joey. You just tend to your cooking. We'll handle the brain work around here. Sorry, folks, we don't put up a dinner just exactly like the Hotel Waldorf. But considering everything, it's not bad, is it?
No, I don't think that Joe does it all badly. You must have taken a course in domestic science, have you, Joe?
Silence is what Joey needs, not science. Isn't that right, Baker?
I wouldn't know about that, Morgan. But I will say that your outfit, whoever they are, haven't done it all bad in the matter of science, either.
We do a lot better in the matter of silence.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
I mean that after you land that transport ship where we tell you to in Africa, you'll know enough by that time not to go around telling just how much you know about our business. See?
You seem pretty sure that I'm going to fly that ship across the Atlantic for you, don't you?
Well, you said yourself we proved it pretty well. Shall we think of just about everything, Baker? You don't think we'd fall down on a little thing like you just not wanting to fly, do you?
No, I don't suppose you would.
Do we want to get back on the radio before it starts to get dark, Vic?
I think we'll contact them a little later. That transport ought to be showing up almost any time now. Might as well wait a while. And while we're waiting, you two can look over the island if you want to. But I'm warning you not to go near the south end. There's just no telling what might happen if you wander off down that way.
Okay, Morgan. We'll stick around pretty close so you can keep your watchful eye on us.
And just one more thing. When that transport ship comes in, and it'll be here in a few minutes, don't make a rush for it. And don't try to see who brings it here. You might not like surprises.
But whoever brings it will have to stay, won't they?
You'll find out all about that when the ship comes in, gorgeous. Okay. Now run along. And remember what I said about the south end. Now, Joe, where's that bag with the sparklers?
Well, Ann, which way will we go?
Well, it doesn't appear to make much difference. The ocean will stop us almost any way we walk.
Don't let the distances fool you. It's further to that shoreline than you'd think.
I wonder why he wanted us to stay away from the south end of the island.
Probably they have their source of supplies down that way. Anyhow, we're not going that way. I don't think from what I've seen of Vic and Joe that the warning was just an idle threat.
No, I don't think so either, Jack. Just what do you make of the whole thing? Why have they brought us down here? And why do they want you to fly to Africa?
I think I've got that pretty well figured out, Ann. I think that Vic and Joe are working for some big diamond smuggling syndicate, and this island is the base of operations in America. Evidently, they've been using ships in the past, but they're modernizing their equipment through the theft of the interstate transport.
But surely the police will get our tails before anything can happen.
I'm not so sure about that, Ann. You see, by hanging the theft of the interstate plane on me, they've got me pretty well placed. Say, just a minute, that gives me an idea. Just who would be the first one to find out that you aren't in Springfield?
Why, I never thought of that. The Larimore family, where I board, don't know that I'm back from Aunt Hattie's in Detroit.
Aunt Hattie, that's it. There's been something bobbing around in my head for the last hour. Some loose end that was left. And that's it, Aunt Hattie.
Oh, but she's way up in Detroit, Jack. She wouldn't miss me or even know that I've left Springfield.
Now listen, Ann, here's the whole thing. Pete, you know my co-pilot.
Yes?
He knows we left in the air cat from the Green Estate. But the police know that he's a friend of mine. And he's the only one that saw us leave. So he'll just have to work something out by himself. But if you remember, you promised your Aunt Hattie before you left on my ship from Detroit yesterday afternoon that you'd be waiting for a call.
Oh, yeah.
All right. She calls. You're not there. She calls the police. Then Pete will probably come along with his story that we left together in the air cat. That'll make his story come out okay and put a little doubt on me stealing the interstate ship.
But how would the police know which way
You heard that radio report Vic picked up on the shortwave set back there in the shack. They've got a lead somewhere, and whether they know it or not, they're on the right track.
If Aunt Hattie will only think about calling the police. She's so impulsive. She always tries to do things herself.
Let's hope that for once she won't try to unravel this one by herself. Well, it'll soon be dark, so let's see what we can while we can.
I'd like to see how they managed to get all that electrical current they use. Did you notice, Jack?
Yeah, lights, radios, electrical cooking utensils, electricity for everything. Takes a lot of juice.
Do you suppose they have a ship drop batteries for them?
And that electrical current problem is one of the reasons why I don't think these boys are bluffing. They have all of the latest equipment. I wondered about the source of the electricity for a little while, but I finally figured out that they're harnessing the ocean for their power.
Harnessing the ocean? Oh, Jack, that's a little too much like something out of one of those 1,000 Years in the Future books.
Not a bit, Anne. It's as simple as ABC. All they have to do is to build a series of small dams or retaining walls near the shoreline and put small turbine motors in the bases, like they do in the large dams in the western rivers. Then, when the tide comes in, it fills the small lakes. And when it goes out, the water flows through the turbines, which turn the generators. Then they even have gone farther and fixed it so that both the water coming in and the water going out will turn the generators. You see?
And to think they fixed this deserted place up like that.
It just goes to show that they've got something pretty profitable. And whoever breaks up this gang is going to get plenty of credit from Uncle Sam. You know, Ann, the more I think of it, the more I think it's a good idea to apparently let myself fall in with their scheme.
Well, but Jack, you can't fly across the ocean. Why, you might
The only thing I was thinking of was how you're going to get off this island yourself. I can't leave you here and take chances.
You think I'd stay here? If you think for 1 minute that I'm not going in that transport with you, Jack Baker, then you're just...
Listen. What's that?
What? I don't... Oh, yes. Yes, it seems to be
It is. That's the interstate transport. I'd know those motors anywhere, but...
But what, Jack?
There's another ship with it. And that motor sounds familiar, too. Seems like I've heard one like it somewhere. Listen.
There they are over there, Jack. That great big one must be the transport. And the smaller one
I've got it, Ann. That small one is the same ship that tried to ground us this morning. But how on earth did he ever get out of that muddy field and get here?
But they're both going to land, aren't they?
Well, it looks like it. Yeah, they're landing right over there by the hut. I'd give $1 million to know who those pilots are. Those boys can fly. Let's take our time getting over there so as not to arouse any suspicion. Remember what Vic said. But maybe we'll get over there in time to catch a glimpse.
Why, they hardly stopped. And then that small ship took off.
Yes, but whoever was in the interstate managed to climb into that smaller job. Funny, I've never seen a ship like that. Boy, is he leaving. Oh, it's as much power as the Abtak.
Do you suppose that Morgan will want you to take off right away?
Oh, hardly. He said he had to contact the doc, whoever that is, first. And then it takes time to gas up that transport. And besides that, we need some sleep. Isn't that Vic over there by the interstate?
Yes, I think it is. And I see that Joe is still in the shack, as you call it, washing dishes. You know, he seems to be a pretty nice sort of a fellow, even if he is a crook, doesn't he?
I don't quite make him out. He's apparently as dumb as they make him, but somehow I don't think he's as dumb as he lets on. Dick will be able to hear us in a second, so let's watch out what we say.
But remember, Jack, I'm going to see this thing through with you.
You're swell, Ann. Why, there's really nothing to it, Ann. There's no more danger in flying this ship to Africa than there is in riding there on the largest ocean liner. It'll be a lot quicker.
That's fine, Baker. I'm glad you've made up your mind to take this ship to Africa. It shows you're smart. And you too, Gorgeous.
Morgan, there seems to be no limit to your nerve, or rather the nerve of your gang. First you take the aircat plane, then you steal the interstate experimental ship. Now you practically force Ann and myself to fly to Africa.
Little Goldilocks doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to, you know. You'd be in fine company here.
I'd rather take my chances on the ocean, Mr. Morgan.
Just when do you think we can get started, Morgan?
No hurry about it, Baker. None at all.
Then how about getting word through over that little private radio system of yours to Springfield to my kid brother Bobby that I'm all right?
Your kid brother? Say, thanks. We'll get word to him. But that gives me an idea. Just in case, you know.
What do you mean?
Hey, Vic, Springfield is calling you. Better get over to the radio shack. They're pretty hot about something.
Never mind what I mean, Baker. Better get acquainted with that ship while there's still light. And remember that I've got the ignition key. Just in case.
Jack, you don't suppose they do anything to Bobby, do you?
And this gang is liable to do anything. We'll just have to watch our chance. Let's look over this ship. You want to know all about it. I'll give you a hand so you can climb.
Jack, what's that door there on the side?
Oh, that's the baggage compartment. They put it there so that...
I would have sworn that I heard something moving around. And I thought I saw that door give a little.
You're just nervous, Ann. There couldn't be anyone in there because... I say, that does sound like something moving. I'll give this door a pull. It might be that someone got...
Well, it's outside one of me took a notion to open that door.
I'm Hattie.
Me cramped up in this little cubbyhole for more than 12 hours. And then you two stand around on the outside chattering like you were on a picnic. Where am I, anyhow?
But Aunt Hattie, how did you get in there?
That isn't half as important as what I want to know. Where am I?
So Aunt Hattie managed to stow away on the stolen interstate transport. But how and why? Has she indeed, as Anne suggested, attempted to make the rescue of her niece single-handed? Or has she been wise enough to leave clues at the Springfield airport that will lead Jack's friends to the secret island? And if so, will they arrive in time to prevent the flight of Jack and Ann across the thousands of miles of watery waste? We'll be expecting the answer to some of these questions when we set our dial to this same station for the thrills of the next episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
A series of thrilling adventures are being encountered by Ann Burton as she strives to accomplish her ambition to become an air hostess. She and pilot Jack Baker have flown a stolen Aircat speed plane to a small sandy island just off the coast of Miami, being accompanied on the trip by two crooks, Vic Morgan and Joe Tolliver, who are connected with a gang of diamond smugglers headed by a mysterious Doc. While Jack's co-pilot Pete Peterson and Interstate Airlines hostess Kay Thompson are learning at the company's headquarters in Springfield that a new transport ship has been stolen and that Jack Baker is suspected of the theft, they also learn that Ann Burton's Aunt Hattie has arrived at the field in a special plane, but was never seen to leave by car or taxi. But they do not know that Aunt Hattie stowed away in the baggage compartment of the stolen transport and is discovered there when the big ship has finally landed on the secluded island. The discovery was made by Jack and Ann as they looked over the ship after being told by one of the crooks, Vic Morgan, that the head of the ring, Doc, had commanded Jack to fly the transport to Africa. Ann, Jack, and Aunt Hattie are safe for the time being on the island. So let's take another look in on what is going on back in Springfield as co-pilot Pete and hostess Kay Thompson are entering the home of the missing Jack Baker. Listen.
Let's try it again, Pete. I know Bobby must be home. Surely he wouldn't leave while Jack...
I know he wouldn't. Bobby Baker thinks the sun rises and sets in that pilot brother of his. I'll bet that kid hasn't eaten a bite or slept a wink since Jack disappeared. But it seems funny that he doesn't answer the bell. It's working because I could hear it ring.
Well, try knocking. Maybe you're down in the basement or something.
All right, Kay. Here's a knock that ought to bring out the militia.
Pete, they'll hear you all over town. Just as
Just a minute. Can't you wait a second?
Oh, there he comes, Pete.
Oh, gee, Pete. And Miss Thompson. Have you heard anything about Jack? Have they found him yet? You don't really think he stole that new transport airplane, do you? No, honest, Pete, you know
Now,
Jack.
wait a minute, Bobby. One question at a time. And don't you invite your friends in when they come to call on you?
Oh, gosh, Miss Thompson, I forgot. Excuse me, won't you? You and Pete? Oh, since Jack's gone like he is, I've been so rattled, I guess I just sort of forgot my manners. Come on in. I'll take your hat, Pete.
That's okay, Bobby. We won't be here but a few minutes, so I'll just hang on to the sky piece. Where were you that you didn't hear the doorbell just now?
Well, I guess I must have sort of dozed off, kind of. I was on the air all night trying to see if I could pick up Jack's voice anywhere. I guess I must have got kind of sleepy.
What's this about being on the air? You haven't a radio station here, have you?
Oh, yeah, I'll show it to you in a minute after I tell you about the hospital. Or do you want to see it now?
Hospital? What do you mean, hospital, Bobby?
You want to hear about that before you look at my amateur station?
Yes, I think so, Bobby. What is this about the hospital?
Well, about 10 o'clock this morning, after I tried to listen for Jack all night, I got to thinking that it was mighty funny that he got out of that Tyler sanitarium without anybody seeing him. So I decided to take a look at the room he'd been in and, well, then get sort of a clue, see?
That's the Junior G-Man influence.
Keep still, Pete, and let him tell us. Go on, Bobby.
Well, when I got inside, it seemed about the busy time of day. Everybody was running around, shoving people into operating rooms and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody paid much attention to me. So I finally got into the room, the one that Jack was in when I went in to see him. Well, there wasn't anybody in there at all, and I just closed the door and took my time looking around. Well, there wasn't any sign that anyone had ever been in there. Bed all made up nice and everything, and no footprints because the floor had just been polished.
Did you look for fingerprints, Bobby?
Pete? No, I didn't, Pete, but I was going to. You see, I had a fingerprint outfit that Jack got me for Christmas last year, and I took it along. But before I got around to that, I found this hooked on a string under the bed.
Looks like a piece of somebody's apron string to me. Probably the nurse's.
Let me see, Bobby.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what it is. It's a part of the tie string of a doctor's coat, but it looks sort of greasy. And how on earth did it get on the underside of the bed?
Yeah, that's what got me, Miss Thompson, but I thought maybe I'd find out who the string belonged to and maybe ask him.
Any luck?
Well, on account of nobody seemed to want to tell me anything when I called up about Jack last night, except that he was gone, I thought maybe I'd better find out who'd searched the room myself and what he was looking for.
Okay, I got it. Whoever that was in that room was looking for the chloroform bottle that Ann took along with her.
That sounds all right. Did you find your man, Bobby?
I don't know, but here's the way it was. I thought on account of the string was dirty and greasy that, well, it probably would be down in the laundry room, wherever that was. So I went on down the steps into the basement because that's where I thought they'd keep the SOAR uniforms. Well, just as I got to the bottom of the steps, I heard somebody coming. And I didn't have any good reason for being there, so I just stepped into a door that was right there. There was another pair of steps leading down, and I thought maybe whoever it was might open the door and find me standing there, so I went on down to the bottom.
That's funny. I served 4 years in nurse's training at the Tyler Sanitarium, but I never knew there was a sub-basement.
I think we're going to find out a lot of things about that place we never knew before. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, well, there at the bottom of that last bunch of stairs was another door, a real thick one, but it was open just a little bit and I could see in. The room was almost as bright as daylight, and it was full of all kinds of funny machinery, like little bitty grinding wheels, only they had big motors on them. And all sorts of things I'd never seen before. But the funniest thing was that over in one corner was a whole radio transmitter, and the best-looking panel you ever saw.
Well, what do you know about that? I never knew that the Tyler Sanitarium had a radio station.
It's a new one on me, too. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and I'll bet it's a new one on the government, too, because I thought I had the only amateur station around here. And I know it couldn't be a commercial set.
Was there anyone in there, Bobby?
Yeah, there was a couple of fellows. One of them was sitting down at some sort of a machine with his back to the door, and the other fellow was standing up beside him. He had his back to me, too. But the fellow standing up had on one of those doctor's coats that tie in the back. But it was a clean one.
And you couldn't tell who either one of them was, Bobby?
Oh, gee, no, Miss Thompson. Both of them had their backs toward me. But the fellow sitting down, he seemed to be sort of an old man. He had gray hair, you know. And, well, he was saying something to the other fellow.
What did he say?
Well, he talked like he was some kind of a foreigner. I couldn't tell what kind, though. But he said something about this shipment is not as good as we have been getting. And he called the other fellow Doc.
Doc. You know Dr. Tyler, don't you, Bobby?
Oh, sure. I've seen him around town a lot.
Could the other man have been Dr. Tyler?
Yeah, it could have been all right. But it could have been anybody else, too, because I didn't get a chance to see his face. He was just about to turn around when I got scared, and I ran up the steps clear to the first floor. Just then there was a lot of people coming out in a bunch, so I got in the middle of them and I got out of there. But there's something fishy about that radio station. Oh, gee, I almost forgot. Do you want to look at my station now?
Bobby, I think we'll have to look at it some other time. I'm beginning to put a few things together, and it looks like they add up.
You mean something about Jack, maybe?
Well, it looks like Jack is right in the middle of the whole thing somewhere. Hey, you remember how that one guy on the flight yesterday evening seemed to be sorting out the wing lights, and I thought that they were flashing a code of some kind?
Why, of course, Pete. But what on earth could that have to do with...
Okay. And then right on top of that, for no reason at all, the field lights go out. And 30 minutes later, the ground crew finds the wires cut not 10 feet from where that car was parked that hit Jack.
Yes, but I still don't see how this all hooks up with what Bobby saw.
Pete, I think I got it. You mean that somebody saw the wing lights and read whatever they said, and then they relayed it to the parked car with a shortwave radio?
Right the first time, Bobby. I think that station in the Tyler Sanitarium is the answer to all this close figuring these fellas have been doing. And it's all hooked up with the theft of those two ships. Think you could find your way back to that room, Bobby?
Yeah, I'll say I could, Pete.
I think we're going visiting. Are you game, Kay?
Right with you, Mr. Peterson. Get your cap, Bobby.
Gosh, Miss Thompson, I already got it. Let's go.
We're by the information desk, and nobody recognized you, Kay. Where are those base-like steps?
Right over here, through this door.
Yeah, this is the way I went. Down these steps.
If anyone happens to come along, just tell them we're visitors and got lost.
They hardly ever come down here at night, unless it might be one of the men.
If it's one of them, we are lost. That's the door, Bobby.
Yeah, right through there. And watch out, because the steps start right on the other side.
Phew. Darker than a stack of burnt cats. Watch your step, Kate. You too, Bobby. Right straight down. Yeah.
They're pretty steep. The door is right ahead. You better
What's that sound? Listen.
It sounds like a receiving set turned on. Maybe it's the one in there.
Just a second. Wish I could strike a match. I can't tell if there's anyone in there or not.
I've got it. There. I just felt a big space between the bottom of the door and the floor. If there was any light in there, we'd see it under the door. It's all dark.
There'd hardly be anyone in there sitting around in the dark. What if you get behind me so if there is anyone, we can run for it? I'll try this door and see if yeah, it's open. There doesn't seem to be anyone.
What's that little red light over there?
That's where the radio stuff is. That must be the receiver turned on. It's got a pilot light, and I guess they leave it on all the time.
But what good is it if there's no one here to hear it?
Probably got remote control receivers someplace else in the building. I wonder if I can chance turning on the light.
PM calling TS at Springfield. PM calling TS at Springfield.
That voice. I've heard it before. Where's it coming from?
From that radio. But where it is, I don't know. Listen.
PM calling TS at Springfield. It is urgent that you get in touch with me at once, TS. Storm warnings along Florida coast. Impossible to carry out instructions. 100-mile-an-hour hurricane expected to strike here by morning. Both planes are without gas, and we have no boat to reach mainland. Urgent that you call me back at once. Hurricane may wipe out islands. PM calling TS at Springfield.
Pete, that was that cook that was on our ship yesterday. Wherever he is, that's where Ann and Jack are. Isn't there something we can do?
Pete, close the door. I hear someone walking inside that room.
A tropical hurricane about to strike the small island that is the unbarred prison of Ann Burton, Jack Baker, and Aunt Hattie. Will the call for help sent out by the gangster Vic Morgan bring help to the 5 who are apparently marooned there? All we can do is hope for the best until we once more listen to the thrilling adventures of Anne of the Airlanes. flying through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes. Jack Baker, a pilot for Interstate Airlines, and Ann Burton, who hopes that she will someday become an air hostess, have been forced to accompany Vic Morgan and Joe Tolliver, members of a diamond smuggling ring, on a flight in a stolen speed plane to a small and little-known island off the coast of Florida. The disappearance of Ann, Jack, and Aunt Hattie has been discovered by Jack's brother, Bobby, and Pete Peterson, co-pilot for Interstate, and they have enlisted the aid of Ann's chum, Kay Thompson, who is an air hostess on the same line. The three find a trail of clues that lead to the sub-basement of the Tyler Sanitarium in Springfield, owned by a Dr. Tyler, who is well known to both Ann and Kay. In the sub-basement, they find a dark room in which a shortwave radio is picking up a call from a mysterious station on an unknown frequency. They recognize the voice of one of the crooks, Vic Morgan, as he calls the head of the ring, who is known only as Doc, for assistance. Our three friends learn from this call that Ann, Jack, Aunt Hattie, and the two gangsters are stranded on the desert island with no means of escape, and that there is a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane blowing in from the sea and is expected to hit the island by morning. Before Pete or the other two can find out the frequency of the call, they hear footsteps in the dark room and are forced to retreat from the sub-basement to avoid detection. Will they be able to learn the location of the ill-fated island in time to rescue their three friends? Listen.
Gee, I guess you were right, Pete. I did need something to eat after all. Feel better now.
Fine. Think you might be able to pick up something, Bobby, if you tried that radio again?
Oh, gosh, Pete, I tried every frequency on the dials, and I can't find a carrier wave anywhere near where that must have been. I wish we'd have been able to get into that radio back there in the hospital. If I just had one squint at the way those dials were set, I could have figured it out.
Well, I'm thankful we got out of that place when we did. Whoever was in that room evidently didn't hear the door close, or we'd have been in for it. But, Pete, what gets me is that I worked in that sanitarium for 4 years and never knew that there was a place like that in the sub-basement.
What gets me is that it's 10:30 right now, and that hurricane is due to strike down there around Miami in the morning. And that's over 700 miles away, and here we sit with not a chance to do anything.
Listen, Pete, how about me contacting some of the airports down there and have them send planes out and see if they can find Jack and the others? Wouldn't they do that?
In a minute, Bobby, if they knew where to look. We've checked every known island and key along the Florida coast to the Miami airport, and they say there's not one big enough to land a ship on that they haven't gone over with a fine-tooth comb today, trying to find those two stolen ships.
But, Pete, we know that Ann and Jack must have landed safely, or that Vic we heard on the radio couldn't have been there.
Sure, that's possible, all right, Kay. You see, there are plenty of small coral islands around there that nobody ever sees. They're out of sight of land and not on or near any of the steamship or airline routes. Some of them are pretty close together. When enough sand washes up and fills in between them, it'll form a fairly large island that might go for a long time without anyone knowing anything about it, unless you just happen to stumble on it.
But just think of having a radio station on.
Yeah. And that Doc person, whoever he is, must be one smart guy.
Oh, somehow, Pete, I just can't see Dr. Tyler being the head of anything like this. And yet...
You've got to admit that it'll be pretty hard to have a radio station in your hospital and you not know anything about it.
I know. But Doc Tyler always seemed to be so kind and everything. It just doesn't add up, that's all.
Well, Kay, we've got to locate that outlaw radio station. So we just go on over to the hospital again and get Doc Tyler and put it up to him.
If he's on the square, he'll take us down in that sub-basement and we'll have a look at that receiving set.
And if Dr. Tyler just decides that you're not tending to your own business and won't let you?
Then we'll have a look anyway, because I'm going to go by the police station first and get a couple of husky policemen to add a little emphasis to what I have to say to Doc Tyler.
I'd like to have another look into that room. Can I go too, Pete?
You bet your life you can, Bobby, and you too, Kay. Put on that window in there by your radio outfit, Bobby, and we're off to the police station.
Gosh, Pete, we came over here to the police station so fast, I thought we might get a couple of motorcycle cops to come with us.
Yeah, we didn't get here quite that fast, Bobby. We did hurry. Right through that door there, Kay.
I didn't see it first. I was just resting my eyes there. You're wanting to get somebody out of the clinic?
Not yet, Captain. Let me introduce Pilot Peterson of Interstate Airlines.
Oh, another pilot.
And I'm an air hostess, Miss Thompson.
And it's right glad to know you. I am Miss Thompson.
Captain, what we want is some help from your department.
We believe we've located an outlaw radio station here in Springfield and another somewhere else. And we'd like to have a couple of your men go with us to investigate the one here.
Sure, and you airplane pilots can think of the most wonderful things to go running around trying to find.
Oh, but, Captain, please, we haven't any time to lose. This is urgent.
Yes, Sergeant, if you please, ma'am. But look, radio stations are something that's just a little out of my line. That comes under the general heading of Department of Interior. Or,
The Department of Commerce, sir. The investigations are conducted by the Federal Communications Commission.
That's just what I was going to say, me fine lad. And the reason I'd be knowing is because we've had one of the same here in the office all evening. He left here about an hour ago. Something to do with our police radio station.
Gee, Pete, that's a break. Maybe it was an inspector for the FCC. That'd be the very fellow if we could find him. Do you happen to know his name, Sergeant?
No, I'm afraid you have me there, youngster. But sure we can find out in less time it takes to tell it. We'll ask the radio dispatcher. He's right over this way.
And keep quiet if it's talk alone.
Car number 41, go to corner 16th and Lake Avenue. Disturbance. Car number 41 to corner 16th Lake Avenue. Disturbance. That is all. What's up, Sergeant?
Frank, these folks are from over at Interstate Airlines, and they're after wanting to know about that radio fellow who was going over the station records this evening. Seems they have a sort of bootleg station they want to report. Do you know his name or where they can find him?
Yeah. Got it right here. Let's see. Arthur Morrison. He's registered at the Reunited Hotel. It's a couple of blocks over.
Oh, I know where it is. I used to stay there.
You can use the phone here if you want.
Thanks, old man, but we'll go on over there. Come on, Kay. Come on, Bobby.
Thanks a lot, officer. And come over sometime and see my ham station, will you?
Sure, that's all you wanted to know, folks.
I think so. And thanks a million, Captain. Good night.
So it's captain I am, and it takes airplanes and radios to get me promoted. Sure, I'll stay, Sergeant, I think.
Sure you're not being crowded, Mr. Morrison?
Not at all, Pete. And please make that just plain art instead of Mr. Morrison. The radio inspectors work too closely with you pilots to stand on formality. Well, now, Bobby, suppose you tell me more about that transmitter. You're sure it wasn't just a receiver?
Oh, gee whiz, no, Mr. Morrison. It was a real swell outfit, but not a sign to see what the call letters might be. You know, most of the stations have them right on the panel somewhere.
But haven't the government men some way that they can check up and find out just where these illicit stations are, Mr. Morrison? You see, I've been around the Tyler Sanitarium for years. That is, before I became a hostess for Interstate Airlines a few months ago. And I never heard of them having any kind of a station there.
Yes, we have a way of locating those stations. It's much the same idea the airlines use to locate the exact position of a plane. Oh, I don't believe it'll be giving away a secret when I tell you that this seems to be in line with the reason I'm in Springfield.
You mean that the government already had a line on this phony station?
Well, Pete, I'd hardly put it that way. We've had several reports of the carrier wave being heard where there was no licensed station. But we suppose that it might be something the matter with, well, one or more of the police department's two-way radio cars. That's why I was checking up with them.
Gee, and I thought I'd log every station in the country. And this one was right under my nose. Almost.
Well, here we are. And you'll be able to see for yourself in a minute, Art.
Mr. Morrison, suppose we run into Dr. Tyler.
We're going to run into him. I'm going to talk to him.
Oh, gosh, I could lead you right through the place. Couldn't I, Pete?
I'm afraid that's not the way we're going to try it first, Bobby.
Oh, Mr. Morrison, there's Dr. Tyler now.
Oh, just a minute. Dr. Tyler. Did you wish to see me? Dr. Tyler, I'm Arthur Morrison of the Federal Communications Commission. And this is Miss... I believe I know, Miss Thompson. How do you do, Kay?
Very well, Dr. Cantor. You know Miss Peterson of Interstate Airlines, of course.
I believe so. Just what was it you wanted, Mr. Morrison?
Dr. Tyler, we have reason to believe that there's an unlicensed radio station being operated in this hospital. Can you tell me anything about it?
A radio station? In this hospital? Nonsense. Surely this is some kind of a joke, isn't it, Miss Thompson?
Well, hardly, Dr. Tyler. It was hard to believe, but, well, Bobby here saw it himself.
Saw it? But I tell you, that's impossible. There's no radio station in this hospital. That's final. I've no further time for foolishness that's been made up by a little boy. And bid you good evening.
Not so fast, Doc. If you're insinuating that this youngster is telling a lie, I don't know but whether I ought to take a punch at
Wait a minute, gentlemen. If you're in earnest about this preposterous thing, you're certainly welcome to look over the Tyler Sanitarium. But a radio station is ridiculous.
Lucky for you, you changed your mind about that. Lead the way, Bobby. We'll show Doc Tyler a few things about his own hospital. Come on, Morrison.
Well, that leads to the boiler room and the laundry. You can't move
That's
it.
what I thought, Dr. Tyler. It seems that there have been additions. Careful now. Watch those steps.
The hospital's certainly the last place I would look for a radio station. But with all the X-ray equipment and other interference, it would certainly be a hard job to get any sort of reception.
Yeah, and that same interference might make the best kind of cover-up if you happen to use a frequency that missed them all, wouldn't it, Ike?
Yeah. It would at that, Pete.
Here's the door. Give me a hand, will you, Pete? The door's stuck or something.
Here you are, Bobby. Now, wait a minute. We're not taking any chances on monkey business. You got a flashlight, Art?
Well, sure. Now, here it is.
I, too, have a small one. Yes.
Okay. When I open this door, you fellas throw your light right into the room. You ready? Here we go.
There. Why, there's nothing but a washing machine over there.
Hey, there's a light switch. I'll turn it on. I know this is the same place I saw the transmitter.
But where's the radio that we heard broadcasting for help from that island? But there's nothing here but the laundry room. Think there's something wrong here.
Certainly there's something wrong. It's your idea there's a radio station in the Tyler Sanitarium. Now, all of you, get out.
Gone. The entire radio station and receiver disappeared. And yet we know it was there only a short time ago. Is Dr. Tyler the mysterious doc that heads the illicit diamond syndicate? And what of Ann and her friends stranded on the desert island off the coast of Florida with a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane shrieking its way nearer to them every hour? Will help arrive in time, or will they find a way to the mainland? There'll be plenty of thrills in the next episode of Ann of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Ann of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton, recently a nurse at the Tyler Sanitarium in Springfield, and pilot Jack Baker of Interstate Airlines find themselves involved in a diamond smuggling ring headed by a cunning leader known only as Doc. Equipped with unlicensed radio stations, the ring has succeeded in stealing an air-cat seaplane and an experimental transport ship and landing them on a small island just off the coast of Florida. It is upon this small coral atoll, elaborately fitted out with all modern electrical devices as a base of operations for the smugglers, that Ann and Jack, together with Aunt Hattie Jackson, who stowed away on the stolen transport ship, and two members of the gang, Vic and Joe, find themselves trapped by a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane that is scheduled to strike within a few hours. Through the island transmitter, Vic has sent a call for help to the dock, and this call was heard by Jack's young brother, Bobby, who, with Pete Peterson, a co-pilot, and a hostess, Kay Thompson, accidentally stumbled into what appeared to be a radio room in the Tyler Sanitarium. They immediately got in touch with Art Morrison, an inspector for the government, and with him returned to the hospital, determined to locate the illicit radio station. In company with the owner of the sanitarium, Dr. Tyler, our friends apparently followed the same directions as before, but instead of finding a radio set, find only an innocent-appearing laundry in the basement of the hospital. All of them, including the radio inspector, are ordered from the sanitarium by Dr. Tyler, who steadily maintains there is no station on his property. Meanwhile, has the mysterious Doc managed to send aid to the little party marooned on the island in answer to their urgent call, although the tropical storm reached the island first? Listen.
Young man, bad enough to have to just sit here waiting for a tornado to blow us off the face of the earth without you getting that dreadful wrestling match on the radio.
I thought it was pretty good myself, and I got to stay here with this receiver. No telling when the doc will call us. Maybe send help or something. Of course, if there's some other station...
That one's all right, Joe. You're just getting nervous, Aunt Hattie.
Nervous? Ann Burton. I'd like to know who wouldn't be nervous after being cooped up in the baggage compartment of that airplane all the way from Springfield, and then get out only to find that you're going to be blown right out into the ocean.
Oh, Aunt Hattie, you shouldn't have come down here. If we'd only left word with Kay or Pete, so they could have met you at the airport.
Young lady, I'll have you know that I was merely looking out for your welfare. And it was lucky I did stow away on that airplane. That man there would have probably given you all ptomaine poisoning, feeding you out of tin cans.
At the sound of the automatic tone, the time will be exactly 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time. We continue from the ringside.
Midnight. I wonder why Jack doesn't come back. He and that Vic have been gone for nearly an hour. You don't suppose that...
Now, don't worry, Ann. This seems to be depending upon Jack to help get us out of here. He values his own precious hide too much to harm Jack in any way.
Oh, gee, lady, we got orders not to hurt either one of them. Well, that is, unless... Well, they're just out there pressing down them ships, so that just in case we don't get off this island, and just in case we... Well, you see what I mean, don't you?
I think I see only too clearly, young man. You mean if we're here after the blow is over? Ann, I think I hear them coming across the sand now.
I'll look out the door. Jack, is that you?
Yeah, gorgeous. I brought your little boyfriend back safe and sound. Practically as good as ever, Ann. What time is it anyhow? My watch stopped. Forgot to wind it.
3 minutes after midnight. We just got the time signal.
Did you get anything else, Joe?
Not a thing, Vic. I'll turn it on again. You don't suppose they'd just leave us down here
From what I've seen of this outfit, a few people more or less doesn't seem to make much difference with this Doc, as you call him.
Well, I can tell you this. When I get back to civilization, I shall certainly turn this matter over to the proper authorities. We'll see if that Doc or anyone else can get away with this high-handed business.
Listen, the Doc isn't going to let anything happen to you, Baker, or to Joe, or me. Because we happen to be pretty important in his setup, see? Now, as far as Beautiful and her little auntie are concerned, they weren't invited on this little trip.
Well,
you see how it is?
I certainly like that. I've always heard that there was honor among...
Attention all coastal shipping. The expected hurricane is remaining at the forecast schedule. This will bring it to the eastern coast about 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our musical program continues.
5 hours. Joe, we got to get something out of that radio. Let's have another try. Come on. We can't just stay here and die like a bunch of rats. Doc has got to do something. Here, take those earphones. I'll take these. Now, let's see.
Jack, listen. Do you honestly think that there may be some way of getting off this island?
And there just isn't enough gas to make it in either ship.
Why don't these radio some big steamer to come to our rescue?
Well, Aunt Hattie, in the first place, these fellows don't want the position of this island known. And then these reefs are treacherous. And nothing but a very light boat could make it up to here unless they happen to know the exact location of every reef. That's the very thing that has meant protection to these fellows all along. And may mean their destruction now. And ours, too, I guess, unless something happens.
Oh, Jack, if we could only get some word to Interstate, I'm sure they would do something.
I don't know what they could do, Ann. They haven't a ship that could reach here in time, and then besides that, these two fellows won't give me a chance at that transmitter. If there was some way I could get them out of the place for just a few minutes, maybe I could...
Yes, you have a match. I said our cigarette lighter. Aunt Hattie, you don't mean to tell me that you smoke... Give me that lighter. Now, just play up to whatever I say. And may have an idea.
I certainly don't know of any reason why I shouldn't go see these power plants you talk about. The moon's shining. There's not even a cloud in sight right now.
But Aunt Hattie, you can wait until daylight to see them.
You may not be here by daylight. No. You and you, Mr. Baker, are tired. You can stay right here and keep these two hoodlums with you. I prefer their room to their company.
Listen, sister, don't get any funny ideas when you're out meandering around. And you stay here, Baker. I'd just like to know where you're at. You hear anything, Joe?
I'll be back in a little while, but I'm going to see how the tide can make electricity.
That aunt of yours is a stubborn woman, Gorgeous. But at that, I'd hate to have to leave her here.
If we have to leave anyone, I'll stay.
And maybe your boyfriend will have something to say about that.
We're not leaving here right now, Vic, so suppose we leave that argument until later. I'm tired. Hope you don't mind if I stretch out on this chair for a few minutes.
Here, take this one, Jack. It's more comfortable.
Oh, better keep it yourself, Anne. You need the rest as badly as I do.
Now, you better get some rest. If you get any help at all, you'll need all the rest you can get.
Okay. Man, but am I tired.
Hey, Vic, listen. I think I got Springfield. Listen.
TS calling VM. TS calling VM.
VM answering TS. Go ahead.
Understand that there's 50-gallon drum of aviation gasoline buried on island. Doc is the only one that knows actual location. We'll try to locate him by phone and advise you later. You understand?
Understand, TS. But Hurricane is due here at 5. Hurry all you can. Find the dock. We'll try to find that drum. But let us know where it is as soon as possible.
Okay, VM. We'll call you on actual location. Stand by for our call.
We'll stand by, TS. Did you hear that, Baker?
I heard it all right, but we can't dig up the entire island. What you'd better do is wait and get a location on that gasoline drum.
That's right, Vic. And I'm too tired to dig anyhow. Hey, listen, did you hear that?
Yeah, it sounded like...
That was Aunt Hattie. She's calling.
Stop, Vic, look. The ship. They're on fire.
Well, don't stand there gawking. Grab those fire extinguishers and come on. There can only be one of them.
Yeah, that's it. Here's another. I'll take this one.
What could have set a fire?
Baker, you better stay here. We'll take care of this. There's something funny about this. Watch that radio. Come on, Joe. Yeah, you too, Gorgeous. Let's get going.
Well, good luck. Just bet I'll take care of this radio. Let's see now. Interstate should be right around here. Switch around a bit and get the right frequency. Can't risk hitting their own station back there, wherever it is. We might catch it on the amateur band.
Getting plenty of checks tonight. Using 2 stages of RF, seems to be doing all okay.
Amateur band, all right. Let's have a look here.
What was so funny, Mr. Morrison, that we couldn't find that room?
Bobby, it's Bobby.
Honest to goodness, I could see that transmitter just as good as you can see this one. Only it was smaller than mine. All fixed up like a commercial station, you know.
You haven't done so badly yourself, Bobby. You think so, Pete?
Bobby, this is Jack calling. Can you hear me?
Jack, where are you? Did you hear that, Mr. Morrison?
Bobby, listen. The hurricane is to hit here at 5 in the morning. I have to talk fast. I'll leave this transmitter on as long as I can. Get some other boys to get a cross-check on the carrier wave and get the location of this place that way. We're close to the Florida coast.
Jack, Mr. Morrison of the radio department is right here. You'll help, won't you, Mr. Morrison?
You bet I will. What do you need, Jack?
The fastest ship you can lay your hands on. 5 of us here. The rest are coming back now. I'll have to sign off. But hurry.
We'll do our best, Jack. Come on, Pete. Get Can. Let's hurry.
Better shut up your transmitter, Bobby.
All right, but there wasn't a breath of air stirring. And that tarpaulin was a good 100 feet from the plane.
Yeah, but look, Vic. There was a little gust of wind every now and then. That might have done it.
Did it hurt the ship, Sam?
No, it was just an old tarpaulin that must have blown there. And Hattie says it just blazed up all at once. She must have seen it right after it caught fire because it was only half burned after we got there.
What I want to know is how did that thing get there? And how did it catch on fire? There's not a thing to set it on fire. Unless it could have been...
Young man, are you insinuating that I set the thing on fire? Just to watch you dash out like a fire engine?
All right, then what set it on fire?
That old cover was soaked with oil. You should have known better than to have the flimsy thing around. You had it tied to those little steel stakes. So, my smart young man, all it had to do was to drag one of those pieces of steel over a piece of flinty sand, and there's a spark. And there's your fire. And you can thank me for being out and seeing it.
I guess that's how it happened, Vic. Was there anything on the radio, Baker?
Nothing but some stuff from an amateur station.
Listen, isn't that something coming in?
I'll turn it up. There.
TS calling VM. TS calling VM.
Okay, TS. Go ahead.
We'll be able to get a hold of Doc around 4 o'clock. It'll give you an hour to gas up one of the planes and get off. Going home now. You understand?
4 o'clock. Listen.
I understand. We'll have plenty of time. I'll call you around 3:30.
Okay, VM. Good night and good luck.
Well, it looks like we'll find our gasoline and have an hour to spare ahead of the wind.
Yes? Well, it looks to me like your message and the wind will get here about the same time.
What do you mean? They said 4, didn't they? And the wind won't reach here at least until 5 o'clock.
Springfield is operating on Central Standard Time, and that 5 o'clock is Eastern Time, which happens to be 4 Central Time. You'd better start digging for gas, Vic.
Will they find the drum of gasoline in time, or will Aunt Hattie's clever ruse be the means of a rescue by the loyal co-pilot Pete and little Bobby? Who will win the mad race against time and death? Time alone will tell, so be sure to tune in for the next powerful episode of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
Ann Burton and Jack Baker, together with Aunt Hattie and the two diamond smugglers, Vic and Joe, are apparently marooned on the uncharted island off the Florida coast. 100-mile-an-hour gale is blowing in from the ocean and is scheduled to strike the island at 5 in the morning. Neither of the planes has sufficient gas to reach the mainland. You will recall that Aunt Hattie Jackson, by a clever ruse, caused Vic and Joe to leave Jack Baker alone at the radio transmitter for a few moments, in which time Jack contacts the amateur station operated by his brother Bobby. Bobby and Radio Inspector Otto Morrison promise to check Jack's position and try to help them escape the peril of the wind. Bobby and Morrison have notified co-pilot Pete Peterson and hostess Kay Thompson of the message from Jack and Ann, but hundreds of miles separate them from the little island, and the time is midnight. Will they be able to rescue the unwilling captives of the elements Over the 5 inhabitants of the Sandy Key perish in the hurricane that is rushing relentlessly upon them as the minutes flick past. At Springfield, Pete, Kay, Bobby, and Morrison are leaving no stone unturned in their frantic search for some means to rescue their friends. Listen.
Listen, operator, I know he's there. He's just got to answer. He's just got to, I tell you. Ring him again, will you? Thanks. You get that position checked, Art?
Yeah, I think so, Pete. Kay just stepped out to the chart room to see if she can find a map of the Florida coast, so we can get some idea of just where this longitude and latitude will put us.
We can just make this guy wake up. He must be dead. That phone is ringing its head off, and he's sleeping right on through it.
Oh, gee, Pete, isn't there some other plane we could get?
Well, we could get a lot of them, Bobby, if these guys knew that Jack was in trouble. But at the very least, we got something like 700 miles to cover. And according to those weather reports, we've got about 4 hours to do it in. If we want to do any good when we get there.
4 hours? But it's only midnight, Pete.
Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock there, Bobby, and that's the time the weather forecaster is using.
Oh, gee, that's right. Can't you wake that guy up at all? Why can't I run up there, maybe?
Because we haven't got time. If we're going to be able to do anything at all.
Pete, did you get hold of
The
him?
night clerk said that he was asleep, and he must be unconscious. Special operator's been ringing him for 5 minutes. You get any map that'll do us any good?
I think this one ought to do it. I'll spread it out on the table here. You've got that location, haven't you, Mr. Morrison?
Yeah, right here. Now, let's see.
These lines here are the longitude, aren't they, Mr. Morrison?
That's right, Bobby. Now, you must follow that one right down. And it crosses right here. And we'll work out the minutes and the seconds in just a minute now. Those lines give us the degrees, see?
Hello? Is that you, Doug? It's about time you woke up. Now, listen. You brought that new Aircat job in, didn't you? Okay, then look, Doug. Jack Baker's in trouble. You know about that. Yeah, but we've located Jack. They're down on a little island near Florida somewhere. We've got the location. Now, we've got to get down there before 4 o'clock, and you got the only ship around here that'll do it. Now, look, Doug, I hate to ask you this, but can I borrow this ship? We've just got to get down there. There's a hurricane blowing in, and we got to pick 'em up and get away ahead of it, see? Okay, thanks, Doug. You call the airport and tell 'em, and, well, just in case, see, I got $5,000 in the bank here at Springfield. I'll leave a check for it at the port. Thanks again, Doug, and we'll do everything we can and be back as quick as that crate of yours will make it. Goodbye.
You mean Doug will let you fly his aircraft, Pete?
Yeah, Doug just bought this aircraft. The only ship in Springfield that'll make it in time.
Can I go along, Pete? Come on, I just gotta know that Jack is okay. Can I?
I don't know about that, Bobby. You see, there are 5 of them, and, well, 6 is just about as many as you can put in an aircat.
I suppose that leaves me out, too.
Yes, okay. How about that map? Found a spot there?
Right here it is, Pete. According to the cross-check we made on that carryaway from the radio transmitter.
Boy, it sure was lucky that Jack was a radio operator so that he knew to leave that carrier wave turned on. It was still on, too, when we left our house. Those crooks down there never did notice it, I guess.
I hope not. But Jack said there were 5 of them there. I wonder if Aunt Hattie really stowed away on the transport.
I've got a hunch you're right, Kay. Oh, come on, let's get down to the hangar. We got a lot of gassing up to do before we take off, and there's not much time. Boy, I'd sure like to find some way to bring that transport ship back with us. Yeah, and there's Tony Johnson's Aircat, too. That island is loaded with ships and no gas.
Gosh, if I could just fly now.
Pete, this would be taking a long chance, but just how much of a chance would it be worth to get that transport back here?
Well, to tell you the truth, Art, that experimental ship is being tried out by interstates not only as a transport, but, well, it could be used for other things, too, if you get what I mean.
Military ship, I think you mean. And it would be worth quite a bit of chance-taking to keep it from being demolished and a few secrets lost. Huh?
I'll say it would. It would sure exonerate Jack of the theft, too. There's no chance, I guess.
I'm not so sure about that. You see, I have a limited transport pilot's license, and I could bring one of the ships back with me, while Jack and you could fly the other 2. I suppose I'd have to handle one of the Aircats, huh?
Hey, that'd be great. But what are you going to use for gasoline?
Say, if you did that, I could go along because there'd be plenty of room coming back, wouldn't there?
I don't know, Bobby. Hey, here's the hangar. Yeah, there's a light. Doug got him on the phone before he went to sleep. Hey, open up in there. It's me, Peterson.
Okay, Pete. Just a second.
Doug call you?
Yeah. Said you'd be after the Aircat in a minute or 2. What's up?
Can't tell you, old-timer. Deep secret. Get a couple of those boys and help you roll her out on the tarmac while we take a look at this map. Come on over here in the light, Art.
Oh, I'd like to go along, but just in case something happens.
Now, look here. This is no excursion. This is a life-saving trip. I'd like to take both you and Bobby, but, well, you see how it is, Kay.
Yeah, I see how it is. Well, I'll go on back to the administration building.
Don't rush off, Kay. Wait till we get going, won't you?
Here's the place where the island ought to be, isn't it, Mr. Morrison?
That's it. That dot I made with my pencil. Now, as I figured, it isn't any more than 50 miles from that spot to this emergency landing field right here. And according to the legend on this map, the emergency field has a windbreaker planted on the coast side. So we'd be safe right there if we'd make it.
Yeah, that's okay. But what about gasoline for those other ships?
But just how much gas do you think it would take to get them back to the mainland?
We ought to be able to make that 50-mile hop in about 15 minutes. And the test on the interstate transport shows that it uses about 210 gallons an hour, 250 miles an hour. That's about 50 gallons. Then these air cats will use about 90 gallons an hour at 300. Well, I'd say it would take about 75 gallons to take these two ships off that island.
I think I see what you're getting at, Art. How many gallons is that?
Just fill the tanks on the air cat. Put in 420 gallons. Stop it here, will you?
That seems to answer your question, Kay. Okay, here you are. Warm her up, will you? We got to get out of here.
Okay, Pete. Everything else is all right. And when you're ready, I'll get the field lights for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
420 gallons. Well, Pete, we could use 300 gallons going down there and still have enough to put in those two ships. You'll be cutting it rather fine, but if you're willing to take the chance, I am.
Say, Art, the job's as good as done. We're not going to find any electric gas pumps on that island, so you better grab a few of those buckets and put them in the cabin. I'll get this funnel, too.
Gee, Pete, I just gotta go with you just to see that Jack gets out of this okay. You got plenty of room, can't I?
We're both going, Bobby. They're going to need plenty of help when they try to refuel two ships at the same time. Climb in there.
Oh, fine.
Now, look.
And don't tell us we can't go, Mr. Peterson, because we can take any chances you can.
Good, DK, you're swell. Give me some of those buckets, Pete. I'll throw them in back.
I suppose we will need the help. It'll be a slow job bailing that gas.
I know, but, well, we don't know that we're going to make it.
We haven't time to argue, Pete. Get in that seat and let's take off. You've got the field light.
Okay, then. Here we go. Lucky we're down at the end of the field. We don't have to taxi. We can take a straight shot from right here. Field clear on your side, Art?
All clear.
I'd give $1 right now for a cup of coffee.
Sorry, Pete, but I'm just a passenger, not a hostess on this trip. What time is it? I can't see my watch back here.
5 minutes to 3. That's nearly 4 o'clock in this time zone.
Looks like dawn over there in the east.
Hey, look, Pete. There's water down there. Gosh, you can't see the end of it.
That means we're over the east coast of Florida. We ought to just about be about there, wherever that is.
Funny we don't see any signs of that storm. You'd think it'd be cloudy or something.
You see that haze over there to the east? Looks like land. Well, that's your storm. We better be finding that island pretty pronto. Well, there won't be much we can do but just turn around and run for it.
If that radio check is right, we ought to be just over the island. I can't look it down just a little. The reflection of the sun across the water makes it difficult to see.
Hey, over there, on the right. What's that?
That's it, I guess. Well, we'll get ready to set down if we see anyone there.
There is someone there. Looks like two people walking across the sand.
And there's a couple of little houses.
Pete, there's the air cat and that other big ship right down there.
That's it, folks. Fasten those safety belts. Sand is deceiving stuff to try to land on. You never know when you're going to hit a soft spot.
They see us. They're running over this way. It must be Jack and Ann.
There's a windsock, Pete. The wind is from the east. You can set her down just as she is.
Let's hope when we take off that same wind doesn't make us taxi right into the ocean. Okay, here we go.
Not bad at all, Pete. But how about that last bump?
That wind is coming in gusts. One of them hit us, that's all.
Gee, I'll bet Jack's glad to see us. Look at him run.
Want me to turn off this receiver, Pete?
Yeah, we better while we move that gas. Just turn that knob to the left.
Attention all Atlantic Coast shipping.
Hey, wait a second. What's that guy saying?
Hurricane now moving west much faster than expected. Will probably strike east coast about 4:30 or earlier. That is all.
Yeah, I can't hardly move the door.
I'll give you a hand, Bobby. Here.
You surely brought this ship in close enough to those other two, Pete.
Had to. Can't take time walking while we carry this gas. Pile out. Here comes Jack and Ann.
What was that?
That Kay was the advance agent of a tropical hurricane. Just take a look at those waves.
Pete, we won't have time to gas up those ships. We just can't take all of them.
And we'll sure be trying awful hard when the wind does hit.
The advance agent of a tropical hurricane, the forerunner of death and destruction. Will our friends be able to gas up the two ships in time to leave the island in safety? There are thrills and excitement galore in the next episode, so be sure to tune in the same station, same time, for more adventures in the career of Anne of the Airlanes.
Mountain, river, and plain, through wind and storm, rides Anne of the Airlanes.
When we left Anne of the Airlanes in the last episode, she, together with pilot Jack Baker, her Aunt Hattie, and Vic and Joe, two members of a diamond smuggling ring, were facing the prospect of being swept to sea under the force of a tropical hurricane that is swiftly bearing down upon the uncharted Coral Island. However, as we know, Pete Peterson, Jack's co-pilot with Interstate Airlines, and air hostess Kay Thompson, Jack's young brother Bobby, and a radio inspector, Art Morrison, are just about to land upon the island in a borrowed Aircat speed ship, which also carries enough gasoline to ferry to the mainland the two ships stranded on the little islet. Just as Pete is about to land, he learns from a radio weather report that the storm has quickened its forward movement and will strike far ahead of its schedule. Will the pilots be able to bail enough gasoline into the two empty ships in time to make the dash ahead of the storm? Or will they be forced to take off in the borrowed Aircat, leaving part of the group on the island to face the fury of the wind and the sea? Listen.
We'll have to make this plenty snappy, Chief. This ladder's pretty shaky in this wind. You boys certainly knew what you were doing when you staked these ships down. Got that cap off? Yeah, just about. But listen, Chief, you'll have to take the girls and Aunt Hattie and Bobby and make a dash for it in the Aircat. We can't refuel these ships with this sand blowing the way it is. Fuel lines will be stopped up in less than a mile. That's right. I never thought to bring along a strainer.
What's that about sand and fuel lines?
Jack can't pour that gas into this transport without the sand blowing into the wing tank. That means the fuel lines will get clogged. Jump somebody into the Atlantic.
Fine mechanics you fellows are. Just turn your head a minute. Here, now. There you are. Just put that over your funnel and pour.
Hey, Aunt Hattie, this is all right, but wait.
Just give a woman a petticoat and a hairpin and she can build an airplane. Now hurry. I've had enough of this small edition of the Sahara.
Leave it to a woman. Here's a bucket, Jack. Pour away. And here comes Vic with another one. Don't forget we have a little unfinished business, Baker. If we manage to ride out this storm... I know. You're still thinking about me flying this transport to Africa. Well, it looks like the elements are going to take a hand in things. Here's the bucket, Pete. Hand me that other. Better hurry. These things only hold about 3 gallons apiece. Back in a minute, Jack. That's okay about the elements, Baker. But I'm sticking with you, see? Things will take care of themselves when we get to the emergency field. All right, we'll reach that bridge later. Here's your bucket. Beat it and fill it up. You've got that other air cap to load up yet. Just don't forget, that's all.
I must say I prefer the company of the other one. That's Joe. Little on the dumb side, of course, but not nearly such a bloodthirsty rascal as this Vic.
Here's another bucket of gas, Jack. See, this wind is so strong I can hardly walk against it. And it seems to be getting stronger. How are Joe and Morrison coming along with that air cap? They're just putting in 30 gallons. That's 10 buckets. How about keeping the sand from getting into the tank? Joe used his undershirt for a strainer. It's okay. Just throw the bucket, Jack. I gotta get back and get some more.
See? I told you I like the one called Joe much better. He may not be so dumb at that.
Here you are, Jack. Kay just came over to Doug's air cap. Said that she and Ann will have coffee ready so we can have some before we take off. Boy, I sure need it, too. Won't go so bad with me either. Back in a second with more gas.
Now I think I'll go back to the hut and see how the coffee's going. I never saw a nurse yet that could make what I thought was good coffee.
And how do you know that isn't so? I make good coffee, but I left it to Kay. She's a hostess, and they have to know how to make the best. Nearly finished, Jack?
Just about, Ann. Oh, that wind nearly took me off that time.
I'm going back to the hut, Jack, but we'll have coffee in just a minute, so hurry. Coming along, Aunt Hattie?
Here, Baker. And you better get that coffee business over in a hurry. We're going to collapse those huts. That takes time. We ain't got much left.
If you'd hurry faster with your gasoline and not give so many orders, we'd get away from here faster. Come on, Ann, let's get back to the house.
Aunt Hattie, you never have told me how you came to be in the baggage compartment of that transport.
Well, I suppose you must know, so I'll make it short. When I reached the airport, I was about to go into the depot when I heard someone say something about having Pilot Baker and a nurse called Burton safely stowed away in a stolen plane, and that no one would be able to find them. Then one of them said that when the coast was clear, they'd make a run for the interstate hangar and get the ship and follow. I figured they meant that they would follow you and Jack. I saw the interstate building there and went inside. Well, the only airship was this one they brought here, so I thought it must be the one. And anyway, it wouldn't hurt to just find someplace to hide and wait a few minutes and see.
But weren't you scared?
Scared? Of course I was scared. Then I got more scared to think they might find me and know I'd heard what they said, so I just had to sit tight and wait.
But Aunt Hattie, just what did you think you could do to help us?
And all of my life I'd wanted an adventure, and here was one practically thrust under my nose. Oh, it's thrilling, Anne.
Yes, you're right, Aunt Hattie. It is thrilling. Well, here's the hut. You can hardly see it for the sun.
Welcome back, strangers. I was just sending the St. Bernards out into the blizzard to look for you.
My, that wind is really blowing.
I wonder how they're going to divide up the passengers on this thing.
I don't know, Aunt Hattie. Why?
Because I don't want to be in the same plane with that Vic.
I don't blame you a bit, Aunt Hattie. Say, Ann, while you were gone, that Art Morrison came in for a minute. He went over to the radio transmitter and fooled around with it. I think he sent a message of some kind.
Well, you tell me he's a radio inspector, so I guess he knows how to handle one. What did he say?
He was speaking awfully low into the microphone, but I did manage to catch that he was calling some station in Washington. And then he talked to someone there, but all I heard of the conversation was the longitude and latitude of somewhere.
That's funny, but I guess he knows what he's doing. I wonder if Joe ever got the call from Springfield telling where that drum of gasoline was they think is buried here.
Nope, not a word. He tried to raise Springfield a dozen times, too.
Hey, do you think that the doc they talk about is really Doc Tyler at the sanitarium?
Honestly, Ann, everything points to him. Especially when he practically threw Pete, Bobby, and Mr. Morrison and myself out of the sanitarium last night. But somehow, well, it just doesn't seem right that Doc Tyler is the head of a bunch of crooks, that's all.
Well, personally, I think you can't tell who's who these days. But I will say that whoever is at the head of the thing is going to pay for it. Why, this thing might have gotten us all killed. You just wait till we get back to the mainland and I can get to a police station. I'll show this Vic a thing or two about...
Listen, isn't that one of the planes taking off?
Oh, no, they wouldn't take off without... No, look out that window. It's a plane flying low over the island, and it's not one of these.
There it is coming back. Maybe someone's been sent to rescue us and he's afraid to land.
He was certainly afraid to land, all right. There he goes, west toward the mainland. With a wind like this at his back, he ought to be there in 5 minutes. Well, 10 minutes at the outside. I wonder who it could have been.
Well, it doesn't make much difference. He's the gentleman who must be stopping for passengers. Okay, the coffee's boiling over.
Oh, I wish that Jack and Pete and the rest of them would hurry. This shack is trembling in the wind.
The shack isn't the only one that's trembling. The sooner we take off, the better. Here they come now.
Hey, Jack. Do you think we'll be able to take off in this? It doesn't get much worse in the next few minutes, Bobby. All set, folks?
Here's a cup of hot coffee for you. Oh, but where are Mr. Morrison and that Joe?
Joe said he was going to collapse the battery hut in the radio tower, whatever that means. Morrison's helping him. In just about a minute, you're going to see what that means. The same thing happens to this place. You mean you just flatten this place out so the wind won't hurt it? Well, that seems to be something of the idea. Hurry up and down there, coffee. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah, but how about the stuff that's in here? You can't just flatten that out like a camera or something, can you?
Say, I think I get the idea. I thought this floor sounded pretty hollow. You just let the place down into the sand, is that it?
Well, if they can do that, I don't see why we don't stay here. It's a lot safer than trying to take off in this gale.
In the first place, sister, the chances are that the waves will sweep right across this island. And in the second place, you see that strip of rubber around the edge of the roof? Well, this place just lets down into a watertight box. And that rubber strip makes us safe from everything, do you see? As I've mentioned before, Morgan, you boys just think of everything, don't you?
Oh, hurry. That wind is getting stronger. We'll never be
Come on, let's get out of here, all of you.
Oh, but Mr. Morrison and Joe, we can't leave without
They'll have to leave their refreshments.
But aren't we going to wash these cups, sir? You can't leave them like this.
We'll wash them when we come back.
When we come back?
Never mind. Now listen, Baker. Joe and I are going in the transport with you and Gorgeous. The rest can scatter any way they like. But you two stick with us, see? Okay, but make it snappy. Bobby, you go with Pete and Kay and Doug's aircraft. Morrison can handle the other aircraft. With this tailwind, we shouldn't be more than 15 minutes at the most making that emergency field. You tell Morrison, will you, Pete? Okay, Jack. See you at the field. And happy landings, guy. Come on, Bobby. Let's go, Kay.
Well, with whom do I go, Jack? Or did you propose that I stay here?
You go with Morrison, Aunt Hattie. And best of luck. Now, all set? Come on, we better be going. Give me a hand with this lid, Baker. Now, I just turned this valve, see?
It's going down.
And that gets it. Now, help me tighten these bolts. Pete got his brake started. Good luck, old boy. I sure hope Morrison is a good pilot. Never mind about them. They'll take care of themselves or else. Get those things tightened.
Ready to take off? Morrison got the aircraft started, and that other fella got his started.
We're going in the transport with Baker and Gorgeous. Are the motors started?
Yeah. Morrison and he did that first.
Well, that seems to be that. Let's make a run for it.
Pete is taking off. Look.
Never mind about Pete. He's okay. Come on, Ann. Run. Come on.
All right.
Come on, that's it. Ah, here we are. There you, Baker. Me and Joe will pull up the stake. Okay. Up in front here, Ann. That's it. Well, there goes Morrison. No use yelling at them. They can't hear a thing in this wind.
They've got the stakes up. Here they come.
Boy.
What a wind.
Roll in and never mind the wind. Okay, let her go.
Happy landing, Jack.
Thanks, Ann. We'll need them.
Three planes taking off in the teeth of a 100-mile-an-hour gale. Will they all be together when the emergency field is reached? Or will a bit of a wing washed up on a beach tell the story of a motor that stalled, or a wing too frail for the mighty thrust of the gale? And what of the mysterious plane that flew low over the island? Was it a rescue ship sent out by the ringleader, Doc? Or could its visit have been in response to the radio call sent by Inspector Morrison? Perhaps some of these questions will be answered when we tune in the next episode. So be sure to be at your loudspeaker at the same time when we once again take up the thrilling adventures of Anne of the Airlanes.